Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 452, A Happy Ending. Having finally left Blackwood Mountain behind, Alex drove the minibus carrying the group of teenagers who had survived a night of horror and a face-to-face encounter with the Wendigos. All of them looked drained and exhausted after the nightmare. In the front seat beside Alex sat Samantha. She kept stealing glances at him while he drove. Over the course of the night, she had already developed feelings for him. He had done too much for her and her friends. But her thoughts wouldn't let go of Alex's strange family. He spoke of them sparingly, only briefly mentioning some sort of family business. Samantha tried to piece it together. What kind of business hires former soldiers to hunt monsters? Even when Alex and Jack spoke about the Wendigos, the girl found herself only getting more confused. Her mind circled around Alex's family. He, noticing her gaze, understood she wanted to ask questions, but reminded her that answers would come only after they reached the hospital. The road there was short, the nearest town was close by. But as soon as they pulled up to the main entrance, chaos broke out at the hospital. Seeing a group of wounded teenagers and the badly injured Jack, the medical staff rushed out with stretchers. The old man and Chris were taken away immediately. Hannah was also sent under supervision, while Josh, despite protests, remained in the waiting area. Emily and Jessica were escorted for examination, and the rest were seated and handed forms to fill out. While Alex filled in paperwork, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that one of the nurses picked up the landline phone. Her eyes flicked between Alex and Samantha, Mike, Matt, and Josh. Listening in, Alex easily caught on. She was calling the police. He wasn't even surprised, it was predictable. After the formalities, Alex, Samantha, Mike, Matt, and Josh were taken for a checkup. To avoid suspicion, he cast an illusion on himself, making it appear as though he too was beaten and injured like the rest. The nurse dutifully treated the wounds and wrapped them in bandages. Leaving the room, Alex sat down in the waiting area and began to wait. Samantha was the first to return. She looked even more tired than before. Alex smiled at her, and the girl answered with a faint, weary smile before sitting beside him and resting her head on his shoulder. He put an arm around her, trying to give her at least a small sense of safety. Soon after, Mike, Matt, and Josh appeared. The doctors had finished with them as well. They all sank into their seats with relief, waiting for news about Jack's and Chris's surgeries. Ashley was waiting outside the operating room to meet Chris. A little later, Emily joined them, irritated, clearly fed up with the doctor's endless questions. That idiot wouldn't stop asking what happened to us and how we ended up like this, she grumbled, rolling her eyes. Jessica was still under observation. Her injuries were far more serious, and the doctors wanted to be sure her health was no longer in danger. Despite the exhaustion and pain, the teenagers felt relief. They were finally safe. Josh, I think you should call your parents, Alex said quietly. Tell them Hannah's been found. But remember, not a word about what happened on Blackwood. You're right. I have to tell them. At least that Hannah's alive, Josh nodded, giving a faint smile. Alex understood his sadness. Josh already knew about Beth's fate and how Hannah had become a Wendigo. But he didn't blame his sister, she had no choice. Alex handed him his phone. Josh thanked him, took the receiver, and for a while just stared at the buttons, lost in thought. Then he dialed his parents' number. The others sat silently, supporting him with their eyes. Samantha, still resting her head on Alex's shoulder, watched her friend anxiously. She knew how hard it would be for him to explain everything to his parents. Finally, the call connected. A man's voice came through. Josh froze, not knowing how to start, then, gathering himself, said, Dad. Hannah's been found. There was silence on the line, and then his father calmly told him to move on and not dwell on the past. Alex raised a brow. The man clearly thought his son was hallucinating again. No, Dad, I'm serious. She's alive, Josh said firmly. On the other end of the line, a long silence followed. Then Josh's father spoke again, trying to clarify if this was really true. Josh quickly retold the story Alex had prepared in advance. Supposedly, a year ago Hannah and Beth had been kidnapped by a man hiding in the mines, and all this time he had kept Hannah locked in a cage. Beth had died trying to protect her sister. Alex knew eavesdropping on someone else's conversation was rude, but he couldn't bring himself not to listen. When Josh's father fell silent again, the boy continued, now sounding more confident. Alex looked away. He wasn't about to dig deeper into someone else's family matters. By the way, he remarked calmly, turning to the others, the police will be here soon. Actually, they should already be on their way. So they did call. And here I was hoping we'd gotten lucky, Mike sighed wearily, leaning back in his chair. What did you expect, Mike? Emily scoffed, crossing her arms. That idiot orderly kept bombarding me with questions while patching up my wounds. And what did you tell him? Samantha asked, lifting her head from Alex's shoulder. Nothing, Emily snapped. Everything hurts, I'm exhausted, and I just want to forget this nightmare. Answering his stupid questions was the last thing I wanted. She rolled her eyes and slumped back irritably. The others silently agreed with Emily's words. Everyone wanted to forget that night as if it had been just a bad dream. But Alex only shook his head. He knew all too well, what had happened on Blackwood Mountain could never be forgotten. That night, and their encounter with the Wendigos, had become proof for the teenagers that monsters from childhood stories truly existed. As Alex had warned, within minutes 2 police officers entered the waiting area. They went straight to the reception desk to find out who had called the patrol. The nurse who had made the call began to explain nervously and pointed toward Alex, Samantha, Emily, Matt, Mike, and Josh, who was still speaking with his parents. The officers turned and saw a group of battered teenagers in dirty clothes, wrapped in bandages. Their eyes immediately caught on the bloodstains on their clothes. It was clear something serious had happened. Excuse me, could we ask you a few questions? One of them introduced himself. I'm Officer Keelighan, and this is my partner, Officer Bridges. Here are our badge numbers. He tapped the badge on his chest. Of course. What do you want to know? Alex replied calmly. Let's get straight to it. What exactly happened to you? And why did you arrive at the hospital with 2 severely injured people, when you yourselves don't look much better? Keelighan asked in an even tone. It's simple, Alex began. My friends and I decided to spend some time at Josh's family lodge. But we were attacked by a maniac. That's the whole story. The officers exchanged glances and then looked at the other teenagers, as if waiting for confirmation. Samantha, Emily, Matt, and Mike all nodded in unison, backing up Alex's words. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the officers immediately reported in. Dispatch, this is Keelighan. We've responded to the hospital call. We have a code 240, possibly 245, he said into his radio. Keelighan, this is dispatch. Report the overall situation, came a woman's voice in response. A group of teenagers claims they were attacked by a maniac on Blackwood Mountain, the officer reported briefly. Copy that. Sending detectives to your location. Stand by. Over. The radio crackled and went silent. Alex raised a brow, surprised they were sending detectives right away, but he didn't dwell on it. He just shrugged and leaned back in his chair. While they waited, the officers decided to question the teenagers in more detail. Alex had warned his friends this was unavoidable, so everyone cooperated calmly. A few minutes later, 2 detectives arrived at the hospital. They took charge of the case and immediately separated the group, deciding to question each one individually. Alex was called in first. He was led into a small room the hospital had set aside for questioning. Sitting calmly on the chair, he answered every question clearly and directly. When the interrogation was over, he got up and left the room without another word. Next came Samantha. She repeated Alex's version without hesitation. The friends had met a year after the tragedy to spend some time together, with Alex introduced as her boyfriend, someone she had decided to bring along and introduce to the group. Then it was Emily's turn. But the moment she crossed the threshold, she erupted in a loud tirade. Why doesn't the police do its job? Why are maniacs like that allowed to walk free? Because of your negligence, my friend Hannah spent an entire year locked in a cage with a lunatic. She went on without stopping, not giving the detectives a chance to speak, practically drowning them in accusations. Listening to her shouts from the hallway, Alex barely restrained himself from applauding. He even wondered how Matt managed to live with such a quarrelsome girl. But he quickly realized, it was probably his love for her. Alex had no intention of waiting around for the interrogations to finish. He suggested to Samantha that they head to the cafeteria and grab something to eat. The girl gladly agreed. The chance to spend time alone with Alex was appealing. Besides, she had questions about his family and the mysterious family business he had mentioned during the night. After letting Matt, Mike, and Josh know where they were going, Alex and Samantha made their way to the cafeteria. Once there, they stood quietly in line, waiting their turn. Alex picked up a coffee and a pastry, while Samantha settled for a plain black coffee. She just needed to steady her nerves. Looking around, they realized there were no free seats in the cafeteria. So Alex suggested stepping outside. Samantha agreed without hesitation. The heavy atmosphere of the hospital weighed on her, and the fresh air seemed like a relief. They went outside and sat down on the nearest bench. For a while, neither spoke, both savoring the rare silence. Samantha's mind was restless. Questions about Alex's family tormented her, but fear gnawed inside. Once she asked, her life would never be the same. She felt the answer would shatter everything she believed in. Alex, watching her, understood her hesitation perfectly. He had already given enough hints for her to realize his family was special. But if she decided to learn the truth, there would be no turning back. Lifting his gaze to the blue sky, he smirked to himself. Fate seemed to love interfering at moments like this. You know, Samantha, he said calmly, eyes still on the sky, someone once told me, if you're afraid of the truth, or of what lies ahead, just take the first step. Then you'll see, it's never as terrifying as it seemed. Those words pulled Samantha out of her thoughts. She caught the hidden meaning. Alex was giving her the choice, step through the door and learn everything, or stay in ignorance. He turned his eyes to her. And before you ask, remember this, once you push that door open, it will close behind you. There's no going back. What lies on the other side will force you to rethink the very nature of the world. Samantha drew a deep breath, steeling herself. Even so. I'll take the risk. I want to know about your family. And about this business of yours, the one where you hunt monsters and save people. Alex smiled faintly. All right. You've made your choice. But understand this, you won't be able to run, even if you want to. He raised 2 fingers to her forehead. What are you? Samantha began, but she didn't finish. His fingers touched her skin, and a torrent of knowledge flooded her mind, about Alex himself, his family, his past, and everything he had kept hidden. Too much, too fast. Samantha let out a cry and lost her balance, but Alex caught her and eased her down beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. A few minutes later, she stirred, her eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Shock and wonder mingled in her gaze. Oh my God, gods, demons, saving worlds, and wives. Lots of wives. She muttered, hardly believing her own words. Alex chuckled. Now that's your reality. I told you, behind that door waited more than you could imagine. I can't believe this. I spent the whole night running from a Wendigo with the Demon King. And he turned out to be the son of the Creator himself. And his brothers, they're the legends everyone knows. But, why am I not panicking? Not angry. Samantha grabbed Alex's hand. Magic, he replied calmly. I cast a spell on you to keep your mind clear. No panic, no hysteria, no fear. That spell would have come in handy during exams, Samantha remarked sarcastically, leaning back a little. It would have helped a lot of people, especially in critical moments. But tell me, how do you like the world now, where monsters in the closet are real, and gods are ready to tear your life apart? Alex asked, lighting a cigarette. Samantha smirked, brushing her hair from her face. How am I supposed to react? Scream? Deny it all and end up in a mental hospital? Thanks to your spell, I can't even be properly mad. She gave him a light smack on the arm. Sorry for taking care of your sanity, Alex replied in a deliberately casual tone, exhaling smoke. Oh, shut up, Samantha scoffed, but her voice carried a smile. Better tell me, what happens next? I mean, between us. Because, judging from what I saw, you're clearly not going to let me go. She looked him straight in the eyes. Alex smiled faintly and turned his face toward her. Instead of answering, he simply leaned in and kissed her lips. For a moment, her eyes widened, and her thoughts turned into a chaotic whirlpool. But the touch of his lips was so intoxicating and tender that Samantha didn't want the kiss to end. She wrapped her arms around his neck, as if trying to hold on to the moment for as long as possible. Meanwhile, Mike stepped outside to call Alex and Samantha. Chris and old Jack had been wheeled out of surgery, and Hannah had finally regained consciousness. But seeing them on the bench, lost in a kiss, he just smirked and decided to head back inside without interrupting. As he left, one thought crossed his mind, well, that was to be expected. He remembered Chris's words about how, in every horror movie, a guy and a girl always end up kissing if they manage to survive to the end. After a few minutes, their lips finally parted. Samantha's cheeks turned slightly pink, but she liked the feeling. Memories surfaced in her mind, the ones Alex had shared with her, about how he was once blessed by the goddess of love and beauty herself, Freya. And then it struck her, now she was connected to this unusual family, bound together by one man, the very one she had just kissed. I think that answer should satisfy you. Don't forget, I gave you a choice. And you chose to step into the abyss yourself. At the bottom of that abyss, I was waiting, Alex said with a gentle smile, brushing his lips softly against her cheek. Yeah. Now I'm in a relationship with a guy who turned out not to be a private detective at all, but a demon saving worlds. He's got plenty of wives, even kids. And he came to this world because some evil decided to turn mine into one big horror movie just to destroy everything in the end. That's just great. I started chatting with a stranger, Samantha muttered, staring at him with an empty look. But there's also a bright side, Alex remarked with a smile. Now you've got a strong and handsome guy, or to be more precise, even a future husband. A close-knit family, the chance to see worlds you could never have dreamed of. Aren't there more pros than cons? Ugh. I'd like to argue, but what's the point? I can't escape anyway. And if I think about it, it's safer next to you. But what about my parents? Will I be able to see them? Samantha asked with a heavy sigh. Sammy, my dear, you have complete freedom. I'm not going to lock you up in my castle. All the girls in my family do whatever they want. Some are even in other worlds right now. And don't worry about your parents, I'll figure something out. College. Believe me, in your situation, it won't help at all. But if you want to learn something, my family is full of people with all kinds of skills. In short, everything's under control, Alex said, giving her a thumbs up. When you put it that way, it all sounds even crazier. I don't even want to talk about it. I'm too tired after a night like this, Samantha whispered, hugging him and resting her head against his chest. Alex just smiled. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. All he had wanted was to check out the places where people had gone missing, but instead he ended up helping a group of teenagers survive an escape from a Wendigo. As he gently stroked Samantha's back, he thought about how he'd have to take care of her parents so she could feel at ease. While they sat on the bench, enjoying each other's company, Josh came out of the hospital and waved. Alex immediately understood that he wanted to talk. He gently moved Samantha aside and suggested they go back to the others. She agreed, and, holding hands, they approached Josh. He looked much better than before. How did the conversation with the detectives go? Alex asked, squeezing Samantha's hand. Same as last year. They asked, I answered, Josh replied, shaking his head wearily. It's their job to ask 1,000 questions. While I was in there, they kept asking the same things, like I was a criminal, Samantha said irritably. Can't argue with that, Alex smirked. So why did you come out? Hannah woke up, but she doesn't remember anything. And I don't know if that's normal. She was, that creature. I just hope her memory doesn't come back, Josh said quietly, lowering his voice. Don't worry. Hannah won't remember anything. But she should still talk to a psychologist. Honestly, all of you should. The consequences of this night will linger for a long time. Things like this don't just get forgotten. And one more thing, stop taking the pills Dr. Hill prescribed. Otherwise, the hallucinations will start again, Alex said, looking Josh straight in the eyes. I feel better now. Probably because Hannah's alive. I understand, nothing can change with Beth, but at least she's still here, Josh said sadly. How did your parents react? Samantha asked cautiously. Dad first thought I was hallucinating again. Then he figured maybe he accidentally took my pills himself. And Mom, she just cried when she realized at least one daughter had come back. They're both happy and heartbroken at the same time, Josh replied, trying not to show his sadness. Alex put a hand on his shoulder. Josh, the past can't be changed. It's already happened. But you need to stop dwelling on that day. You were tormented by thoughts like, why did I get drunk and not protect my sisters? Why am I such a useless brother? Those thoughts nearly drove you insane. But enough of living in the past. Your duty now is to help Hannah return to a normal life. She lost a year. And as her brother, you need to be her support. Let this be your redemption and your lesson. Hearing Alex's words, Josh's eyes widened, and he nodded. Alex was right, the past can't be changed. But now he had a chance to give Hannah back what he owed her. Josh swore to himself that this time he would do everything to take care of his sister and help her return to a normal life. Samantha was once again struck by what Alex could be in moments like this, calm, firm, and wise. Alex noticed the determination ignite in Josh's eyes and smiled. He was glad the boy was finding the strength to cope with what had happened. All Josh needed was a goal, something that would let him live on as a normal person. Deciding not to linger on the porch, Alex, Samantha, and Josh headed to Hannah's room, where the others were already gathered. But first, Alex peeked into the room of Old Man Jack to see how he was doing. The old man was sleeping soundly, and Alex decided not to disturb him. Then he moved toward Hannah's room. Opening the door, Alex saw the girl, now fully conscious. Hannah was smiling at her friends, though she looked tired. Josh explained that she had been briefly told what had happened. The detectives, of course, hadn't missed the chance to ask her a ton of questions. Alex approached Samantha and took her hand. Quite fast for you, Mr. Private Detective. Just one night, and our Miss Perfection is already in your hands, Jessica remarked sarcastically from the neighboring bed. It's all because Sammy couldn't resist my heroic charm. Oh, Father, why did you make me so handsome? What a sin to be this perfect, Alex exclaimed theatrically, placing a hand on his forehead and making a dramatic face. And here, when we're safe, his true nature shows, Chris smirked, lying on the bed with his leg in a cast. Sammy, be careful with him. I'll think about it. But for now, I'm fine with everything, Samantha said, pressing her shoulder against Alex's. Everyone just shook their heads. Alex had managed to win Samantha's heart far too quickly. Hannah, however, watched him with particular attention. She understood, he was the reason for her rescue. But what impressed her most were his eyes, strange, as if woven from shifting rainbows. She had never seen anything like them before. Alex noticed her gaze, smiled, and gave a small wave. Hannah, with a tired smile, tried to raise her hand in return. Glad to see you're feeling better, Hannah. How are you? He asked gently. Hard to say. I don't remember anything. Everything's like a fog. I remember running from some men with Beth, then falling off a cliff. The last memory is the fall. And then, nothing. And now I open my eyes in the hospital and learn I've been missing for a year. 2 detectives bombarded me with questions, but I don't remember anything. Absolutely nothing. Hannah said quietly, feeling exhausted. That's normal. Stress blocks memory. All you need now is to recover. Your parents will be here soon, they miss you very much. And the past, it's better not to think about it. Trust me, there's nothing worth remembering, Alex said calmly. He's right, Hannah, Samantha added. The main thing is that you're alive and with us. I'll try. But I can't stop thinking about Beth. It's terrifying to imagine what she had to go through, Hannah said softly. Alex sat on the edge of her bed and replied gently. Beth will live as long as you remember her. She did everything to protect you. Live the way your sister would have wanted. Remember only the good that connected you. Hannah nodded. She knew Alex was right. Her sister had always tried to protect her, even that night. The others fell silent as well, struck by how wise Alex seemed in that moment. Well, now you've gone into psychology too. Maybe you'll give me a session. Do friends get a discount? Chris tried to joke, breaking the tense atmosphere. Of course, I'll do it, Alex played along. Especially for you, a whole 1% off. And if you come as a group, I'll give all 5. Why so little? I thought, after everything we've been through together, we were already best friends. Give at least 10. Chris protested. Oh, Chris, my boy, Alex said mockingly soft, pretending to be a therapist while picking up a tablet. Better tell me, how are you feeling? Maybe we should discuss how you finally confessed your feelings to Ashley. Or talk about what this night was like for you. Don't do that. Chris shuddered. When you say it like that, it gives me goosebumps. It's way too creepy. Alex laughed at his expression. The others couldn't hold back either and burst out laughing. Even tired Hannah quietly joined in with a small laugh. For a moment, Alex wondered whether he should erase their memories of that night. But he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, he would help these kids if they needed support. He was sure that Samantha wouldn't abandon her friends, and that meant he would have to look out for them too. To be continued. Chapter 453, Returning Home, and a Way to Find the King. Alex was sitting in Hannah's hospital room, the girl who had spent an entire year trapped in the form of a Wendigo, and who, with his help, had managed to return to her human self. In the same room was Chris, lying on a neighboring bed with his leg in a cast, with Ashley at his side, refusing to leave him and surrounding him with care and attention. On the bed opposite Hannah lay Jessica, who was being looked after by her boyfriend, Mike. Emily was under Matt's watch, though she still couldn't forgive him for that moment when he let her dangle over the abyss as the radio tower collapsed. Hannah's brother, Josh, was fussing over her with almost excessive enthusiasm, going out of his way to make sure she felt better. Not far from the group, by the window, sat Alex himself. Beside him was his new girlfriend, Samantha. Not long ago, she had learned the whole truth about Alex and his family. If not for the spell soothing her mind, she would have surely had a nervous breakdown from the flood of revelations, about her world, about the existence of other realms and gods, about theorists and scientists who only speculated about things that, for her, had now become reality. While the others took turns explaining to Hannah what had happened during the year she'd been missing, Alex sat with a faint smile on his lips, simply observing. Samantha, meanwhile, was still trying to sort through the truth he had literally uploaded into her consciousness. From now on, she had to live with the realization that her new boyfriend wasn't human at all, and that he had an enormous family no one even suspected existed. Listening to the teenagers' chatter, Alex decided to check the family chat. He was sure a storm of messages awaited him, since that night he had played the role of an ordinary man hunting monsters. Pulling out his phone, he opened the chat, and sure enough, there were endless notifications. Reading from the beginning, he twitched several times in surprise. His family members had clearly enjoyed themselves, following his adventure. The chat was flooded with screenshots, commentary, and collective laughter. Samantha, noticing Alex was busy with his phone, carefully peeked over his shoulder. What she saw made her raise her eyebrows in disbelief. Dozens of screenshots flicked across the screen, including a shot of her wrapped in a towel, hugging Alex. That had been the moment when she ran from Josh, disguised as the killer, and called Alex for help. When they met, she hadn't been able to hold back and had clung tightly to him. Samantha couldn't understand how such footage had even made it into the chat. She tugged lightly on Alex's sleeve and pointed at the screen. He immediately understood what she meant and silently gestured upward, toward the ceiling. Glancing up, Samantha caught a brief glimpse of what looked like a glowing blue orb with wings, like a tiny fairy. Confused, she looked back at Alex, only to see him tilt the phone toward her, showing the live broadcast, and whisper an explanation into her ear. It was a fairy drone that constantly followed him, streaming everything to his family. At first, Samantha was stunned, thinking his loved ones had been secretly watching them the entire time, supposedly in case he needed help. That seemed logical enough. After all, when they had left Blackwood Mountain, they were met by Alex's armed men. But then he explained the real reason for the surveillance. His family was keeping an eye on him only to make sure he didn't lose control and accidentally level the mountain. At that revelation, Samantha was utterly speechless. She stared at him with wide eyes, as if to ask, "Are you serious right now?" Alex only shrugged and tilted the phone again, showing his family members joking in the chat, debating whether he'd have the patience to make it until dawn without destroying something. In that moment, Samantha truly wondered for the first time, what have I gotten myself into? Alex, noticing her expression, chuckled to himself. Maybe it was worth adding her to the family chat as well, let her meet his girlfriends and learn everything firsthand. He understood perfectly, they would never miss a chance to tell Samantha all about the things he had done over the years. Still sitting in the ward and listening to the teenagers talk, Alex noticed the door open, and a doctor in a white coat appeared on the threshold. His visit was entirely expected, a routine checkup of the injured, first and foremost Hannah, Jessica, and Chris, who had suffered the most. After a brief examination and a few questions, the doctor asked Alex to step into the hallway for a word. Alex calmly nodded, slipped his phone into his pocket, and followed him. The conversation was simple. The patients were generally out of danger, but they would need a few days under observation to rule out infection or complications. Before leaving, the doctor asked him to settle the bill. Alex, showing not the slightest irritation toward hospital bureaucracy, merely nodded and headed to the reception desk to pay for the teenager's hospitalization, as well as for old Jack, who was still unconscious. Leaning against the counter, Alex waited for the nurse while lazily scanning the hospital lobby. His gaze lingered on two detectives, who had yet to leave the building. They stood off to the side with paper cups of coffee. Feeling his eyes on them, both looked back, and Alex gave them a friendly nod. He couldn't have cared less what those detectives would do next. There were no traces left on Blackwood Mountain. On his orders, the mines had been collapsed, and every sign of the Wendigos' presence thoroughly erased. All the police would find were the caved-in shafts, the half-ruined Washington Lodge, and the old sanatorium, with not a single clue remaining that monsters had once been chained up inside. A couple of minutes later, a nurse approached the desk. "What can I do for you?" "Ah, it's you. How are your friends? Are they all right now?" she asked, recognizing Alex only after a moment. "Yes, they're fine. Thank you for asking. The doctor asked me to settle the bill for the hospitalization, so here I am," Alex replied with a light smile. "Oh, Dr. Murphy. He's always impatient when it comes to payments." "Just a second, I'll print out the form," the nurse sighed, sitting down at the computer. "Did something happen? Why is the attending doctor so insistent on payment?" Alex asked, leaning on the counter. "Nothing serious. It's just that several times Dr. Murphy happened to get patients who ran off without paying for their treatment. He's a good man, but after that he became more cautious," she explained while printing the paperwork. "In his position, anyone would do the same." "At least he hasn't turned into a bitter doctor who trusts no one," Alex remarked, taking a candy from the bowl on the counter. "True. Now, fill out the form. You know, it's very noble of you to cover not only your friend's expenses but also that injured old man you brought in with you," the nurse added, handing him the documents. Alex only smiled and began filling out the form. To him, money was nothing more than numbers that could be replenished at any time. If he clung to it too seriously, how would he be any different from greedy parasites who drained others for profit? Finishing the paperwork, he headed to the financial office, humming a light tune under his breath. It was Sunday, and the thought that tomorrow he would have to return to school made him sigh heavily. Watching Bella and Edward's awkward relationship could be amusing at times, but that didn't change the fact, he still had to go. After finishing the payment, Alex went down to the ward floor. As he stepped out of the elevator, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. By one of the doors stood a man in a strict black suit, like an undertaker, ready to console a grieving family. At least, that's what anyone else might have thought, but not Alex. He could see the man's true nature. This was no funeral worker, but a reaper, here to escort the soul of the dying to the other side. Curious whose soul the reaper had come for, Alex moved closer. Peeking carefully into the room, he saw a touching sight. Gathered around the bed of an elderly man was his entire family, adults, teenagers, and even children. The old man was smiling at his loved ones, while two little ones sat right on the bed, happily chatting with their grandfather. Alex couldn't help but smile. In his eyes, this man had truly lived a happy life, if, in his final moments, he was surrounded by family. The Reaper by the door turned his head slightly toward Alex. In that instant, Alex understood, this was no human standing beside him. But the Reaper didn't care much about Alex's presence, he was focused only on ensuring no one interfered with his duty. Interesting, what kind of life must this old man have lived, to have his entire family here, Alex said quietly, turning to the Reaper. What do you think? Care to share his story? This man lived a long and difficult life, the Reaper replied, gazing at the smiling elder. His wife died of cancer many years ago. I was the one who escorted her to the other side. But he did not break. He raised 5 children alone, making sure they got everything they deserved. He worked day and night until his hands cramped from exhaustion. Now his children are successful and happy. And today, all of them are here, by his side, to see him off on his final journey. Alex nodded, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Fitting that you, the one who once took his wife, will now accompany him as well. But looking at this old man, I see he was a true father. He'll leave without regret, for now he can tell his wife what kind of people their children have become. His family will grieve, but he won't regret a thing. You're right, stranger, the Reaper answered quietly. There is no regret in his heart. He is ready. All that remains is to say goodbye and spend his last moments with those he lived for. That's good to hear, Alex said calmly, with a light smile. Well then, I'll be going. You carry on with your work, Reaper. He cast one last glance at the figure in the black suit before turning back down the corridor. Encounters with Reapers were nothing unusual for him. Hardly surprising, in this universe, Lady Death herself once had a messenger, before the Winchester brothers sent him to the afterlife. But death always returns. One Reaper dies, and another is born to take their place. Alex couldn't help but smirk, thinking of Chuck. Chuck had played his chess game well, eliminating Lady Death's messenger with someone else's hands. But there was one thing Chuck never understood, Lady Death simply didn't care that one of her servants had perished. For her, only balance mattered. And if anyone dared to disrupt it, Lady Death was always ready to remind them that her games end the same way for everyone. Even if you're immortal, even if you think yourself omnipotent, the result is the same, death and complete annihilation. These thoughts left not a trace of worry in Alex's heart. The encounter had only given him the story of one old man who had lived a worthy life. He returned to the ward, pulling a candy from his pocket and popping it into his mouth. From behind the door came lively chatter. Alex just shook his head, the teenagers were talking instead of resting. At least they weren't discussing anything they shouldn't say inside a hospital. Alex opened the door, and all eyes turned to him. Where have you been after talking to the doctor? Samantha asked. Dealing with local bureaucracy. Walking through offices to pay your bills, Alex replied calmly, sitting down next to her. Wait, you paid all our bills? Chris exhaled in astonishment. Yeah. So what? It's not like I bought a castle in the Scottish Highlands for each of you. Although, honestly, a castle is a real hassle. Maintenance, expenses, a constant headache, Alex said lazily, rocking in the chair. Wait, you mean you could have bought yourself a castle? How rich is your family? Emily asked, looking at him as if he were a wonder of the world. Well, maybe you can at least roughly say how rich your family is. I'm just curious, Chris added, watching Alex with interest. Alex thoughtfully stroked his chin. Hard to say. Even roughly. But I'll put it this way, my family has a private military aircraft carrier, he said with a faint smile. When Alex mentioned his family owning a private aircraft carrier, silence fell over the ward. The only sounds were the footsteps of orderlies and doctors in the corridor. Samantha, of course, already knew, she had seen the carrier in the memories Alex had shared with her. But for her friends, it was a complete shock. Mike, Jessica, Matt, Emily, Chris, Ashley, Hannah, and Josh stared at Alex, then at Samantha. One thought ran through all their minds, Samantha was insanely lucky to have such a boyfriend. They just didn't know how truly lucky she really was. How much does a military aircraft carrier even cost? That's got to be a fortune. Chris muttered, staring at Alex in disbelief. To be precise, the Gerald R. Ford, CVN 78, cost about $13.3 billion. Probably more now, Alex said, continuing to rock in his chair. For heaven's sake. That's a whole damn aircraft carrier. This isn't a cruise ship you can invite friends onto. It's a freaking military aircraft carrier. How did your family even manage to buy it? Mike stared at Alex, unable to believe his ears. It's all about connections. Maybe someone in my family has good ties with the military. Besides, she used to be in the weapons trade. But that's all minor stuff, Alex replied calmly, shrugging. He had deliberately brought up Coco and her past as a weapons trader. But that was all in the past. Now Coco was his wife and helped him in the guild. At that very moment, a message from Coco appeared on Alex's phone. She no longer traded weapons and had no intention of returning to that boring work. Alex just smiled as he read her words. The others, catching the mention of a female weapons trader, became even more curious about Alex's mysterious family. But he had no intention of revealing too much. He answered vaguely or skillfully steered the conversation elsewhere, tossing in a few stories to distract everyone from the topic. By evening, Josh's parents arrived at the hospital. From their conversation, Alex understood that they had taken the first available flight to see their daughter, who had been considered missing for a whole year. He became curious whether the other parents would arrive too, including Samantha's. While the family reunion was underway, Alex stepped outside for a smoke. Samantha immediately followed. She wanted to spend a little more time with him. She understood that soon he would have to leave. As strange as it sounded, tomorrow he had to go to school. At the thought, Samantha felt a bit disoriented. It was hard to believe that someone like Alex even went to school. "When are you planning to go back home?" she asked, taking his hand. "Soon, I think. Unfortunately, the school didn't burn down over the weekend, so I can't miss another drama between Bella and Edward," Alex smirked. "I'd love to see that too. But I'll have to wait until everyone is discharged. Only then can I go back home," Samantha said with a smile, gently shaking her head. "Are your parents coming for you? Or are they too busy?" Alex asked, looking at her. "I already called them and told them we got into trouble. But I didn't give details, just asked them not to worry. They won't keep us in the hospital for long anyway," Samantha replied, leaning against him. "Good that you didn't tell everything." "So here," Alex said, nodding as he pulled a phone from his pocket that looked just like his own. "Why are you giving me a phone? I already have mine." "Although, this one looks way better than mine," Samantha said in surprise, taking the device. "Phones like this are used by my entire family. You said you wanted to watch the broadcast too. Well, with this phone, it's possible. It even allows you to call other worlds and much more," Alex explained calmly, mentioning a few of its functions. Samantha looked at Alex in amazement, then at the phone in her hand. Seeing her confusion, Alex patiently helped her set everything up so she could start using the new device immediately. He added Samantha to the family chat so she could interact with the others and not feel like an outsider when she met any of them. Alex carefully explained the phone's functions so she would understand exactly what she had received. The more Samantha learned about the capabilities of the new device, the more her amazement grew. It took almost half an hour, and looking up at the evening sky, Alex realized it was time to head back. He had already stayed longer than he should. "You're leaving already?" Samantha asked sadly, clearly not wanting to part. "Unfortunately, yes. But it's not forever. As soon as you finish your things, come to Forks." "For now, I'm living there," Alex said, hugging her. "Will you be there long?" "I don't want to come, and you'll already be gone," she asked, looking up at him. "I think until the end of the school year. That's about 3 months. After that, I'll focus on work seriously," Alex replied, gently swaying with Samantha in his arms. Then as soon as I finish everything here, I'll come straight to you. I want to see how you live. And at the same time, check out the vampires. I've only seen them in movies," Samantha said with a slight smile. "Just don't forget to call me beforehand when you're about to come." "I need to meet you at the airport," Alex said, resting his chin on her head. Samantha nodded and pressed closer to him. Even though their separation would be short, it was still hard for her to let Alex go. She even caught herself thinking, how could one night change her life so drastically? After standing with her a little longer, Alex finally decided to leave. But before disappearing, he cast protective spells on Samantha, just in case some demon tried to possess a human and start a massacre while she was nearby. Thinking of demons, Alex was already planning a curious idea that required only the right location and a few necessary items. For a farewell, he kissed Samantha and vanished into the air, leaving her standing on the hospital porch. Seeing him disappear like a mirage, she just shook her head. Now it was part of her new life, completely turned upside down in just one night. Alex appeared at his home and immediately remembered he hadn't picked up his coat from Samantha, the one she had worn all night. But he didn't care. Hephaestus had made him a new one, far cooler than his old black coat. No sooner had Alex stepped over the threshold than Alice barreled into him at full speed. She clung to him and showered his face with kisses. Within seconds, Alex's entire face was covered in traces of lipstick with the scent of strawberries. "Look who's back." Our dear representative of an ancient and wealthy mysterious family, pretending to be a private detective and running from monsters with a bunch of teenagers, Lucina remarked cheerfully, sitting at the table with a tablet. Don't forget, my love, you're part of this family too. And I wasn't lying when I said our family is ancient and mysterious, Alex said, hugging Alice around the waist. And I never claimed otherwise. Tell me, did you have enough fun this weekend? Lucina smiled. Almost. A couple more things left, but that'll be closer tonight. For now, we can grab a bite and have a proper coffee, Alex replied, heading to the table. Alex settled at the table next to Lucina, while Alice, as usual, climbed onto his lap, pressing her entire body against him. Using magic, he quickly changed into casual clothes, but the bandages applied at the hospital still remained, a reminder that he had pretended to be injured. Lucina heated up dinner and brewed some coffee, placing a mug in front of Alex. Both girls watched him curiously, wondering what else he had planned for the day. For now, though, they decided not to rush things and let him eat in peace. How long are you going to keep wearing those bandages? You're not really hurt, Alice finally said, turning to him while still comfortably perched on his lap. I really forgot about them. I'll take them off after dinner, Alex replied absent-mindedly, not looking up from his food. Lucina and Alice exchanged glances and nodded, continuing to watch him eat. Alice reached for some food herself, choosing cake. Thanks to Alex's efforts, the Cullens could now eat normal food, though once a month they still had to drink blood or make do with blood-based candies. That was their only vampire limitation. Alex could have returned them fully to human nature but saw no point. Besides, the Cullen family was quite content with their current state. Alex finished his meal and took a sip of coffee, but the silence in the living room put him on edge. Neither Gir, Mimi, nor Stitch were in sight. Even Peach, whom he had sent to Valerie in advance so the trio wouldn't feel left out, hadn't helped. There was none of their usual chaos in front of the TV, no piles of pizza boxes or scattered snack wrappers. Where are those three? Alex asked, nodding toward the empty couch. They're upset that you didn't take them on the Wendigo hunt. So they locked themselves in their room and refused to come out, Lucina sighed, shaking her head like a mother with 3 spoiled children. Ah, all right. Let them sulk. They'll have work to do tonight anyway, Alex said calmly, taking another sip of coffee. And what are you planning for tonight? Don't tell me you're heading off to some cursed place alone again, Alice squinted at him, staring intently. Lucina looked suspicious too. One wrong word, and Alex risked being relegated to the couch, either for the night or, worse, for the whole week, sharing it with 3 restless gamers. I'm not going anywhere. Well. I am, but I won't have to leave Forks, Alex said, rolling his eyes at their skeptical looks. And what exactly are you planning that doesn't even require leaving town? Lucina asked, raising an eyebrow. We're going to make a deal with a demon, Alex smirked. You mean the Crossroads demon? Seriously? And why do you need this adventure? Lucina's voice held genuine surprise, while Alice just stared at him, eyes wide. I need Crowley. And where else to find the king? With his subjects, of course. Who else would know where their master is hiding? Alex explained as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Lucina wanted to argue but instead smiled and said, All right. I won't miss the chance to see that. I'm coming with you. Me too. Alice chimed in, almost bouncing on Alex's lap. I want to see these Crossroads demons. Alex smirked and nodded. In any case, everything was supposed to go peacefully, just a conversation with the Crossroads demon. Though he knew perfectly well that the peaceful conversation could turn into threats and torture at any moment if the demon decided to be stubborn. Finishing his coffee, Alex went up to the second floor and knocked on the door of the room where Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were holed up. As expected, there was silence. But the moment he lazily threw through the door that he was going to catch a demon with Lucina and Alice, the door swung wide open. The whole trio appeared on the threshold, dressed in priest robes, armed with a bag of salt and a canister of holy water. Alex grinned, seeing how quickly their grudge dissolved at the mere mention of the magic word, demon. As always, let them know there's someone to beat up, and they're ready, he muttered, chuckling, and went downstairs accompanied by the trio. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch eagerly followed behind Alex, dragging a 20-kilogram bag of salt and a 10-liter bottle of holy water, looking as if they were headed not for a demon hunt but a full-blown war against the forces of evil. Lucina shook her head. In moments like these, they looked like children, quick to get offended, and even quicker to return to their crazy nature. Alex decided to wait until midnight before starting the ritual. But the trio could barely stay still. Every 5 minutes they glanced at the clock, shifting from foot to foot like children on Christmas Eve. It's time, Lucina finally said, now dressed in outdoor clothes. Midnight. We need a crossroads. Alex, everything ready? Pretty much. The summoning box and the paint for drawing the demon trap are all in the backpack, he nodded, slinging the bag over his shoulder. I know the perfect spot, Alice said excitedly. The main thing is that it has to be a crossroads, right? Exactly. Everything else is just details, Alex confirmed. Alice smiled broadly and dashed out of the house first. Barely keeping from tripping over their own load, Mimi, and Stitch rushed after her. Alex and Lucina exchanged glances, couldn't help but chuckle quietly, and, holding hands, followed them. Before starting the car, Alex cast one more glance around to make sure they didn't look too suspicious. Soon, the whole group was settled in the Impala. Alice, sitting in the front seat, enthusiastically guided the way. 10 minutes later, they reached a deserted crossroads. Alex parked on the shoulder and stepped out, lighting a cigarette. Well, now all that's left is to draw the trap, and we can begin, he said, exhaling smoke into the night sky. Without waiting for a command, Mimi, and Stitch pulled spray cans of red paint from the backpack and, with surprising skill, began drawing lines of symbols on the asphalt. Meanwhile, the fairy drone Navi hovered above the crossroads, broadcasting everything in real time. The girls left at home immediately set aside their tasks and stared at the screen. They were eager to see how the ritual would unfold. Even Samantha, who had just become part of this madness and was still in the hospital with her friends, watched the live feed of the demon summoning. She already understood perfectly well that all of this was now part of her new life. 10 minutes later, the trap was ready. It was time to summon the crossroads demon. To be continued. I'll tell you a secret. I deliberately stopped at this point. I am the greatest villain. Muhahaha. Chapter 454, Chapter 454, The Demon Who Refused to Speak, and the Return of the Little Princesses. Alex, Lucina, and Alice reached the abandoned crossroads on the outskirts of Forks. Getting out of the Impala, Alex first looked around. He had to make sure that at such a late hour no car would pass by and no night wanderer would decide to get some fresh air. Only when he was certain the crossroads was empty did Alex nod and light a cigarette. That nod became a signal for Mimi, and Stitch. The trio jumped out of the car, grabbing his backpack with paint for the trap and a metal box for the ritual. Lucina and Alice followed after them, stopping beside Alex and curiously watching the demolition trio draw complex lines of a demonic trap on the asphalt. Alice could barely contain her impatience. She wanted to see the ritual itself as soon as possible. Alex, on the other hand, calmly leaned against the Impala, blowing smoke into the night sky, and patiently waited until the work was finished. You know, Alex. Lucina suddenly spoke, gazing at him thoughtfully. What is it, my love? He turned his head toward her. I just thought. This whole situation looks like a scene from some ridiculous comedy. A demon summoning a demon. It even sounds stupid. Alice couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. She's right. This really is like something from a movie. Alex smiled faintly and raised a finger. That's true. But there's one detail you've overlooked. Then enlighten me, my demon king, Lucina said with exaggerated seriousness, though her eyes sparkled with amusement and interest. So-called demons here are nothing more than human souls that were tortured in hell for centuries until they turned black. Yes, they have certain abilities, but it doesn't change their essence. They were humans. They can be killed if you burn their remains, just like any ghost. The first demons were created by this universe's Lucifer. Do you understand now what I mean? Alex said calmly, explaining the true nature of demons in this world. You're right, Lucina nodded. Even that self-proclaimed king of hell, Crowley, was once a human who sold his soul. And what exactly did he sell it for? Alice asked with interest. Alex's lips curled into a faint smirk, and he replied in a dead tone. Crowley sold his soul for a couple of extra inches in his pants. Alice had already opened her mouth to make a joke but froze. The expression on Alex's face was completely serious, while Lucina simply nodded. Alice couldn't believe anyone would actually make such a ridiculous deal. Alex shook his head and continued. Crowley in life was nothing more than a tailor and a drunkard, abandoned by his mother, one of the most powerful witches of the past. He drank without end, and at some point made a deal with the Crossroads demon. But he never lived to see the end of the contract. He got drunk and drowned in a drainage ditch. After death, he became a demon and clawed his way up step by step until he sat on Hell's throne. The story didn't particularly impress Alice, but Alex knew the truth. Behind Crowley's charming diplomat mask hid a ruthless and dangerous enemy. He was the only demon who took the Winchester brothers seriously. Looks like they're done, Lucina said, gently nudging Alex toward the center of the crossroads. Go ahead and summon the demon, and then let's go home. I want a warm bed. Alex nodded and walked to the middle of the crossroads. He pulled the metal box from his backpack, quickly dug a small hole with his hands, and buried it. Everything was ready. Mimi, and Stitch hid behind the car, ready for a sudden attack. Lucina and Alice sat down on the Impala's hood, watching his back. Alex stood up, lit another cigarette, and after taking a drag, exhaled smoke. When the haze cleared, a man was standing right in front of him. He looked flawless, a sharp gray suit, light brown hair neatly combed back, golden-rimmed glasses. On his face, a slight, faintly mocking smile. Alex immediately understood who stood before him. He quickly took out his phone and photographed the man's face to find out which vessel the demon had taken. "Let me guess," Alex said, raising an eyebrow and bringing his cigarette to his lips. "A crossroads demon. And whose body did you borrow?" "Ah, how pleasant to deal with clever clients," the man drawled. "My name is Albert. This vessel belongs to an attorney. More precisely, Albert Percival," Alex continued calmly, as if reading from a sheet. "A successful lawyer, 36 years old. No children, life entirely devoted to his career. For the past 4 years he's been getting true monsters off in court, mass murderers, arsonists, robbers. Excellent job, acquitting trash." The demon's smile widened. "How rude. Didn't your mother teach you that digging into other people's secrets is dangerous? That such things can end badly?" Alex slowly exhaled smoke and pointed downward with a finger. "You might want to watch your step before making threats." Albert glanced down and smirked. "And what's there? Did you prepare a surprise for me?" "You shouldn't have bothered. If we make a deal, your soul will be my gift." But the moment Albert looked down, his smile froze. Beneath his feet the demonic trap was clearly visible, from which there was no escape. Alex stood already outside its border, calmly watching the demon whose overconfidence was visibly melting. Albert slowly raised his eyes and noticed Alex casually leaning against the car familiar to all demons. For a moment a worrying thought flickered through his mind: had he fallen into the hands of the Winchester brothers? His eyes darted left and right as if Sam and Dean should leap from the bushes and train guns on him. But as time passed and the hunters did not appear, Albert felt relief. Just a guy and a couple of girls pretending to be hunters. And a few strange creatures that looked more like ridiculous toys. Watching the demon's expression change, Alex smirked inwardly. He didn't need to guess Albert's thoughts, everything was obvious. "You can stop looking around. The Winchesters aren't here. And believe me, we don't need them," Alex said in an even tone. "Ah, so you decided to play hunter, boy." Red showed in Albert's scara, and a predatory grin spread across his face. "When I get out of here, I'll get you. And these girls with you, too." "Yes, yes. You all say the same thing. But right now you're trapped. So we have a deal." Alex exhaled a ribbon of smoke and narrowed his eyes. "The price of your freedom is answers to my questions, and if you don't answer, your rotten black soul will become the prize. Want to get out of here? Tell me where Crowley is. And don't you dare lie." "I have no idea who you mean," Albert spread his hands, wearing an innocent smile. "First strike," Alex replied calmly, flicking his cigarette butt in his direction. "I'll ask again, where is Crowley?" "Ahahaha. You think if you play Winchester I'll lay all my cards out? Wake up, kid. You're a long way from a real hunter. What will you do if I don't answer? Banish me? I'll just come back, and I'll slaughter everyone you care about," the demon kept smirking. "Second strike," Alex didn't raise his voice. "Last time I ask. Where is Crowley? And where is he keeping Amara?" Albert's smile faltered. Hearing the name Amara, he momentarily lost his composure. All demons knew Crowley had sheltered the girl who contained darkness itself. And though Crowley's plans were secret, no one doubted he would try to use her power to seize the world and challenge even God. Giving up Crowley's location would mean signing his own death warrant. The King of Hell never killed traitors quickly, he broke them slowly and painfully. Crowley wouldn't kill him, he would torture him for a very, very long time, just as he had with Meg and other demons who dared betray the King of Hell. And Albert clearly didn't want to join the ranks of those traitors. "I already told you, I don't know what you're talking about," Albert rasped, beginning to pace nervously in circles inside the trap. "Well then," Alex exhaled smoke and tilted his head slightly. "Third strike. You're out. Mimi, Stitch, he's yours. Make him talk. But don't kill him. I don't feel like bothering with resurrecting some crossroads demon." The demon froze when 3 small creatures stepped out from behind the Impala, dragging a sack of salt and a jug of holy water. One green, with a goofy little face, more like a toy. The second pink, with the same plushy look. And the third, a grotesque mutant with sharp teeth, his eyes blazing with manic fire. "And what the hell is this circus?" Albert burst out laughing. "You seriously think these plush freaks can make me talk?" Lucina and Alice exchanged glances and shook their heads. Those watching the live feed also sighed in sympathy, the demon had just signed his death sentence. Even Alex gave him a faintly pitying look, and mentally noted that Albert's end would be a very sorry one. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch glanced at each other and nodded in unison. Dropping the salt sack and the jug, they stepped forward. Stitch bared his teeth, gleaming sharply, and in a single leap latched onto Albert's face. The headbutt to his nose landed with a dull crack. The demon's glasses shattered, blood gushed from his broken nose. Disoriented, Albert toppled onto his back, not understanding what was happening. At that moment Gir and Mimi rushed in, armed with heavy iron clubs. Stitch bounced aside, and just as the demon lifted his head, a club smashed into his face. The sound of bones cracking rang out. Another blow, and Albert's legs snapped like twigs. And the worst part was, he could feel the pain. Real, searing pain, something he hadn't expected. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch eagerly kept pounding on Albert, completely forgetting Alex's request to keep the demon alive. But for this trio, their master's words meant little. The insult of being called plush toys was taken seriously. And they were anything but toys. Screams of agony echoed across the night crossroads, and Alex cast a silent spell to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Such howls at midnight could easily attract the wrong kind of audience. When the iron clubs had already done their work, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch decided it wasn't enough, and continued punishing the demon. With a grim look, Gir dragged over the 20-kilogram salt sack. For a moment Alex and Lucina thought he was going to force-feed the demon with it. But reality turned out far sillier. Gir simply started bludgeoning Albert with the sack like it was a giant club. The scene looked so absurd that Alex nearly choked on his laughter. The little green creature, barely a meter tall, easily held the sack in both paws, swung it around, and slammed it down on the demon's body, which writhed desperately, trying to crawl away. Stitch, seeing this, decided not to be outdone. He darted to the Impala, grabbed the 10-liter jug of holy water, and, returning, smashed it down onto the demon with all his strength. Mimi, with nothing else at hand, used her taser. But instead of discharging it, she preferred to bash Albert on the crown with the handle. The result was a strange yet perfectly synchronized rhythm, a hit with the salt sack, then with the holy water jug, and finishing with the taser handle to the head. Alex shook his head and turned away, not wanting to watch the comical yet brutal beating. Lucina sighed wearily, lit a cigarette, and sat down on the Impala's hood. Alice, on the other hand, cheered Gir, Mimi, and Stitch on with delight, like a proud mother watching her children's achievements. Those watching the live stream just shook their heads. They already knew how the summoning ritual would end, not with an interrogation, but with a plain brawl. Samantha, who was in the hospital, slipped out of the ward so no one would see her staring at her phone screen. Her interest in the ritual was huge. She wanted to see how Alex would summon the demon and how he'd handle the conversation. But the outcome made her revise her views on Alex's methods. The memories he'd given her hadn't included such details. She messaged the family chat she'd recently joined, asking, "Is this even normal?" The replies came almost instantly and were unanimous, yes. Many added that this happened regularly, especially with those who stubbornly kept silent. Reading that, Samantha decided to accept what was happening. Besides, the mind-calming spell was still acting, preventing her from succumbing to shock. Meanwhile, at that same deserted crossroads, the beating of the demon named Albert continued. Alex calmly finished another cigarette and thought about when to stop his helpers once he'd stubbed it out. Let Albert suffer a bit. Such types like to keep their mouths shut, and pain often loosen tongues. Tossing the butt away, Alex gave a short whistle. Gir and Stitch immediately stopped, dropping their instruments, but Albert didn't get a chance to exhale. Mimi silently planted the taser handle square on his head, making him groan in pain. Alex crouched beside him, looked at the demon and smiled. "All right, my boy Albert, ready to talk? Or shall we continue? My little helpers can toy with you for weeks, and believe me, each day will bring you new sensations. Ones you didn't even feel in hell when they tortured you before you became a demon." "Aha, CKH, go to hell," Albert rasped, spitting blood. "If I blab, Crowley won't forgive me. He'll torment me forever. Better death than betrayal." Alex leaned in, his voice calm, almost tender. "Ah, my boy Albert. Crowley isn't here. You should fear me. I'm worse and more inventive than he is. And if you don't talk, my little ones will pickle you for as long as I need. And they can be very creative. Just kill me." "I still won't say anything," Albert spat, sending a spatter of bloody saliva toward Alex. The blood-mixed spit hit the infinity emblem and hung in the air, never touching Alex. He only smiled in response to the gesture. Alex knew one truth well: everyone talks sooner or later. No matter how strong a being's shell seems, it's enough to find the right approach. "Believe me, Albert. You'll talk. All right, pack this bastard into a bag and let's go home." "Let him marinate in the basement for a while," Alex said, rising from his crouch with the same calm smile. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch nodded in unison, fully backing the idea. Before Albert could realize what was happening, the heavy jug of water slammed into his face with full force. His head snapped back, the back of his skull hit the asphalt, and the Crossroads demon went out cold. Within a second he was bound and stuffed into a tight bag, then shoved into the Impala's trunk. The trio worked smoothly and quickly, by now they'd become real pros at abductions. Alex took out his phone, glanced at the time, 1 in the morning. He sighed unhappily, morning meant school again. Sitting in the car with Lucina and Alice, he drove home. 10 minutes later the Impala was parked by the garage. Alex stepped out first and made sure the street was empty and the nosy neighbors, including the Swan family, were asleep. Giving him a nod, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch hauled the bag with Albert inside and carried him into the house. From the basement came a dull thud, as if something heavy had fallen to the floor, followed by the sharp hissing sound of sprayed paint. Alex preferred not to get into the details and entrusted the guest to his loyal helpers. Together with Lucina and Alice, he went up to the second floor and almost immediately fell asleep, squeezed between them. Even if Alice wasn't asleep, it didn't stop her from cuddling up to Alex while he rested. The morning began with a strange sensation. Someone was tugging at his face in different directions. Alex opened his eyes and saw 3 pairs of mischievous eyes shining with joy. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx, his little princesses. The girls giggled in unison but didn't stop stretching his cheeks. Alex laughed and hugged his daughters tightly. A whole month had passed since their last meeting. They had gone on a vacation with the creator, whom the girls affectionately called the best grandpa in the multiverse. My little princesses, you're back. Did you visit the moms first? Alex asked, kissing each one on the cheek in turn. No, Daddy, first to you. Anya giggled as he rubbed his cheek against hers. And how was the vacation with Grandpa? Did you like it? See lots of new things? Alex asked with a gentle smile. Yes. We went to hundreds of places. It was so fun. And we even brought souvenirs. Jinx exclaimed excitedly, bouncing on his lap. That's wonderful. You'll tell me everything later. But for now, let's go downstairs, I'll introduce you to the new mom. The other one will arrive soon too, Alex said, hugging his daughters again. We already met her. Nyaruko piped up, nodding energetically. She's awesome and smells like strawberries. And she's a vampire, not like Mommy Alcina, a real one. And Mommy Alice shines so beautifully in the sun. Alex laughed. Ha ha ha. I'm glad you liked Alice. Well then, let's go have breakfast. The 3 little princesses clung to their father like fluffy koalas. As they went downstairs, Alex could hear the living room getting noisier but paid it no mind. All his attention was on his daughters. Reaching the first floor, Alex simply ignored the noisy trio, joined by an unknown +1, whom he didn't notice due to the joy of having his 3 little princesses back. Downstairs he saw Alice. She was having breakfast with a gentle smile, but the moment she saw the girls, she rushed over and hugged Anya tightly. Anya laughed brightly. Lucina, still calm, sat with a cup of coffee, observing everything. She simply moved Nyaruko onto her lap, while Alex seated Jinx with him. Well then, my princesses, tell me. Where did Grandpa take you? Alex asked. First, to a huge amusement park. Anya exclaimed joyfully, raising her hands as if to show its size. How big was the park? Lucina asked with a slight smile. Enormous. A whole planet. There was so much there, and we had so much fun. Jinx said, her pink eyes sparkling with joy. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx began talking over each other, describing the amusement park the size of an entire planet. They eagerly shared which rides they went on, what they saw, and even which souvenir shops they visited. When Alex heard that the creator had received a mug labeled, Best Grandpa in the Whole Multiverse, he couldn't help but smile. He was sure his father had been thrilled to get such a gift from his granddaughters. Moreover, Alex had little doubt that the creator had intentionally spoiled the girls by arranging an entire journey to such amazing places. Where else did Grandpa take you? Alice asked, gently rubbing Anya's cheeks. After the amusement park, Grandpa took us to the races. Anya exclaimed. The races. Lucina raised an eyebrow, surprised. Isn't that the place where adults bet on horses? Seems like a strange place to take children. No, Mommy. These were different races. Jinx immediately objected, bouncing on Alex's lap. There were horse girls. They tried so hard and entertained the audience. It was so much fun. Wait, darling, you probably mean centaurs. Lucina asked cautiously. No, Mommy. Nyaruko pouted, offended. Not centaurs, horse girls. You're just silly for not understanding. Alice and Lucina exchanged puzzled glances. They clearly couldn't understand what the little princesses were talking about and simultaneously looked at Alex, as if expecting him to explain. Alex tilted his head thoughtfully, sifting through memories of different worlds. And, of course, he recalled one in particular, a world where actual horse girls lived, attending a special academy and participating in races. All of them were based on real racehorses that had once gained fame in competitions. Alex. Lucina said with a slight squint, discreetly nudging him under the table. Don't you want to explain what they mean? Oh, right. Alex scratched the back of his head and smiled. Well, it's a pretty unusual but very peaceful world. There's a school where pony girls go. Their studies are mostly related to sports, specifically racing. You could say it's a really fun and friendly place where a family can spend time together, watch the races, and admire their cute outfits. Alice murmured thoughtfully. Sounds interesting. Especially what kind of outfits they wear for these races. We have photos. Anya exclaimed excitedly. And we even made friends with one cheerful pony girl. She never won, but she was always kind and full of life. Really? Lucina smiled gently. And what's her name? Her name is Haru Urara. Anya answered enthusiastically. She's so sweet. She showed us the school, the training grounds, let us touch her ears. And we even exchanged numbers so we wouldn't lose touch. Anya beamed as if she had just returned there herself. Jinx and Nyaruko immediately nodded, confirming every word she said. Nyaruko and Jinx nodded and almost simultaneously pulled their phones from their pockets to show the pictures they had taken. Alex, Lucina, and Alice started looking through the photos taken by the three little princesses. Most of the pictures were selfies with a short pink-haired pony girl, her face lit up with such a bright, joyful smile that it seemed it never left her face. Alex even paused for a second, wondering if he should train Haru Urara so that the pony girl could finally win a race. But seeing the enthusiastic excitement of his little princesses, he realized, Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx would definitely help Urara become faster and eventually achieve victory. The girls kept showing their photos until one caught Alex's eye, a picture of the three of them sitting atop a pony girl crawling on all fours, her face twisted in irritation. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx were grinning from ear to ear, clearly delighted. Alex immediately recognized their horse, it was Gold Ship, the same unlucky girl who was always plagued by ridiculous mishaps. Where else did Grandpa take you? Alex asked, sipping his coffee. Grandpa took us to another interesting planet, Jinx said excitedly. There were a bunch of strange guys in masks running around. They kept shouting nonsense like, I'll pull out your insides to see your inner world, or want to know the color of my heart. Then show me yours. And then they'd laugh loudly and run in all directions. Did you by any chance end up on a planet where everyone's got problems with their head? Lucina raised an eyebrow as she listened. No, Alex interjected. The old man decided to take our daughters to Pandora. There's a vault from an ancient civilization there with tons of treasures. And all those psychos, they're just psychos. But Pandora often attracts adventurers trying to find the vault. That's right, Daddy. Jinx nodded. And we also made friends with a fun girl. She likes blowing things up and shouts really loud. Alex sighed wearily and added grimly, let me guess. She looks like a cute girl in a pink apron with a white bunny, messy blonde hair with pink ribbons in her braids, and a psycho mask on the side of her head. She's got a little varkid with an aristocratic name and a minefield around her house. You got it, Daddy. Jinx confirmed joyfully. Her name is Tina. She's really cool. And what exactly did you get up to with your new friend? Alex squinted at the three little troublemakers. Nothing much, Nyaruko mumbled uncertainly, looking away. We just drank tea and talked about girly stuff. Alex smirked crookedly. I'd believe you, little princess. But don't forget who first brought the phrase, drinking tea in someone's company, into our family. Now, spill what you actually did. Nothing too special, Jinx jumped in. We caught a weird guy and tied him by the leg to a rocket. Launched him into space, because he said he wanted to be an astronaut. Alex buried his face in his hands. Let me guess, my little princess. He muttered. It was some random psycho you met. He babbled about wanting to fly. And you, Anya, Nyaruko, and Tina decided to make his dream come true. Built a rocket, tied him up, and launched him into the sky. Am I right? Almost, Nyaruko giggled. The rocket didn't go far and exploded. He fell right into a bullymong's nest and screamed that he never wanted to fly again. Alex groaned heavily and rubbed his nose wearily, just imagining the whole nightmare. Lucina exhaled in resignation, shaking her head once again at how clearly their daughters had inherited Alex's character. Alice, on the other hand, listened with genuine interest, thoroughly amused by the antics of Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and their new friend Tina. To be continued. Chapter 455, Chapter 455, the beginning of another little adventure with the three daughters. Alex couldn't resist and wanted to know what else his three little princesses had done during their stay on Pandora, a planet where adventurers flocked in search of a vault left behind by an ancient civilization that had long vanished, leaving only traces in history. The moment he asked, the girls almost in unison began making excuses, nothing special, really, well, except for tying a psycho to a rocket. Though that one had exploded, and the poor guy fell straight into a bullymong nest. Of course, Alex loved his daughters dearly, but he didn't believe that story for even a second. Knowing the hyperactive nature of their new friend Tina, he understood perfectly, there had definitely been more chaos involved. Seeing the three stubbornly dodging his question, Alex gently remarked that no one intended to punish them, he was simply curious about what else they had been up to. Lucina and Alice backed his words, also reassuring the girls that no one was angry. Anya, Nyarko, and Jinx exchanged glances and nodded in sync, as if they truly shared a telepathic link. The next moment, they pulled out their phones again and began showing everything they had done on Pandora. Alex, Alice, and Lucina looked through the photos, shaking their heads. Each one was crazier than the last. The ones who suffered most on Pandora were the psychos, maniacs consumed by a thirst for violence. And unfortunately for them, they became the favorite targets of four girls simply looking for fun. For a moment, Alex even felt pity for the poor bastards, really, they were catastrophically unlucky to run into this quartet. When it came to the videos, Alex could only sigh heavily again. He had no idea how Anya, Nyarko, Jinx, and Tina even came up with such ideas, but somehow they convinced a psycho to reenact a scene from Mad Max, Fury Road. Alex literally had no words to comment on that. The other clips were no better. Riding on bullymong's back, racing skags through the desert, setting fire to Varkid nests and then running from mutated flaming ones. Kidnapping a shipment of loaderbots, reprogramming their systems, and organizing boxing matches for Pandora's locals to bet on. Capturing psychos and giving them free tickets for base jumping without parachutes, from the tallest mountain on the planet. All of it looked more like an episode of Jackass, with Alex's three sweet daughters and their new lunatic friend Tina in the lead roles, and the unlucky locals as the victims. And that was just a small part of their adventures. Alex rubbed his eyes tiredly with one hand and seriously considered lighting a cigarette to calm his nerves. Lucina stared at everything with a blank expression, occasionally shooting her husband reproachful looks, as if all of this were entirely his fault. Even Alice gave him the same look. Alex stayed silent, he had nothing to say. Deep down, he wondered how the old man had even allowed all this to happen. And where the hell had he been while the granddaughters were wreaking havoc? Still, in the depths of his heart, Alex had to admit, it looked damn fun. Especially the scene where the girls lured psychos with a sign that read, "Free skydiving," with a tiny note underneath, "Without a parachute." He even imagined the women of the family, watching everything through the fairy drone Navi, splitting into two camps. Some probably argued that Anya, Nyarko, and Jinx were still children, and a little mischief could be forgiven. The others were outraged that the girls had caused so much trouble for Pandora's inhabitants. Oh no. Not again. Why did I lose again? I was the video game champion of all time, came a robotic shout from the living room. Alex, Lucina, and Alice turned their heads at the same time. On the couch, where the trio of gamers usually sat, there was now a fourth participant. The moment Alex saw him, his eye started twitching. Sitting before him was an uninvited guest, a rectangular trash can on wheels, with two manipulator arms, a single glowing eye, and peeling yellow paint. His loud, obnoxious voice was impossible to mistake. It was CL4P, TP, or, more simply, Claptrap. The most insufferable robot on all of Pandora, from whom literally everyone had grown tired. Alex tore his gaze away from the robot sprawled on his couch next to Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, and slowly turned his head toward his three daughters. "Looks like we've got another robot in the house," Lucina remarked in surprise, staring at Claptrap. Alice silently nodded, she had also just ignored that yellow trash can earlier. Meanwhile, Claptrap was already trying to break the game controller. When he failed, he started squealing in outrage while Gir, Mimi, and Stitch openly laughed at him. Alex knew exactly what this trash can's presence meant. Leave Claptrap unsupervised for even a moment, and he'd immediately get himself into trouble, lose an arm or an eye, or drag an entire army of problems straight into the house. Worst of all, this robot didn't know how to shut up. "Girls," Lucina said slowly with a suspiciously sweet smile, "don't you want to explain why you dragged this trash can into our home?" "Hey, bag of bones, I heard that, and I can take offense, you know." Claptrap shouted indignantly, having overheard her words. Lucina slowly turned her head toward Claptrap and gave him a cold, empty stare. Claptrap set the controller aside, whirred his motors loudly, and rolled straight to the middle of the living room, staring back at her with his glowing eye. For a few seconds, Lucina held his gaze before deliberately turning away, deciding to simply ignore that yellow trash can. Alice looked at the robot with mild interest, but quickly frowned. To her, he looked more like a shabby trash bin on wheels than a cute creature. So she turned her eyes away too, deciding he wasn't worth her time. Alex could only sigh heavily. He knew exactly where this was going. Hey! I'm talking to you. Claptrap screeched, pointing a manipulator at Lucina. Talk to me. Oh, I see, you've decided to ignore me. Perfect. I'll ignore myself too. Lucina slowly shifted her gaze to Alex, and that look clearly said, do something about this pile of scrap. Alice raised an eyebrow at the robot's odd remark, wondering if he was defective. Alex, in turn, looked back at Lucina with an expression that said, I'm powerless here. The only option is to open a portal and throw him back onto Pandora. So, my little troublemakers, he finally said with a kind smile, looking at his daughters, care to explain why you brought Claptrap into our home? It's not like we brought him. Jinx muttered, looking away. But. Lucina raised an eyebrow, eyeing the trio closely. When we wanted to visit Daddy, Claptrap followed us, Anya began explaining. We told him we were going home. And then? And then what? Alice asked curiously, looking at Anya, Nyarko, and Jinx. Then Claptrap started crying, Nyarko cut in, looking aside. Oil was pouring from his eye, splattering everywhere. And he kept spinning in circles on the floor, repeating over and over that he wanted to come with us. And while he, what? Alex asked, resting his cheek on his fist. And while he was spinning and wailing, we tried to leave, Jinx admitted. But then we thought that he had helped us before, so we decided to take him with us. You're not mad, Daddy. 3 pairs of eyes immediately locked on Alex, wide, glistening, and almost teary. The girls looked at him as if expecting him to be angry, yet at the same time pleading with him to forgive them. Alex only smiled gently. How could he possibly blame his little princesses? He hadn't punished them even for far more serious pranks, for everything they had done on Pandora and in other worlds. If Claptrap had truly been a problem, Alex could have simply sent him back through a portal. But suddenly, an intriguing idea popped into his mind, to use the overly talkative robot. Claptrap could drive anyone insane, and right now, down in the basement, there was a crossroads demon named Albert who stubbornly refused to speak about the whereabouts of Crowley and Amara. The plan practically wrote itself, lock Albert in a room with Claptrap and seal the doors. In a few days, the demon would beg to confess just to make the robot shut up. Of course I don't blame you, my darlings, Alex said, gently patting Jinx on the head. But what do you mean by, he helped you? I'll tell you. Jinx chirped immediately with a beaming smile. Anya, Nyarko, Tina, and I were bored. We had nothing to do, and even big sis Lilith wanted to chase us away, she said we were interrupting her work. And then Claptrap showed up and told us we could blow up a giant statue of some guy who calls himself Handsome Jack. But Daddy. Anya cut her off. That Handsome Jack isn't handsome at all. You're the super duper mega handsome one. That guy is just, EW. Daddy's the most handsome. Nyarko agreed, nodding so fast it looked like her head was wound up on a spring. Alex barely managed to hold back his laughter as his 3 little princesses took turns praising him, insisting that he was the real handsome one. Lucina and Alice couldn't hold it in either and burst out laughing. The very idea of comparing Alex to some random arrogant man sounded absurd. But their laughter didn't deny the girls' words. To them as well, Alex was the most attractive man they had ever known. Even the women watching the scene through the fairy drone Navi nodded in agreement. Thank you, my little ones, Alex said with a pleased smile. Your words warm my heart. Now then, what did you do with that statue? I'll tell you. Jinx began, eyes sparkling. When we found out there was a huge golden statue we could blow up. And you agreed without hesitation, right? Lucina cut in with a faint smile. Exactly, Mommy. Moi. Nyarko grabbed Lucina's cheeks and planted a loud kiss on them. Lucina only smiled in response. We decided it had to look as cool as possible. Jinx continued. So that everyone would see the explosion. That's why we used fireworks Uncle Thorin's kingdom had made. We sneaked into Opportunity, found the statue, it was huge, golden, right in the middle of the city. We planted the charge and, boom. Only the fireworks didn't go off right away, the statue of not-so-handsome Jack flew up into the sky and exploded there. Now that was a show. And then we were spotted, so we ran away. Oh. Alex rubbed his face tiredly. And what happened next? Robots and some weird guys in yellow suits, kind of like construction workers, attacked us, Anya said, pouting angrily. And that not-so-handsome Jack got mad and promised that when he caught us, he'd make us part of his new statue. I shouted back that he's nothing like our handsome daddy. Nyarko added triumphantly, giving a thumbs up. That made him even angrier. Repeat that, Alex said quietly, his voice calm but his eyes cold. What exactly did he say? That he'd make us part of his new statue, Anya repeated casually. But he's stupid. How can he do that if he couldn't even catch us? Alex took a deep breath, and the chill in his gaze became almost tangible. Even Lucina and Alice stopped smiling when they noticed how his expression had changed. The girls remained carefree, not understanding that their words had ignited fury in Alex. On the other side of the stream, everything changed too. The women who were watching from different worlds froze, dropping their tasks and even interrupting missions. A threat against their daughters was a personal insult. Freya, sitting in the Tower of Babylon and watching the live feed, gripped her wine glass so hard that the glass shattered into pieces. Hearing the crack, Otter burst into the hall and saw his mistress squeezing the throne's armrest so hard the wood began to crack. "Lady Freya, are you all right?" "What happened?" he asked warily. "Some pathetic mortal dared threaten my daughters." Freya's voice trembled with rage. "Prepare yourself, Otter. We may be headed for war." "How dare that worthless creature speak like that?" "It will be done, Lady Freya," Otter replied tersely and left the hall with a grim look. Meanwhile the other women were not idle either. Each prepared for bloodshed, but Becca stood out in particular. She had somehow produced an atomic bomb. "Becca, where did you get that?" Valmont asked, stunned as she stared at the huge ordnance. "Where?" "I built it myself, from the junk on my cake's workbench," Becca answered briskly, adjusting the mechanism. "And what are you going to do with it?" Rika squinted. "What else?" "Shove this bomb up that bastard's ass." Becca exploded. "He thinks he can threaten my little potato. I'll show him what happens to such idiots." "Calm down. Let Alex handle this," Chiquita interjected, leaning against a tree trunk. "We have more important business. Pull 4 idiots out of the elves' prison. Takashi, Jonah, Kota, and Kenichi have been sitting there for a week. Gloria's already hinting we're taking too long. And believe me, you're not the only one who wants to settle scores with this guy." "Fine," Becca clicked her tongue irritably. "Screw it. Let my cake deal with him." The women exchanged glances and shook their heads as Becca, emotionless, shoved the atomic bomb back into her inventory. Not that they didn't want to deal with not-so-handsome Jack, they just didn't need to. They had Alex. And with him, any confrontation turned into something between a bloody show and a fun family spectacle. At that moment Alex himself sat in his kitchen. Jinx was perched on his lap, chattering excitedly about how they'd tormented not-so-handsome Jack. Anya and Nyaruko kept interrupting, adding new details as if to prove their version of events was the truest. Lucina and Alice watched Alex closely. His smile vanished the moment he heard what Jack had planned for their daughters. "Okay. He's fucked," Alex exhaled. "What are you planning?" Lucina asked, narrowing her eyes suspiciously at him. "If this idiot loves his golden statue so much, I'll shove one where the sun doesn't shine," Alex said calmly. "And where would that be?" Alice raised a brow. "Right in the ass." Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx shouted in unison, joyfully throwing their hands up. "Ugh. Fine, just do it quickly. And please don't destroy the planet during your little crusade," Lucina said wearily, knowing arguing was pointless. "Then tell the school I left on family business. I'll probably be back by lunchtime," Alex smirked. "Daddy, we're coming too. We want to visit Tina," Anya said, jumping down from Alice's lap. Alex just nodded, his gentle smile fixed on his little princesses. He didn't mind. Besides, they could help show the way to opportunity, where their enemy was hiding. Using magic, he changed into his usual clothes, carefully lifted Jinx off his lap, and stretched. His joints cracked, sending a shiver through the kitchen. Yet his face still bore that kind, almost innocent smile, hiding a real thirst for blood. Summoning Yamato, Alex was about to open a portal directly to Pandora when his gaze caught Claptrap. The robot was sitting with Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, engrossed in a video game and once again trying to smash the controller out of impotent frustration. "Hey, robot," Alex called. "I am a robot designed to assist. And I am always ready to help you find trouble." Claptrap replied haughtily. "All right then, chatterbox. Since you're hanging around my house, put that energy to use. There's a guy down in the basement, tied to a chair. He's bored, has no friends. Keep him company for a couple of days, or better yet, a week. And if he gets sassy, hit him on the knees with a stick," Alex said calmly. "Friends? Oh, perfect. I'll be his best friend," Claptrap declared joyfully, raising his hands. Immediately, one of his arms fell off with a crash, sparks flying from the socket. Stitch jumped up instantly, grabbed the metal piece, and skillfully reattached it. Alex only gave a blank look and sighed. A thought flashed through his mind, poor Crossroads Demon Albert. Being locked in a room with Claptrap was torture worse than any hell. No force in the universe could shut this chatterbox up, short of dismantling him entirely. Alex mentally wished Albert patience, and Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, to keep an eye on both, making sure the demon didn't try anything drastic. After quickly checking that he hadn't forgotten anything at home, Alex confirmed everything was in order. He drew Yamato, and immediately Nyaruko, Jinx, and Anya jumped onto him, clinging like little monkeys. Alex just smiled. Another small adventure awaited them, with the finale being a good thrashing for one idiot villain. With a swing of Yamato, he opened a portal directly to Pandora. Alex stepped through first, followed by the fairy drone Navi, and then his 3 daughters. A cold wind hit him in the face. He looked around. An endless snowy valley, scattered with massive rocks, stretched to the horizon. Somewhere nearby came a low growl and the dull thuds of something hitting the ground. Alex turned and saw a furry creature with white fur and 4 arms, a massive bullymong. It was pounding its chest, trying to intimidate the intruder. Alex gave it a blank look, and the beast immediately deflated, retreating to its burrow. Smart creatures, after all. They understand danger faster, much smarter than some humans, Alex murmured, shaking his head. So, where are we? He asked his daughters, still clinging to him. Just a second, Daddy. I'll get the map, Anya said, pulling a smartphone from her pink bunny purse. Anya unfolded the map of Pandora on her phone and flipped the screen upward to project the terrain. The hologram bathed them in cold light, and almost immediately, a debate broke out. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx shouted out the names of locations where they thought they might be. Alex waited patiently. He understood perfectly well that arguing wouldn't get them anywhere, but fine, let his little princesses play at being explorers. Jack wasn't going anywhere without them. And before taking revenge, Alex wanted first and foremost to thank everyone who had cared for his daughters on this planet. Even if, in his opinion, revenge should hit like a meteor in the face, gratitude always came first. I'm telling you, we're here. Jinx insisted, pointing at the hologram. Look, that's the mountain, there's the road, and right next to it, catch a ride. So it's 3 horns, divide. No, we're definitely in Tundra Express. Nyaruko objected, poking at another part of the map. You're both wrong. We're in 3 Horns Valley, Anya said confidently. The Psycho Lair is nearby, remember? Where we caught those idiots trying to skydive without parachutes. Alex listened to the debate with a slight smile. At one point, he even thought his girls had inherited his topographical idiocy. And even Anya, though not his biological daughter, had picked up far too many traits from him. Deciding to end the argument, Alex gently took the phone from Anya and examined the map himself. Quickly cross-referencing the locations, he confirmed Jinx was right, they really were in 3 Horns Divide. Beyond the valley, on the other end, was the passage to Sanctuary, the refuge for those unwilling to bow to handsome Jack's rule. Returning the phone to Anya, Alex led the way along the snowy asphalt, deciding at the same time to check for a skag nest nearby. He wanted to see those space dogs with his own eyes. They moved at a slow pace. Soon, the catch-a-ride station appeared ahead, the very one run by Scooter, a talented mechanic and true genius in repairing tech. He had a sister, Ellie, and their mother was the legendary Moxie. A woman known not only for her cruelty and danger but also for her, more than colorful personal life. Moxie was the embodiment of every guy's wet dream who had played video games set in this world. She was infamous not only for being ruthless and dangerous but also for her exploits and the sheer number of men, and women, she had slept with over time. Daddy! Jinx exclaimed, shoving her phone right in front of Alex's face. Mommy Reveille wrote that you need to grab one of the cars from here. She wants one for herself. Alex glanced at the screen, where Reveille's message blinked. Raising an eyebrow, he just shrugged, not that he minded, and he knew more requests from his other wives would inevitably follow. Approaching the call console, Alex tried to figure it out for a couple of minutes but quickly gave up. His logic was simple, if you don't know how it works, break it and see what happens. He carefully set his daughters down and leaned over the panel. With a single strike, he smashed through the metal casing, pulled out a bundle of wires, and connected them to his phone. A few quick manipulations later, the system worked exactly as he wanted. Lights flashed at the station, and soon, a new car began to materialize right before their eyes. At that moment, a portal opened behind Alex, and Reveille confidently stepped through. Thanks, handsome. I'll find a use for this car, she said with a smirk, grabbing Alex by the collar and kissing him on the lips. Mommy, what about us? Anya asked, pointing to herself, Nyaruko, and Jinx. Of course, you too, my little mischief makers, Reveille grinned, giving each of them a quick peck. Reveille quickly kissed Alex again, jumped into the car, and shot into the portal she had emerged from. Alex just smiled, shook his head, and moved on. He didn't even notice that he had effectively disabled the catch-a-ride station, which was now completely inoperable. However, Alex decided to let Scooter fix his own equipment, after all, it was his job. Before leaving, he noticed vending machines selling ammo and weapons. Naturally, they were run by Marcus Kincaid, the famous arms dealer of Pandora. If you needed a gun to take out anyone, Marcus was always the man to see. For the right price, he could get you anything your heart desired. His motto was simple: no returns, no excuses. Alex approached the weapons vending machine. In an instant, a hologram of Marcus's face appeared, followed by a full list of items. Scrolling through the selection, Alex came across the item of the day, a grenade module that turned grenades into bouncing bombs. Every time it hit the ground, it would explode and ricochet, continuing to wreak havoc all around. What Alex especially liked was that Pandora offered elemental-based weaponry. "Daddy, do you want to buy something?" "But you don't have any money," Jinx said with a playful sparkle in her eyes. "Money's not a problem. It's easy to get around here if you sell something," Alex said, gently ruffling his daughter's hair. "I'm more interested in the tech behind this weapon. Your mom would have loved it, she'd have taken it apart in no time to make something new. Why buy it if we already have tons of stuff?" "Look," Jinx said with a mischievous grin, pulling a small blue bag with a pink and blue bunny design from her shoulder, a bunny missing one eye. She flipped the bag and shook it, and a whole arsenal spilled onto the ground: rifles, shotguns, pistols, grenade launchers, energy shields, and grenade modules. Alex silently crouched down and began examining the pile, studying the markings to identify the manufacturers. In most cases, even the exterior gave away who had produced the weapon. Among the pile, Alex spotted a rare treasure, an Iridian rifle. Weapons like that were nearly impossible to get legally, unless you bribed a rich collector, and even then, it was doubtful. He set it aside without asking where Jinx had managed to find it. Either way, the rifle now belonged to his little princess, and its previous owner had only himself to blame for losing it. "And where exactly did you grab all this stuff? I hope you're not going to tell me you robbed Marcus's warehouse," Alex asked, raising his eyes to his daughters. "No, Daddy. We just found weapons here and there. Sometimes we took them from people who didn't need them anymore. And we found some chests too," Jinx said, rocking back and forth on her feet with a grin. "You mean you just happened to find weapon crates and open them?" Alex asked, incredulous. "Honest, Daddy. We were walking, and suddenly, bam. Under the sand, a crate with faded writing. We opened it, and there was weapons inside. And it happened in different places," Anya added, nodding seriously. "Well, maybe someone just lost those crates," Alex shrugged. "Either way, that's their problem now." This was the only explanation for why weapon crates seemed to be scattered everywhere on Pandora. In the video game, it made sense, but in reality, it was absurd. Helping Jinx pack everything back into her tiny bag, Alex suggested they head toward the sanctuary. The girls agreed, and soon he was carrying Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx along the path leading to the massive iron gates. Alex was already calculating how to open them, whether to kick them down or act civilized and use the bell next to the gates. But his thoughts were interrupted by the sharp crack of a gunshot. The bullet froze right in front of his face, stopped by infinity. Alex slowly turned his gaze toward the source and saw a group of bandits approaching. Again. Didn't we already chase them off? Don't they get tired of coming back? Jinx exclaimed irritably. Exactly. This is the 10th time, Nyaruko added, scowling at the bandits, among whom the crazed psychos flickered. Alex just rolled his eyes. There was no doubt that everyone on Pandora had a screw loose. While his daughters bickered, complaining about the endless clashes, one of the psychos charged at them, shouting incoherent nonsense. Alex lazily kicked him in the chest, and the poor guy slammed full force into a stone wall, turning into a bloody pulp. The rest of the bandits opened fire, but Alex merely snapped his fingers. In the next second, the entire group exploded into a bloody mist, leaving only weapons and crimson stains on the snow. Lighting a cigarette, he turned away. Only half an hour had passed in this world, and he had already killed more than a dozen people. Alex smirked, a rather curious start to his first minutes on Pandora. To be continued. Chapter 456, Chapter 456, The Sanctuary and the First Headache. Alex and his 3 little daughters stood before the massive iron gates. Behind them stretched a snow-covered wasteland, dotted with drifts and cut by sharp boulders. Savage Pandora fauna prowled that white wilderness. Skags roamed there, predatory beasts like space dogs whose bodies were covered in tough scales that acted like armor. Each skag could mutate into a new, even more dangerous form: fire, acid, and many other variations. But they weren't the only ones stalking the snow. Bullymongs also ruled here, massive 4-armed monstrosities resembling gorillas. Their aggression knew no bounds, anyone daring to set foot in their territory became a target. Glancing over the valley, Alex smirked. Pandora was undoubtedly insane, but interesting. His priority, however, remained the same: reach the sanctuary, where those who refused to bow to the local tyrant, Handsome Jack, were hiding. Jack kept his own daughter, a siren named Angel, captive, as if chained. He justified it as care, but in truth he used her power to open another vault of the ancient civilization. In reality, Jack blamed his daughter for his wife's death. In a fit of rage and terror, when bandits attacked them both, Angel unleashed her power and wiped everyone out, enemies and mother alike. Since then the father had turned her into a prisoner and her abilities into an instrument of his greed. Alex pondered. Maybe he should free Angel. In any case, he was already planning to beat up not-so-handsome Jack and shove a golden statuette somewhere very unpleasant. Saving the girl would be a pleasant addition to that little adventure. He felt sorry for Angel. Parents should protect and guide their children, not turn them into prisoners. But there was a problem. Although Alex knew Pandora's location names, he had no idea how to get everywhere. One wrong turn and he could get lost, walk into an ambush, or a blast. Considering most locals seemed a bit unhinged, trouble was inevitable. To orient himself, Alex decided to find out what stage things were at. His daughters had mentioned Lilith, a siren who was still in the sanctuary. That meant the sanctuary hadn't been lifted into the sky yet, Angel was alive, and she could be rescued. Little princesses, have you heard of a girl named Angel? Or maybe you met her during your little adventures spreading chaos on Pandora. Alex asked, watching his daughters pick weapons off the corpses of the bandits he'd just turned into bloody stains on the snow. I don't remember. What about you? Nairuko shook her head, looking at her sisters. I think I heard the name, but I don't recall where. Anya, do you remember anything? Jinx asked, stuffing a gun into her bag. Yes. Big sister Maya said she heard a voice in her head from a girl named Angel. I think it was Angel who helped Maya and her friends get into the sanctuary, Anya said thoughtfully. Oh. Right. When you said that I remembered too. Uncle Notagonome Salvador mentioned it as well when I tried to steal his shotgun, Jinx added with a serious look. Alex barely stifled a laugh. His daughter had called Salvador Uncle Notagonome, very much in her style. That Jinx had tried to swipe someone's weapon didn't surprise him either. In their family it was almost a rule, if a gun lies unattended, it's nobody's. And if the weapon had an owner, his fault for not watching it. Most importantly, Alex was now sure, Angel was alive. That was good. Unlike handsome Jack, Alex didn't need siren powers to open another vault. Any door on this planet would swing open for him if he wanted it to. Daddy, why are you asking about this girl? Do you want her to be our new mommy? Jinx squinted her pink eyes mischievously. No, of course not, Alex smiled softly. She just has a very sad fate. I want to help. So we're playing heroes again. Save the good and whack the bad with a stick. Anya clapped her hands excitedly. I'm in. Bad guys need hitting, good guys need helping. Jinx shouted enthusiastically, throwing her hands up. Hooray! Anya and Nairuko chimed in together. Alex paused for a moment, looking at his three daughters, who had suddenly decided he should play the role of the hero, rescuing the maiden from the villain's clutches and, in the finale, saving everyone else. Yet he had come into this world only to beat up a certain arrogant bastard who dared threaten his girls, have some fun, and maybe snatch a couple of local creatures for his collection. But seeing the delight sparkling in his daughter's eyes, Alex thought, why not play the hero for a bit? Save someone, defeat the main villain, after all, he was here to have fun with his family. Alright, my little potatoes. We'll play heroes. But I'm warning you now, I'm not going to say any of those dumb lines all these so-called heroes love. Don't forget, your daddy is the Demon King. And I keep things short with villains, Alex said calmly. Omo. We agree. Nairuko, Jinx, and Anya nodded in unison. That's better. Now we need to reach the sanctuary, that's where we'll begin our journey, Alex said with a kind smile. Oh, right. 1 second, Daddy, I'll open the gates, Jinx replied cheerfully and ran up to the panel by the massive iron doors. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise as his daughter rummaged through her bag and pulled out a strange device that looked like a tablet. Looking closer, he realized it was an Echo module, connected to the Echo network once created by the Doll Corporation. After leaving Pandora, they had left the network to the locals, and over time the devices evolved, becoming universal assistants, digital inventory, communication, data access, all in one. No wonder Vault Hunters couldn't do without them. Jinx, where did you get an Echo module? And why do you even need it? I already made you smartphones that are way better than this junk, Alex asked curiously, watching his daughter skillfully unlock the gate. Big sister Lilith gave one to each of us. So we took them. Plus, this thing is great for hacking doors, Jinx answered brightly, tucking the device back into her bag. Daddy, the smartphones you made for us are super cool. But we just like collecting rare stuff, just like you, Anya added, holding Alex's hand tightly. Alex simply nodded in agreement. Items collected during travels really did become symbols of the places you'd been. It was a good habit to keep. Behind him came the rumble of machinery as the iron gates began slowly sliding open. Alex lifted his daughters into his arms and looked ahead. A long stone bridge stretched before them, leading straight to a small town known as the Sanctuary. Crossing the bridge took only a few minutes. Stopping at the entrance, Alex let his gaze linger on the Sanctuary, a place he had visited hundreds of times back when he played the video game tied to this world. A faint nostalgia swept over him, so much time had passed since he last saw those familiar walls, even if only in digital form. And now, before him stood the real Sanctuary, stirring a strange feeling in him, as if past and present had merged into one point. A loud shout to the right abruptly snapped him out of his thoughts. Alex and the girls turned their heads in unison. Seeing the source of the noise, Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx beamed with joy, while Alex barely held back a laugh. Waving her arms and shaking the poor security guard by the power core was none other than the mad demolitionist Tina. She'd planted her feet in his chest, grabbed his collar and was furiously shaking him, screaming the whole time, "I know you know where Claptrap went. Tell me now. Or I swear I'll tie you to my new boom boom rocket." "Tina, I've told you for the 10th time," the guard choked out through the shaking. "I don't know where that chatty tin can went. Let me go. Don't make me complain to Lilith that you're interfering with my work. Are you a little baby? Why are you whining? You just stand here all day." Tina wouldn't let up. "You have no idea how much I need Claptrap. Without him I can't catch the legendary skag Mordecai talked about. And without the legendary skag I won't win the trainer championship. So if I don't catch him, you'll be my Pokemon. And just try not to bring me victory." For a second Alex froze, as if a short circuit had run through his head. Pokemon. On Pandora. How did Tina even know about them? And why did she plan to use Claptrap to catch a legendary skag? He glanced at his daughters, and everything clicked. The girls grinned and simultaneously pulled 3 golden trophies from their bags. Each one bore the inscription, "Champion among Pokemon trainers." Alex looked closer and realized, his little princesses had won 3 tournaments in 3 different regions. Pride and surprise warred inside him. On the one hand, he was happy for his daughters. On the other, he wondered how many Pokemon they had managed to catch. Seeing they'd actually stunned their father, the girls tucked the trophies away and gave each other high fives. Then, laughing, they bounded over to Tina, leaving Alex standing in mild stupefaction. "Tina. We're back." Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx yelled as they ran up to the demolitionist, who was still shaking the poor guard. "Anya. Nyaruko. Jinx." Tina squealed, jumping off the unfortunate men. "Why so early? I was so close to catching the legendary skag, then those cups would have been mine." "That's not happening," Jinx declared proudly, puffing out her chest. "You're nowhere near champion level yet." "We'll see." Tina snorted. "I already caught a super cool crab. I named him Sir Firefly." They bumped foreheads and began arguing about who deserved the champion title. The guard, swaying, removed his helmet and leaned over the abyss, vomiting after an hour of flight in Tina's hands. Alex lit a cigarette and exhaled smoke quietly. He felt a bit sorry for the poor guy. By Tina's own admission, he clearly hadn't been the first of her victims, and he wouldn't be the last. When he looked back at the girls, the argument had already ended. The 4 of them, Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx and Tina, were holding hands and hopping in a circle, laughing and swapping stories. Alex just shook his head. Even the wildest quarrel in their company somehow turned into a cheerful game within seconds. "How was your trip home?" Tina asked, still spinning with the girls. "We didn't go home. We went to Daddy's workplace." Anya answered with a peal of laughter. "Right," Tina drawled. "Have you seen where Claptrap went? Without him my super genius plan won't work." "What plan? Is it fun?" Jinx's eyes lit up, literally pink with excitement. "Mordecai said he saw a legendary skag that can change elements." Tina explained seriously. "But without Claptrap I can't catch it. I wanted to tie a psycho to him and throw them straight into a skag nest. Then the legendary skag would appear and I'd catch it." "Wow, how awesome." Nyaruko admired. "We want to see it too. Daddy can catch it." "Daddy." Tina stopped, surprised. "But he's at work." "No, we brought him with us. There he is," Anya said, pointing at Alex. Anya pointed toward where Alex was standing. Nyaruko and Jinx immediately stepped aside, clearing Tina's view. The girl shifted her gaze in that direction and saw a man by the bridge, leisurely taking a drag from his cigarette. He wore a black and red coat, black trousers, and matching boots. His hair, dark as night, was carelessly slicked back, with a few strands falling gently across his forehead. When Alex turned, Tina saw his eyes, they shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. The man looked straight at her and waved with a warm smile. After all, Tina was a friend of his 3 little princesses, so he was genuinely glad to greet her. But Tina couldn't take her eyes off Alex. Then she slowly turned her stunned gaze to Naruko, Jinx, and Anya. The 3 of them puffed out their chests proudly, as if they had just won a great victory. You said your daddy looked cool. But this isn't just cool. This is super duper cool. He's straight up handsome. Tina exclaimed, pointing at Alex. We told you, our daddy is the most handsome in the whole world. Jinx replied with dignity. And he's not just super duper handsome, but also super duper cool and super duper strong. My daddy can kick anyone's butt. When I grow up, I want to marry your daddy. Tina declared with a wide grin. You can't. Anya, Naruko, and Jinx shouted in unison, immediately dropping into fighting stances. We won't let you become our daddy's wife. And I said I will. Tina shot back, taking a Shaolin monk stance. Alex, who had just waved at Tina, turned his gaze back to the panorama of Sanctuary. He half listened to the girls' chatter, until their argument subject caught his attention. When he heard the word marriage, Alex choked on his smoke and coughed. Turning toward them, he saw a scene ripped straight out of an old kung fu movie. Anya, Naruko, Jinx, and Tina stood facing each other, imitating martial arts stances and fiercely arguing over who would become his wife. Alex lifted his eyes skyward and met the gaze of the fairy drone Navi hovering above him. He was sure the women in his family were rolling with laughter at that very moment. How did I even end up in a situation where a child seriously claims she wants to be my fiancée, he thought wearily. But he didn't have time to reflect, the girls had already swarmed him from all sides. Their quarrel turned into a chaotic, every girl for herself, battle, where the main prize was him. They shook him back and forth, and the noise was so deafening it would have made a normal person's ears ring long ago. Alex glanced at the power core guard, the men quickly turned away, pretending he hadn't seen a thing. Another guard by Sanctuary's gates also very pointedly looked in the opposite direction. Just what kind of trouble have these 4 little rascals caused here, if even the guards would rather not get involved? Alex thought with irritation. Could you stop shaking me? I just had coffee, and you really don't want to see it make a comeback, he remarked calmly. Daddy, then tell her she can't be your wife. Jinx demanded, tugging his arm. And if she can, then only by standing in line. In line. Tina protested, yanking on his other arm. I'll blow everyone up, there won't be any line. Alex lifted his eyes to Navi in despair, silently asking for help. Above his head, a holographic sign lit up. We believe in you, you've got this. With love, Jill. Alex just sighed, clearly, the women in his family were enjoying the show. All right, that's enough, he finally said, giving Tina an encouraging smile. Listen, you're still way too young to be thinking about marriage. Grow up first, then we'll talk. He. Ah yeah. Now I've got myself a future husband. Tina shouted joyfully, throwing her hands up and bouncing in place. You're just awesome, I'm freaking out. Just looking at you makes me melt. This is so cool. Alex's eye twitched. He hadn't said a word about becoming Tina's future husband. All he wanted was for the argument to end quickly. Anya, Naruko, and Jinx rolled their eyes in unison. They had already explained to Tina that if she seriously wanted to marry their daddy, she first had to grow up. And also, stand in line. They knew perfectly well how popular their father was. More than that, the girls themselves had long been pondering candidates for the role of new mommy. Of course, they kept this little secret buried deep inside and would never admit it to anyone. All right, fine. I guess we can enter the city now. Alex sighed heavily. Let's go, Daddy. Anya exclaimed, tugging his hand. I'll introduce you to my older sister, Lilith. She's awesome. Yes, she's really cool, Tina added, grabbing his other hand. All Alex could do was nod. Anya and Tina pulled him forward, while Naruko and Jinx pushed from behind to make him go faster. When the whole group reached the gates, the guard posted there did his best to pretend he had turned into a statue and didn't notice the quartet. Alex cast a sidelong glance at him and wondered how his daughters had managed to pester the poor man so much. Hey, why are you standing there like a statue? Open the gates. Tina said, kicking the guard in the leg. Maybe he's asleep. Jinx squinted, peeking from behind Alex. We need to zap him with a stun gun to wake him up. The guard's whole body trembled at the very word, stun gun. Terrifying memories immediately flashed before his eyes, memories that had once forced him to see a doctor named Zed. One time, he had looked away for just a second and didn't open the gates at the request of these 4. And for that, they had woken him up with a stun gun. He had been shaking for days afterward. With difficulty controlling his trembling hand, the guard reached for the lever, and the iron gates slowly sank into the ground, opening a passage into the city. Alex watched the poor men with pity. His hands shook so violently he could barely hit the switch. A thought crossed his mind: I won't be thanking the people of Sanctuary for looking after my daughters. I'll have to apologize to everyone whose life Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx, along with Tina, have managed to ruin. Carefully freeing his hand from Anya's grip, Alex took a crate of good beer from his inventory and placed it next to the unfortunate guard. The men looked at Alex in surprise, receiving only a sheepish, apologetic smile in response. By that time, the 4 girls had already shoved Alex into the city. At least their dad's a nice guy, the guard muttered, pulling a can from the crate. Once inside, Alex froze in place. Everything around him was painfully familiar. What he had previously only seen on a computer screen now stood before him in real life. To the left was Scooter's garage. A bit further on, steps led to the center of Sanctuary. To the right, another staircase led straight to Moxie's bar, proudly bearing its name. Alex barely resisted the urge to peek inside. Not that Moxie wasn't attractive, on the contrary, but her unpredictability and ridiculously long list of romantic entanglements, with both men and women, made him approach her with caution rather than interest. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud metallic clang. A wrench flew out of Scooter's workshop, bounced off his Infinity, and froze right in front of his face. "That's you!" Scooter shouted, rushing out with another wrench in hand. "You broke my station. And those 4 with you." He jabbed the wrench toward Alex and the girls. Alex looked at Scooter, while Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina all began whistling in unison, pretending nothing had happened and that they had nothing to do with it. Scooter had reddish-brown hair, fair skin, and traces of oil and dirt on his face. Now, his expression showed only anger and hurt. He gripped the wrench tightly and pointed it threateningly at Alex. Alex raised an eyebrow and looked at his 4 walking disasters, who had plastered on the most innocent faces possible, as if embodying angelic ignorance. He sighed heavily. "Sorry for breaking your station," he said calmly. "But what do these 4 have to do with it? What do they have to do with it?" Scooter bellowed. "They stole my baby. I built her bolt by bolt, slept in her, hugged her, kissed her. Every little bolt was placed with love. It took a whole year to assemble her. And these 4 disasters stole her, and all that's left is one wheel. Wah." He threw his head back and sobbed, dropping the wrench. Alex watched Scooter cry, genuinely, as if someone had taken away his favorite toy. He understood the men perfectly. Stealing a machine put together with such care was almost sacrilegious. Alex gently nudged Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina forward, hinting, "Time to disappear." They immediately gave him thumbs up and dashed away without waiting for a second hint. Of course," Alex muttered and lit a cigarette. He approached Scooter, patted him on the shoulder, and guided him back into the workshop, seating him on a stool. Pulling a couple of beer cans from his inventory, he placed them in front of the sobbing mechanic. "Go ahead, tell me your story," Alex said calmly. Scooter opened a can, wiped his tears, smearing the machine oil further across his face, and began passionately recounting how he had assembled every part, talked to his machine, cherished each bolt. Alex listened silently, nodding and slowly taking a drag from his cigarette. Meanwhile, a thought ran through his head. "I came to Pandora with one goal, and instead, I'm consoling a grown man who's crying over a stolen car. Thanks, daughters. Your story is really touching," Alex finally said, putting out his cigarette. "And I understand your grief. But nothing can be changed now." "I know." Scooter sighed heavily and downed the can in one gulp. "It's just so sad. I didn't even get a chance to ride her. Listen. I can't return your baby. I can't fix the station either. But I can compensate you." "What do you say?" "I don't need money." Scooter barked, slamming the can on the table in anger. "You can't buy new parts with money. They don't make them anymore." "I wasn't talking about money," Alex smiled. "How about a new car? Of course, it won't replace your baby, but in terms of coolness, it won't fall short." Scooter's eyes lit up. "You little rascal. I like the way you talk. All right, show me what you've got." Alex smirked, walked over to the lift, and summoned a white armored jeep from his inventory, a real tank on wheels. Seeing it, Scooter froze, eyes widening and jaw dropping. A second later, he squealed like a teenager at a concert and threw himself against the hood. He pressed his cheek to it, purred, and even kissed the metal. Alex winced, watching the spectacle. "Oh yes, baby." Scooter cooed, caressing the jeep. "You're my one and only love now." Alex shuddered. One thought flashed through his mind, the main thing: don't imagine what he plans to do alone with the car. "Do you need anything else?" Scooter finally asked, turning to Alex but not breaking contact with the hood. "I mean, I don't mind you standing here, but I'd appreciate it if you left us alone." I don't even want to know what's on your mind, Alex snapped. The main thing is that you like it. As for me, I'll be going. He hurried out of the workshop, and right behind him, the metal shutters slammed down with a crash. Alex lit another cigarette, trying to purge the unpleasant images from his mind. His gaze flicked toward the center of the sanctuary, then to Moxie's bar. He closed his eyes and dispersed mana across the city, sensing the familiar energy. Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina were in the headquarters, and people were already gathered around them. Where to start, he muttered, exhaling smoke. Apologize to everyone those gremlins managed to annoy, or deal with problems as they come. Tough choice. He tapped his foot rhythmically against the ground, swaying in time with his thoughts. One thing was clear, problems were now his daily responsibility. But at the same time, it was a chance to meet the locals and get a better look at the city. So, where to begin? Look around, or head straight to the girls. He mumbled. And meet those I've only seen on a screen before. To be continued. Chapter 457, Pandora Never Changes. Alex stood near Scooter's workshop, slowly taking a drag on his cigarette, lost in thought. He deliberately pushed away any images of what Scooter might be doing with his new machine. What worried him far more was the fact that his 3 little princesses had already managed to cause plenty of trouble on Pandora, leaving chaos and headaches for the locals. One example was poor Scooter, who had spent a whole year building his baby piece by piece, sleeping beside it and treasuring every detail. Anya, Nyarko, and Jinx had somehow stolen it and left behind nothing but a wheel. And that was just one case. Add Tina into the mix, their new friend with an explosive personality and a love for chaos, and the 4 of them together could bring about a full-blown apocalypse. Alex knew Tina's story all too well. Her parents had fallen victim to the betrayal of a scumbag named Fleshstick, who sold them out to Hyperion for experiments with slag and other deadly substances. Tina had watched with her own eyes as her mother and father were killed. The only reason she survived was because her mother had hidden a grenade in her dress. Since then, madness had become part of her nature, a defense mechanism against the pain of her past. Alex didn't know if Tina had already avenged herself on the traitor. If not, Fleshstick would eventually cross paths with him, and then he would learn the full meaning of suffering. But if he was already dead, then the matter was closed. Only the girls could answer that question, so Alex decided to postpone the talk with Tina until he could carefully find out more from Anya, Nyarko, and Jinx first. Alright, to hell with it. Alex muttered under his breath and lifted his gaze to the fairy drone Nabi hovering nearby. Maybe some help from the audience. Dozens of holographic messages lit up before his eyes. First, fix the mess our daughters caused, repeated in various forms from most of the women. Another set read, forget it. It's their own fault. Alex snorted. After weighing his options, he chose the first, to track down the people his princesses had managed to cross. And first on that list, unfortunately, was Moxie's bar. He sighed heavily. It was obvious that Anya, Nyarko, Jinx, and Tina couldn't possibly have walked past a place owned by Moxie. And since they had been there, the bar had probably barely survived. Establishments like that always drew a certain kind of crowd, treasure hunters, mercenaries, bandits, and those who came not just to drink but to admire the barmaid, the owner herself. Climbing the creaky steps, Alex stopped at the entrance. From inside came loud music, laughter, and arguments. He lit another cigarette and pushed the door open. The air inside was thick and heavy, a cocktail of cheap alcohol, stale smoke, and sweet perfume. Alex grimaced, his sharpened senses picked up every detail. And among that stench, the perfume stood out sharply, far too expensive for a place like this. Without a doubt, it belonged to Moxie herself. The bar was drowned in neon lights, glowing even in the daytime. The walls, tables, and stage all vibrated with music. Alex glanced around. At one of the tables in the back, he spotted a familiar face, Sir Hammerlock. A scholar, hunter, and researcher known across Pandora. Before him sat a nearly untouched mug of beer, and he was deeply absorbed in his notes, ignoring the noise around him. Sensing eyes on him, Hammerlock lifted his head and met Alex's gaze. From beneath the brim of his hat, the scholar studied him carefully. Alex gave a slight nod, signaling goodwill. In response, Hammerlock smiled and politely returned the gesture. The newcomer's presence immediately sparked whispers among the patrons. Strangers rarely came to this bar. And when they did, they were usually vault hunters, and always in groups, never alone. Alex quickly scanned the bar, paying more attention to the patrons than to the decor. He was trying to figure out whose life his 4 little gremlins had already managed to ruin. A quick look around revealed nothing, but Alex wasn't discouraged. He knew perfectly well, the moment he mentioned he was the father of Anya, Nyarko, and Jinx, people would come running, some with fists, others demanding compensation, or both at once. Shifting his gaze to the bar counter, Alex spotted her, the one and only, legendary Moxie. The counter was massive, made of dark wood, scarred by time, scratches, and knives, but polished to a shine by countless elbows and spilled drinks. Behind it, shelves were crammed with bottles of the most improbable colors, from toxic green to murky violet. Above them hung a mirror that seemed to absorb more light than it reflected. On the counter itself lay dirty glasses, cigarette butts, and even a couple of spent casings, clearly left behind after a recent scuffle. Moxie stood behind the bar, slowly polishing a glass, her attentive, appraising eyes never leaving Alex. He decided to take a seat. Choosing a spot away from the drunks who had already passed out with their heads on the counter, snoring in rhythm with the music, Alex sat down, ignoring both the noise and their presence. "Hello, sugar. Want something to drink?" Moxie asked lazily, still wiping the empty glass. "Something stronger," Alex replied calmly, pulling the overflowing ashtray closer to himself. "Of course, sweetie. For such a handsome man, I always have the best," Moxie smiled and placed a glass in front of him. Alex gave her a faint smile in return, watching as she turned to the shelves of liquor. Rising on her toes, she reached for the top shelf where fancy-looking bottles were displayed. He saw through the trick right away. Classic move, pour cheap swill into a fancy bottle, then charge a fortune for it. But he didn't interfere, simply observing. Moxie had fair skin and black hair with a greenish tint, styled with a straight fringe. Her face stood out with vivid makeup, red lips, blush, and expressive eyes. On her head sat a violet top hat with a black ribbon, a feather, and a playing card. Around her neck, a black choker. Her violet corset jacket hugged her figure tightly, golden buttons and black accents adding flair. Sharp pauldrons gleamed on her shoulders, and the jacket's hem revealed one leg, offering a teasing glimpse of turquoise panties. Alex shrugged. He knew this wasn't just style, it was also a working tool. Men paid Moxie for her flirtation, and clearly it paid off. The tip jar by the counter was already stuffed with cash. She took a bottle from the top shelf and, with a seductive smile, filled his glass. "Here you go, sugar. You'll like it," Moxie said, her lips curved in a sultry smile. "I wouldn't be so sure. From the start, you tried to slip me cheap swill in a fancy bottle," Alex said with a faint smirk, pushing the glass aside. "Ha ha ha. You're not as simple as the others, sugar," Moxie laughed brightly, taking the glass back. "I'll take that as a compliment. Just pour me something that doesn't smell like skag piss," Alex said calmly, lighting a cigarette. Moxie smiled and pulled out a plain, unremarkable bottle from under the counter. Pouring into the glass, she slid it toward him. He sniffed, the smell was tolerable. Taking a sip, he felt a mild burn. It reminded him of the rot gut from Night City. Drinkable, and it wouldn't burn a hole in his stomach. Leaning on the counter, Alex once again scanned the bar and its patrons. Everything around him almost exactly matched what he remembered from the game, only now, the people were alive, not just strings of code. Moxie casually continued polishing the glass, never taking her eyes off him. She knew and had watched everyone who came into her establishment. Her network of influence on Pandora was wide, and people like Alex couldn't just appear here unnoticed. "And what brings you to Pandora, sugar?" she asked casually. "Still chasing vaults?" "Not really," Alex turned to her. "I don't see the point of ripping my ass off to find a key and then croaking like the rest." "Really? I thought only vault hunters or people running from something end up here," Moxie said with a hint of intrigue. "I've got a couple things to do," Alex took another sip. "Kill someone. Beat someone up. And maybe find something for my collection." Moxie arched an eyebrow as she watched Alex calmly admit why he'd come to Pandora. People didn't usually blurt things like that out without thinking, and they certainly didn't sit relaxed, like in a cozy cafe, rather than in a jam-packed bar full of cutthroats and desperate drunks. That caught her interest. This young man before her still looked quite young, but there was something in his eyes and manner that shouldn't be there at his age, a cold composure, confidence, and a lack of fear. After years in business, Moxie had learned to size people up at a glance, who was worth her time and who was just another penniless drunk. Alex, however, broke the usual pattern. Especially his eyes. A rare color she had seen only once before, on a child known in her circles for endless trouble and a strange crowd of friends. "Your eyes, they're pretty rare." "I've seen that look before," Moxie said offhandedly to keep the conversation going. "Have you?" "On whom?" Alex asked calmly, though he already knew the answer. "There's a pack of kids running around here who love causing chaos. One girl among them has the same look as you," Moxie replied, setting the glass down and leaning on the bar to study him. "I know. Those 3 are my daughters. And their friend Tina. They already told me everything. I know they stole your son Scooter's car. I replaced it with a new one to smooth things over," Alex answered with a faint smile. Moxie's brows shot up. She couldn't imagine that this young man had 3 daughters. At first, seeing his eyes, she assumed he was Nyaruko's older brother come to collect the girl. Besides, Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx looked like spoiled but well-protected kids from a wealthy family, clever, cheeky, and definitely not ordinary. But when Alex said they were his daughters, the bar fell silent. Conversations died down and the music retreated into the background. All eyes turned to him. The looks read like an open book: surprise, bewilderment, anger. Many in this bar had tolerated the girls' antics only because Lilith and other vault hunters covered for them. Now their father sat before them, and a new option opened up: demand compensation, by force if necessary. "So you're the father of those little bitches?" slurred one of the drunk patrons, stumbling toward Alex. He didn't finish. Alex snatched the man's head in a blink and slammed his face into the bar with all his might. The dull thud drowned the music. The men twitched, but Alex didn't stop. He grabbed a handful of hair and drove the man's face into the wood again and again. Cracks spidered across the counter, blood sprayed everywhere. The patrons who a second ago were scheming how to squeeze money out of Alex all took a collective step back. Even Sir Hammerlock looked up from his glass. Every strike sounded like a sentence being passed on everyone present. The unlucky man's face soon became a bloody mess. Teeth flew out and scattered across the bar, his nose was broken, and his whole face was soaked in crimson blood. When Alex finally let go, the body slumped to the floor, lifelessly. It was unclear whether he was still alive or already gone. Alex straightened, calmly shook off his hands, and scanned the room. There was something in his eyes that sent a chill down the spine. "Listen carefully, scum. If you don't want to end up the same way, keep your mouths shut. Believe me, it wouldn't take any effort to kill you all. But I'm a kind and charming guy," Alex said, a nearly friendly smile appearing on his face, making the scene even more terrifying. "So I'm willing to pay for all the damage my little princesses have caused you. But keep this in mind: if anyone tries to lie, I will find out. And I hate lies." A dead silence fell over the bar. Nobody doubted him, he was not joking. Though Alex's smile seemed friendly, the traces of blood made it far more sinister. This smile did not calm, it made the room tremble with fear. When he slowly raised an eyebrow and the silence lingered, everyone hurriedly nodded, afraid even to breathe too loudly. Moxie, on the other hand, smiled wickedly and lightly licked her lips. She was intrigued by this mixture of cruelty and care. He defended his daughters with such fury that it almost looked attractive. The girls watching through the Navi drone sighed heavily. They knew this was exactly how it would go. "So what are you staring at? Line up, one at a time. I'll repeat for the slow ones: if even one of you lies, you'll end up like that idiot. And get him out of here." "I don't need him," Alex said, kicking the head of the bloody wretch. "Sugar, sure, this spectacle is mesmerizing, but let me remind you, this is my bar. You've been here only a few minutes and already act like the boss." "It's rude to take a girl's property," Moxie remarked lazily, yet playfully. "Oh, my apologies, milady." "Then you take charge," Alex said politely, bowing his head. "How sweet of you to let me run my own bar, Sugar," Moxie smirked, tilting her head coquettishly. Alex just shrugged. Moxie glanced at a couple of regulars. They immediately understood. Silently they searched the pockets of the half-dead drunk, shoved money into the tip jar, and dragged him outside by his legs. Alex watched this and mentally noted, apparently, this happened more often in the bar than he wanted to admit. Meanwhile, a whole line of men had already formed in front of him, ready to claim their compensation. Everyone looked scared, afraid even to cough, but they waited for Alex to speak. He lit a cigarette, pulled a revolver from his belt, and placed it on the counter. He flicked the lighter, letting the smoke curl in the air. The crowd swallowed hard, straightened up, and decided, lying to him would be a very bad idea. "Now let's start. You first. What did my little princesses do to you?" Alex said, pointing at a man. They dismantled my fridge while I was out," the man stammered, trying to hide the tremor in his voice. "Got it. Here's a new fridge. Now scram," Alex said calmly, pulling a new appliance from his inventory. The crowd gasped. The man almost fell from shock but quickly thanked him and, gasping for breath, dragged the fridge to the exit. "Next. You. What did they steal, break, or blow up at your place?" Alex asked, pointing at another man. "My revolver," stammered the trembling guy. "Here's your revolver. Now move along. Next." Alex tossed him a standard revolver and immediately shooed him away. "They stole a plush skag from my son," said the next man waiting for compensation. "And instead of drinking here, you should have spent time with your kid. But all right, here's the toy." Alex pulled a huge plush bear from his inventory. "They stole my wallet," said the next man in line. Judging by your appearance and clothes, there was at most $2,000 in your wallet. Here's a new one, $3,000. Now scram. Next." Alex tossed the wallet to the men. The line moved quickly from there. Another man complained about a stolen wallet, he got a new one with more money. Another had his bed returned, a third got his boots, a fourth received a set of tools. Alex listened and compensated, but with each new claim, the headache in his mind grew worse. News spread through Sanctuary faster than the wind. In Moxie's bar, there was a guy, the father of those little disasters, handing out compensation to everyone wronged. The line doubled in size. Among the victims, one especially strange guy stepped forward. He trembled, not from fear, but from something else. Well, what did they steal from you? Alex asked, exhaling smoke. Nothing. I didn't come for that. I want your daughter to hit me with the shocker again, the man said, wrapping his arms around himself, his breathing shallow. It was so pleasurable. I'm still shaking. Alex froze and looked at him with a blank, cold stare. Repeat that. I don't want compensation. Just the hit. Please. For a moment, the bar fell into dead silence. Even Moxie raised an eyebrow, slightly amused. You want to be hit with a shocker? Alex asked, grimly smirking. All right. That's easy, you're about to get a little jolt. He reached out and, with an iron grip, grabbed the man by the head. Arcs of electricity immediately ran down Alex's arm. In the next second, the poor man's body convulsed violently. After a brief but agonizing shock, white smoke puffed from his mouth, and his body went limp, dangling in Alex's hand. Without changing expression, Alex tossed him out the door of Moxie's bar with a single, effortless motion. The appearance of such a client only confirmed Alex's suspicion. 99% of Pandora's residents were clearly unbalanced. Shaking off thoughts of the pervert dreaming of another shock, Alex returned to his task, distributing compensation to those affected by the four gremlins' antics. Soon even Dr. Zed showed up in line. Unlike the others, he wasn't after compensation but demanded payment for medical services. Alex asked which operation required payment, though he already expected the worst. His premonition proved correct. At Tina and Nyaruko's request, Dr. Zed had attached rack wings to a poor skag's back. He wasn't really a veterinarian, of course, but as long as he got paid, he was willing to attach anything, even horns, to a human. Hearing this, Alex sighed heavily and pinched the bridge of his nose. The thought of a winged skag running somewhere on Pandora did not thrill him in the slightest. Nevertheless, he paid Zed and continued handing out compensation to the rest. Moxie stood behind the bar the entire time, clearly enjoying the show. She was especially amused by how methodically Alex put some sense into the overly brazen idiots. Even Sir Hammerlock set aside his notes, watching the performance with interest. It seemed that nearly half of Sanctuary had gathered in the bar. Finally, the line came to an end. Alex leaned wearily against the bar, thinking about how much more chaos his little princesses had caused than anyone could have imagined. And this was just the residents of Sanctuary. He didn't even want to know how much trouble the four of them had caused elsewhere. Seems like that's everything. No one else needs compensation, Alex said, taking a sip of alcohol to wet his throat. I wouldn't say that, sugar, Moxie replied with a cheerful smile, topping off his glass. Ugh. And I have to pay you too. All right, let's make it quick. What do you want? Alex sighed. Ha. Sweetie, do you always work this fast? Or only with me? Moxie asked coquettishly, leaning on the counter and throwing him a playful glance. Only when it comes to work. So, what compensation do you want? Alex replied dryly. You're so boring, darling. To start, pay for the bar counter you broke when you smashed that idiot's head into it. And for nanny services, after all, I was watching your daughters. But for them, so sweet, I might give a discount, Moxie said, resting her cheek on her hand and looking at him seductively. How much? Alex asked, already preparing to hand over a stack of bills. Oh, sugar, I don't need your money. Just do one little job. For a strong, brave guy like you, it's nothing, Moxie said, slowly tracing a finger along his hand. What job? Alex asked, ignoring her flirting. I knew you wouldn't refuse a lady in trouble. There's a guy, won't leave me alone. Keeps sending letters, flowers, and all sorts of nonsense. Sings serenades, terrible ones, like someone scraping glass with a fork. BRR, Moxie shuddered. Name, location, and what do you want done with him? Alex said calmly, looking her straight in the eyes. Ziggy Splice. You'll find him in Linkage Wood. Hard to miss, a tangled mess of straw-like hair as if struck by lightning, one eye cloudy and blind, the other darting around like crazy. His clothes, a chaotic mix of rusty junk, she described. And how did such an idiot even fall for you? By your description, he's rummaging through trash, Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. How should I know? Maybe he found a poster of me. Rumor has it he even built a whole shrine out of garbage in my honor, Moxie sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead. Not too surprising, given the locals. So, what do you want? Intimidate him, beat him up, or something worse? Alex asked, tapping his finger on the counter. Oh, darling, do what you want with him. But be kind, destroy that ridiculous shrine. I don't like this kind of worship, especially from types like him, Moxie said, tapping her finger on his hand. Got it. Make sure he doesn't bother you again, and tear down the shrine. All right, let's get to it, Alex said, standing from the stool. Thanks, sugar. Here's an advance for the job. Moi, Moxie grabbed his coat and kissed him on the cheek. This isn't an advance, it's a debt repayment. So you don't owe me anything, Alex said, wiping off the trace of red lipstick. If you do well, I might have to pay you extra. Moxie added with a coquettish smile. Alex gave her an empty, indifferent look and silently left the bar. Outside, he lifted his head to the sky, pulled his phone from his pocket, and connected to the Hyperion Company satellites. After a few seconds of establishing a connection, Alex downloaded a map of Pandora and began searching for Linkage. He knew what kind of place it was. Linkage, a small town in a Wild West style, only with a touch of futuristic details. And, as the cherry on top, it was populated by idiots of every kind, all eager to attack any stranger. Zooming in on the satellite image, Alex marked the target point, stepped forward, and vanished, dissolving into thin air so fast that no one even noticed. His next stop was the top of a high cliff overlooking Linkage. Alex crouched down to get a better view. The town looked exactly as he remembered from the game, small, dusty, thoroughly soaked in the spirit of the Wild West. Wooden buildings lined the streets, and everywhere hung Jacob's Company posters, advertising cowboy-style weapons. On some posts, psycho individuals were hung with signs on their chests listing their achievements. Someone got a little too carried away with playing cowboys and Indians. All right, where do I find this idiot Ziggy Splice and his shrine to Moxie? Alex muttered, scanning the town. Finding no simple solution, he decided to take the easy way, ask the locals. Only, Alex immediately remembered that the people here were rarely sane. If they answered at all, it was pure nonsense. Jumping off the cliff, he landed at the town's entrance and moved forward, looking for a volunteer for questioning. Soon enough, the first candidate appeared, a typical psycho wandering nearby. Alex was instantly at his side, grabbed him by the head, and asked coldly, "Where can I find Ziggy Splice?" He. Squeeze tighter, I'm almost there, the psycho rasped, wriggling in his grip with a ridiculous grin. Ugh. Fuck. Asshole, Alex muttered with disgust and tossed him aside. Having thrown the overly strange psycho away, Alex quickly rolled up the sleeve of the coat on the arm he had just used. Without hesitation, he grabbed a gasoline canister from his inventory, splashed the liquid onto his hand, and ignited it. The flame flared instantly, illuminating his face in the firelight. Perfect, now I even have to disinfect my hand, who knows what kind of filth was on him, he grumbled, raising the flaming hand overhead. The bitterness in his soul only deepened. What annoyed him most was that the psycho he had thrown continued writhing on the ground, rasping maniacally, I'm almost there, almost there. Alex shivered, feeling an unpleasant chill down his spine. He had known that not all of Pandora's residents were sane, but this was beyond the pale. His phone in his pocket kept vibrating. Alex pulled it out with his free hand and almost groaned. In the family chat, hundreds of messages had piled up. The girls were sending laughing emojis non-stop and collectively nicknamed him the Statue of Liberty because of his hand raised over his head, burning. In their eyes, it looked epic. For Alex, it was insulting. A universe-sized resentment gripped his chest as he read their mocking messages. Perfect, love the family support, he muttered and extinguished his hand. Determined not to get distracted, Alex continued on his search for Ziggy Splice. The town was quiet, too quiet. His eyes caught on a slightly ajar door of a nameless shop. Curiosity got the better of him. Alex pushed the door open and almost immediately regretted it. Behind the counter stood a psycho in a black latex suit, panting as he hugged himself. I am Quirk Quagmire, the owner of this underground pleasure dungeon, he drawled, writhing. Step inside, dear customer, and experience something no one on Pandora has ever felt. Alex froze in horror for a moment. How about, no? He slammed the door shut instantly and hurried away. All right, enough circus. Need to find Ziggy and get out of this madhouse, he decided, quickening his pace. Moxie's words came to mind, Ziggy was somewhere near the junkyard. That's where Alex headed. Mountains of garbage rose like disgusting monuments to local madness. Amid the rubble, a strange sound echoed. As he approached, Alex saw a sight that made his blood run cold. Hundreds of Moxie dolls, cobbled together from scraps and trash. In the center, a shrine made of metal fragments and rot. On it, a poster of Moxie, plastered with dried flowers, human heads, and other grotesque things. But the most disturbing was a doll with the face of not-so-pretty Jack, into which a rusty knife had been stabbed. Someone clearly overdid it with the romance, Alex muttered, keeping his eyes on the scene. Then a mad scream erupted behind him. No. You've desecrated the altar of My Moxie with your presence. You don't even deserve to look at her. I will kill you and place your head on the altar as an offering to my future wife. Alex turned and saw him. Ziggy Splice. Hair matted and greasy, eyes burning with fanatic madness, and armor cobbled together from rusty junk. The sight was horrifying, but his face clearly showed murderous intent. Ziggy lunged forward, screaming, swinging a homemade axe. Alex merely grimaced, drew his revolver from behind his back, and fired. The bullet struck Ziggy's head and immediately exploded. Blood, flesh, and bone erupted in a fountain, the body flying past Alex and collapsing to the ground. Perfect. Weird suitor, -1. Now only the altar remains, and, I guess, that's the end of this town. Why did I even come to this planet? Alex muttered, moving forward. To be continued. Chapter 458, Chapter 458, The Madness on Pandora continues. The place where Alex was now standing was Linkachwood, a Wild West-style town lost on a remote planet called Pandora. Vault hunters flocked here, dreaming of finding the coveted caches of an ancient civilization. But Alex's reason for being here was far more mundane. His 3 little princesses had already caused plenty of trouble on Pandora, fraying the nerves of the locals, including the inhabitants of a town known as Sanctuary. To compensate for the damage, Alex had to accept a task from one very well-known woman on Pandora, Moxie. The compensation boiled down to a simple service: get rid of an overly persistent admirer. That's how Alex ended up at a junkyard near Linkachwood, where the headless body of Ziggy Splice, the fanatic who called himself Moxie's future husband, was already lying nearby. Lighting a cigarette after the deed, Alex looked at the absurd altar Ziggy had built in honor of his beloved. The sight of this sanctuary convinced Alex once and for all that some residents of Pandora were beyond saving. Around him loomed dozens of Moxie dolls cobbled together from scrap, while the altar itself was decorated with wilted flowers, severed heads, and one particularly notable masterpiece, a doll with a photo of not-so-handsome Jack and a rusty knife stuck straight into his face. The only thing left to do was burn this circus down. Alex knew perfectly well, if he left it as it was, another lunatic would just take Ziggy's place. So he pulled several jerrycans of gasoline from his inventory. Sure, he could have used magic to finish things in a second, but where's the fun in that? Sometimes it's nice to solve a problem like an ordinary man. Country roads, take me home. To the place I belong. He hummed the old song while dousing the altar generously with gasoline. He wasn't stingy with the fuel. Dozens of Moxie dolls were drenched in it, and at the end Alex even placed a full canister right on the altar, for a more spectacular finale. After a few drags, he tossed the glowing cigarette into the heart of the nightmare. A second later, a loud whoosh, and flames shot up into the sky. Fire engulfed the altar, leapt onto the trash heaps, and grew into a towering bonfire. Alex calmly watched the madness burn. Fire was one of the 3 things you could watch forever. But his peace didn't last long. Sensing multiple presences behind him, Alex tilted his head slightly and saw a horde of psychos charging at him, shrieking. Their bodies were covered in ridiculous tattoos, their faces hidden by iconic masks, and their mouths spewed incoherent insults. Alex was already preparing to cut them down, but suddenly they stopped at the burning pile of junk and started dancing. He froze, stunned, as dozens of psychos spun around in some kind of wild shamanistic ritual. Their raspy voices merged into a strange chant. Uga shaka uga uga. Uga shaka uga uga. Alex automatically stuck a finger in his ear, thinking he misheard. But no, they were actually singing. The fairy drone Navi streamed everything to the girls, who sat wide-eyed, unable to understand why their daughters had ever set foot on this cursed planet. Everything they'd seen so far was madness, but the psycho's dance around a bonfire in honor of Moxie went far beyond the limit. A psycho who likes being electrocuted, that's tolerable. A psycho who enjoys choking, you don't surprise anyone with that. Even the owner of the Dungeon of Delights in a latex suit, dubious, but fine. But this. One of the girls muttered, staring at the screen. Alex kept standing there, face blank. Yet the longer he listened, the more the rhythm pulled him in. His head began to bob in time. Uga shaka uga uga. The psycho's voices carried. I can't stop this feeling. Alex joined in, now with enthusiasm. Uga shaka uga uga, the psychos roared, adding rhythm. Deep inside of me. He sang louder, gaining momentum. Uga shaka uga uga, the psychos echoed, like his personal choir. Girl, you just don't realize what you do to me. Alex continued, swinging his arm in time. The horde of psychos screeched, jumped, and worked themselves into an even greater frenzy. Madness had reached its peak. The girls watching the broadcast were left speechless. Instead of running away from the madness, Alex suddenly began to sing, together with an entire crowd of psychos who were cheerfully dancing around the burning mountain of trash. On one hand, Alex did have a genuinely pleasant voice, and his singing was easy on the ears. But not in this situation. The girls sitting together exchanged glances, and in their eyes was the same unspoken question: was their husband all right? Or had Alex finally squandered the last remnants of sanity? One way or another, what was happening looked terrifyingly strange. Some even started to think he had gotten a little too immersed in the atmosphere of this insane world called Pandora. Meanwhile, inside chaos, Nyan sat on her throne, laughing loudly as she watched Alex sing and dance with the horde of psychos. Even Yog put aside her snacks to take a look, and to her own surprise, she was impressed. She had never expected such behavior from Alex. The same was happening in Lady Death's domain. She sat upon her throne of black bones, observing the events. It openly amused her. If before she had marked Alex only to spite Nyan, now Death was genuinely intrigued by this man. Watching the madness, she laughed out loud for the first time in ages, and her realm, usually filled only with silence and gloom, came alive with the sound of her laughter. At one point, the creator's eldest son, Michael, and at the same time Alex's elder brother, decided to check on what his younger brother was doing. Creating a projection, he managed to glance for only a second, before immediately shutting it down with a heavy sigh. Yet another confirmation: his new brother was a true madman. Alex, meanwhile, had completely given into the psycho's rhythm, singing, dancing, and looking as if he had always been a part of this strange company. Ooga shaka ooga ooga, the crowd of psychos chanted in unison, dancing around the flaming dump. I'm hooked on a feeling, I'm high on believing, that you're in love with me. Alex sang along, tapping his foot as if it were just an ordinary celebration. Glory to the Firehawk Lilith, one of the psychos screamed, raising a flaming axe above his head. Glory to the Firehawk Lilith, the whole crowd echoed, waving their burning weapons. Alex froze as he heard the shouts. He hadn't expected that by simply doing a job for Moxie, he'd become the cause of a new cult forming in honor of the siren named Lilith. Lilith had once already had her own cult of fanatics she couldn't get rid of. And as Alex remembered, the Vault Hunters had long ago wiped them out at Lilith's personal request, because their fanaticism had spiraled out of control. Now, hearing them scream Lilith's name and seeing some of them catch fire as the flames spread to their bodies, Alex realized, it was time to run. If his family could hear his thoughts right now, they all would have rolled their eyes and added a few sarcastic remarks. Then an explosion thundered. Nobody, not even Alex, knew that Ziggy had planted bombs inside every Moxie doll, and the heat had set them all off at once. Burning trash flew in every direction. One particularly large chunk crashed straight onto a shop in Linkachwood, crushing a psycho in a latex suit. The town had turned into a hell of fire and screams. Alex, however, stood amidst the chaos, alive, unharmed, and expressionless. Charred bodies lay all around, pierced by flaming debris. He only shrugged. Well, there was a cult, and now there's no cult of the Firehawk. As they say, fanatics don't live long. Acting as if nothing unusual had happened, Alex calmly headed toward Linkachwood. Except the fairy drone Navi had been recording everything in high quality all this time. His singing and dancing with the psychos, along with this entire mad spectacle, would no doubt resurface many times at family dinners as a funny story. Reaching Linkachwood, Alex stopped, staring at the chaos. Half the town was burning, psychos ran around engulfed in flames, screaming curses. He wondered, should he put out the fire, or just leave? Choosing the latter, he dissolved into the air and reappeared at the gates of Sanctuary. The first thing that caught his eye was a mountain of empty beer cans and a sleeping guard who, even in his dreams, refused to let go of his beer. Alex looked at this marvel of security, and wondered if giving him beer as an apology had even been worth it, considering the only thing he was guarding was his nap. Casting one more glance at the guard clutching the beer can, Alex shook his head. Either way, as long as he was in this town, he could protect it from Hyperion's goons, should not so handsome Jack decide to attack again, for who knows how many times now. Entering Sanctuary, Alex heard suspicious noises from Scooter's garage. The metal shutters were firmly closed, and Alex didn't even want to know what was going on inside. Knowing Scooter's imagination, Alex could only picture what he might have been doing with his latest vehicle, and the images were so unpleasant he wanted to burn them out of his mind. Deciding not to dwell on it, he made his way to Moxie's bar to report that Ziggy would no longer be a problem. Climbing the steps, Alex caught the familiar mix of smells: cheap liquor, cigarettes, gunpowder, and Moxie's sweet perfume that lingered throughout the bar. Entering, he ignored the patrons. The damage caused by the 4 gremlins had already been compensated. Seeing him, Moxie greeted Alex with a seductive smile. Waiting until he sat at the counter, she immediately poured him a chilled drink. Alex lit a cigarette, and Moxie, leaning on the counter and tracing her finger along his wrist, asked, "So, how did it go, sugar? Did you manage to take care of my little problem with Ziggy?" You could say that. Everything went fairly smoothly, Alex replied in a calm tone, pretending that the ensuing chaos had nothing to do with her question. Oh, sugar, thank you. You have no idea how hard it is for such a fragile lady like me to fend off overly persistent suitors, Moxie purred coyly, still running her finger along his hand. Alex gave her an empty look. He knew perfectly well that behind the mask of a fragile lady hid a cruel and vengeful woman who never missed a chance to get back at her enemies. After not-so-handsome Jack had used her and betrayed her, Moxie hated him with every fiber of her being, and if she had the chance, she'd gladly shove a grenade into a place where even the sun doesn't shine. The only one Alex could compare her to was Freya. Both could smile and play the role of a weak woman, but behind that smile was always a blade ready to strike straight into the heart. So then, sugar, Moxie drawled, resting her cheek on her palm, how did it go with Ziggy? And I hope you didn't forget to burn down that altar in my honor. Your admirer Ziggy died so fast I barely noticed. As for the altar, if you don't count the hundreds of trash-made dolls that looked like you, a few severed heads, and one with a photo of some idiot with an annoying grin and a rusty knife stuck in his face, then yeah, it all went up in flames. But Alex tapped his finger on the wooden counter. But Moxie leaned closer, curiosity ringing in her voice. When the altar went up like a Christmas tree, it caught the psycho's attention. At first, they were dancing around the fire, singing, then suddenly they started declaring their love for Lilith. Moxie burst out laughing, covering her lips with her hand. Ha ha ha. You're telling me those lunatics threw a disco around a burning trash pile, then crowned themselves Lilith's Fen Club? Alex nodded, keeping a stone face. He wasn't about to admit he had been part of that celebration until everything blew up. Moxie, meanwhile, broke into full laughter, her voice ringing throughout the bar. She felt she had made the right choice trusting Alex with this compensation. Who would have thought that killing a pushy suitor would turn into such a show? She even pictured Lilith's expression when she learned her name had once again become the object of a cult. And the cherry on top was Alex's mention of the explosives hidden inside the Moxie dolls. The blast was so powerful that the burning debris flew all the way to Linkage Wood and set half the town on fire. The bar's patrons, hearing her laughter, began listening closely and exchanging glances, realizing that soon new rumors would be crawling through Sanctuary. Alex already knew Lilith was about to get another headache. Oh, sugar, said Moxie, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes and fixing her makeup. You really do know how to brighten a girl's day. Glad you enjoyed it. I should probably get back to my business. Who knows how many enemies those 4 gremlins have already managed to make. I'd rather not have a mob with torches chasing after my daughters, Alex said, draining his glass in one gulp. You're leaving already, sweet thing. I thought you'd stay a little longer. It's just too fun having you around. Moxie drawled coquettishly, clearly unwilling to let him go. Well, I already had to sneak away from work to beat up one idiot, Alex replied calmly as he rose from the counter. It's a shame you have to go. But drop by any time. I'd love to chat again, she said softly. As long as I'm on Pandora, if you need something, just say the word. I'll be here until I take care of all the problems that landed on my daughters, Alex said, heading toward the exit. Of course, sugar. I've actually got a couple of ideas, but I'll tell you later, Moxie said with a smile, blowing him a kiss. Alex turned his head slightly toward her, gave a nod, and walked out through another exit of the bar. He found himself in a small alleyway. Turning his head to the left, Alex saw a junkyard where, in a heap of trash, lay the drunk whose face he had once smashed against the bar counter. A little farther off was another pervert who had been hoping to meet an electroshocker. Next to them were a couple of particularly clever individuals who had decided to demand exaggerated compensation for the trouble caused by Anya, Nyarko, Jinx, and Tina. Turning his gaze away from the unconscious bodies, Alex looked ahead, at the simple street where passers-by calmly strolled or chatted with one another. Here was also the black market shop, run by Crazy Earl, the men who could get absolutely anything in exchange for iridium. Alex wondered whether it was worth gathering some iridium to test what interesting effects could be extracted from that ore. Walking at a slow pace, he turned to the right, toward the building located in the center of Sanctuary. Deciding to step inside, Alex entered and found a rather empty room, save for the Hyperion Company's fast travel station. These stations allowed travel across Pandora, wherever they were installed. Glancing to the other side, Alex remembered that in the game there had been a golden chest here. With it, you could obtain powerful weapons, if you had golden keys. But now, this was reality, not a game. And of course, the chest wasn't there. Leaving the building, he walked to the end of the street and stopped at a crossroads. To the left was the path to Marcus Kincaid's shop, that same former lover of Moxie who ran the largest weapons business on Pandora. Marcus could get you any weapon for the right price. The other road led to the Crimson Raiders' headquarters. Lost in thought, Alex tried to piece together the timeline of this world. He recalled Roland, the leader of the Crimson Raiders. As Alex remembered, Roland had first ended up in Hyperion's prison, from where he was rescued by the Vault Hunters. After that, he began handing out missions, thwarting Hyperion's plans and those of not-so-handsome Jack. Eventually, Roland died in the prison where Jack kept his siren daughter, Angel. After her death, Jack captured Lilith to use her powers to open the vault. But right now, Sanctuary hadn't yet turned into a flying city, which meant Roland had to be alive. Especially since Anya, Nyarko, Jinx, and Tina had mentioned Lilith, who was still here. Alex became even more confused. It irritated him that he couldn't piece together a clear chain of events. Does it even matter, he thought. Whether Roland is alive, dead, or has switched sides to Jack, that's their problem. He decided to stick to his original plan, compensate those affected by the 4 gremlins, rescue the siren named Angel, shove a golden statuette up Jack's rear, and perhaps open the vault built by the ancient Iridian civilization. Mapping out his route, Alex turned left and headed toward the Crimson Raiders' headquarters, where Anya, Nyarko, Jinx, and Tina were waiting for him. After walking a bit further and turning, he saw the headquarters with 2 soldiers standing at the entrance. Alex raised an eyebrow, trying to remember whether these were the same ones coming for compensation or other victims of the gremlins. But when the 2 raised their hands in greeting, it became clear they were also here for the same reason. Alex smiled, nodded to them, and walked past. No one even attempted to stop him. Inside, he saw beds, a pile of washing machines, and, of course, Patricia Tanis, a researcher, archaeologist, and slightly mad scientist. She was notorious for suddenly changing topics mid-conversation, getting distracted by nonsense, and spouting complete nonsense. So many calculations unfinished, so many studies incomplete, so many experiments in bed untested. What should I do, muttered Tanis, hunched over her papers. Alex gave her an empty stare and decided to quietly pass by. Moxie had been enough of a distraction, Tanis could clearly also be dangerous in that regard, and Alex had no desire to deal with her. Carefully stepping, he headed for the staircase leading to the 2nd floor, where the main part of the headquarters was located. But, to his misfortune, Tanis was standing directly in his path. He was almost past her when she suddenly turned and grabbed his arm. Are you new here? Can I help you, mouth breather? Tanis asked, holding on tightly. Kind of. I don't need anything. I'm not buying anything. I'm not selling anything. I just need to get upstairs, Alex replied in a robotic voice. Why do you sound like a robot? Maybe you are a robot sent to kill me and steal my research. Tanis's eyes sparkled with madness. Not a chance I'll give in without a fight. I'll turn you into a pile of scrap. With that, she grabbed a grenade from the table. Alex stared at her with an empty expression as Tanis held the grenade, clearly planning to make it explode. He sighed heavily, once again asking himself, why him? While he was lost in thought, Tanis threw the grenade. It hit Alex's chest and thudded to the floor, scattering tiny sparks. Both, Alex and Tanis, stared at it. The grenade merely crackled, showing no intention of exploding. Alex looked at Tanis and grimly thought that this crazy woman must have thrown grenades far too often, which was probably why she was handed a dud. Tanis, with the same mad gleam in her eyes, glanced at the grenade at his feet and just clicked her tongue. For starters, I'm not a robot. I'm here on business. And your research doesn't interest me, Alex said calmly, bending down to pick up the dummy grenade from the floor. You really don't look like a robot, Tanis said, nodding and examining him from head to toe. Neither doll nor even Hyperion would make machines this attractive. I think, thanks for the compliment. Good luck with your research, whatever it is you're doing, Alex replied, deciding it was better not to get drawn into a conversation. Hey, wait. Tanis suddenly perked up. I haven't finished talking. If you're not a robot and also so attractive, how about a little fun? I'm free right now. She smiled and grabbed Alex's hand. Alex stared at her with the same blank expression, carefully removed her fingers, and pulled a small bag of candy from his pocket. He placed it in Tanis's hands. While she examined the candy, intrigued, Alex silently made his way upstairs. He had absolutely no desire to sleep with a woman he'd just met. Tanis watched him leave, clicking her tongue slightly, she didn't even ask his name. But her thoughts quickly shifted, she opened the bag and popped a piece of candy into her mouth. Feeling the sweetness, Tanis squinted in satisfaction, hummed to herself, and returned to her work. Meanwhile, Alex climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor of the Crimson Raiders' headquarters. There, he was met with a strange sight. On a shabby couch slouched a thin man in a leather jacket and worn-out pants. He wore a bandana on his head and dark sunglasses over his eyes. He held a bottle of alcohol in his hand, with empty bottles scattered around. On a perch nearby sat a bird resembling a vulture. This was Mordecai. A bit further, at a table, sat a huge muscular man in a sleeveless leather jacket that highlighted his massive arms. His grim appearance contrasted with the pink bunny ears on his head. This was Brick. Brick was currently sitting with Anya, Nyarko, Jinx, and Tina. The four of them were playing a local version of Dungeons and Dragons, but in the style of Pandora. No one noticed Alex entering, so he cleared his throat slightly to attract attention. At the sound of his cough, Mordecai and Brick instinctively grabbed their weapons. But before they could do anything, Anya, Nyarko, Jinx, and Tina happily jumped onto Alex. Seeing the handsome guy surrounded by four girls, Mordecai and Brick exchanged glances. Both thought the same thing: who is this stranger? Daddy. Where have you been? Why so long? Anya asked, stretching his cheeks. If someone hadn't caused a mess, I'd have been back sooner. Alex squinted and pinched Anya's nose. We should have just left that crybaby Scooter alone, that's all. So what if we stole his car? Let him build a new one, Tina said nonchalantly. Only Scooter. What about the others you caused trouble for? Alex raised an eyebrow, looking at all four of them. Nothing like that happened, Anya, Nyarko, Jinx, and Tina said in unison, making innocent faces. It did happen, Alex sighed. Stealing someone else's fridge. Stealing a wallet. Stealing weapons. And why did you even have to steal just the left shoes? Can anyone explain that? Anya, Nyarko, Jinx, and Tina exchanged glances and pretended they had no idea what Alex was talking about. Seeing that he wasn't going to get any admissions out of them, he just let out a heavy sigh. Mordecai and Brick had been watching the scene with genuine interest the whole time. Hearing the girls' words, they exchanged glances and realized, here was the mysterious, and according to Anya, Nyarko, and Jinx, the most handsome daddy in the world. Not that they denied Alex looked incredibly attractive. But both couldn't shake the thought, isn't he a bit too young to be the father of 3 daughters like these? Daddy, you still didn't answer, where were you? And why did it take so long? Jinx asked, tugging at Alex's face. I was catching up to you so late because I had to pay compensation to all those poor souls whose lives you managed to ruin, Alex replied dryly. Including one little job for Moxie. It involved getting rid of an overly persistent admirer and burning down an altar, which, as it turned out, was explosive. In the end, half of Linkachwood was reduced to ashes. Hearing the word compensation, the 4 gremlins just shrugged in unison. They were far more curious about how Alex had completed the task. Brick and Mordecai, on the other hand, couldn't take their eyes off the men who had managed to please Moxie and burn down half the city at the same time. Well, you're impressive, man. Burning down half of Linkachwood, that's a skill, Brick said with a wide grin, studying Alex. Thanks, cute ears, Alex replied with a faint smile. Ha ha ha. Thank you. I am the great rabbit warrior, of the battle rabbit race. Brick declared proudly with a grin. Ha ha ha, impressive. I take it you're Brick, and the one who never lets go of his bottle is Mordecai. Right. Or did I mix them up? Alex said, even though he knew perfectly well who was who. Ha ha ha, you got it. Mordecai either drinks or hunts. Most often, he does both at the same time, drinks and hunts, Brick replied with loud laughter, giving his friend a friendly pat on the shoulder. Well, everyone has their own preferences, Alex shrugged indifferently. All right, sit with us, handsome daddy. Tell us what you think of Pandora, Brick said, moving a chair for him. Alex smiled and sat down at the table. But before he could even speak, a figurine was placed in front of him, and he was forced to join the board game. And, to top it off, a crown was plopped onto his head. He glanced at the 4 gremlins, they had no intention of accepting a refusal. Smirking, Alex just shook his head and decided to play along, while casually chatting with Brick and Mordecai. Still, deep down, another question nagged at him, where was Lilith? Why hadn't he seen this fiery siren yet? Alex decided not to rush and, during the conversation, carefully extract the missing details, to fully understand at which stage the events of this world were. To be continued. Chapter 459, Chapter 459, First Meeting with the Siren Lilith. Alex sat on the second floor of the Crimson Raiders headquarters, absorbed in a tabletop game called Bunkers and Badasses, a kind of Dungeons and Dragons analog, but with guns, explosives, and whole hordes of psychos that Tina constantly wove into the plot, since she was the game master. The company was peculiar. Next to Alex at the table sat his 3 daughters and Brick, who, despite his imposing appearance, clearly enjoyed board games. The contrast between the muscular man in a leather jacket, his scarred face, and the pink bunny ears on his head looked so ridiculous that Alex barely managed to suppress a grin. Behind them, Mordecai sprawled on the couch, never letting go of his bottle. In half an hour of play he had already downed his second. Every time Tina tried to draw him into the game, he found absurd excuses. He was either too drunk to roll dice or had pulled his back. Alex, as if casually, asked Brick questions about his adventures on Pandora. As soon as Brick began recounting his past, He lit up and started telling everything from the beginning, their arrival on Pandora as part of the Vault Hunters team with Mordecai, Lilith, and Roland. When he mentioned Roland's name, a particular note slipped into his voice that Alex immediately noticed, though he decided not to focus on it yet. It was more important to cross-check what he heard with what he already knew. Brick's tale poured out in an endless stream, while Mordecai occasionally interrupted with remarks, accusing his friend of lying or insisting it had never happened at all. He especially objected when Brick began claiming he had fought the Vault Guardian, the Destroyer, with his bare hands and personally saved everyone by killing it. Mordecai just shook his head tiredly, watching his friend. Those who had actually been there knew it had gone very differently. Brick, maybe stop feeding everyone nonsense, he grunted, taking a swig from the bottle. You have a new version every time. First you supposedly hurled a huge boulder at the Destroyer. Then you claimed you fell on it while sitting on a bomb and saved everyone. And now you're saying you beat it with your bare hands. What's next? You'll tell us you beat the Destroyer with one finger. And why are you butting into other people's stories? Brick sneered. I'm not telling how you got so plastered you fell asleep in a skag nest and couldn't get out for days because the skag mother thought you were a pup, because of how you reeked. And you had to drink her milk to survive. Alex's hand twitched when he heard that, and he fought hard not to burst out laughing. But his daughters couldn't contain themselves. Anya, Tina, Nyaruko, and Jinx were already laughing uncontrollably. Mordecai shot Brick a look that made it seem like another second and he'd grab a weapon to wipe that grin off his face. Alex could hardly imagine how someone could get so drunk that they'd fall asleep in a den of space dogs. But the thought of Mordecai being nursed by a skag mother completely broke his composure. Since you want to play it that way, Brick, Mordecai said darkly, leaning forward, then I'll tell what really happened during the fight with the Destroyer. Go ahead, Brick replied with a smirk. You're not gonna say it didn't happen, that we ran out of ammo and I had to punch the Destroyer with my bare hands until they dropped us some supply crates. Oh, of course, we did run out of ammo, Mordecai drawled with sarcasm. But your version is a little embellished. In reality, you, being the total meathead you are, rushed the Destroyer with your fists. In the end, it just grabbed you with a tentacle and slammed your face into the ground a couple of times. That's a lie. That never happened. Brick roared, slamming his fist on the table. Oh, it happened all right, Mordecai shot back with a grin, taking a swig from his bottle. It kept smashing you into the ground until Lilith burned its tentacle and we dragged you out. And while we were trying to bring you back to your senses, you kept mumbling about seeing your super jacked great-grandma. She told you that on the other side you could bulk up even more. Lies. That never happened. And even if it did, Lilith and Roland would have told me. Brick barked in protest. We just decided not to tell you so we wouldn't hurt your, as you call it, muscular heart, Mordecai smirked. Or is the fact that you flinch every time you see tentacles just a coincidence too? His grin widened even more. At that moment, Alex couldn't hold it anymore and burst out laughing. His smile faded only when he noticed the flicker of recognition in Brick's eyes. With the laughter came back the buried memories of that very battle with the Destroyer. Now he remembered everything in vivid detail. Still chuckling, Alex patted him on the shoulder in understanding. He knew all too well what it meant to be caught in tentacles. His own experience was far darker. The first avatar of Nyan he had faced had grabbed him with a tentacle and dragged him through a portal into another galaxy. There, one of the tentacles pierced straight through his chest, damaging not only his body but also his soul, the very core of his existence. Since then, Alex avoided such captures at all costs. Seeing that recognition in Alex's eyes, Brick relaxed a little. And when Alex admitted that he too had once been dragged through a portal by a tentacle and left with a hole in his chest, Brick gave a knowing nod and clapped him on the shoulder in return. For a brief moment, a strange bond of masculine solidarity formed between them, victims of tentacles. After swapping stories, Alex suggested getting back to the tale. So what happened next? After you opened the first vault. He remembered perfectly well that soon after came a far greater event, the transformation of an ordinary programmer named Jack into Handsome Jack, the deranged bastard who thought himself the savior of the universe. Alex knew Jack had been broken since childhood. Once he seized control of the Hyperion Corporation, he completely lost it and decided to wipe out Pandora's population, labeling them all bandits. Brick started talking again. He explained that after the first vault was opened, a new group of vault hunters arrived on Pandora. That was when they first met programmer Jack, who helped them search for a new vault built by the Iridians, but this one was on the moon, Elpis. When Lilith, Roland, Brick, and Mordecai realized Jack's true motives, they tried to stop him. But they were too late. The new hunters had already opened the vault and let Jack inside. Inside, they faced a battle with the Guardian, the Divine Protector. And that was when Alex realized by watching Brick hesitate, something important had happened. Not wanting to continue, Brick fell silent. Mordecai picked up the story, sighing and taking a swig from his bottle. Roland, he sacrificed himself. He threw himself into the chasm with that Guardian. We saw them fall. And that was it. That's how we won the battle, and lost him. Alex frowned, lighting a cigarette. And what did you do with Jack? Lilith lost it when she saw him grab the vault symbol, Mordecai continued. She used her siren power and shredded the symbol to pieces. The vault started collapsing, and we ran. We thought Jack had died there, but we were wrong. Instead of celebrating the victory, we chased Athena, wanted to get back at her for deceiving us and taking advantage of our trust. Lilith was ready to kill her, but then one of the Iridians appeared and started lecturing us about a prophecy, about the coming destruction of Pandora, and that we had to face this fight. Mordecai took another sip, shaking his head. Yeah, fun times, he muttered. I understand, Alex said, exhaling smoke. You're trying to stop Jack so he doesn't open the vault with the warrior. Right. Do we have a choice? Mordecai scoffed. Fight or wait to die. And dying, well, you know, nobody's lining up for that. Alex nodded. He already knew that Jack would open the coveted vault and release the warrior anyway, a living Iridian weapon designed to suppress uprisings. A killing machine, obedient only to the one who awakened it. Jack had seen exactly that in his visions when he touched the symbol. A plan immediately formed in Alex's mind. If the key to the vault was connected to the siren named Angel, sooner or later it would end up in his hands. And then, instead of killing the warrior, he could tame it, shrinking it down to a manageable, domestic size. As if sensing their father's thoughts, Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx looked at him with puppy-like eyes, clearly begging him to catch that warrior. Alex saw no reason to refuse, he just smiled and nodded. By the way, where's Lilith? He asked, glancing at his watch. We've been sitting here for an hour, and she still hasn't shown up. Ah, that. Lilith went to help the new group of vault hunters, Brick replied casually. They messed up, and she went to pull their asses out of trouble. What a caring leader, Alex smirked. Well, and before I forget, thanks for looking after my little princesses. Am I a princess too? Tina perked up, smiling widely and pointing at herself. Of course, Alex said with a gentle smile, ruffling her hair. You're our little princess of explosions, baby Tina. Feeling the warmth of Alex's hand on her head, Tina beamed with joy and started bouncing in place, endlessly repeating that she was now a real princess. Alex just smiled, watching her genuine happiness, and increasingly considered adopting Tina and making her part of his family. He fully understood what she had been through on Pandora, which made him even more determined to give her a proper future. Of course, it meant adding one more troublesome gremlin to his family, but Alex welcomed it. Even Brick and Mordecai watched with smiles as Tina called herself a princess. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx had long realized that their daddy was planning to adopt Tina, and not only did they not object, they were absolutely thrilled. After all, they couldn't allow her audacious claims that she would marry their father. Even during the board game, Tina didn't stop trying to marry Alex. There he was, the king of a huge kingdom, and she stubbornly played the role of his princess. So, as a token of my gratitude, I want to give you something, Alex said with a slight smile. Let's start with you, big guy. Here's a power hammer. I think your arms can handle the recoil, since it's incredibly difficult to wield. He pulled a massive war hammer from his inventory and placed it right in front of Brick. Brick raised an eyebrow at Alex's words, but as soon as he took the weapon in his hands, he immediately felt its weight and grinned broadly. Just what the doctor ordered. With this beauty, I'll take down the Hyperion movers with even more pleasure, he said, easily tossing the hammer over his shoulder. Glad you like it, Alex nodded. And for you, Mordecai, I have something special, a railgun. In my family, we mostly prefer these. He placed the long rifle on the table. Looks cool, but I don't think it's better than my favorite, Mordecai said skeptically, nodding toward his own rifle lying nearby. Alex smirked and shook his head. You're wrong. The projectile speed on this toy is 7.3 Mach, just over 9,000 kilometers per hour. No gunpowder needed, only recharging. At full charge, you can make 10,000 shots. The bullet heats up to a temperature that burns metal through. So think about which rifle is better, your old one or this. Mordecai opened his mouth to argue but stopped. Alex's words were true, and he knew it. Tina, seeing the new weapon, immediately reached out, trying to grab the railgun. Alex gently placed his hand on her head, preventing her from touching it. He didn't even want to imagine what this crazy girl would do if she got her hands on such a weapon. But Tina didn't give up, stretching as far as she could and loudly declaring that sooner or later, the rifle would be hers. Alex gave her a tired, empty look and did what every parent knows how to do, distract the child. He pulled out a box of ice cream from his inventory and placed it in front of Tina. The girl froze. Her eyes widened, and all her attention shifted to the sweet treat. She immediately forgot about the rifle. How did you do that? Usually we either have to give in or wait until Tina gets what she wants, Brick said in surprise. Experience, Alex shrugged. I have 3 little gremlins who love grabbing things from my table. And some of my wives are guilty of that too. You could say it's a family trait. Wait, did you say wives? Brick smirked. So how many women are you married to? Alex smiled slyly. Let's keep that a secret. I don't want to break your manly heart or drown you in jealousy. One guy already tried to attack me. Ha ha ha. And what did you do to him? Brick laughed. Beat him with a stick, Alex said calmly. All he could do afterward was scream, stop, I won't do it again. Ay. Brick roared even louder and started pounding his fists on the table. Alex just smiled. He was used to this, there were always enough envious and overly persistent guys trying to get close to the girls in his family. To pass the time, he decided to tell Brick and Mordecai a little about himself, what he did, and why his daughters were so well protected. Of course, he wasn't about to reveal all his cards. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx might start inserting their unnecessary comments, so Alex pulled out 3 more boxes of ice cream and handed one to each of them. Now all 4 little gremlins, including Tina, were completely absorbed in their sweets, even forgetting about the board game. Alex began his story from the very beginning, how he worked as an adventurer. He explained the profession, hunting monsters, gathering rare materials, escorting research caravans. To make the conversation even more enjoyable, he pulled bottles of alcohol from his inventory for Brick and Mordecai. The men gratefully accepted the treats. Alex brewed himself a cup of fragrant coffee. Even though he couldn't get drunk, the taste of good coffee was always higher than any intoxicating drink. Meanwhile, in the sanctuary town hall, at the Hyperion teleportation station, Lilith appeared. She looked exhausted, fatigue etched on her face, eyes dim. Taking a step forward, she stretched as if trying to shake off the weight of tension. Using her siren powers always came at a high cost, and after having to pull the Vault Seekers out of an ambush set by movers sent by Handsome Jack, her body and mind felt completely drained. This time was no exception. With a heavy sigh, Lilith stepped outside. Almost immediately, whispers drew her attention. It seemed as if the air around her had filled with strangers' voices. She only caught fragments, fan club, in her honor, didn't last. She tried to brush it off, but the further she walked, the clearer it became, rumors were stubbornly circulating about her. Nearly every passerby mentioned some fan club in her honor, and the most unpleasant part, they were all psychos. Wanting to get to the bottom of it, Lilith noticed 2 Scarlet Raiders and quietly approached. They were talking so animatedly that they didn't notice their leader behind them. Did you hear? Our leader has a fan club of psychos again, asked the first, smirking at his friend. Heard. The whole city's talking about it. Word is, those idiots blew themselves up. No one lasted long, I think I heard they all blew up on a pile of trash where the explosives were buried, though who knows, shrugged the second. Ha! I'd love to see that, laughed the first. And what fan club in my honor are you talking about instead of doing your job, came a cold voice behind them. Both men froze and slowly turned their heads. Lilith stood before them, frowning, arms crossed over her chest. Their glances met, both thought about running. But the moment they even twitched, the tattoos across the siren's body glowed with a menacing light. There was no choice left, either try to run and be reduced to charred ashes, or answer honestly. They chose the latter. How long do I have to wait for an answer? Lilith asked coldly. Lilith, the first stammered hurriedly, it's just a rumor. In the sanctuary, they're saying a fan club of psychos appeared in Link H. Wood in your honor. And who started this rumor? What happened to the club? Her voice had turned icy. We don't know, the second intervened. The rumor came from Moxie's bar, but who exactly started it is unclear. And the fan club itself, it's gone. They say those maniacs danced around a pile of burning trash with explosives, and, well, blew themselves up. Lilith exhaled heavily, suppressing her irritation. If you love gossip so much, find out who spread this rumor and report to me. Quickly. The men snapped to attention, saluted, and immediately bolted. Lilith watched them leave with a tired gaze and pressed her hand to her temple. Her head already ached from obsessive fans who had turned her into an object of worship. Once, a group of such psychos had burned not only themselves but also innocent people. The last thing she wanted was another cult in her honor. With these thoughts, she headed to the Scarlet Raiders' headquarters, deciding she urgently needed a drink. Inside, chaos reigned as always. On the first floor, Tanis was completely absorbed in her research, mumbling to herself and not even noticing Lilith. Lilith decided to ignore the new handsome guy Tanis had mentioned several times in an obviously suggestive context. Climbing to the second floor, she caught a glimpse of Alex but, too exhausted, paid him no attention. Mordecai, as usual, didn't let go of his bottle, and Brick was loudly playing board games with the children, making so much noise the walls shook. Lilith didn't even try to intervene. She simply opened the fridge, pulled out a beer, and finally allowed herself to relax a little. Of course, Alex couldn't miss the opportunity to get a better look at Lilith as she entered, completely ignoring everything around her. She was tall and graceful, with a toned yet strong physique. Pale blue skin and bright, glowing blue tattoos wrapping around her body immediately marked her as a siren. The tight leather suit accentuated her curves, and her sturdy boots were clearly made for long treks across Pandora's harsh terrain. Her fiery red hair, tied back in a small ponytail, framed a striking face with piercing green eyes. Dark lipstick added even more daring to her look. At first glance, Alex realized her appearance reflected her essence, fiery, strong, and dangerous. Lilith took a sip of beer straight from the can, closing her eyes, and exhaled in relief. But when she opened them again and noticed the stranger she had previously ignored, she choked and sprayed beer directly onto Brick's back. "Hey! What the hell, Lilith? Now I'm soaked in beer," he exclaimed, shaking furiously. "Sorry, Brick," Lilith said, wiping her lips and pointing at Alex. "But who the hell is this? And why is he here?" "Oh, right," Brick said, towel-drying his shoulder with a crooked grin. "Allow me to introduce the most handsome daddy in the entire universe, Alex. Father of Nyaruko, Jinx, and Anya. He's here to sort out all the problems these four caused. He's already compensated all the residents of the sanctuary, and, by the way, did some work for Moxie." Alex nodded at Lilith with a slight smile. She, stunned, continued to look at him. Before, she had thought the girls were exaggerating when talking about how attractive their father was. Lilith had dismissed it as childish idealization. But now, studying Alex, she realized the girls had told the truth. Her gaze wandered over him, black hair casually slicked back, a long red and black coat, black pants, and matching boots. But what struck her most were his eyes, iridescent, as if glowing from within. Brick grinned, noticing Lilith staring at Alex. Since Roland's death, she hadn't let anyone close and hadn't even thought about new relationships. "Lilith, stop staring like that. Your hair is already catching fire," he said, barely holding back laughter. Everyone turned and indeed saw the tips of Lilith's hair beginning to smolder, her siren powers reacting to her emotions. At that moment, Alex was less focused on Lilith's awkwardness and more on the siren powers themselves. He remembered, only 6 sirens existed in this universe at a time. Before one dies, she must pass her power to a successor, but if she doesn't, the power chooses a new host itself. The thought of how exactly this choice happened nagged at him. Perhaps it was a legacy of the Iridians, an ancient race that created sirens as guardians. "I'm not staring," Lilith muttered, kicking Brick's chair to hide her embarrassment. "I was just thinking how young he looks. That's all." "Sure, Lilith," Mordecai snorted, opening another bottle. "But don't miss the chance to get some compensation from Alex. Otherwise, you might get nothing." "Really?" Lilith smirked, turning her gaze to Alex. "And what can you offer me? Some trinket? Or cash for babysitting services?" "That depends on what you want," Alex replied calmly. "For Moxie, for example, I had to complete a small task in Linkage Wood. Oh, and, it seems I may have accidentally caused your fan club to appear, and disappear shortly after." He said it with a light, almost lazy smile. Lilith looked at Alex with a cold, empty gaze. She already understood where the rumors about a new fan club in her honor had started. Sighing wearily, she rubbed her forehead. The headache was returning. But Alex's words intrigued her. She happened to have a couple of tasks that needed people to carry them out. And there weren't enough hands. Gathering and organizing a squad right now was not easy. Alex waited patiently, keeping his gaze on Lilith's thoughtful face. He took a sip of coffee and, resting his chin on his fist, watched her. While Lilith was lost in thought, he couldn't help but look a little deeper into her soul. What he saw pleasantly surprised him. The patterns of her tattoos seemed to be mirrored in her spirit, softly glowing with a warm, living light, like embers of a dying fire. Her siren powers resonated with that inner light, confirming that her abilities came not just from the outside, but from within. Determining the source of these powers, however, would require serious intervention, either receiving the power from a siren or taking it from the bearer. But that was a story for another time. "All right," Lilith finally spoke. "I have a mission. The Hyperion train is transporting some important cargo. It's making a stop at the reserve. According to our intel, it's either experimental weapons or new robots. If it's weapons, I want a few samples. If it's robots, better destroy the entire train." "No problem. What exactly do you want? Steal, blow up, or track it?" Alex asked, slowly popping a candy into his mouth. "If it's weapons, take the samples. If it's robots, stop the train and clear the way. Or leave nothing standing," Lilith replied calmly, marking a point on the map. "Mark the route." "I'll figure it out on site," Alex nodded, placing his phone closer to her so Lilith could indicate the path. "It's better to go through the highlands. Ideally, stop the train before it enters the reserve. Otherwise, we'll have to break through squads of guards and robots, she explained. Got it. Expect updates, Alex said, rising from the chair. Before leaving, he gently patted Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina on the heads. Exiting the Scarlet Raiders' headquarters, he moved leisurely, scanning the area, no prying eyes, and vanished into thin air. The next moment, he was standing on a cliff ledge opposite the Hyperion Reserve. Rocks, chasms, and below, a barren, rocky terrain patrolled by stalker-like creatures, winged, though more often camouflaged than flying. Ahead rose the reserve walls, with a large, Hyperion sign. Alex didn't know the exact train arrival time, he had forgotten to ask, so he decided to hack the reserve's internal network. The hack took a minute. The delivery file showed arrival in a few hours and only a dry description, new experimental product. That meant, wait. Alex hopped onto the ledge, dangling his legs, thinking how to pass the time. He scanned for something to do and noticed nearby docks where cranes were moving cargo. An idea struck him, fishing. He pulled a light rod and a large chunk of meat from his inventory, perfect bait for one of the descending stalkers. Casting it out, he watched. One of the stalkers stealthily approached in camouflage and lunged at the bait. Alex set the hook, the creature was caught, and the struggle began. It writhed, screeched, and tried to strike with its spiked tail. With one swift move, Alex pinned its head to a rock to immobilize it and tossed it aside. Nice, first trophy, Alex murmured, holding the stalker by the throat. Maybe I'll see if it's edible. If it is, I'll take a few to Irina, let her try cooking them. He decided to check later whether such creatures could be eaten safely. For now, he wanted to catch a couple more for testing. In any case, he wouldn't get poisoned, and if they were edible, he'd grab a few more for Irina so she could experiment with cooking them. To be continued. Chapter 460, the sanctuary came under attack. After Alex left the Crimson Raiders' headquarters, life quickly returned to its usual rhythm. Brick went back to playing a board game with Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina, while Mordecai sprawled out on the couch again with a bottle. Lilith, meanwhile, stayed at the table near the players, lazily leaning on the edge and idly turning a cold can of beer in her hands. Her thoughts kept circling back to Alex. When Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx first appeared, she hadn't paid it much attention, she had far more pressing concerns at the time. But before she knew it, the three girls had already become friends with Tina and started causing a level of chaos Pandora hadn't seen in years. In such a short time, that quartet had managed to stir up so much trouble that complaints came in one after another. Someone was robbed, someone was beaten up, someone was even tied up and dragged to an angry skag. Lilith's headaches were becoming more frequent, and relief seemed nowhere in sight. In one of those rare quiet moments, when the girls were fully absorbed in their game, Lilith had decided to figure out who their parents were. But Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx only gave vague answers, always repeating, "It's a secret." When she asked more directly, what they could at least share about their family, the girls suddenly burst out, boasting about their father, who, according to them, could do anything, was the most handsome, and the strongest. Lilith had only smirked then, dismissing it as childish fantasy. After all, there was no such thing as a perfect man. And now, after seeing Alex himself, she was, to put it mildly, shaken. Even when he left to carry out the task she had assigned him as payment for watching over his daughters, Lilith couldn't get him out of her mind. Her siren powers had even reacted to him, sparking on their own, responding to her emotions. That surprised her even more. She took a sip of beer and let her eyes wander over Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx, who were still engrossed in the game. One thought kept repeating, what kind of family was this, where the father looked barely older than a young man? In her memory, Alex's rainbow-colored eyes resurfaced again and again, mesmerizing, making her want to look at them endlessly. Lilith forced herself to push away the intrusive thoughts. After Roland's death, she had promised herself not to let feelings take control again. But the memories of Roland always came back. Their paths had split after the first vault. He had changed, the fight against Atlas, his part in the revolution, and later, his approval of handsome Jack's methods, when Jack orchestrated the execution of scientists on the orbital station. That was when they argued, a quarrel that never found resolution. There simply wasn't time. Then Jack discovered a path to a new vault, and everything spiraled. She remembered how she, Roland, Brick, and Mordecai tried to stop him, how they fought the warrior. And how Roland had fallen into the abyss along with the beast. Since then, memories only brought pain. Lilith often asked herself, could she have changed something, persuaded Roland, kept him from falling so far? But reason always gave the same answer, no, she couldn't. He had always been that way, he only needed the push. Hey, Lilith. Brick's laugh and a friendly shove on her shoulder pulled her out of her thoughts. Why are you sitting there with that blank stare? Did Alex really make that much of an impression on you? Shut up, Brick, Lilith rolled her eyes irritably. I'm thinking about how to make sure Jack doesn't open another vault. If you say so, he chuckled. But it wasn't me sitting there with that dreamy look, like I'd just found a new love. Then again, maybe I did. Look at this hammer. Brick proudly stroked the handle of the weapon Alex had given him. This isn't just a hammer. It's a masterpiece of destructive art. Lilith stared at him blankly, watching as the big guy all but purred while caressing his new trophy. And it seemed he had already given it a name, Lucinda. Gods, why do I have such weird friends? Lilith muttered, shaking her head. But then her attention was caught by the sly looks from Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx. The three girls were staring at her as if their devious plan had just succeeded. Lilith frowned, fully aware that these three were far too clever for 7-year-olds. A normal child couldn't build a homemade bomb out of a refrigerator and a handful of random parts. She narrowed her eyes. Spill it, Lilith said firmly. Big sister Lilith, we don't know what you're talking about, Nyaruko drawled casually, answering for all three. We're just playing a board game. I might believe that sweet face if it weren't for all the chaos you've caused on Pandora and in Sanctuary, Lilith replied with a faint smile. Now confess, what are you plotting this time? Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx exchanged glances and immediately linked up telepathically. Their plan was starting to crack. Not even Daddy knew that they had secretly been picking candidates for the role of their new mommy, and Lilith, unfortunately, was already on the list. Anya furiously insisted it was still too early to reveal anything. Lilith hadn't yet fully fallen under their father's charm. Jinx, on the other hand, demanded they drop the bomb right away and outright declare that Lilith had to become their mom. Nyaruko, as usual, took the neutral stance. She wanted the chaos to grow naturally until the truth burst out at the most unexpected moment. From the outside, it looked bizarre. The trio were gesturing animatedly without uttering a sound. Lilith, watching them with a stony expression, became even more convinced they were up to something again. And how long are you going to wave your arms around and gawk at each other? She asked calmly. Ahem, Anya was the first to speak. Big sister, as my daddy would say, you can't live in the past. What's done can't be undone. You have to look forward, because only there awaits joy, new encounters, and adventure. If you keep looking back, you'll miss where the light of the future is leading. With those words, she raised a finger, perfectly mimicking Alex's manner. Lilith froze. Hearing something like that from a 7-year-old girl was shocking. Even Mordecai, who had been dozing on the couch, dropped his bottle and crashed to the floor. Brick and Tina paused over the board game and stared at Anya. Meanwhile, Nyaruko and Jinx nodded solemnly, as if confirming a great truth. They really had inherited parts of their father's memory, and it made them far too smart for their age. For Lilith, those words were like an explosion in her head. She had no idea that Anya was simply distracting her, in the exact same way Alex did. Say something wise or absurdly foolish, and the other person would lose track of the conversation. His daughters had clearly inherited that trick. Under the table, Anya smirked proudly and gave a high five to Nyaruko and Jinx. Lilith noticed the gesture and sighed heavily. Those three had outmaneuvered her again. Fine, I'll pretend I didn't see that, she said wearily. But tell me, will your father actually handle this job? You've said so much about him that it's hard to tell what's true and what's just exaggeration. Aha, Daddy's super strong. This'll be nothing for him, Jinx said proudly, puffing out her chest. That's not what I meant. I forgot to tell him that after the train attack, Hyperion will definitely send reinforcements, Lilith pointed out. Oh, that's what you mean, big sister, Anya nodded. Then we can just check what Daddy's doing right now. And how are we supposed to do that? Brick raised a brow. Well. Nyaruko drawled, tapping her chin with a finger. Daddy made a flying fairy drone at Mommy's request. She's always with him, and the moms can keep an eye on what he's up to. And why would your moms need to keep an eye on him? Tina asked curiously. Mom Alcina, Mom Brunhild, Mom Gloria, and Mom Hephaestus said Daddy likes to cause too many problems when he works alone. So he made the drone, Navi, Anya explained with a serious tone. I don't even want to know how many moms you have, Lilith muttered, more and more convinced that Alex was no ordinary man. But what do you mean by causes problems? Anya thought for a moment and started ticking off her fingers. Mommy Gloria told us Daddy once broke into a building to steal something and blew up an entire floor. Then he hacked the system, and for days the building had a message plastered across it that made the news. Then he broke in again, blew up another floor, and kidnapped the director. He disguised himself as different people, fought, attacked, escaped the police. Then he blew up a mountain. An island. An underground lab. Half a city. Then an entire city. The further Anya went with her list, the darker Lilith's expression became. The picture was clear. Every one of Alex's jobs ended with an explosion. Brick and Tina burst out laughing at her list of achievements, while Mordecai even cracked a satisfied grin. Now he was genuinely curious how the mission Lilith had given Alex would turn out. That's enough, Lilith finally cut Anya off. I get it, your father leaves nothing but ashes behind. But how do we connect to this drone? Or is access restricted to just your mother's? 1 second. Jinx perked up, hopping off her chair. I'll hook it up, easy. She darted to the wall where a large system display was mounted. Before Lilith could stop her, the girl yanked several cables from the panel and jammed them straight into her phone. A few quick swipes across the screen, and the guild's interface opened, ready to sync with Navi, the fairy drone that always followed Alex. The screen flickered several times, then showed a loading symbol with a huge letter V. That was the family's master access seal. Every one of Alex's daughters had priority clearance in the guild system. The loading finished, and before the image appeared, Alex's voice filled the speakers. Wise men say, only fools rush in. But I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help falling in love with you? Like a river flows, surely to the sea. Darling, so it goes, some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too. For I can't help falling in love with you. The room fell into silence. Even without a picture, his voice was so pure and melodic that everyone momentarily forgot to breathe. Lilith in particular felt her heart clench painfully. The song was clearly about love. And it was sung by the very same Alex she had already begun to consider a walking disaster and an avatar of chaos. He sings well, I'll give him that, but where's the damn picture? Brick muttered, glancing at Jinx, who frowned at her phone. Weird. Your system is ancient. Nothing makes sense here, Jinx grumbled, tugging at her hair. A little outdated hardware's no big deal, Mordecai said lazily, leaning on the table. Ah, I see the problem. Jinx suddenly lit up. I mixed everything up. This goes here, this goes there, and this one we taped down. A few sharp motions, some quick twists of electrical tape, and finally the screen flared to life. The sight was bizarre. Alex was dancing wildly around a bonfire, singing like no one else existed. Nearby lay tied-up stalkers, some of them literally hacked to pieces. On sticks over the fire, chunks of their flesh were roasting, sizzling appetizingly. Is he seriously planning to eat that? Lilith blurted out, rubbing her eyes as if hoping it was a hallucination. That stuff is poisonous. You need to stop him before he takes even a bite. No poison can harm Daddy, Nyaruko replied carelessly. Fine, I'll take your word for it, Lilith sighed, though her frown deepened. But why is he so close to the preserve? Can you message him to stop the train somewhere else? Don't worry, Anya said seriously, raising a finger just like her father. Daddy always knows what he's doing. Even if reinforcements arrive, he'll handle it. Lilith just shook her head and turned back to the screen. Alex was still spinning and singing around the bonfire, verse after verse. Her eyes lingered on his figure, and without realizing it, she flushed slightly. Her heartbeat stumbled, and her hair flickered with faint firelight, the powers of the siren betraying her emotions. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx exchanged discreet glances and nodded in perfect sync. Everything was going according to plan. Their scheme was simple: first, brag about how amazing their daddy was, then show him in action, and the potential new mommy would already be hooked. If the rest of Alex's wives had known what those three little gremlins were up to, they would have sighed, tried to talk them out of it, and then accepted it. For the girls, it all made perfect sense: the more mommies, the more sisters. And the more sisters, the more chaos and fun. Meanwhile, Alex kept dancing around the bonfire, singing while he waited for the Hyperion freight train. It wouldn't be long before it arrived, so he could afford this bizarre pastime. As for the tied-up stalkers lying nearby, Alex paid them no mind, he'd already used some of them as ingredients for his meal. Finally, he stopped and looked at the meat slowly charring over the fire. By now it should have been ready. He walked up to the fire and sat down on a rock he had dragged over as a makeshift chair. Taking a stick with the roasted flesh skewered on it, he frowned. Even after cooking, it looked suspicious, and the smell wasn't any more appetizing. Two voices argued inside him. One said, "Don't even think about eating that trash. It reeks worse than a night city dumpster." The other countered, "You'll be fine. Even if it's poisonous, your body can handle it without issue." "All right, whatever happens, happens," Alex muttered, finally deciding to taste the stalker meat. As soon as he brought it to his mouth, the stench was so vile he had to hold his breath. The first bite unleashed a wave of revolting flavors unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Struggling not to vomit right then and there, Alex forced the chunk down. "That was just awful," he groaned, grimacing. "Good thing my stomach can handle poison. Maybe with some spices it'll be better." The disgust frozen on his face was enough to make the girls back home immediately abandon any thought of tasting stalker meat themselves. Even Lilith, Brick, Mordecai, and Tina, who were watching the feed, exchanged stunned looks. But Alex was already pulling out a fistful of spices, sprinkling them generously over the meat before taking another bite. The result didn't change. Grimacing again, Alex tossed the stick aside and kicked the rest of the roasting meat off the ledge. What a load of crap, he muttered. Still, he had no intention of releasing the captured stalkers. Pulling several pokeballs from his inventory, Alex hurled them at the creatures. They glowed and vanished inside. Perfect. A new Pokemon caught, he smirked, holding up one of the spheres. The pokeball went back into his inventory. Later, he'd hand it over to Red and White, the two android girls who would definitely want to dissect the stalkers and figure out which fluid in their bodies was responsible for camouflage. Sitting down on the edge of the cliff, Alex lit a cigarette and stared at the road, mulling over the upcoming operation. Once he finished smoking, he jumped down, landing right on one of the stalkers. Bones and flesh crunched wetly under his boots. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, Alex scraped the mess off on the grass. At last, he reached the railroad. Standing by the tracks, he wondered how to stop the train without damaging it. The braking distance was far too long, and no ready solution came to mind. In the end, he settled on the simplest method. Moving to the side, Alex hid behind a jagged rock and waited. About 10 minutes later, the rumble of an approaching train echoed through the tunnel. Peeking out, he saw the freight barreling forward at tremendous speed. Time to act. Alex pulled a katana with black sheaths and a golden hilt from his inventory. He decided not to put on the white mask. There was no point in hiding his face. With a slow, measured step, he walked onto the tracks and stood directly in front of the train. He loosened his neck with a light motion, the air snapping with the sound of his joints. Meanwhile, back at the Scarlet Raiders headquarters, Lilith, Brick, and Mordecai continued watching the live feed. What is he planning? He can't be trying to stop the train head-on. Lilith exclaimed, turning sharply to Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx. We don't know, Anya said innocently, shrugging and smiling. But if Daddy's doing it, that means everything's under control. Looks like he's starting. Brick muttered, nudging Lilith in the shoulder. But why is there fire around him? Lilith tore her gaze away from the three girls and focused back on the large screen. Her eyes widened as she saw flames erupt around Alex and a fiery breath escape his mouth. Could it be that my siren powers are somehow reacting to him? The thought crossed Lilith's mind. But she quickly dismissed it. Alex wasn't a siren and didn't possess their gifts. And yet, they were far too similar. Her interest in what was happening only deepened. The Hyperion train burst out of the tunnel at breakneck speed. At that same moment, Alex surged forward, leaving fiery trails along the rails. Within seconds, he had leapt above the first carriage. A swing of his katana produced a ring of fire that sliced the car in half. The emergency braking system engaged, the train screeched to a halt. Alex landed on the split carriage, listening to the brakes squeal. When the train finally came to a stop, he jumped down. At that same moment, four exhausted, dust-covered people climbed to the second floor of the Scarlet Raiders headquarters. This was the new group of dungeon seekers, Maya, Zero, Axton, and Salvador. They had come to report on their mission but instead stumbled upon Lilith, Brick, and Mordecai, glued to the screen. Didn't expect you to be so absorbed in watching a movie, Maya said with a smirk as she approached. This isn't a movie, Brick shook his head. It's the father of Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx. Lilith assigned him to stop the Hyperion train. Wait. Salvador squinted. You're telling me that this guy on the screen is the dad of these little hellions? Something like that, Brick grinned. And you've got to admit, they weren't lying when they said their dad is the most handsome. He really does look hot. In every sense of the word, Maya noted, squinting at the screen. Obviously. Jinx snorted, sticking her tongue out. We told you our daddy is the coolest. You just didn't believe us. And who would believe a kid's nonsense? Salvador waved his hand irritably. Especially when you kept going on about him being the most handsome too. That's envy, Salvador, Maya shot back. He's cooler and better looking than you. No wonder you're mad. Salvador just rolled his eyes but returned to watching. Curiosity had won over his annoyance. Meanwhile, on the screen, Hyperion soldiers and combat loaders began pouring out of the train cars. Alex drew his katana, gripping it with both hands, and swung it to the side. He took a deep breath, and the flames around him flared even brighter. Before the enemies could open fire, Alex surged forward. A silhouette of a fiery dragon appeared behind his blade, and with each step, he cleaved his foes in two. Soldiers and robots fell before they could even react. At the nearby Hyperion Reserve, the alarm went off. Reinforcements rushed toward the stopped train but arrived to find only heaps of bodies and burning wreckage. Half of the troops were already gone. Lilith and the others watched, completely absorbed. Especially Zero, he nodded in sync with Alex's movements, various emojis flashing across his mask to reflect his excitement. Lilith, Axton called, pulling her attention from the screen. There wasn't a key to the dungeon on the train. But we found this. He placed a strange energy core on the table. I've never seen anything like it. Lilith frowned. What did you find out? Nothing, Maya sighed. We tried to hack the terminal, but it was empty. We suspect Hyperion is testing new cores for their robots. So we grabbed it. Maybe it'll come in handy, Lilith said thoughtfully. Our old core is at the end of its life. With this one, the shields will last longer. Everyone agreed. No one suspected that this was part of Handsome Jack's plan. He had planted the core in advance to finally crush the sanctuary's inhabitants. The Seekers trusted Angel, unaware that she had no choice. Jack held her on a leash, forcing her to obey his orders. When the quartet went to install the new core, Lilith, Brick, and Mordecai turned back to the screen. Around the train, piles of corpses and metallic debris were already mounting. Brick clenched his fists, feeling a tingling in his muscles. He himself wanted to rush into battle alongside Alex. Then a mocking voice echoed across the sanctuary. 1, 2. Hope you can hear me. This is Handsome Jack. I think it's time to reveal a little secret. Angel works for me. A cold, lifeless voice followed. Jack. I'm disabling the sanctuary's shields. Lilith, Brick, and Mordecai immediately sensed something was wrong when they heard Handsome Jack's familiar voice. Without hesitation, they ran out onto the balcony. Tilting their heads toward the sky, all three saw in horror that the energy shield protecting the sanctuary from Hyperion's orbital bombardment had gone dark. The next second, projectiles shot from the station circling Pandora, hurtling straight toward the city. Scooter. Launch the sanctuary into the air immediately. I have a plan. I hope it works. Lilith shouted over the loudspeaker, realizing time was almost up. Lilith, I'm not sure this will work. I haven't checked everything yet. We either take off, or blow up. Scooter replied nervously, fully aware of the madness Lilith was initiating. Then make sure the city takes off, not blows apart. Girls, grab all the iridium you can find in the warehouse. Brick, Mordecai, handle the evacuation, get people into the bunkers. If we're lucky, we'll survive, and my plan will work. Lilith commanded with rapid-fire orders. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Tina, Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx rushed to the warehouse where Lilith stored the iridium supplies. While Tina fumbled with the locks on the crates, Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx exchanged quick glances. Each of them had the same thought: if they helped save the people, Daddy would definitely praise them. Squinting, Nyaruko looked up at the sky, where deadly projectiles were flying. No one noticed as she began redirecting them, making them explode near the city instead of hitting it directly. Jinx ran to Scooter to assist him and get the system working, while Anya pulled a purple crystal from her bag, indistinguishable from iridium ore, to give Lilith an even greater energy boost. Grabbing a whole pile of iridium, Anya and Tina hurried to the city center, where Lilith was already channeling her power into the city's core. Seeing Anya and Tina approaching, Lilith interrupted the energy flow and turned around. This is the first time I'm using this much iridium. So hold on tight. It's going to get rough, she warned, her eyes blazing with fire. Anya and Tina clutched the railings, their eyes fixed on Lilith. Meanwhile, Scooter ran around the control panel, frantically adjusting wires and the gravity system, trying to make it work. Jinx quietly amplified the process with her powers, while Nyaruko continued redirecting the projectiles so that no one would notice her intervention. Lilith. I'm ready. Launching. Scooter shouted. Go. We don't have time. Lilith yelled back. Scooter slammed the launch lever. At that moment, the sanctuary shook, the ground cracked beneath their feet, and the entire city began to slowly rise into the air. The bombardment didn't stop, even as the city lifted off the ground. And that's all you're capable of? A flying city. Pathetic. You really think you can escape just because you're in the sky? How could I ever lose to such idiots? The voice of Not Handsome Jack boomed over the loudspeakers across the city. Because they have me. See you, loser. Lilith shouted, grinning widely and pouring the last of her energy into the core. At that instant, the entire city blazed with a blinding purple light. The explosion of brightness engulfed the sanctuary completely. When the radiance subsided, a gigantic hole yawned where the city had been, and it had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, on the orbital station, Jack sat silently in his office, staring at the monitor showing the emptiness left behind after the city's teleportation. His face was expressionless, only his fingers tapping methodically on the desk. Interesting, he muttered, shutting off the broadcast. To be continued. Chapter 461, Chapter 461, a very unique Hyperion cargo. Alex didn't yet know that the sanctuary had already been teleported thanks to Lilith's powers, and that the whole city was now somewhere else. He would only find out when it came time to report on the completed assignment. He did know that the sanctuary was supposed to lift off and that Lilith would sooner or later relocate the city. But exactly when that would happen remained a mystery. And, as luck would have it, the goddess of fortune decided to joke with him again. She always could. The reason Alex was unaware was that events in this particular universe differed noticeably from the original timeline. For example, Roland, who by rights should still be alive, had already died. He sacrificed himself, throwing the Vault's guardian into the abyss. As a result, the responsibilities of the resistance leader had fallen to Lilith. Although by canon that should have happened only after Roland had fallen at hands of handsome Jack. But right now Alex was thinking about something else. Around him lay the sliced-up bodies of Hyperion soldiers and the mangled remains of loader bots, robots Jack had ordered into battle. Originally those machines were built for cargo transport and repair work on the Helios orbital station, but Dr. Langua turned them into instruments of war. He'd given Jack an army of mechanical soldiers. Alex sheathed his katana, lit a cigarette, and scanned the battlefield strewn with corpses and debris. Exhaling smoke into the sky, he thought that all those dead fighters would return sooner or later. Hyperion had a life insurance system, rebirth stations. These devices scanned a person, saving their memories and bioprint. If someone died, and on Pandora this happened all the time, their body could be reconstructed at the nearest station where they were registered. Rubbing his chin, Alex tried to remember exactly how they worked. The details slipped away, only the general mechanism remained. His gaze lifted to the Helios orbital station. For a moment it felt as if he could pierce the wall with his sight and saw Jack sitting in the director's office. Huge windows looked out over Pandora, and Jack stood by the glass, expressionless, staring down. For a second Alex felt the urge to teleport there and beat him half to death. He restrained himself. Instead his thoughts shifted, maybe he should first steal all Hyperion's data and research. Rebirth stations, life support systems, robot designs, all of it would be extremely useful. And Becca, Moira, and Reveille certainly wouldn't forgive him if he came back without blueprints for weapons, grenade modules, and energy shields. All right, later. One thing at a time. First the cargo on the train, then maybe a raid on Helios, he muttered, crossing his arms. The women watching the stream could hardly keep from rolling their eyes. Some didn't even try. The idea that Alex would resist the temptation to break into an orbital station, or take it whole, was plainly absurd. Had he known what they were thinking, he would have slapped his forehead for missing the idea. Why be satisfied with data when you can steal the entire Helios? For now, though, he decided to deal with the train. The soldiers and robots defended it fiercely, which meant the cargo was worth it. Approaching the first car, Alex grabbed the heavy door and tore it off its hinge in one motion. Rows of yellow metal lockers greeted him inside. Weapons, he muttered, stepping to one of the cabinets. Touching the panel, he heard a hissing and steam burst from the seams, clearly for theatrics. Alex rolled his eyes at the showmanship and looked inside. About a dozen weapon samples painted in Hyperion's trademark yellow were stored there. Picking up a pistol, he examined it. As he remembered from old times playing the game set in this world, Hyperion's weapons left a lot to be desired. The design was ridiculous and the ergonomics awful. Not even worth using, maybe stripped for parts, Alex grumbled, turning the pistol over in his hands. I'll take that, handsome, a familiar voice called. A portal opened behind him and Becca jumped out, grinning. Alex didn't even have time to register what had happened when a portal flared open behind him, and out popped his green-haired gremlin like a jack-in-the-box. Without a moment's hesitation, Becca grabbed him by the collar and locked lips with him in a fierce kiss. Before he could even catch his breath, she was already darting around the train car in a whirlwind, snatching up every single weapon locker with ridiculous speed and tossing them back into the portal. When the last locker vanished into the shimmering rift, Becca pecked Alex on the lips again, this time quicker, almost teasingly, and with a single leap disappeared back into the portal, leaving him standing alone. The car, which moments ago had been crammed with Hyperion weaponry, now gaped empty. Alex stood in the silence, stunned, with no idea what the hell had just happened. Slowly coming back to his senses, he raised an eyebrow, rubbed his chin absently, and let out a heavy sigh. Deep down, he knew all too well, if there was a pile of weapons lying around waiting to be taken apart, Becca would never let it slip through her fingers. Memory stirred, Night City, the times he had to raid gang warehouses just for her sake, and how, no matter what, he could never refuse her. Lilith did say I was supposed to bring her some Hyperion weapon samples. He muttered, glancing around the now empty train car. Right then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Alex pulled it out, checked the message, and immediately rolled his eyes. That's your problem now, Cupcake, Becca had written, dripping with mischief. Of course. He sighed, tucking the phone away. There was no point arguing with the green-haired gremlin, he never won those fights anyway. With a forceful yank, he tore open the doors to the next car and vaulted inside. This time, rows of yellow crates emblazoned with the Hyperion logo greeted him. Each one, however, bore the symbol of a shield. HM. Energy shields, he noted instantly. A surge of excitement ran through his veins. It felt just like walking into a loot room in a game, the kind crammed with unopened chests. Wasting no time, Alex ripped the seals off all the crates at once and waited for the lids to spring open with a clatter. Only, there were no dazzling rarity glows or beams of light. Just stacks of shield specification data. Alex skimmed through them quickly, and scowled. Trash, he muttered. Might be worth breaking down for parts, at best. He was about to move on when his phone pinged again. This time, it was a message from his wife, Hephaestus. She simply asked him to send all the crates to her workshop, she was too busy to do it herself. Alex couldn't help but smile and shot back a heart emoji. Then, with a flick of his hand, he opened a portal straight into her workshop and began tossing the crates through without ceremony. They were sturdy, they'd survive the trip. Once that was done, he pushed forward, ripping open the doors to the next car. What he saw inside was far more interesting, neat rows of wooden crates. Alex arched a brow, pried open one lid, and froze. Inside lay rows upon rows of iridium ingots, glowing faintly with a soft violet light. He pulled one out, it looked more like a crystal than metal, shimmering with a mysterious radiance and cool against his palm. He checked the other crates one after another, and sure enough, the entire car was packed with refined iridium. Not bad, he drawled, tossing the crystalline ingot lightly from hand to hand. Fragments of knowledge resurfaced in his mind. Iridium could only be found on Pandora. And that wasn't by chance, the planet's mantle itself was made entirely of the ore. The Iridians had done this deliberately, to contain the being sealed inside the planet. The destroyer. Alex gazed thoughtfully at the violet glow. If I'm not mistaken, and I'm not, he murmured aloud, Pandora is basically a prison. A whole planet built to keep a single creature locked away. He smirked, flipping the ingot into the air and catching it in his palm. Looks like I'll have to stick around this universe a little longer. Can't just leave without taking a peek at the beast a whole race built a planet-sized cage to hold. Alex tried to recall exactly what the destroyer looked like. Only a vague image surfaced in his memory, the monster the Iridians had once sealed in Pandora's depths. A huge, slug-like body with powerful protrusions stretching out like long tentacles. They sprouted from bladder-like bulges that looked like purple boils filled with glowing fluid. The destroyer was something between a giant slug and a monstrous octopus or squid. Alex gave a crooked smirk. His experience as a world savior told him one thing, trouble always followed creatures like that. He clicked his tongue, admitting the obvious, his father, the creator, would never have brought the granddaughters here for no reason. It was a hint. Veiled, but clear. Work on Pandora, that's what was expected of him. Clever move, old man. Alex muttered, tossing the iridium ingot and catching it in his palm. Bring the granddaughters here so they find friends, get into trouble, and then I clean up the mess. Brilliant. The cards were dealt perfectly. His phone buzzed. Alex set the crystal aside, pulled out the device and, as he'd expected, saw a message from the creator. You figured me out, son. I can't interfere directly, but that doesn't mean I can't nudge you toward the problem that needs solving. Alex sighed and typed a reply. And the payment? The message came back almost instantly. Everything you find in the vaults will be your payment. For you and for the whole family. And tell my daughter-in-law I say hello. Don't forget that in another world you have far more problems waiting. So don't linger on Pandora, return to where you must be. Alex's eyelid twitched. All that remained was to exhale and light a cigarette. No sooner had he put the phone away than it buzzed again with new messages. The first was from Lucina. She said only about an hour had passed since he left, so he had plenty of time to sort things out on Pandora. Alex just smiled and replied with an emoji. The second message was from his wife Hephaestus. She asked him to send a few crates of iridium for experiments. Seeing no reason to refuse, Alex opened a portal and shipped half the crates straight to his wife's workshop. He decided to give the rest to Lilith. You couldn't show up empty-handed. Hiding the remaining iridium in his inventory, he moved to the next car. This one was noticeably larger than the previous. He ripped the door open, jumped inside, and immediately understood why. They were transporting live creatures, skags of various breeds, spider-like spider ants with crab-like armor, cages of rack swarms, a container of sand writhing with sandworms, and even a single scrack. Seeing a skag-rack hybrid made Alex smirk. Maybe this was the very skag Dr. Zed had sewn wings onto at Nyaruko and Tina's request. He wondered what to do with the cargo, when his phone buzzed once more. This time the message was from White. She asked him to send all these creatures to the lab for autopsy and possible breeding. Alex weighed the pros and cons. Skags could still be tamed, but the rest of Pandora's fauna would tear any fool apart in an instant. And then, right in front of him, a portal opened. Out stepped Red and White in lab coats, followed by Rekka, who immediately rushed toward the cages with the wide-eyed curiosity of a child entering a zoo. Girls, need a hand moving all this? The containers aren't exactly light, Alex asked, glancing at the trio. If it's not too much trouble, Rekka smiled and hugged him tightly. Never thought I'd be dissecting alien creatures. This is so exciting. Alex stroked her hair. I'm glad it inspires you. And I've got a crazy idea. Maybe we could use these beasts in Orario. Not sure it would work, but what kind of idea? Red narrowed her eyes, clearly intrigued. Try introducing them into the dungeon's ecosystem, Alex said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Stage an expedition with the Loki and Freya familius. Let them test if these creatures can adapt. You can't be serious, White said, giving him a cold look. Explain yourself. Alex nodded. The dungeon is a living organism. A self-sustaining system with its own ecosphere. Every monster that appears there can also be found on the surface. I thought, what if we added new species? Like grafting a branch onto a tree to create a new breed. If the dungeon accepts them, they'll start spawning naturally. Rekka nodded. Interesting thought. You think it'll work? It should, Alex said with confidence. After my interference, the dungeon core changed. New monsters started appearing. So there's a chance. Quite an intriguing experiment, Red said, exchanging glances with her sisters. I think it's worth a try. Alex smiled and nodded, genuinely excited by the upcoming experiment. The idea of artificially populating the dungeon with new creatures stirred his imagination. But what intrigued him even more was the question, what kind of materials would drop from Pandora's beasts? In the game, there was always a chance they'd drop weapons or iridium ore. Weapons, Alex dismissed immediately as nonsense, but the possibility of harvesting iridium directly in the dungeon, without digging through Pandora's mantle, seemed very tempting. And then there were the mutations. Skags, for instance, could turn into fiery, acidic, or even crystalline forms. Helping the girls move the cages, Alex quickly finished the work, after which Red, White, and Rekka thanked him with kisses before heading back through the portal to the lab. When the gateway closed, he jumped out of the freight car and made his way to the next one. At the fourth car, Alex raised an eyebrow. Bright warning signs were painted on the metal doors: danger, certain death. Well, if they say death is waiting inside, that means there's definitely something interesting, he smirked, gripping the handles. With one sharp pull, he ripped the doors off their hinges and leapt inside. The car was fairly spacious, except for 4 massive containers, reinforced as though someone desperately wanted to make sure their contents never escaped. Intrigued, Alex went straight to the control panel and quickly broke into Hyperion's system. The report stated that the cargo was extremely valuable and extremely dangerous, and anyone daring to open the containers accepted full responsibility. His curiosity only burned hotter. Digging further, he found logs from the scientist overseeing the transport. The men described a new, unique Skag mutation, so dangerous that coming closer than 10 meters was strictly forbidden. Even at that distance, the researcher claimed, the threat of death remained. Alex closed the report with an annoyed snort. Empty chatter. Not a single solid explanation. Fine then. You wanted mystery? You've got it. I'll see for myself what kind of beasts you've cooked up, he muttered, narrowing his eyes. Hacking the panel, Alex opened the containers. Immediately, an alarm blared through the car, signaling a breach of containment. A cold draft seeped out, and a thick fog crept along the floor, curling around his legs. Alex waved his hand to disperse the haze and saw the Skags lying inside the blocks, frozen in thick ice. And then, right before his eyes, the creatures opened their eyes. Cracks ran through the icy blocks, and in the next second, all 4 monsters burst free at once, roaring as they lunged at him. Sit, Alex said coldly. And the impossible happened. All 4 froze, settling onto their haunches and looking up at him with whining expressions, like obedient dogs. Now he could examine them properly. Enormous, horse-sized shires, each one terrifying in its own way. The first was black, with white bony patterns across its armor and a skull-like mask on its head. Darkness swirled around it. The second was a sickly swamp green, viscous fluid oozed from beneath its scales and claws, leaving a poisonous mist in its wake. The third was pale and emaciated, as if starved, yet radiating unnatural strength. A cold, ghostly fog enveloped it. The fourth was crimson, as if drenched in blood. Red liquid dripped from its scales, turning into a dense red mist. Alex squinted at his new pets. You're such interesting little creatures, and all so different. Well, let's see just how dangerous you really are, he muttered, reaching out to stroke each one. As Alex ran his hand over the rough scales of the Skags, all 4 responded with a satisfied growl, almost like a dog's snarl. Their reaction involuntarily made him smirk. The creatures described as uncontrollable incarnations of death now looked almost domesticated. Finished with the pets, he pulled out his portable lab. First technology, if that didn't work, then magic. Alex collected samples of the black mist surrounding the first Skag, and within seconds, he had results. Whistling, he read the report twice. The mist from the black beast caused instant death upon entering a living body. No pain, no agony, just death, like a switch had been flipped. Any living creature that approached it died immediately. Alex squinted, growing even more intrigued, and began analyzing the second, the green, sickly-looking one. Moments later, the system spat out a report longer than a kilometer. The mist around this creature carried thousands of diseases, from the simplest to the incurable, with some strains the system couldn't even identify. The green skag was a walking reservoir of contagion. Interesting, Alex muttered, casting a long glance at the mutant. Next came the pale, emaciated skag. The new report was no less horrifying. Its mist teemed with carnivorous bacteria that, upon entering a host, multiplied uncontrollably, consuming the body from within. The victim would turn into pink jelly in less than a day. Lighting a cigarette, Alex moved on to the last one, the crimson, blood-red skag. The report stunned even him. The mist of the red skag was oversaturated with hormones, testosterone, adrenaline, oxytocin, cortisol, dopamine. Any living creature that inhaled it instantly turned into a berserker, tearing everything around it until its heart exploded from the overload. And a single drop of liquid from its body could turn an entire city into an arena of bloody madness. Alex took a drag and smirked. "You're dangerous little ones. Let you loose, and it would be a true apocalypse." "Ha, exactly. That's who you remind me of." He snapped his fingers. 4 horsemen. Death, black. Plague, green. Famine, white. War, red. Perfect. Now I have my very own 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The girls watching the feed were stunned. Each new report only confirmed that these creatures could destroy an entire city in a single day. Yet none of them were surprised by Alex's decision to keep them. On the contrary, it was better for such creatures to be under his control than in the hands of a madman. For complete certainty, Alex performed a magical analysis. A circle flared beneath the skag's paws, and a stream of data flooded his mind. He learned little that was new, except for confirmation. The black beast's mist truly caused instant tissue necrosis on contact with skin, if not inhaled, making it the deadliest of them all. And where to keep you so no one gets accidentally killed? Alex muttered, tapping his chin with his fingers. Then his gaze fell on his own shadow. A light bulb literally lit up above his head. The skags immediately stared at the flickering glow with childlike curiosity. "The Red City," Alex said quietly, smirking. "That's where you belong." He addressed the shadow. "Darling, you don't mind taking care of these little ones, do you?" From the darkness appeared scarlet letters, written in blood, "I don't mind." Alex smiled. He petted the skags one more time, and at that moment, a pool of blood spread beneath them. The creatures sank into it and vanished as if into water. Now Zhanya had 4 new pets, extremely dangerous ones. Alex exhaled in relief and took a deep drag, feeling satisfied. He realized he owed Lilith more thanks than he had expected. Besides the ore and other valuable finds, he now had his very own 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. "All right," he said, flicking the ash and smirking. "I'll take care of a few more tasks for Lilith. I still plan to save Angel, teach Handsome Jack a lesson, and find the way to the Destroyer's vault. And I've got enough time, so I'll play the hero. Just like my little princesses wanted." But then Alex froze. Memories of the 2 siren twins, capable of absorbing the powers of their kind, surfaced. He knew the next major events of this world wouldn't unfold for another 7 years, and that they, Calypso's brother and sister, would become the main villains, striving to unlock the Great Vault. A debate immediately began in Alex's mind. What to do with the twins? Kill them now, once and for all, sparing the inhabitants of Pandora and other planets from future catastrophe. Or just intimidate them. They were barely 15, maybe a little older. He didn't want to kill teenagers, even knowing that in the future they would bring nothing but disaster to the world. What to do with Calypso, Tyryn, and Troy? Kill them? Intimidate them? Or try to reconcile them with their father? Alex muttered, exhaling a stream of smoke and staring at the sky above Pandora. All right, I still have time. But doubts didn't leave him. One way or another, he would have to find their father, Typhon, who had tried with all his might to protect the children from Pandora's madness. Typhon was the one who knew where the entrance to the main vault was, where the destroyer had been sealed. Meanwhile, the Calypso twins believed their father had kept them on a short leash, depriving them of freedom. Sighing, Alex turned to the Hyperion freight train and decided to destroy it before leaving. He rummaged through his coat pocket and pulled out a black cube, disguised as a toy, but in reality a powerful explosive. With a flick of his wrist, Alex hurled it toward the train. Stepping back, he activated the black cube. Immediately, an energy dome unfolded, completely covering the train. Within seconds, the dome vanished, and with it, the train itself. Only the bodies of Hyperion soldiers and the wreckage of the loader robots remained, grim reminders of what had just happened. With his business finished, Alex prepared to return to the sanctuary, not yet knowing it had disappeared. He stepped forward and dissolved into thin air. In the next instant, he found himself above a chasm, exactly where the city should have stood. Not immediately realizing what was happening, Alex plummeted downward like a meteor. "What the fuck?" he screamed, hurtling into the abyss. Cursing loudly, he crashed into the very depths of the enormous hole, ending up buried under a pile of stones. Irritated, he clawed his way out and looked up at the gaping rupture in the ground where he had just fallen. Damn, he clicked his tongue. Missed the moment. I wanted to see Lilith transport the entire city. Scanning the dark walls, Alex realized he needed to get out and urgently contact his daughters to find out exactly where Lilith had moved the sanctuary. Traveling blindly was not an option. He took another deep breath and moved forward. This place had once been used by the Dahl Corporation as a docking area for mining ships, and now he had to make his way all the way to the surface. To be continued. Chapter 462, Traveling with the Vault Hunters Squad. After the city of Sanctuary had been relocated to another place thanks to the powers of the Siren Lilith, the four seekers of the vault, Maya, Axton, Zero, and Salvador, remained standing near the stone bridge that had once led directly to the city. Inside, each of them was boiling with anger. The girl named Angel, whom they had trusted, had turned out to be a traitor. Through their link, they could hear her explanations. Angel justified herself, claiming she had no choice and was merely following Jack's orders. Suppressing their irritation, the Seekers listened as she named the place they needed to reach to find their friends. The path led through the fridge, the only passage to the highlands, where Lilith had teleported Sanctuary. When her voice faded, leaving only silence behind, the four friends exchanged glances at the edge of the enormous hole that now yawned where the city had been. So what do we do? Follow Angel's advice or not? Maya was the first to speak. To hell with that woman, Salvador barked, folding his arms across his chest. I didn't trust her from the start. I told you, it's way too suspicious that she showed up right when our train exploded and we ended up in an icy wasteland. The mask is silent, /trust, a phantom of the night, /vanishes in an instant, Zero calmly recited a haiku. Zero, enough with your poetry, Axton grimaced. We're in enough trouble already. We lost contact with Lilith, and we don't even know exactly where the city was moved. Our choice isn't big, either we take the risk and follow Angel's lead, or we wander blindly, hoping luck is on our side. A smile lit up Zero's mask, surprised face. So that's the deal, Maya summed up. Two paths, follow Angel or stumble in the unknown. Shitty plan, Salvador muttered, but smirked. Fine, I'm in. But if that woman tries to betray us again, I'll shoot her in the face with a rocket. All right, there's no other way, Maya started, but a sharp scream cut her off. What the fuck came from the sky, immediately plummeting downward. The four of them turned just in time to see a figure, cursing loudly, crash straight into the giant hole. Then a thud echoed, too powerful, as if not a person but a massive object had fallen. Intrigued, the Seekers approached the edge and peered inside, but could make out nothing. At that very moment, something flew past and landed behind them. Reacting instantly, Maya activated her siren tattoos, Axton raised his rifle, Salvador drew his shotguns, and Zero gripped his blade. Maya was the first to recognize the stranger. Before them stood Alex, covered in dust, but intact and unharmed. He was brushing off his coat as if he had just stepped out of some amusing adventure, rather than having fallen from a dizzying height. Hearing the click of weapon safeties behind him, Alex turned his head. His gaze lingered on Maya, another siren, and her siren powers clearly caught his interest. Oh, look who we have here, he drawled lazily, gesturing with his fingers. I thought you moved along with the city, shoo, and bam, in a different place. But here you are. Interesting. You're the father of Nyaruko, Jinx, and Anya, Maya said cautiously, extinguishing the glow of her tattoos. But why did you end up over the chasm? Ah, that, Alex smirked. You see, my dear siren, I thought the city was still here. So. I moved. Who knew that instead of the city, only a damn hole would remain? You're a tough guy if you survived a fall like that, Axton noted, extending a hand. I'm Axton, this is Maya, Salvador, and Zero. We got stuck here because we weren't in the city when Lilith relocated it. I know you, Alex grinned. You, the greedy uncle who won't share his turret. This one, Uncle Notgnome Salvador. The kind older sister Maya. And the strange masked uncle who talks in poems or emojis, Zero. Notgnome. Salvador bristled, waving his shotgun. I've already told these little brats, I didn't grow because of steroids, not because I'm a dwarf. And why is Maya immediately the kind older sister, and I'm Notgnome? I'm, by the way, the coolest uncle. Ready to blow up anything for the crew. But instead, I get dumb nicknames and attempts to steal my shotgun. Hearing Alex call him a greedy uncle, Axton just shook his head with a tired smile. Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina had tried more than once to snatch his favorite turret, so the nickname even seemed a little amusing. Salvador's reaction, however, was predictable. The moment the words, "not Gnome," were said, he started furiously swinging his shotgun, cursing in all directions. Meanwhile, Zero's mask lit up with a cheerful smile, XD. Maya, however, just watched Alex silently. She could clearly feel her siren tattoos reacting to his presence, almost reaching toward him. That sensation made her understand why Lilith often lingered her gaze on him. Alex smirked, watching Salvador's reaction, and lazily lit a cigarette. "So, do you even know where Lilith moved Sanctuary? Or were you just standing here with your mouths open while the city disappeared before your eyes?" "Angel said Sanctuary is now in the Highlands," Maya replied. "But we still don't know if that's true or just another lie." "I don't trust that woman anyway," Salvador muttered, finally lowering his shotgun. "If it's a trap, I'll just kill everyone who gets in my way." Alex blew a ring of smoke into the sky. For starters, she wasn't lying. Sanctuary really is in the Highlands. "How do you know?" Maya frowned. "She's on Jack's side. She admitted it herself." "She's just a puppet," Alex said calmly. "Jack keeps her on a short leash. She has no choice but to follow his orders." While the Seekers of the Vault were processing what they had just heard, Alex pulled a massive armored jeep out of his inventory. A machine gun was mounted on the roof, a steel ram on the front. The vehicle appeared right before them, as if from nowhere. Alex jumped into the driver's seat and started the engine. He could have teleported to Sanctuary, of course, but that would have been boring. "So, how long are you going to stand there? Hop in. I'll drop you off at the right spot. Otherwise, you'll probably get lost again without me." The four exchanged glances, no station nearby, no garage, and suddenly, this vehicle. But they didn't refuse. Salvador immediately took his place at the machine gun, eager to start shooting. Maya sat next to Alex, while Axton and Zero settled in the back. "How do you know so much about Angel and her situation?" Maya finally asked, looking at him intently. The others waited for his answer as well. Alex just smirked, put the jeep in motion, and said, "I'll tell you on the way." Driving along the planned route, Alex calmly began recounting Angel's story. He mentioned that he learned about her after hacking into the Hyperion system while completing Lilith's task to stop a cargo train. Lilith had claimed there was new experimental weaponry on board, but instead, there were 4 extremely dangerous Skaga. Alex started from the very beginning, from the moment Angel wasn't yet on the leash Jack had put on her. The Seekers listened silently, without interrupting. But their expressions revealed that they hadn't expected Angel to turn out to be a siren. Alex explained that it was precisely because of her powers that she could communicate with them, using Maya as a conduit. Having received this answer, the group fell silent and continued listening. The jeep entered a long tunnel leading directly to Three Horns Valley, from where they could reach the fridge. As soon as they emerged into the valley, Maya's echo module emitted an irritating voice. The moment Alex heard Jack, he snatched the module from the girl's hands. "Hey, Jack." "Shut up," Alex threw, lighting a cigarette. "And who are you?" "The newbie in the Losers team." Jack drawled mockingly. "I'm a street magician, and I like showing tricks. Want to see one?" Alex replied cheerfully, beginning to hack the echo module. "Haha, another psycho. Go ahead, impress me. Although I won't see anything anyway, since I'm far away and you're just pathetic." Jack laughed, enjoying his mockery. Alex just smirked, finished the hack, and pressed a button. The connection immediately cut off. Maya didn't even have time to realize what had happened, and meanwhile, Jack, sitting in his office on the Helios, clicked his tongue irritably. But before he could curse, all the electronics in the room went haywire. Monitors sparked, speakers exploded, panels flew apart. A shockwave knocked him off his chair, and the artificial face attached to his head flew sideways. "Nice trick." "I like tricks too," Jack hissed through clenched teeth, lying on the floor amid the smoking wreckage. A second later, Hyperion soldiers burst into Jack's office, stopped, and froze at the sight of the chaos. But seeing their boss's grim, rage-twisted face, no one dared to speak. Jack rose silently and, without wasting time, gave orders, find Alex at any cost and place a huge bounty on his head. Meanwhile, Alex drove the jeep calmly, as if nothing had happened. "What did you do to my echo?" Maya asked, staring at him in surprise. "Nothing special," Alex said with a shrug and a smile. "Just hacked the Hyperion system through your echo and blew up Jack's office. He didn't die, of course, but now we've got a little time while he's busy cleaning up." "Ha ha ha. I'd love to see that bastard's face. Bet he shat himself when everything went boom." Salvador cackled, almost falling off the turret from laughter. I don't want to know how you did it, Maya shook her head, but a smile appeared on her lips. But I like tricks like that. Axton smirked in agreement, and Zero's mask immediately displayed XD. Laughing along with the others, they drove through the valley and soon stopped at a rise. Alex got out of the jeep and immediately stored the vehicle back into his inventory. Climbing up, they expected to encounter bandits, but the path was clear. At the very top, a dark cave awaited them. The deeper they went, the colder it became, until massive iron doors appeared before them, covered with a thick layer of ice, as if they had been locked there for decades. The doors are frozen. What do we do? Maya asked, touching the icy surface. Maybe we blow the ice. I happen to have a couple of grenades lying around, Salvador suggested enthusiastically, pulling out a grenade launcher. No need to blow anything. It'll collapse the whole cave, a familiar voice of Angel suddenly spoke inside the seekers' minds. I'll help you open the doors. Suddenly, there was a dull thud. Everyone turned at once and saw Alex lowering his leg after a powerful kick. The thick layer of ice in the massive iron door had been smashed inward, as if they had never existed. Or you could just do it like this, kick the doors down, Angel remarked mockingly, realizing her help was no longer needed. Stop chatting with Angel in your heads. I'm too lazy to wait for you to figure out how to open the door, Alex said calmly, stepping inside. The seekers of the vault exchanged glances. Yes, Alex's help was definitely welcome. But what really stunned them was how effortlessly he had kicked down such a heavy iron door, as if it were made of cardboard. Entering the room, Alex quickly surveyed it, checking against the map. Determining the route, he moved forward and stopped at another iron door. Nearby, a frozen valve jutted out, covered in ice. Without hesitation, Alex kicked the door again, and it came crashing off its hinges, flying forward. Behind it were bandits, who were slammed against the ice by the door, leaving long crimson streaks in their wake. No sooner had Alex taken another step than a hail of bullets rained down toward him. The local gang, the so-called rats, victims of Hyperion's failed experiments, fired from their cover. They had turned this cold labyrinth of tunnels into their lair, scuttling through it like real rats. The four seekers of the vault instantly took cover behind debris, but Alex remained standing in the middle of the firefight. Every bullet flying at him froze in midair and then fell lifelessly onto the ice. He lit a cigarette, took a calm drag, and snapped his fingers. In that instant, the rats exploded into a bloody mist, staining the walls. Maya, Axton, Zero, and Salvador lowered their weapons, staring at Alex in shock. How the hell did you do that? Salvador goggled. Do what? Alex asked nonchalantly, turning to face them. Turn those psychos into a bloody fireworks display. Maya clarified, stepping closer and examining him from head to toe. I just altered their molecular structure and turned them into a firework. Nothing complicated if you know how it works. You can do it too, Maya. You just don't know how yet. Now, let's move on. Very simple, Maya said sarcastically. Snap my fingers, and nothing happens. If you could do that, we'd have 10 times fewer problems. Although, better not learn. It'd get boring if we could kill everyone with a single snap, Salvador smirked, then shook his head, dismissing the thought. Alex moved forward, taking out more bandits with a snap of his fingers. Salvador fumed, he wanted to crush someone with his own hands, and Alex was denying him that pleasure. Maya stayed close, asking about his powers. Instead of direct answers, Alex offered her advice on improving control over her siren abilities. According to him, Maya was using them too conservatively, merely controlling her target instead of turning her power into a weapon. To demonstrate, Alex mimicked her technique. He caught one of the rats in a quantum grip and slowly closed his hand. The sphere shrank along with the bandit until he burst like a soap bubble, splattering blood everywhere. Now it's your turn. Don't expand the field, compress it. Imagine squeezing juice from a fruit, Alex said, pointing to a group of bandits with rusty pickaxes running straight at them. Axton, Salvador, and Zero even lowered their weapons, deciding to watch how Maya would handle it. She focused, lifted a dozen bandits into the air with her grip, and began compressing the space around them. It was slower than Alex, but the sphere did shrink. Alex nodded in satisfaction. He knew the years Maya had spent in the Athena temple had not been wasted. Though the priests used her as a tool to intimidate the locals, imposing the image of a goddess, Maya had survived, gained power, and eventually escaped. She then went to Pandora and became a seeker of the vault. Maya's mind was entirely focused on maintaining the quantum grip. She had to restrain 10 people at once and compress 10 quantum spheres simultaneously. Resistance increased, her strength began to waver, but fully absorbed in the process, she didn't notice her control slipping. Only at the moment when the spheres were about to collapse did she realize the balance was lost. The explosion was inevitable. Take cover. Alex shouted, addressing Axton, Salvador, and Zero. The Seekers didn't ask any questions. By the look on Alex's face, they knew things had gotten serious. All three instantly dove behind the nearest barricades. In that same moment, the quantum spheres completely destabilized and exploded, merging into one monstrous surge of energy. Alex managed to pull Maya into his arms, shielding her with his body. For him, such an explosion was nothing, at most, a light gust on his back. Maya barely had time to register that she was in his arms before the world was bathed in blinding light and shook with a deafening roar. When the flash faded, a massive crater yawned where the battle had taken place. Everything around, icy structures, machinery, barricades, had vanished without a trace, evaporated by the uncontrolled release of her power. Axton, Salvador, and Zero cautiously peeked out from cover. Their eyes swept from the horrifying aftermath to Alex, calmly holding Maya as if nothing had happened. Damn. I didn't realize Maya was that strong, Salvador whistled. I'm more concerned about what would have happened if we hadn't taken cover, Axton muttered, shaking his head. There wouldn't have even been shadows of us left. Zero nodded silently, watching the destruction. Maya was still in Alex's arms. She fully understood, this had been her mistake. Her heart pounded, and her gaze couldn't leave the crater she herself had caused. You okay? Alex asked softly, looking into her eyes. Not tired. Head spinning. I'm fine. She exhaled, then, slightly embarrassed, added, but I think it's better to hold off on the new technique. I might accidentally level the entire continent. Alex rolled his eyes irritably and smacked Maya on the forehead for overestimating her power. Partly, he was also at fault for not stopping her attempt to use quantum compression on so many targets. Hey! What was that for? Maya protested, shielding her forehead with her hand. For stupidity, Alex cut her off coldly. I said one target. Not multiple. You decided to go for a mass target grab. Or imagine yourself a new goddess. Maybe on Pandora, the ice melts, but brains, well, you seem to be an exception. He scolded her like a strict father, with biting irony, but care beneath it. Maya wanted to snap back. She was an adult, 25, she could handle herself. But one look from Alex was enough to make the words stick in her throat. Axton, Salvador, and Zero didn't even try to intervene, they looked like accidental witnesses to a parental lecture. From the outside, it really did resemble a father reprimanding a stubborn daughter. Meanwhile, the girls watching the transmission were already doubled over with laughter. Some of them had their own stories of Alex's lessons, and now they felt a strange but sincere kinship with Maya. Alex, however, had no intention of stopping. His monologue on the proper use of siren powers continued until they left the frozen fridge location. Even Angel, communicating with the Seekers from a distance, didn't dare interrupt, fearing she might end up at the center of the next lecture. Eventually, Alex not only scolded Maya but also carefully broke down the entire process for her, with explanations and a hands-on demonstration. Exiting the long tunnel, Alex, Maya, Axton, Salvador, and Zero found themselves on rocky terrain. More precisely, atop a high mountain plateau, offering a harsh view of Pandora's desert-like landscape. Alex, finally done instructing Maya, pulled out his phone and quickly checked the map to see where the tunnel had led them. At that moment, a strange hum cut through the air. All five of them looked up simultaneously and saw the city, the sanctuary, hovering in the distance. Well, at least now we know where to go, Alex said, shrugging. Let's move, team. I see the teleportation station, Axton noted, pointing to a nearby Hyperion installation. We could use it to get to the sanctuary. Not going to happen, Alex cut in, thoughtfully scratching his chin. The sanctuary has disconnected from the main network. The only options now are either wings or a new beacon. Of course, Salvador smirked, picking up a couple of rocks and sticks from the ground. We'll build a beacon right here. Rock, stick, done. Alex struggled to restrain himself from kicking Salvador. Sometimes it seemed to him that this mercenary would fit perfectly in a dwarven kingdom, reckless, foul-mouthed, and mortally offended when called a dwarf. Instead of commenting, Alex reached for Maya's belt, removed her echo module, and quickly summoned Lilith. A plan was already forming in his mind, but he couldn't pull it off alone. Within seconds, a hologram flared in the air. Everyone gasped. Lilith looked different. Her hair was literally ablaze, flowing like living fire, and her entire body seemed enveloped in a fiery aura. Hey, Lilith. What's going on with you? Alex couldn't help but ask, studying her in surprise. I wish I knew, she snapped irritably. After absorbing too much iridium, my hair won't stop burning. Not just your hair. Brick's voice rang from behind her. It's hotter than the desert. Any more of this and I'll start melting. Shut up, Brick, Lilith muttered wearily. I see you've arrived. That's good. But moving to the sanctuary won't work, the station is toast. I have an idea to fix it, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. but I'll need help. What exactly? Lilith squinted and crossed her arms. Alex turned to the void and called out loudly. Jinx, darling, you there? Of course, Daddy. Jinx suddenly appeared from a corner of the projection, her insanely pink eyes shining. What do you want me to do? I need your help, little princess, Alex said with a soft smile. Open the Guild app, go to the library, and find the blueprint for a spatial beacon. I designed it once, out of boredom. If you can't find it, ask Regan Leaf, she knows. Then you'll need to dismantle the old Hyperion station in the sanctuary and rebuild a new one according to the blueprint. Just a local beacon, understand? We don't need a connection to other planets. Jinx clicked her heels and saluted, like a soldier on parade. Got it, Daddy. I'll do it perfectly. Alex smiled and nodded. Jinx immediately grabbed Anya, Nyaruko, and Tina, and they rushed off in all directions to assemble the new beacon. Lilith raised an eyebrow as she watched, and trusting the construction of a spatial beacon to children seemed downright reckless. But what intrigued her even more was that Alex had actually dismantled the prototype beacon and spoke of the guild and the library, the places where the necessary blueprints and knowledge were stored. She decided not to ask any unnecessary questions for now and said her goodbyes. She needed to keep an eye on the three girls and Tina to make sure they didn't start taking apart things they shouldn't. Meanwhile, Alex was thinking about how to get the components without relying on magic. He needed a beacon calibrated for the frequencies and conditions of Pandora. Building it from scratch would mean days of extra work and delicate fine-tuning. It was better to find a ready-made component and assemble it locally. What parts do you need? Axton asked, patting Alex on the shoulder. We're not planning to sit around either. A beacon tuned specifically for the atmosphere and fields of Pandora. If there's one in the sanctuary, great, but the station there is offline. It's only good for spare parts. Without the core, I can't assemble a fully functional beacon, Alex replied, pointing to the dormant teleportation block. Angel says there's an iridium processing plant nearby. It might have what we need, Maya added, glancing at the map. Perfect. The plan's simple: break into the plant, grab the beacon, take out anyone who gets in the way, then find the nearest route to the sanctuary. I'll assemble the new beacon while my daughters build another one in the sanctuary. Any objections? Alex asked lazily, looking at the four vault seekers. Quiet, this isn't about Salvador, Axton smirked. Agreed, we break in and steal the beacon. Haha. I like that. Shooting Hyperion goons. I'm always in, Salvador muttered with a wild grin. Alex nodded, and together with Maya, Axton, Salvador, and Zero, he headed toward the iridium processing plant. He hoped for only one thing, that no giant sandworm decided to swallow the needed component. And it wouldn't hurt to sabotage the plant a bit, steal the refined iridium and cut down the corporation's production capacity. On the way to the facility, the group ran into a checkpoint guarding the road, loader robots and automated stationary turrets. Quickly and decisively dealing with them, Alex and his companions cleared the path to the coveted building. The plant was impressive: kilometers of corridors, rows of containers, vaulted workshops, and an entire army of workers and machines. Finding the beacon in this massive complex was a big question, which meant another, far from peaceful, adventure awaited them. To be continued. Chapter 463, Return to the Sanctuary. Standing on the road leading to the Hyperion plant, where iridium ore was processed, Alex couldn't help but admire the scale. The plant turned out to be far larger than he remembered from the times when he had only seen it in a video game. For a moment, he wondered, in the game, there had been no point in building such gigantic structures. But in reality, things were different. Here the plant looked exactly as a true industrial complex should. The structure itself resembled a strange hybrid of a dam and a factory. The water held back by the dam formed a massive lake, and it was literally teeming with monsters, grotesque worms the locals called threshers. From time to time, their disgusting heads emerged from the water, as if patiently waiting for prey. Alex immediately decided not to get too close. Not because he was afraid, he simply found those creatures revolting. Nearby stood the vault hunters, Maya, Axton, Zero, and Salvador. They studied the plant while Alex, stone-faced, kept his eyes on the lake. Suddenly, the air was pierced by an unpleasant buzzing sound. What's that noise? Alex frowned, raising his head. Looks like we've been spotted, Maya replied dryly, pointing a finger toward the sky. It's a recon drone, a surveyor. Alex arched an eyebrow, studying the metallic creature that looked like a tiny airplane. Without hesitation, he drew the blue rose from behind his back and with a single shot blasted the drone's chassis. The robot tumbled down, erupting into a bright explosion. At that very moment, the alarm blared. Alex exhaled wearily, watching the destroyed drone, then shifted his gaze toward the plant. Everything came alive. Loader robots instantly dropped their crates and raised their weapons, while soldiers and Hyperion workers poured out of the buildings. Now that's what I call a warm welcome, Salvador grinned, tightening his grip on his two shotguns. Without waiting for orders, he roared and charged forward, unleashing his guns and showering everything around him with buckshot. His laughter thundered louder than the gunfire. Zero activated his camouflage, vanishing from sight as he circled around to strike from the rear. Maya and Axton darted into cover, opening precise fire. Axton deployed his portable turret, and as it unfolded, it began mowing down enemies, turning entire ranks into a sieve. Maya, hidden behind cover, once again decided to try the new technique Alex had recently taught her, but this time she focused only on a single target. Alex, meanwhile, stood silently, staring at the sky where the drone had just been. Only when the firefight escalated in earnest did he sigh, holster his revolver, and pull Muramasa from his inventory. Gripping the sheath, Alex lunged forward. Bullets skimmed past, narrowly missing him. Leaping off Salvador's shoulder, he soared into the air and cleaved another surveyor in half. He landed right in the middle of the loader robots. A click, the sheath's mechanism fired the hilt into his palm. Using the momentum, Alex spun in a wide arc, shredding nearby enemies into scraps. But instead of rushing further into battle, he suddenly stopped, staring at the mangled wreckage. A thought flashed through his mind: the beacon core wasn't the only thing needed. These robots might also contain useful parts. Sliding the blade back into its sheath, he crouched and began dismantling the remains of the nearest loader, methodically prying out the mechanisms he needed. Axton blinked in confusion when he noticed, but quickly dragged his turret closer to provide cover for Alex. The energy shield flickered and unfolded, creating a small protective barrier. Axton took up position beside it, laying down heavy fire. "What the hell are you doing?" Maya shouted from behind cover as she reloaded her pistols. "Stop slacking off and help us." "I've got no clue." Axton yelled back over the gunfire. "But Alex is digging through the robots for something." From her cover, Maya shot Alex a quick glance. He paid no attention to the explosions or the firefight, calmly rummaging through another robot, pulling out its innards and scattering them in a neat row. Salvador, meanwhile, was already cutting deep into enemy lines, unleashing a barrage of buckshot. He looked like a living turret charging forward, two shotguns, endless spray. Hyperion soldiers' bodies with gaping holes in their chests were thrown backward. Zero, at the same time, quietly and efficiently did his dirty but important work. Behind enemy lines he organized sabotage, he disabled the respawn stations and the loader assembly stations. No one really noticed how he crept up to the commander, easily plunged his blade into the back of the man whose mask lit up with the digit 0 for a second, then dissolved back into camouflage and attacked the soldiers from the rear. Thanks to Zero's actions, reinforcements dwindled and the firefight quickly wound down. Alex continued to calmly dismantle a robot while Axton covered him with fire from the turret. Maya, Salvador, and Zero came closer to see what their strange companion was doing. Corpses and scrap mechanisms were scattered around. "Found time to dismantle robots, did you?" Maya asked, looking at his back. You've already handled most of it. Good job." "I'm proud," Alex replied monotonously and only slightly turned his head to glance at them. "If you'd helped, we'd be done faster," Maya grumbled, rolling her eyes. "I destroyed about 30 loaders. And unlike you, Zero did way more work. He shut down the respawn and assembly stations and even killed the commander. Without him you'd have been shooting for a long time." "Great job, Zero," Alex said, giving a thumbs up in his direction. "A quiet blade sings true, / perfection, a passing phantom, / your praise, a gentle echo," Zero whispered calmly, bowing slightly. "Nice haiku," Alex smirked. "Now, haul me the rest of the robots so I don't have to get up from my crouch." Axton raised an eyebrow. "So why exactly do you need these broken loaders? Don't tell me you want to build a new robot." "No. I already have 2 robots at home, I don't need a third. But inside the loaders are communication chips, like these." Alex showed a tiny module he had pulled from a nearby chassis. "I need about 10 of them. For the beacon." Maya clarified, crouching beside him to look at the module in his palm. "Right. Hurry up, time's not waiting," Alex answered briefly and clapped his hands to spur them on. Realizing Alex hadn't been randomly poking at metal in the middle of a battle, Maya, Axton, Zero and Salvador started dragging chassis and discarded parts toward him. Robots whose chests gaped open went to the scrap pile, their innards were too damaged to be useful. Salvador even lugged over some crushed yellow sphere that had once been a loader's hull. Alex looked at it with an expression that said, "Are you serious?" Salvador just shrugged and dropped the find nearby. Zero, meanwhile, methodically searched for the required modules and brought them straight to Alex's workspace. When 10 chips were gathered and tucked into a pocket, the team moved on, toward the bridge over the river that separated them from the next sector of the plant. But the bridge was raised, the control system was on the opposite bank. "Angel says the control panel is on the other side." The part we need for the beacon is there too, Axton reported, pointing. And who's going to go? Salvador grunted, looking at the wide span of water. I, for one, can't fly. There's no detour, Alex answered calmly. Only the direct way. What do you mean? How will you lower the bridge if the panel's over there? Maya asked, raising an eyebrow. Alex shrugged and walked up to the massive structure. As one wise man once said, if something doesn't work, one good hit is usually enough to make it work, and without much thought he kicked the raised barrier. The mechanism creaked, cracked, and with a roar raised one of the sections, then with grinding and rumble the first half of the bridge dropped into place. And what will you do about the second half? Maya asked with a light teasing, turning her face toward him. Instead of answering, Alex jumped and landed on the very edge of the second, raised section of the bridge. With a light push of his foot he made it creak and crash down into place. Maya gave a barely noticeable smile, that same calm corner she gets when everything goes according to plan. Alex turned, gave a thumbs up, the way was clear. Suddenly a dull thud sounded from above, something flew over their heads and slammed down beyond the plant. Alex only frowned. Handsome Jack had clearly gone into a rage after the strike on his warehouse. While the vault hunters were talking to Angel, Alex smoked and waited for them to relay the coordinates of the needed part. The iron gates before them began to slowly open, and a huge robot, a constructor, appeared behind them. Dozens of combat loaders arrayed beside it and, without hesitation, opened fire. Maya, Zero, Salvador, and Axton jumped for the nearest cover. Alex remained standing in the open, a cigarette in his teeth, as if he believed no bullet could touch him. He exhaled, raised a finger, and a small, wildly spinning red sphere began to rotate on it. Curse technique reversal, red, he said dryly and pointed. The sphere fired and struck the constructor directly. Instantly the machine shattered into pieces that flew out like shrapnel, destroying ranks of loaders. The gate arch and the surrounding structures were warped and mangled as if someone had slammed them with a giant press. The team stood and watched, some with jaws dropped, others with eyes gleaming. What was that sphere? Maya asked when the smoke cleared. It looked kind of like our siren abilities. You only just noticed. Alex smirked. I broke it down for you recently, how to control your power, how to focus it. But whatever. I'm not talking about that, Maya replied, lightly bumping his shoulder. I mean how you, not being a siren, do things that we have, Lilith's fire, my quantum grip. It's odd. Born this way, Alex answered lazily. You were born a siren. That's the whole secret. Enough small talk, Axton ordered. We need to move. The part is somewhere nearby. They passed through the twisted gates and saw the beacon, or what was left of it, a massive cylindrical device abandoned in the center of the yard. A memory surfaced in Alex's head that this beacon would attract the attention of a big worm that would eventually swallow it. Determined not to let that happen, Alex wanted to grab the beacon before the worm appeared, but no sooner had he thought it than the ground split right beneath the beacon, and a gigantic worm surfaced and immediately swallowed the beacon. Alex's eye twitched, but his face showed no emotion. Maya, Axton, Zero, and Salvador also stood with surprised faces as they watched the enormous worm swallow the beacon. Why is it always the same? Alex muttered through clenched teeth. Tell me about it. This has happened to us more than once, Maya smirked, standing beside Alex. What do? We blow that worm up and gut it, Salvador answered calmly, lowering his grenade launcher and taking aim. Before anyone could blink, Salvador had already fired a round at the worm. The shell hit the creature's head, and it let out such a piercing shriek that everyone's ears popped. Before the worm could disappear underground, Alex stomped hard on the ground. The earth beneath the monster split, and a stone column erupted from the fissure, flinging the worm into the air. Alex activated the mechanism on his blade, the handle clicked and shot into his hand. In an instant, the katana sliced through the air, decapitating the monster with a single swing. The headless worm crashed to the ground with a deafening thud. A swing, but just a mirage, / death comes like a phantom, / the blade, its gift, Zero recited the new haiku, once again amazed by Alex's skill. Glad you appreciated it, Zero, Alex smirked. Now, let's grab the beacon and move to the highlands. We need elevation and a power source closer to the sanctuary to set it up. Approaching the carcass, Alex struggled to suppress his disgust and pulled the coveted beacon from the stomach of the disgusting creature. Without wasting time, he disassembled the device and extracted the necessary component. Showing it to the others, he moved on with Maya, Axton, Salvador, and Zero. They still had another tunnel to traverse. Alex just shook his head, wondering why Hyperion dug underground corridors instead of building a normal road. The thought that the corporation could collapse the tunnels at any moment irritated him. Apparently, the same idiots worked there as Handsome Jack himself, he thought grimly. The tunnel led them to a rocky valley overgrown with grass, dotted with jagged boulders. So, where next? Axton asked, surveying the terrain. We need elevation and a power source. Any ideas? Don't look at me, I don't know this area, Alex shrugged. Neither do I, Maya shook her head. Wouldn't it be easier to call Lilith? Salvador suddenly suggested. Everyone stared at him. No one expected such a sensible idea from Salvador. Catching their confused looks, he felt insulted and erupted in a stream of curses, sending everyone packing. Alex just shook his head and again thought that this guy would fit perfectly in a dwarven kingdom. Taking Maya's echo module from her belt, Alex called Lilith. Maya had grown used to it, she no longer protested that he used her device without permission. Soon, Lilith's projection appeared. Her hair still blazed, reflecting the instability of her siren power. Her face looked even more exhausted than last time, it seemed her strength was nearly spent, and she could barely stay on her feet. But the reason for her fatigue was something entirely different. Lilith, what's wrong this time? Alex frowned. You're still asking, she snapped irritably. Who even thought it was a good idea to assign this quartet to build a spatial beacon? And what's the problem? It's just a beacon, Alex said, shrugging calmly. The problem? Lilith's hair flared brighter with her anger. Those little devils nearly tore apart the panel that keeps the city afloat. I didn't sign up to babysit your daughters, who try to destroy the sanctuary at every opportunity. Well, I could hug you to make you feel better, Alex offered in the most innocent tone. Yeah, thanks, Lilith muttered. Sure, your hugs will totally cure my headache. Wow, you're in a mood. Anyway, can you tell us a place to set up the beacon? Preferably with some elevation and a power source. Alex said, changing the subject to avoid further aggravating her. Wait. She paused thoughtfully. There's a small town nearby, Apex. It's built at a height, and there should be a power source to feed the beacon. But be careful, Hyperion forces could be there. Tina. I told you not to touch that panel. Lilith shouted and disconnected. The group exchanged glances. Suddenly, nobody felt like returning to the sanctuary and facing Lilith again, after her powers had spiraled out of control, her temper and flaming hair made her genuinely frightening. Alex, meanwhile, wondered why Lilith's siren power had become unstable. In his memory, even in the game, her powers had never run wild from excessive iridium use, she had just looked exhausted. He decided that guessing was pointless. Answers would come when they met Lilith in person. Descending from the plateau, Alex pulled an armored jeep from his inventory, and the whole group settled into their seats. Consulting the map, he drove toward a small town with the symbolic name The Heights, perched on a high hill. Around the next bend, the outlines of the settlement on the rocky ledge came into view. When they arrived, they climbed out of the jeep, and Alex stored the vehicle back in his inventory. Right at the town's entrance, he felt uneasy. There were plenty of people, but their presence felt strange, off. As if the entire town were sick. And Alex immediately understood why. Not far off was an iridium processing plant. All the waste was dumped into the water, poisoning it. The locals had no choice but to drink it. The result, an entire town of doomed people slowly dying in their homes. Kind of an empty town. I thought at least there'd be residents out, Salvador muttered, glancing around. There are residents. They're just too sick to come outside, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. Sick? In what way? How do you know? Maya asked, studying him closely. Simple, my dear siren. There's a Hyperion plant nearby. The waste goes into the water. People drink it every day. What do you think will happen if you do that for a long time? Alex replied calmly. No need to guess, Axton said grimly. It's a miracle they've lasted this long. I wouldn't call it a miracle, Maya sighed. More like a curse. Alex nodded but had no intention of leaving. He decided to set up the beacon and then help these people. Moving deeper into the town, he surveyed the area. Only 2 buildings were suitable, low towers where equipment could be mounted. But another problem arose, the power source. The town's lone generator barely supplied electricity to the houses, and its output was clearly insufficient. Alex studied the old generator thoughtfully, considering alternatives. So, what about the beacon? Maya asked, approaching. There isn't enough power, we need another source, Alex said, nodding toward the generator. Maya looked at the device and immediately understood, Alex was right. Try the teleportation station. Ask it if it could work, Angel's voice suddenly sounded in her head. Alex, Angel says, what if we use the teleportation station as the power source? Maya relayed. Might work, Alex murmured, stroking his chin. But if I start tinkering inside, we'll get noticed. After I blew up Jack's office and trashed his plant, he's probably still furious. Who cares? Do it. If Hyperion sends reinforcements, we'll deal with them, Axton said confidently. Alex shrugged, took off his backpack, and approached the teleportation station. Opening the panel, he accessed the power source and began removing the needed components. "We'll need a long cable to reach the tower," he said. Maya, Zero, Axton, and Salvador immediately set off to find a suitable cable. Meanwhile, Alex dragged over a small table and laid out the beacon's components, gradually assembling it right there. Suddenly, a warning voice from Angel echoed in each of their minds. "Unauthorized interference detected. Jack knows you're here. He's already sent troops to stop you." Explosions roared in the sky again, followed by impacts on the ground. Salvador threw the long cable onto the table to Alex and immediately joined the others to hold back the wave of robots Jack had sent. Amid the constant gunfire and screams, Alex continued assembling the spatial beacon. But the roar didn't stop, new volleys filled the sky. For a moment, he glanced up. From the Helios orbital station, projectiles fell one by one toward the city. Alex just shook his head. Jack was once again behaving like a spoiled child, too easily provoked. Seeing the number of robots growing while Maya, Zero, Salvador, and Axton were forced to retreat deeper into the city, Alex pulled the chastafol spear from his inventory. It glowed with a soft light, shifting shape, hundreds of shining kunai swirled around it like a swarm of enraged bees. Without taking his eyes off the beacon, Alex flicked his finger, sending them into the air. The swarm shot skyward and, on another gesture, crashed down. Hundreds of kunai pierced the worker robots' bodies, turning them into heaps of twisted metal. Then the blades shot back, merging into the spear, which returned to its owner, hovering behind him and slowly spinning. Maya and the others froze for a moment in shock, but quickly recovered and rushed back to Alex. "I'm almost done." Zero, handle the cable, said Alex without even looking up. Zero nodded, grabbed one end of the cable, and lightly jumped onto the roof of a tall building. Alex finished assembling the beacon and looked up, just as the assassin secured the cable. "Once I connect it to the beacon, someone needs to link the other end to this teleportation station. Then it'll all work," he said, hoisting the beacon onto his shoulder. "And this will actually work?" asked Maya, squinting. "It won't teleport us straight into Jack's hands, or to some other planet. Everything will go as planned. So stop asking questions." "Connect it when I shout," Alex muttered, rolling his eyes. He approached the building and leapt to the very top. There, he secured the beacon so it could withstand any impact. Then he nodded down. Axton plugged the cable into the teleportation station, and a holographic loading appeared above the panel. Alex jumped down and moved closer. The minutes dragged painfully, but soon the station was operational again. He didn't want to use it first and waited for Maya and the others to teleport to the sanctuary in turn. Only then did Alex cast a healing spell on the residents, a small measure of help for the unfortunate. He knew the iridium ore was too valuable. Even if Hyperion were removed, another corporation would come, and the cycle of pain and suffering would continue. Sighing, Alex cast one last glance at the doomed city and stepped into the portal, appearing in the sanctuary's town hall. "Well, shall we head to the Crimson Raiders HQ?" he suggested, though deep down he was tempted to check on Moxie, the woman who now hated Jack even more than she had before he decided to bomb the sanctuary. As they approached the headquarters, the heat grew increasingly intense. Inside, they found Tanis, half-naked, drenched in sweat, but still completely absorbed in her research. "Ah, it's you. Good job coming back," she said, immediately noticing Alex and squinting. "And you don't want to spend some time in an even hotter environment? Lie down with me, exchange some sweat. Another time. For now, you'd better take a cold shower, cool off that heat," Alex replied dryly, not even blinking. Before Tanis could come up with another lewd remark, he headed to the second floor. Maya, Axton, and Salvador gave him strange looks. Only Zero silently tilted his head, and a love symbol lit up on his mask. On the second floor, Alex saw Brick and Mordecai. They were doing their best to cool down, hugging ice bags and nearly melting along with them. Lilith, meanwhile, sat irritably on a metal chair, which was literally starting to melt beneath her. "Looks like you've gotten even hotter since our last meeting, Lilith," Alex smirked. "Yeah." Brick interjected, sitting in just his shorts. "She's so hot now that the metal under her butt started melting." He wiped sweat from his forehead and pressed the ice bag tighter against himself. Lilith shot Alex an irritated look for joking at such a moment. She didn't know what to do. Her siren powers were completely out of control, and the temperature around her kept rising, heating the air to the limit. Alex stepped closer, examining her carefully from every angle. Meanwhile, Maya, Axton, Salvador, and Zero arrived on the second floor. The hot air hit them in the face so sharply that they immediately started breaking into a sweat. Brick and Mordecai had no intention of sharing their ice bags, clutching them as if they were treasures. "And how long are you going to keep circling around me?" Lilith asked irritably, keeping her eyes on Alex. "Aren't you feeling hot at all?" Brick chimed in, wiping his brow. "I feel like I'm about to melt, and you're just strolling around." For me, it's like a warm bath, actually kind of nice, Alex replied calmly. And as for why I'm walking around, I'm thinking about how to help you. But first, hold this. He pulled a round metal container from his inventory. Lilith took it in her hands with surprise. What's this? She asked, puzzled, holding the metal container. You'll find out soon. Just hold it, it's important, Alex said with a mysterious smile. Alex waited a few seconds and took the container back. Everyone watched with interest, but within a moment, Lilith almost ground her teeth in anger. Alex pulled out a box of instant noodles, and the container she had been holding turned out to be just a regular water vessel. Her energy boiled it in mere seconds. Ignoring Lilith's glare, Alex counted the people in the room, grabbed the right number of noodle packs, and poured in the boiling water. All right, while the noodles are cooking, let's deal with your problem, he said, placing the makeshift kettle on the table. Are you really going to help? Lilith crossed her arms. Or am I going to have to hold the pan so you can fry the meat? Tempting, but I'm afraid you'd try to sink your teeth into my throat. Although, if it were lips, I wouldn't mind, Alex smirked. Ha, I'd more likely sink my teeth into your face. The throat will do too, but definitely not the lips, Lilith huffed. Well, I'm not insisting. Your choice. Now, extend your hand. And relax a little, Alex said, sitting opposite her. She frowned but extended her palm anyway. Alex smiled and covered it with his own hand. Almost immediately, he felt the cause of her condition. Lilith's body was brimming with excess energy. Her power, like a battery overcharged to 1000%, was completely out of control. Focusing, he began drawing the surplus energy out, shaping it into a crystal. The heat gradually subsided, Lilith's hair stopped glowing, and a small red crystal appeared in her palm. She stared at it with genuine curiosity. What did you do? And what's this crystal? Lilith asked, examining the red gem in her hand in surprise. Simple, Alex replied. You had too much energy with nowhere to put it. I took the excess and packed it into a crystal. You can keep it as a souvenir or make it into jewelry, it's up to you. That's cool and all. But the best part is I don't have to hug an ice bag anymore, Brick said happily, already holding a cup of noodles. Wow, this is delicious. Where'd you get it? Lilith gave him a blank look but took some food herself. Alex noticed the crystal left on the table and thought for a moment. Setting down his cup, he pulled out a necklace setting, placed the stone in it, and handed the finished piece to Lilith. Here. So you don't have to wonder what to do with it. Either way, it looks pretty nice as jewelry, Alex said, offering the necklace to her. For the first time, someone's hitting on me like this, Lilith raised a corner of her mouth. But as you can see, my hands are full. Can you be a gentleman? Alex smirked, stood, and approached her from behind. She tilted her head slightly, letting him clasp the necklace. When the lock clicked, Lilith felt a light but very pleasant warmth in her chest. Her gaze at Alex changed. The others felt like unnecessary witnesses, except Maya, who pondered whether she could turn her own power into a crystal like that. To be continued. Chapter 464, Opportunity went boom. Alex was sitting at the table in the Crimson Raiders headquarters, holding a cup of instant noodles in his hands. His gaze once again drifted toward Lilith, or rather, to the fiery crystal necklace that now adorned her neck. Earlier, when her hair blazed like a torch, he had wondered what had caused her powers to spiral out of control. The answer turned out to be simple, it wasn't the absorbed iridium. The true cause lay in another source of energy, mana that had seeped into her body. When checking her condition, Alex clearly felt a flow inside her that didn't belong in her system. And the only explanation pointed toward Anya, Nyarko, and Jinx. They were more than capable of making something like this happen. The only surprise was that the mana hadn't just empowered Lilith but had pushed her powers into critical overload. Alex ate another mouthful of noodles and, closing his eyes, focused on locating the four little gremlins. Finding Anya, Nyarko, Jinx, and Tina took only a moment. The whole group was already sitting in Moxie's bar. The reason for their escape was obvious, the girls simply didn't want to stick around Lilith, who had turned into a walking furnace. Alex decided he'd ask his daughters later what exactly they had given Lilith, but for now, he preferred to finish his noodles peacefully in the company of his new friends. At the same time on the first floor, Tanis noticed that the temperature was gradually returning to normal. But along with relief, her nose caught the scent of food wafting down from upstairs. The scientist tried to brush off the thought of eating, but her stomach loudly objected, reminding her it was time for a snack. Climbing to the second floor, Tanis spotted the group at the table, each one holding a cup of noodles that gave off a mouth-watering aroma. Her stomach growled even louder. Without hesitation, Tanis walked over and sat down beside them. I don't know what you're eating, but I want some too. As a researcher, I need proper nutrition, otherwise, my brain won't function. Everyone gave her a quick glance, and immediately looked away. The reason was simple, Tanis was still strutting around in short shorts and a bra. Without turning his head, Alex pulled a cup of noodles from his inventory and set it in front of her. Just as Tanis was about to crunch into it dry, he quickly poured hot water into the cup, closed the lid, and pointed to the time written on the packaging. It all happened so fast that the mad scientist didn't even get a chance to say a word. "So, how are your studies going, Tanis?" Lilith asked, setting her empty cup on the table. "After several hours of scientific madness, the kind you can only experience either in fantasies or in my bed, invitation still stands. I've come to the conclusion that there's a direct connection between the vault, Iridium, and handsome Jack." Tanis replied, throwing Alex a meaningful look. "Can you stop trying to drag me into bed already?" Alex sighed wearily. "And why should I? You're hot and exactly my type. Though, I admit, I need to verify that firsthand. I suggest we conduct a series of experiments. In different positions, in my bed. Tonight. Then at night. And perhaps tomorrow morning as well," Tanis added in a serious tone, without even blinking. Alex groaned, covering his face with his hand. He had never dealt with such a straightforward woman before. The rest of the group nearly choked on their food at her words. Brick smirked broadly and gave Alex a pat on the shoulder, to which he only responded with an empty stare. Lilith, however, knew Tanis wasn't quite right in the head, but this was the first time she had seen her so bold. Usually, after being turned down, the scientist would just shrug it off and switch to a new project. Alex silently prayed that at least one of his wives would show up to put an end to this nightmare. Tanis, however, went on, vividly describing how exactly everything would happen, in what positions, and with what sounds. Then, just as suddenly, she switched gears and calmly started eating her noodles as if nothing had happened. Alex let out a sigh of relief, grateful that Tanis had finally gone quiet. "So what kind of connection did you find between Jack, Iridium, and the vault?" Lilith asked once the pause settled in. "I don't know exactly yet. I just realized they're connected," Tanis answered casually with a shrug. "You're all stupid if you didn't notice it earlier," Alex remarked calmly, brewing himself some coffee. "What do you mean?" Lilith frowned. "What exactly didn't we get? Who are you calling stupid? I'll have you know, I'm the greatest researcher, archaeologist, and scientist." Tanis shot back. "The Dahl Corporation still wants me dead because of my discoveries. Though maybe it has more to do with the fact that I quit by blowing up my last lab, but most likely it's because of my vault research," she added, pointing her finger at Alex. Alex smirked and finally spoke. "All right, I'll share the truth with you. It's simpler than you think. Iridium amplifies siren powers, that's the first clue. Hyperion mines it by the ton, that's the second. Jack has a vault key, but it's inactive. That means he's using his daughter as a battery to charge the key and open the vault ahead of schedule. And inside, there's a weapon capable of wiping out all his enemies and cleansing Pandora of bandits. In short, Jack is preparing genocide." The room fell silent, broken only by the clinking of a spoon against a cup and the noisy slurping with which Tanis devoured her instant noodles. Everyone stared at Alex in shock. At that moment, the voices of Angel echoed in the minds of Maya, Zero, Axton, and Salvador, confirming every word Alex had spoken. It wasn't that Angel had deliberately hidden the truth, she had simply seen no point in revealing her situation before. Maya took it upon herself to explain to the others what she had learned from Alex. Lilith was shaken by the revelation. Jack was keeping his own daughter, a siren, imprisoned, using her as a living battery for the vault key. And all of it was for his own ambitions. Alex didn't interfere, quietly sipping his coffee in slow gulps. He shared this knowledge only to accelerate the Crimson Raiders' plans. He already knew exactly where Angel was being held. Thanks to her constant connection with Maya, Axton, Salvador, and Zero, Alex had traced the source of her signal. He pinpointed the bunker, where tons of liquid iridium were being pumped into Angel and redirected into the key. This allowed Jack to fast-track the vault's opening. Alex figured he'd stick around this universe for another couple of days, a week at most. He still needed to find the main vault. And for that, he'd have to track down Typhon. Whether the man was hiding on another planet or still somewhere on Pandora didn't matter. "How did you figure all this out?" Lilith finally asked, having digested the information. "It wasn't that hard. My job is to know everything." "And I do," Alex replied, lazily running his finger along the rim of his mug. "I've only been on this planet for about 10 hours, and I already know more than you do. And trust me, that's hardly an accomplishment." "Well then, enlighten us," Brick snorted, leaning back and waving his hand. "Remember the freight train you asked me to stop?" Alex narrowed his eyes slightly. "There was a terminal hooked into Hyperion's network. I hacked it and pulled everything I could. Where the iridium goes, why?" Put the pieces together, and the picture became clear. He didn't mention that he had already known much of it beforehand, from his past experience. Let's say that's true, Lilith muttered, leaning against the table. But maybe you'll actually explain what exactly you found in there. We didn't get the chance to check ourselves, you know, Sanctuary was being bombed, I had to teleport the entire city, and all the rest. Of course, Alex drawled, reaching into the inner pocket of his coat. Everyone froze in anticipation. The girls watching the broadcast already had a feeling Alex was about to pull some kind of nonsense. And they weren't wrong. A second later, he stretched out his hand, his fingers forming a heart, which he held out directly to Lilith. She looked first at his hand, then at him. The others struggled not to burst out laughing. Brick and Salvador clamped their mouths shut with their hands, pounding their fists on the table. Mordecai just snorted and took a swig from his bottle. Maya rolled her eyes and shook her head, she was becoming more and more convinced that Alex was strange. Meanwhile, a glowing love appeared on Zero's mask, and he immediately mimicked the gesture, just for the sake of it. And what is that supposed to mean? Lilith asked, staring at him. I'm giving you a piece of my heart, Alex smiled. Because what I found on that train is really worth your attention. Unbelievable. Lilith muttered, pushing his hands away. Now get to the point. What exactly was on the train? Weapons. Or something else. Weapons. But very different ones, Alex replied with a sly smile, thinking about his new pets. And did you bring them? Or is all we've got now just your little heart? Which is already packed with women. Lilith narrowed her eyes, folding her arms. I'm afraid if I had brought samples, Sanctuary would already be gone. And you'd all be dead before you even realized what happened, Alex said calmly, tapping his finger against the table. And what kind of weapon is that supposed to be? Brick asked in surprise. It's complicated. It's a weapon, and at the same time, it isn't. If Jack knew one of his people had developed something like this, he wouldn't need to open the vault at all. With this, he could wipe Pandora clean of all life. People, animals, plants, nothing would remain. So what the hell is it then? Lilith asked, completely confused now. Easier to show, Alex replied, pulling out his phone. I ran an analysis through a portable lab. Alex placed the phone in the middle of the table and pulled up the analysis data. Activating the holographic projection, he let everyone see what he meant. Lines of text and schematics lit up in the air. The first thing that became clear was why he had called it both a weapon and not a weapon. Because what Hyperion's freight train had been carrying were mutated skags with a special kind of mutation. Reading the first lines of the report, everyone immediately understood why Alex had said that if such a skag had appeared in Sanctuary, they would have died without even realizing what had happened. The further they read, the worse it became. If Jack had known that one of his scientists had bred such creatures, he wouldn't have needed the vault or the warrior. These monsters could have destroyed Pandora on their own. The first skag caused instant death the moment a person got near it. The second brought a slow, agonizing death from dozens of diseases. The third carried bacteria that devoured all living things. The fourth turned people into insane killing machines that attacked everything in sight. Alex silently waited for them to finish reading. Inside, he only smirked. Jack was so obsessed with the vault that he didn't even notice the horrors being born right under his nose. I see the goal, I don't see the obstacles, Alex mentally placed him in that category of people. Where are these creatures? And how did you manage to collect samples without dying? Lilith was the first to break the silence, staring at him intently. Those skags are in a very safe place. And why I didn't die, that's a family secret. But one thing I'll say for sure, I can't die. Even if someone kills me, I still won't die, Alex said, thoughtfully stroking his chin. If you can't die, can I dissect you? Tanis asked coldly, her eyes locked on him. I'm just curious why you're such a hottie. Maybe I'll find the answer inside. No, you can't. And you won't find anything there. I was born this way. Anyway, discuss your plans to fight Jack and Hyperion. I'm going to check on the girls, it's dinner time, Alex said as he stood up from the chair. Don't you want to take part in this? Or are you going back where you came from? Brick raised an eyebrow. What's there to listen to? The plan is simple, find where Jack's keeping Angel, I already know where. Free her, take the vault key. Then beat Jack with a stick. Open the vault, and that's it. Well, except I'd like to take over Helios in the end. But discussing how to pull it off doesn't interest me. So I'm heading to Moxie's bar to check on the girls, Alex said and headed for the balcony. A moment later, he jumped down and, with his hands in his pockets, calmly walked down the street toward the bar. I like it. Pretty straightforward plan, Brick shrugged. I agree. Grab the key, beat Jack, and that's it, victory, Salvador backed him up. Lilith tiredly covered her face with her hands and groaned. In their team, there were two muscles who only wanted plans like, blow it up and beat it. But what interested her much more was why Alex wanted Helios. Her first thought was that he wanted to take over Hyperion. But she quickly dismissed it. Alex didn't look like someone who wanted to become the next Jack. She just didn't know his goal was much simpler, to have his own orbital station. Why build one if you can take a ready-made one? Meanwhile, Alex reached Moxie's bar. But right from the doorway, he was surprised. Inside there was none of the usual noise, no music, no drunken voices. Raising an eyebrow, he stepped in. The bar was nearly empty. A couple of sleeping drunks and Hammerlock in the corner, buried in his research. Alex immediately looked at the counter, but Moxie wasn't there. The bar looked battered but still stood. After the bombardment and the city's teleportation, that could be called a miracle. Bottles, glasses, and furniture lay scattered on the floor, and alcohol formed sticky puddles everywhere. Curious about where the hostess might be, Alex walked further in and soon found her. Moxie was sitting with Nyaruko, Anya, Jinx, and Tina. On the surface she looked relaxed and even smiled at the girls, but her eyes burned with rage she couldn't hide. Alex understood the reason perfectly. Moxie was still boiling with hatred toward Jack. First, he had taken her fighting arena, and now because of him, her bar was damaged. It was a miracle she hadn't gone after his head herself yet. "Oh, sugar, you're back," Moxie noticed Alex, slightly straightening and smiling. "So, how did your little adventure go?" Seeing Alex, a faint smile crossed Moxie's face, and her emotions visibly stabilized. After all, what could lift a woman's mood more than the presence of a handsome man ready to keep her company? Alex also gave a small smile and sat down on a chair next to Nyaruko, across from Moxie. His eyes slid over the woman, and he gently stroked Nyaruko's hair. "Pretty fun," he remarked. "I see your bar took a hit. I bet your hatred of Jack just grew stronger." "Sugar," Moxie narrowed her eyes slightly, "don't go poking into women's secrets. Especially when the woman's angry and vindictive." "Maybe. But if you want, I can cheer you up." "Since Jack's managed to piss you off again," Alex said, clearly not taking her threat seriously. "Surprise me," she drawled, leaning forward seductively and running a finger down his arm. "And if it's what I think, maybe we should go somewhere we can be alone. Just you and me." Alex was momentarily at a loss for words. Moxie leaned forward enough for him to clearly see her cleavage. He gave her a tired glance and nodded toward Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina. The four girls had stopped playing the board game, they were fully focused on the adult conversation. But Moxie ignored the hint. She slipped off her shoe and gently ran her foot along Alex's thigh. He felt a headache starting to build. Why, he thought, out of the 4 women I've met in this universe, 2 already want to sleep with me, and they barely even know me. Moxie continued to move her foot higher, her lips stretching into a teasing smile. Alex, however, had his own idea. He caught her foot and began tickling her. The woman jerked sharply, but instead of laughing, she breathed heavily, her gaze locked on him. Her eyes sparkled like a tigress that had spotted its prey. Alex realized that just a little more, and Moxie would forget everyone around and pounce on him. He quickly let go of her foot. Ahem. "Anyway, I was going to cheer you up in a different way. And please, don't look at me like that. I'm too tired to be running from you," he said, averting his gaze. "I'm not going to do anything, sugar. Unless you ask me to," Moxie purred, tracing her finger along his arm again. "And if you do ask, I'll grant any wish." "Not today," Alex smirked. "But since you're not so angry anymore, I'll still give you a little thrill. Maybe by accident, or maybe on purpose. Anyway, I overloaded all the equipment in Jack's office on Helios." And at that exact moment, he was there. The result, a small explosion. "Say that again, sugar." "I think I misheard," Moxie raised an eyebrow. "I said I blew up Jack's equipment right in his office," Alex repeated with a smile. Moxie froze, then burst into laughter. Her coquettish mask fell away, giving way to genuine, loud laughter. Even the girls couldn't hold back anymore and, curious, began demanding details. Seeing no reason to hide it, Alex pulled out his phone and connected to Helios's surveillance system. Finding the necessary footage, he turned the screen around and activated the projection so everyone could see. He fast-forwarded through Jack's boring monologue and showed the main event. Moxie watched the footage with a bloodthirsty grin. When the monitors in Jack's office sparked and exploded, sending him flying backward so that his artificial face cracked and fell to the side, Moxie felt genuine delight. Alex even played a slow-motion replay. Frame by frame they watched Jack curse everything around him, smash the remains of his office, and yell at his guards. "You know, sugar," Moxie said, leaning back in her chair and smiling. "You've convinced me once again, you definitely know how to satisfy a woman." "Glad you liked it," Alex put his phone away. "But I'm still thinking how to ruin his mood even more. Got any ideas?" "Plenty," her voice took on coquettish notes again. "In the past Jack blew up the arena I ran. Now he's building his own arena in his stupid little town. Opportunity. A dumb dream for a dumb idiot. So you used to have a thing with him, Alex noted, stretching lazily. I'd say your taste in men is SOSO. But hey, who am I to judge? People make mistakes. Want revenge? I'll help. Revenge is my favorite hobby. Don't even remind me, Moxie waved a hand. I trusted him for nothing. Maybe he was just jealous of my success. Who knows? All I want now is to tear down everything he built. Alex, of course, didn't voice the thoughts running through his head. He already knew the real reason Jack betrayed Moxie, jealousy. Jack suspected she was unfaithful, and when he got what he wanted, he blew up her arena in retaliation. Rumors that Moxie was a fickle woman only fanned the flames. Rising from the table, Alex stretched and waved to Jinx. She tilted her head, her pink eyes blinking lazily, but she crawled closer. Alex smiled, slipped his hand into her little bag, and pulled out a long bundle of explosives with a detonator. Hey, that's mine. You've got your own explosives. Jinx protested, trying to snatch the loot back. Bun mine, Alex drawled with a sly grin, slipping the explosives into his inventory. You know mine are special. But right now we need something spectacular. You and your mom always had a weakness for pretty explosions. But it's still mine. Jinx pouted. Why don't you make your own? I don't touch your stuff. Remind me who stole explosives from my workshop. Alex squinted and grabbed his daughter's little nose. Jinx opened her mouth to argue, then stopped. She did remember that she, Nyaruko, and Anya had indeed nicked something from Daddy's workbench. Finding no excuse, she just snorted in embarrassment. Alex waved the matter off, gave a short goodbye, and left the bar. In the next instant he was standing on the roof of a high-rise in the very center of opportunity. Sitting on the edge, Alex gazed thoughtfully at the city, comparing it to Night City. Both were like pretty wrappers, futuristic skyscrapers, bright neon signs, the illusion of freedom and progress. But peel the wrapper back and you see the mountains of corpses these cities were built on. Cruelty and cynicism seeped from every street, from every brick. Even though opportunity wasn't finished yet, one thing was clear, it was being built on the bones of Pandora's people. And where should I go? Alex muttered to himself. I forgot to ask again. The arena surely won't be built downtown. So, construction on the outskirts. Squinting, he studied the construction site. For a moment he wondered, why limit himself to just the arena? Much more entertaining would be to turn the whole city into chaos. That would really send Jack into a rage. Alex activated the spell, Don't Notice Me, and jumped down. He landed as softly as a cat and, wasting no time, attached the first bomb to a column. Then he did more, at every turn he left gifts. One even ended up on the back of an unsuspecting loader robot. Humming a cheerful tune under his breath, Alex reached the construction zone. Down below the work was in full swing, robots were pouring concrete, workers were raising walls. They'll just resurrected Hyperion's respawn stations anyway, he muttered indifferently, pulling an especially large explosive from his inventory. So no point feeling sorry for them. After planting the charge, Alex stepped aside and vanished as if he had never been there. A second later he was already sitting at a table in Moxie's bar, a faint smile on his face. That was fast, sugar. You already blow everything up. Moxie raised an eyebrow and gave him a curious look. Not yet, nothing's gone off, Alex replied and put a remote on the table. One final touch. Hold this. Moxie took the detonator and squinted at it. So what are you planning, sugar? Alex only smiled, his eyes flashed with excitement. You'll find out soon. He took out his phone and dialed a special number. The screen showed the name he'd added more for irony than convenience, Handsome Jack. After a couple of rings, an irritated voice came through the speaker. Who the hell are you? Alex smirked. We've already spoken, Jack. It's me, the street magician. Remember my first trick? I'm sure you liked it. Well, I've got a new number. I know how proud you are of your little project, Opportunity. Wouldn't it be a shame if the city had a small misunderstanding? Don't you think? A restrained but growing roar answered on the other end, You bastard. You dare touch my city, and I'll find you. I'll get you and laugh while you scream. Alex shook his head, smiling. You're not the first to threaten me like that. But so far nobody has managed to. You won't be the exception. Oh, and Moxie says hi. After a short pause, a furious scream erupted through the speaker. Moxie. You bitch. So you sent that clown to ruin my masterpiece. I knew I should never have let you go. Your place is running a whorehouse and hunting for another stud until he runs from your misery. I'll kill you both. Alex looked at Moxie lazily and smirked again. All right, bye. You're too angry. Talking to you is boring. He ended the call, but before the line cut out they still heard Jack, unable to contain his rage, smashing everything around him. Moxie burst out laughing, leaning on the table. Ha ha ha. Damn, that was glorious. I haven't seen him this furious since I beat him for betraying me. Well then. Alex drawled with a predatory smile. Now let's do the main thing. Let's drive him absolutely mad. He activated the surveillance projection for opportunity. The huge holographic screen in the bar sprang to life, showing a panorama of the shining city. Alex nodded toward Moxie and raised an eyebrow slightly, indicating that the honor belonged to her. 4 pairs of eyes, Anya's, Nyaruko's, Jinx's, and Tina's, immediately fixed on Moxie. Their looks were impatient. If she didn't press the button, they'd be happy to do it themselves. Moxie theatrically smiled at the girls, pressed a finger to her lips, then gracefully lowered it onto the detonator button. The world seemed to hold its breath. Then opportunity convulsed. A series of massive explosions ripped through the city, building after building collapsed, crumbling in a fiery haze, streets were cloaked in black smoke, neon signs flickered out into chaos. But the climax was the colossal blast at the construction site of the domed arena. A gigantic mushroom of fire rose into the sky, sweeping everything aside. At the same moment, in his office, Jack watched through the panoramic windows as his dream of the future turned into smoking ruins. His face contorted with fury, his fists widened with tension, and his teeth ground so hard it could be heard in the silence of the room. I will find you. I will find both of you. He snarled through clenched teeth. I'll find you and smear you across the wall. And Moxie. I'll wipe Moxie from the face of this damn planet. Meanwhile, the bar erupted in laughter and joyful hums. Moxie watched the destruction with an expression of pure delight, as if she'd received the greatest gift of her life. Alex simply leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, grinning like a man who had just pulled off a magnificent trick. To be continued. Chapter 465, Chapter 465, The first day on Pandora comes to an end. After Alex staged a grand explosion in opportunity, solely to enrage handsome Jack, he remained seated in the bar, in the company of Moxie and 4 mischievous girls, Anya, Tina, Jinx, and Nyaruko. The girls were noisily playing a board game, getting more and more carried away with each passing minute, their emotions running wild. Luckily, Moxie's bar was nearly empty at the time. After the recent events, the people of Sanctuary had far more pressing concerns than hanging around and gawking at the hostess. Alex passed the time in light-hearted conversation with Moxie. Their topics were simple, almost domestic, as though both wanted a short break from endless dangers. Still, Moxie couldn't resist a bit of teasing and playful flirting, always trying to provoke a reaction from him. It amused her how he sometimes tensed, sometimes brushed it off, and it only made their talk more entertaining. She listened to his story about the past, how Alex worked as a mercenary, how he took down enemies while still caring for his daughters. Even about Tina, who technically just became friends with his 3 girls, he spoke with warmth and care. The contrast between his ferocity in battle and his tenderness with children struck Moxie deeply. She, so used to men chasing only carnal pleasures, suddenly saw someone who didn't try to lure her into bed with smooth words or tricks. And if Alex had been one of those men, his gaze would have long betrayed his intentions. But he looked at her differently, straight, open, almost homelike. As a woman with experience, Moxie knew well, if so many women gathered around one man, it meant there was something special about him that made them stay. And that something made her regard Alex with growing interest. Alex, meanwhile, realized that Moxie wasn't the carefree woman he only knew from his past life, from the game. She was a living person with her own story, thoughts, and choices. He knew he had no right to judge her past. On Pandora, only the strong survived, and Moxie had used every trait she had, cunning, flirtation, manipulation, not just to live, but to get what she wanted. Her caution mixed with ruthlessness, and her ability to laugh in the face of danger only made her more alluring. Even sitting beside Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina, she spoke freely of her past. Though she veiled her words carefully, Alex's sharp look made it clear her stories weren't exactly things the daughters should hear in full detail. So, sweet thing, Moxie drawled, lazily running the tip of her foot along Alex's thigh, what are you up to now? Last time you said you had to quit your job. Alex rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That's not easy to explain. Hard to put in a few words. And it would take some time. We've got time, she replied with a soft smile. The bar is closed, no guests, none coming. So go on, tell me. Her voice carried genuine interest. She already knew about his past, and now she wanted to understand what he lived for in the present. Alex hesitated, wondering if he should reveal the truth, when he felt a light tug on his sleeve. He turned and met Anya's eyes. The little girl stroked her tummy and looked up at him pleadingly. Daddy, I'm hungry, she said softly. Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina all nodded in unison, confirming they were hungry too. Of course, sweetheart, Alex gently patted her hair. I'll cook something. But we'll need a place to spread out. I'd offer my apartment, but... Moxie waved a hand at the half-ruined bar. As you can see, not exactly the best conditions. Don't worry, Alex replied with a smile. I know a place where we can have dinner. And if you'd like, you're welcome to join us. Oh, inviting me to dinner. Her lips curved into a playful smirk. How sweet of you, sugar. And it was clear she had no intention of refusing. Alex only smiled and rose from the table. Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina immediately set the board game aside. Their minds were now occupied by one thing only, food. Alex gallantly offered Moxie his arm to help her up. She smiled in return and thought to herself that the gesture was unexpectedly sweet for a man like him. Leaving the bar, they walked through the sanctuary. Alex held Moxie's arm, and their odd pair instantly drew the gazes of passers-by. Moxie was too famous for her appearing next to a stranger to go unnoticed. People whispered and exchanged looks, a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. You're not planning to cook right here, are you? Moxie squinted as they approached the Crimson Raiders' headquarters. As far as I know, there's nothing inside suitable for a kitchen. Alex only smiled mysteriously and led everyone up to the second floor. They arrived just as Lilith, Brick, Mordecai, Maya, Axton, Salvador, and Zerzero were discussing plans to oppose Jack. But the moment they noticed Alex entering with Moxie on his arm, the conversation abruptly fell silent. Lilith froze especially, her gaze slid from Moxie to Alex, full of suspicion and a hint of jealousy. Don't mind us, Alex said calmly. We only need the balcony. Continue planning how to beat not handsome Jack. Moxie caught the looks from Lilith and Maya and a sly smile touched her lips. She looked as if to hint, if you don't hurry, the chance will be gone. Lilith, however, took it as an outright provocation. Alex walked out onto the balcony and without hesitation began to clear it out. He simply tossed all the junk over the railing. The girls, seeing this, happily joined in, squealing and laughing as they threw boxes down. What are you doing? Lilith couldn't contain herself and rushed closer. Why are you throwing our stuff out? Making space, Alex answered calmly, tossing out the last box. No sooner had Lilith started to ask another question than he produced a table, chairs, and kitchen utensils out of thin air. Then a charcoal grill appeared, neatly placed against the wall. The girls immediately sat at the table, eagerly anticipating dinner. The highlight was his outfit, a white apron and a headband with blue bunny ears. Seeing a stern mercenary turned into a cook-like that was utterly unexpected, everyone in the room oscillated between shock and laughter. Moxie, meanwhile, made herself comfortable, resting her cheek on her hand and watching with pleasure. Alex brought out meat and fish, marinated them, and prepared a light salad of cabbage and tomatoes. A simple dish, but even that looked appetizing. First he put steaks on the grill. The smell of sizzling meat quickly filled the balcony, and many stomachs, including those at the table, complained loudly. When the steaks reached perfect doneness, Alex carefully wrapped them in foil to let the meat rest. Next on the grill went fish and shrimp. I don't know exactly what you're cooking, but it smells divine. Mind sharing? Brick couldn't help himself, he stepped closer and tried to swipe a piece. Smack. Alex's metal spatula came down hard on his hand. Don't touch. It's for the kids, Alex said without looking. Wait your turn. Or do you want to wake up tomorrow in a skag nest? We're friends, you know, Brick grumbled, rubbing his reddened palm. I wasn't talking about myself, Alex said, nodding the spatula toward the table. The four little gremlins simultaneously lifted their heads from their cheesy toasts and stared at Brick. Their eyes shone with such a hungry, mischievous light that a chill ran down his spine. Brick turned to look at Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina. The intense stares from the four made it clear, try to bite into a piece of their food and you'll wake up in a skag nest in your underwear. Brick jerked back and took a step away from the table. He considered himself tough and reckless, but testing a skag nest was one gamble not worth taking. While the seafood finished on the grill, Alex pulled bottles of good wine and a glass from his inventory and carefully set them in front of Moxie. How sweet of you to offer me a drink, sugar, Moxie said with a small smile. Glad you like it. Lilith, Maya, sit down, it'll be ready soon. If you want anything to drink, say so, Alex replied and turned to the sirens. And what about me? Are you deliberately ignoring me? Or do you like playing the neglect game? Tanis jabbed, darting a finger at him. Do I need to invite you? Alex asked calmly. No, of course not. I would have sat down anyway, Tanis waved him off and plopped into a free chair. Alex simply shrugged and set a cold beer in front of Tanis, she immediately popped the cap. He put drinks he chose in front of Lilith and Maya. In that moment Alex's gaze fell on a group of guys at a table, clearly missing something festive. Alex sighed, pulled a keg of cool ale from his inventory, a gift from the dwarves of Erebor, and the whole male section cheered. "I never thought a man who can cook could be so attractive," Moxie said, pouring wine into her glass. "You want a man who can kill and shoot, not just cook," Lilith replied sarcastically, taking a sip of whiskey. "Who knows, Lilith? Maybe you just haven't looked closely enough," Moxie smiled. "Aren't you curious what he really is like?" "I'm curious too," Maya added quietly, "how he uses abilities similar to ours without being a siren." "That's because our daddy is the coolest," Anya chimed in with her cheeks full. Moxie, Maya, and Lilith turned to the kids and saw Anya, Nairuko and Jinx nodding with cheeks full and hamster-like eyes. Lilith was about to point out that coolness isn't a measure of strength, but she held back, not wanting to spoil the mood. While cooking, Alex told them he'd just made a little interference for Jack. He'd blown up part of the construction sites in Opportunity. Everyone looked at him. When did he have time? Alex shrugged and admitted he did it about half an hour ago. Moxie confirmed she'd pressed the detonator. Brick burst into loud laughter and couldn't get enough of it. Mordecai snorted. Zero's mask lit up with love and he quietly recited a haiku. Night. A shadow slips, vengeance done, only the moon sees the truth. I didn't catch a word of what you said, Brick grinned, but I agree, Jack is definitely furious now. Turn on any Hyperion news, he keeps boasting about his new beginning and the city. Blah blah blah. Maybe the city would be a new beginning, Lilith said evenly, but certainly not in the form Jack is building it. It wouldn't be, Alex said, placing plates of food on the table. He set the plates down and paused. Why do you think that? Maya asked, spooning salad while watching him closely. Alex smiled, glanced around at the gathered people, and said calmly, because people who want a new beginning build it on other people's bones. And Jack is exactly the sort who doesn't even regard other lives as expendable material. He has a goal, and he doesn't see obstacles. He fell silent, then added, and because he has too much ambition and too few values. That combination is more dangerous than any weapon. Everyone else also turned their heads toward Alex, waiting for him to continue. Before speaking, he calmly set the plates of food on the table, sliding a generous portion of meat toward the group of guys. Opportunity, as Jack named this city, would never have become a new beginning for this planet, he finally said, leaning against the balcony railing and lighting a cigarette. A city built on corpses will always reek of death. I've already seen a place like that. And where was that? Lilith asked, watching him closely. In a city called Night City, Alex replied, exhaling smoke into the night sky. That's where I met my 4 wives. One of them is Jinx's biological mother. From the outside, the city looked like a dream, clean streets, safe transport, freedom. Everything as it was meant to be. But it all went downhill very quickly. What happened? Maya asked, setting her glass on the table. For years later the first gang moved in. They killed the founder and took over the district. Then others followed. And soon the city turned into a breeding ground for violence, drugs, and death. The big corporations decided to seize control, launched a massive purge. Gang leaders were wiped out, thousands died. The city looked cleansed, but in reality, it had just switched owners. People were left to live under the boot of corporate security forces. He flicked ash down below, his eyes never leaving the group before him. And, of course, it all repeated again. Ordinary people rose against the corporations, the core answered with war. And once again, mountains of corpses. When I lived there as a merc, the city was already divided, 8 gangs, each controlling its own territory. Shootouts every day. Kidnappings in the streets were normal, organs, slavery, anything you can imagine. And at the center of it all sat the core, using the gangs to cover their dirty work without dirtying their own hands. And, as one of my friends said, all it takes is a spark near the fuse, and the whole Night City will flare up like a Christmas tree. Mom Lucina, Mom Kiwi, Mom Becca, and Mom Gloria said they'd never go back there, Anya mumbled with her mouth full. Sweetheart, don't talk with your mouth full, Alex immediately replied, nodding toward the tiny fairy drone Navi that hovered behind him. Don't forget, your mom Alcina is watching. Anya instantly fell silent, lowering her eyes. She loved her strict mom, of course, but etiquette lessons during meals were pure punishment. Even Nairuko and Jinx straightened up and began eating a bit more refined. They might have been little gremlins, but even they had enough sense to fear Alcina. At that very moment Alcina was indeed sitting in the mansion's living room with a glass of wine in her hand. Seeing the girls behave properly, she nodded with satisfaction. But inwardly she decided, once they got home, there would be another lesson. Her gaze fell on Tina, who was happily wolfing down food while whistling to herself. Alcina swirled her glass and smirked. If her husband was going to adopt Tina, then she had another pupil. And she intended to reform the girl, whether Tina liked it or not. At that moment, Anya, Nairuko, Jinx, and Tina all simultaneously felt an unpleasant chill run down their spines. Meanwhile, Alex returned to the table and pulled out photographs from Night City. He first showed the beautiful ones, glowing streets, bright lights, smiling faces. But soon came very different shots, grim alleys, corpses behind police tape, traces of gunfights. The contrast was so sharp that many at the table struggled to believe it was the same city. In one photo, Alex was posing next to Kiwi and Falco in front of a high-rise with the inscription, "Glory to the Pasta Monster." Big grins, 2 fingers raised in a victory sign. Next to them was a girl in a red coat with short blonde hair and a red mask. On the other side, a man with a mustache smiled cheerfully at the camera. "This girl, one of your wives?" Lilith asked, pointing at Kiwi. "Yes, that's Kiwi," Alex nodded with a slight smile. "At first, she met me with a gun aimed at me. But then, we made peace. And after that came love, and everything else." "And the mask?" Was she ashamed of her face, slurred Brick, having had a little too much to drink? "No. She had lung problems. The mask filtered the air. But now it's all fine, I cured her," Alex replied, not going into details. "Brick, maybe stop asking dumb questions after a few drinks. What does it matter to you what she looks like?" Lilith snapped, giving him a blank look. "I just asked." Brick protested, slapping his chest. "And, he still didn't say how many women he's married to. As a man, I need to know." Alex smirked, looking at him calmly. "As I said, that's a secret. So I don't break your heart." Brick grumbled about how there was no need to hide it, that's not manly. Alex just smirked and shook his head. His family was unusual, not only humans, but also goddesses, demigoddesses, members of fantastic races, a former apostle of a god who became his wife and his own apostle, and even a ghost girl living in his shadow. And that's not even counting Nyaruko's mother, an entity whose name cannot be spoken in the presence of mortals. He was about to steer the conversation elsewhere, but Brick, as usual, caused trouble. He grabbed the last piece of meat and wouldn't share it. Mordecai immediately flared up, accusing him of greed. "You greedy brute. Share it with the rest." Mordecai exclaimed, ready to strike Brick. "Well, since you're a hunter, go catch your own." Brick waved him off, loudly chewing the meat with the expression of someone who doesn't care what anyone says. Their quarrel was quickly threatening to turn into a nighttime hunt on Pandora's wildlife, but Lilith intervened in time and managed to calm both, at least partially. The atmosphere gradually became more friendly, glasses clinked, stories poured out one after another. The moon was already shining brightly in the sky, but no one was going to sleep. No one, that is, except Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina, who had passed out right at the table. Smiling, Alex carefully picked up the girls. Lilith, Maya, and Moxie helped him carry them downstairs to put them to bed. Once the little ones were tucked in, Lilith looked at their peaceful faces and quietly said, "When they're asleep, they're so sweet. But the moment they wake up, they already want to blow something up." "That's the beauty of parenthood," Alex replied softly, stroking each of their heads. Making sure the girls were sound asleep, they returned upstairs. Life was in full swing there. Brick and Salvador had started a contest, determined to see who was stronger. The others watched eagerly until the table they were wrestling on split in half. Both fell to the floor with a crash, looking equally ridiculous, which finally settled the argument, a draw. Laughter erupted across the room, and the group continued drinking and chatting late into the night. For Alex, this was precious. He saw not game characters, but real people, with their own habits and personalities. The thought of one day offering them jobs in the guild crossed his mind more often. But first, he had to close the matter with the last vault, deal with Handsome Jack, and prevent future problems from appearing in the form of the Calypso twins. When everyone had fallen asleep wherever they were, Alex found a bed for himself on the first floor. Before closing his eyes, he managed to write to Lucina and Elise, to check how things were going in the other world. The reply was short, their second lesson had just begun. Alex exhaled in relief, closed his eyes, and instantly fell asleep. He didn't even notice the girls slipping into his bed one by one, drawn by the warmth of his body. Morning greeted him with a weight on his chest. Without opening his eyes, Alex immediately realized he couldn't be at home. None of his wives would appear in another world just to sleep beside him. Carefully opening his eyes, he saw fiery red hair on the left, blue on the right, and dark blonde curls cozily resting on his chest. Lilith, Maya, and Moxie, he thought, just as the first of them stirred. Moxie lazily opened her eyes, propped herself on her elbows against his chest, and smiled mischievously. Alex narrowed his gaze. Had she deliberately ended up in his bed? She yawned in response, sat on his waist, and shifted slightly. No morning reaction. "I thought I was lucky," she said with a sly grin. "I prefer coffee in the morning." "So be a dear and get off, I need to wake the girls and make them breakfast," Alex replied calmly. "Fine, that's on me," Moxie smiled, running a finger across his chest. "But what about these two? They seem to really enjoy hugging you." "Enough talking, Moxie, "You're disturbing my sleep," Lilith mumbled sleepily without opening her eyes. "Disturbing your sleep, or disturbing your new pillow hug?" Moxie teased, her voice full of mischief. "What do you mean?" Lilith asked, slowly opening her eyes and meeting Alex's gaze, then froze. Opening her eyes fully, Lilith saw Alex's face very close to hers. Gradually, she realized that she had been hugging his arm with her head resting on his shoulder. But she felt no embarrassment, she simply removed her hand and got out of bed. Stretching, Lilith displayed her slender body. She wore a light, loose tank top and short shorts, perfectly accentuating her figure. When her movement woke Lilith, Maya stirred too. She yawned drowsily, sat up and stretched, not even noticing that she had spent the whole night hugging Alex in her sleep. Neither she nor Lilith reacted to the fact that they'd woken up beside him. If anything, it was a pleasant bonus for them, they'd slept well, and there was also a handsome guy next to them. When Alex finally freed himself, he got up from the couch and went to wake his little gremlins. Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx and Tina resisted with all their might, grumbling and trying to hide under the covers, but he still managed to get them on their feet. After that, Alex went back out to the balcony of the Crimson Raiders headquarters, where he'd cooked dinner the night before, and now started preparing breakfast. He made coffee for himself and the women, and poured warm cocoa and cereal with milk for the kids. "Where are the guys? Why don't I see them?" he asked, noticing that Brick, Mordecai, Salvador, Axton, and Zero were absent. "Who knows? They're adults, they'll manage," Lilith replied indifferently, sipping coffee from her mug. Alex just shrugged. He had no intention of babysitting a bunch of grown men. He had his own business. Leaning back in his chair, he looked off into the distance, thinking through his next moves. He had to reach the bunker where Jack was keeping Angel and using her power to fuel the vault key and speed up its opening. Then find the vault itself, that wouldn't be a problem, the key would point the way. After that, deal with Jack himself, seize Helios, and finally track down the main vault where the destroyer had been sealed. But Alex understood perfectly well, the moment he showed up at the bunker, Jack would know about it. That meant he needed a diversion. The best method, sabotage. Alex even smirked to himself, theoretically he could pull the whole thing off without leaving this very balcony. But where's the fun in that? What kind of adventure is it if you do everything from home? Power for power loses its meaning, and he craved adventure. Even saving worlds was for him only part of the road. "What are you planning to do?" Lilith asked, watching him. "In what sense?" Alex raised an eyebrow and turned to her. "You've had that thoughtful look while you were drinking coffee. So I asked, what are you planning to do?" Lilith said, taking a sip from her cup. "Nothing special. As usual, I'll start a bloodbath and leave mountains of corpses behind," Alex yawned. "Could you be a little more specific?" Moxie intervened, looking at him with genuine interest. "First I'll go to the bunker. That's where Jack is holding Angel. I free the girl, grab the key, and cut down anyone in my way. Then I open the vault, see what's inside. Maybe I'll find clues I need for my search. After that I'll beat Jack thoroughly and, for dessert, shove his golden statue where the sun doesn't shine. And, of course, I steal Helios. That's why I came here," Alex said, listing his plans for the day. "I don't even want to ask why you'd shove a golden statuette up Jack's backside," Lilith grimaced. "But what exactly are you looking for in the vault? You said it wasn't interesting to you. Let's put it this way, it's related to my main job. When we open it, I'll explain. It all depends on whether I find the traces I need there. If not, I'll have to search other vaults on Pandora," Alex replied, avoiding a direct answer to Lilith's question. "All right. But how do you plan to get into the bunker? You do realize that the second we show up, Jack will throw everything he has at us," Maya noted calmly. "Simple. A diversion. Judging by his reaction yesterday when I blew up his City of Dreams, Jack can't stand it when someone breaks his toys. So I'll start destroying them one by one. While he's running around in a panic, I'll calmly get to the bunker." "That's the plan," Alex said, lazily stirring his coffee. To be continued. Chapter 466, Chapter 466, How to Ruin Someone's Day the Right Way. Before starting to ruin another morning for handsome Jack, Alex preferred to finish his coffee calmly in the girl's company. As much as he wanted to rush things, coffee was sacred. After a while the men returned too, looking surprisingly spry. When asked where they'd been all morning, the answer was simple: the whole crew had gone to a local dive-in sanctuary to nurse the aftermath of last night's drinking. They were old enough to know spending half a day with a splitting headache wasn't exactly fun. Alex shrugged, put down his mug, and got to business. "I have a proposal that's hard to refuse. And you definitely won't refuse it." The guys exchanged glances and immediately got interested. But the moment Alex mentioned the plan was to anger handsome Jack until he was white with fury, Brick tuned out the rest. For him it was simple: if there was a chance to break something or blow stuff up and piss off Jack, he was in. Alex sighed deeply and laid out the plan anyway, a series of synchronized attacks on Hyperion's most important facilities, iridium processing plants, the reserve, and other structures Jack clings to with his teeth. The plan sounds pretty, but why do we need all this? Mordecai asked, looking at Alex. I need to get into the bunker and rescue Angel. The girl deserves freedom. Also, the vault key is stored there. So I get 2 for the price of 1, Alex said, holding up 2 fingers. I'm confused. Do you want to save the girl or steal the key? Salvador frowned, scratching the back of his head. Alex smirked and shook his head. Initially, Angel is the priority for me. I'm a father, I know a child should be protected, not used for selfish ends. The key, beating Jack, they're secondary. The main thing is to give Angel the freedom she deserves from birth. Is that enough of an answer? The group exchanged looks. Lilith snorted and folded her arms. More than enough. Now I see why you have so many wives. Alex only smiled. All right, to the point. Today's plan, chaos on Pandora. Simple, we'll smash as many Hyperion facilities as possible and let Jack rage. Which means huge explosions. Tina shouted, throwing her hands up. Exactly, kiddo. There'll be a whole lot of explosions, Alex approved. And for that I have something special. He pulled a black cube from his inventory. The others looked puzzled. Tanis immediately lit up with the desire to take it apart to understand how it worked. Seeing that, Alex explained. The cube is unstable, you have to be extremely careful with it. Mess up and it'll atomize you in an energy vortex. Lilith suggested mobilizing all available Crimson Raiders. But Alex proposed something crazier, use the Psychos. At first everyone thought he was joking, then he clarified. Their roofs are already loose. Tell them the mission is suicidal and they'll run gleefully. And my 4 little gremlins will help convince them. Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina know how to find common ground even with people who talk only about death and dismemberment. By the way, where's Claptrap? Lilith noticed. It's too quiet. Exactly. Mordecai chimed in. No whining, no endless babble, no getting on nerves. Suspicious. Alex grinned. He's at my place. Let's say that this trashcan decided to tail Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx. I decided not to return him, I'll use him. Use. Claptrap. Maya even raised an eyebrow. Everyone else looked at Alex in surprise. That robot's only skill was endlessly annoying everyone. I locked him in the basement with one taciturn idiot. Claptrap needs a friend, and I need the idiot to start talking. Everyone's happy, Alex shrugged with a carefree smile. Brick frowned, shaking his head. Honestly, I feel sorry for that guy. Alone with Claptrap in a locked room, that's not an interrogation, that's a nightmare. Everyone else also felt pity for the poor guy Alex had locked in the basement with Claptrap. Normally they could at least drive the robot away or try to shut him up, which rarely worked. But being trapped in a closed room with him, as Brick had rightly said, that was a real nightmare. And if they counted how long Alex had already been on Pandora, it turned out the poor fellow had been stuck with Claptrap for an entire day. Just the thought of it made everyone shudder in unison. With the plans wrapped up, the team split to their targets, preparing to strike Hyperion's bases. Alex didn't sit idle either, he decided to personally destroy a couple of facilities. Unlike the others, he worked quickly and quietly, simply teleported into the center of an iridium refinery, planted a bomb, and just as quietly vanished without leaving a trace or suspicion. When he returned to the Crimson Raiders HQ, Alex found only Lilith there. Moxie had already gone to open her bar and, most likely with charm alone, had made the patrons tidy up without lifting a finger herself. While waiting for the others to come back, Alex sprawled out on the couch Mordecai usually occupied. He lazily watched Lilith giving orders from a distance, playing the role of leader. How long are you going to keep staring at my ass? Lilith asked, glancing back over her shoulder. First of all, I wasn't staring, Alex replied, turning onto his side. I was just watching how you give commands. And besides, it wasn't me sneaking into your bed, it was you into mine. So we're even. Don't you have your own organization to keep an eye on? Lilith asked, leaning against the table and narrowing her eyes. My family handles that, Alex waved lazily. You could say I'm just the nominal leader. I inspire, I lead, but my wives insisted on helping me. And who am I to refuse them? So all your wives are involved? Lilith raised a brow. Not all, Alex explained with a warm smile. Some went into research, some opened a clinic, others took on household responsibilities. A few helped me solve city problems, and a couple travel the worlds like I do. Each one has something she loves. I like seeing them do what they're passionate about. A good husband. I was starting to think you kept your wives locked away and did everything yourself, Lilith remarked, hiding a flicker of jealousy behind her smile. Sounds like you've got a whole family business. I didn't love them for a pretty package, but for who they are. That's what love means, Alex said calmly, still smiling. Lilith nodded, looking at him. The smile Alex wore while speaking about his family stirred not only jealousy but envy in her. It all sounded like a fairy tale she had never had. Alex could feel her emotions, but he knew there was nothing he could do. Lilith still carried the weight of Roland's death in her heart, and until she let go of the past, she wouldn't be able to move forward. Alex sighed quietly, lay on his back, and closed his eyes. He could have offered advice again, but chose not to interfere. Maybe Lilith would manage on her own. Lost in thought, he felt someone sit down beside him. Opening his eyes, Alex saw Lilith settling on the edge of the couch, leaning slightly against his stomach. Normally I'd ask if you had nowhere else to sit. But what's the reason for this move, he asked lazily. Just felt like sitting next to you. No special reason, Lilith replied, leaning back further and closing her eyes. Alex only smiled and closed his eyes again, still lying on the couch. He shifted slightly so Lilith would be more comfortable. He understood that thanks to Hestia's blessing, people naturally started trusting him more. After all, Hestia was the goddess of home and family. Near Alex, people felt the same peace and warmth they did in their own homes. Even without opening his eyes, he could feel the warmth radiating from Lilith, not just her body, but also her siren power. Alex knew that every siren had basic abilities, like quantum shifting that allowed teleportation. But each also possessed her own unique gifts. Lilith commanded flame, angel-controlled technology. Every siren was unique in her own way, and that was what made them so special. But the origins of the sirens themselves remained a mystery to him. Alex suspected they had been created by the Iridians. But for what purpose? Why were there only 6 of them? Why did the siren's power seek out a host as if it had a will of its own? Why could it be passed on to another if the bearer wished it? There were far more questions than answers. What are you thinking about? Lilith asked, half lying on his stomach and leaning her head against the wall. About you sirens, Alex replied, cracking his eyes open. You're far more unique than most people realize. Thanks for saying so, Lilith snorted. And here I thought I wasn't special. Well, aside from the bounty on my head big enough to buy an orbital station. That's not what I mean, dear Lilith. I mean you are truly unique. In some worlds, you'd be called demigoddesses, Alex said, shaking his head. Yeah, right. And then what? Start another cult of fanatics burning themselves alive while chanting my name? No thanks. Once was enough, she replied with a weary smirk. Alex chuckled softly. I'm not joking. Think about it. Why are you drawn specifically to Pandora? Why can you sirens absorb iridium to grow stronger, while others die from it? Why is there an invisible bond between you, one that makes you trust each other even if you're meeting for the first time? Tell that to that bitch Commander Steele, Lilith scoffed. She didn't seem to feel any trust when she tried to kill me. I'm speaking generally, Alex rolled his eyes. I mean subconscious trust. It doesn't mean you can't fight each other. As for what you said about Pandora, maybe I used to wonder, why this planet and not another? Why am I supposed to be here? But one day I just stopped searching for answers. I didn't find them, and I made peace with it, Lilith admitted, shaking her head. If you want, I'll help you find the answer, Alex said, sitting up and meeting her gaze. It's not as impossible as it seems. You, Maya, an angel deserve to know the truth. Well, if you find it, great. If not, no big deal. Honestly, I don't care anymore. Right now, I just want to rest, Lilith answered with a faint smile. Alex smiled back and nodded. Deep down, though, he was certain the answer lay in the Grand Vault. He suspected the sirens had been created as guardians, not only for the vaults, but for the greatest one of all, Pandora itself. To pass the time and chase away boredom, Alex struck up a conversation about Lilith's past. She was more than willing to share. She came from the planet Dionysus, where she had been part of a group of women with special powers. People called them many things, most often witches or sirens. Alex smirked. Symbolic. Only 6 sirens in the universe, and your group had 6 people too. Lilith burst out laughing. So you were the local troublemaker? Or am I wrong? Alex asked with a grin. Not exactly. We were just different, and people avoided us. Then I started to hear the call. A pull, like something was drawing me somewhere. I traveled across worlds, fought, searched for answers. One time I overdid it with my power and teleported God knows where. Wandered for a week before I stumbled upon a civilization. And after that, I met Roland, Brick, and Mordecai. Together we went to Pandora. And when I arrived on this planet, the call disappeared. I knew I was meant to be here. And that's when the questions came again, why, and for what purpose? Tell me honestly, Alex squinted. Did you enjoy that adventure? Yeah, Lilith smiled. It was fun. Still is, even if I have to play the role of leader of the Crimson Raiders. But you know, sometimes it feels lonely. Like something's missing. I could give you another piece of advice, Alex smirked, but honestly, you don't need it. You're badass enough without me. Well, damn, Lilith played along with a smile. And here I thought you'd say something life-changing. Your life will change when you decide you want it to. You've got thousands of paths, and only you choose which one to walk, Alex said. If I have thousands of paths, then how many do you have? Lilith asked, looking straight into his eyes. As one of my friends once said, Alex raised a finger to the sky, I walk the path of the Emperor. And the road spreads wherever I set foot. Lilith stared at Alex in shock, she clearly hadn't expected words like that from him. But the sudden seriousness, mixed with his childlike nonchalance, lifted her mood. She chuckled softly and tilted her head, wondering who that mysterious friend of his might have been. Alex only smiled and, settling back comfortably, began telling her the story of how he met Qin Shi Huang. Of course, he left out the part about the gods who wanted to wipe out humanity. Instead, he presented it as a grand tournament where the mightiest warriors had gathered. One of them happened to be the first emperor of China himself. According to Alex, circumstances forced him to knock Qin Shi Huang out because he was getting in the way. When Alex, with a completely serious face, described how he floored the emperor with a rubber mallet, a simple children's toy, Lilith burst into uncontrollable laughter. The image of a stern monarch toppling from such a ridiculous strike was just too much. Alex carried on, mentioning how, after the tournament, the emperor still came after him for a proper duel, just to test his strength. As the story went on, Alex dropped the names of fighters Lilith had never heard of, but she listened with rapt attention. His tale was so vivid it painted pictures before her eyes, arenas, roaring crowds, and battles that took her breath away. Meanwhile, across Pandora, pure chaos reigned. Brick, Mordecai, Axton, Salvador, Zero, and Maya were tearing down Hyperion's facilities, reducing them to rubble. Brick and Salvador stormed in head-on, with shouts and a hail of gunfire, they smashed through the main entrances, leaving behind oceans of blood and wreckage. Mordecai and Zero worked differently, quietly, methodically. The sniper covered his teammate from above while the camouflaged man took out targets and planted explosives. Maya simply teleported bombs straight into the hearts of the bases, avoiding unnecessary risk. Axton, the habitual strategist, commanded Crimson Raiders squads, directing their strikes where needed. But the biggest mayhem was caused by Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina. Those four gremlins, just as Alex predicted, unleashed their wild imaginations at full force. They persuaded the psychos to suit up in explosives and, screaming, "Remember me," fling themselves at Hyperion bases. Sometimes they tied dynamite-laden psychos to skags and drove them into the enemy, sometimes they staged scenes ripped straight from Mad Max, attacking convoys and even Hyperion cargo trains. For them there were no limits, they sowed chaos wherever they could. On the orbital station Helios, not handsome Jack simmered with rage as he listened to endless reports of destroyed facilities. He already hated psychos and bandits, dreaming of wiping them from Pandora, and now these pathetic savages had even blown up iridium refineries. Jack stood before the panoramic window, his gaze fixed on the planet, his thoughts circling one thing: how soon everything would change. Once the vault key charged and the warrior was in his hands, he would turn Pandora into an ideal world. A world without bandits, without disorder, without inhabitants he considered nothing but criminals. To him, the planet's population was the enemy, and he was willing to do anything for his dream. While Jack schemed, the fighters gradually returned to Sanctuary. Tired but satisfied, they gathered in the town hall by the teleporter. Brick and Salvador boasted over one another whose blast was louder, whose shootout more spectacular. Mordecai, rolling his eyes, headed first to the Crimson Raiders HQ, he urgently needed a bottle. But wherever he went, Brick followed, continuing to embellish his feats. They were all exhausted, even Maya, who had to teleport dozens of charges, looked worn out. Reaching the HQ, they went upstairs and froze. On the couch, almost pressed together, sat Alex and Lilith, chatting and laughing as if no war raged around them. "While we fight Hyperion out there, they sit here flirting," Brick grunted as he entered the room. "Bored? Or tired?" Alex asked calmly, not paying attention to his remark. "Tired? Not at all. That was damn fun. I haven't had such a workout in ages. What's next?" Brick grinned. "Next will be a big boom," Alex replied, pulling a detonator from his pocket. "The four gremlins caused more chaos than I expected, but that's even better." "And what did they do?" Maya asked, lowering herself onto the couch beside him. "They persuaded bandits to attack Hyperion bases. Now only the final chord remains: press the red button and put on a fireworks show." Anyone want to press it? Alex said with a slight smile, raising the detonator. Let Lilith press it, Mordecai interjected, already opening a bottle. She is the leader, after all. Alex shrugged and handed the detonator to Lilith. She had her own scores to settle with Hyperion and, most importantly, with Handsome Jack. Lilith didn't hesitate. She pressed the button with confidence. The instant she pressed it, all the devices that had charges on them were covered by translucent domes of energy. And then, they vanished. No bangs, no flashes, no pillars of fire. Just empty ground, as if nothing had ever stood there. Everyone exchanged looks, waiting for at least distant echoes of explosions. Even Sanctuary, despite floating in the sky, should have picked up the reverberations of detonations. But the silence was absolute. Alex didn't take his eyes off the phone screen, which was connected to Hyperion's network. Emergency messages scrolled endlessly, alerts, missing facilities, loss of contact with bases, checkpoints, even iridium refineries. Everything had disappeared in an instant. And that's it. Salvador snorted displeased. Where are the explosions? Where's the fire ripping into the sky? The black plumes of smoke? Where's all the action, damn it? I probably forgot to mention, Alex replied calmly, still staring at the screen. My explosive is a bit special. How special? Lilith turned the detonator in her hands, not taking her eyes off Alex. It doesn't explode. It erases. Alex finally looked up. The energy discharge grinds everything to dust, people, buildings, metal. Everything. What's left is perfectly level ground, with no trace that anything was ever there. Axton squinted. Why make something like that? What do you need to erase so completely that not even a shadow remains? Alex exhaled heavily and rubbed the bridge of his nose. My work is too narrow and too dirty, he said after a short pause. Sometimes you have to deal with things that can't fall into anyone's hands. To prevent that, you remove everything, the evidence, the object itself, and anyone connected to it. And I lock the finds behind an iron door, whose key I alone keep. Believe me, you're better off not knowing the details. If you don't want to talk, that's your business. Brick waved and flopped into a chair. So what now? After Angel? Yes, Alex nodded, putting his phone away. I'll go alone. While Jack is trying to figure out why dozens of his facilities disappeared in a second, I have a chance to sneak into the bunker. Alone. Lilith frowned. Even if Jack is distracted, he's surely tightened security. The vault key's there, and his daughter. You think he didn't secure Angel? Angel herself said the security there is serious, Maya added, hearing the confirmation in her mind. It won't be easy alone. Alex lit a cigarette and slowly blew out the smoke. It doesn't matter how many of them there are. For me they're just more corpses on the way. Want to come, come. I won't stop you. But if any of you soils your pants, that's your problem. All right, killer, Lilith said, narrowing her eyes and crossing her arms. If you don't screw up, you'll get a prize. One big prize. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise and looked at her. Lilith answered with a sly grin. He couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He already had a guess what she meant. Judging by Brick's satisfied smirk, he'd guessed right. Well then, Alex stood and pulled Yamato from his inventory. Time to go. We'll take the short path straight to the bunker. And what will that be? Maya raised an eyebrow. Alex smiled and drew Yamato. With a few smooth swings, he split the space before him, opening a portal that led straight to the base of the cliff where the bunker was located. The appearance of the portal caused universal astonishment. No one expected him to be capable of such a feat. Ignoring their stares, Alex calmly stepped inside, signaling that he wasn't waiting for anyone. Lilith looked at Maya, Axton, Salvador, and Zero, nodded, and the whole quartet wordlessly followed him. When they emerged from the portal, a massive cliff loomed before them in all its dark, majestic glory, within which Angel was imprisoned. Alex lifted his gaze to the top and even smirked. The cliff looked like a stone tower, where the captive princess languished. Symbolic. So that's your short path, Axton said, realizing where they were. Well, that makes things a lot easier. No need to fight through half of Hyperion's army. And what now? She's up there. Salvador asked, squinting at the height. No, Alex shook his head. Angel is at the bottom. But to reach her, we need to climb to the top first, and then descend by elevator. Couldn't you open the portal straight to her? Maya asked, squinting. Or do you have limitations? I could, Alex replied calmly, but I don't want to. Boring. Don't you know? When a hero rescues a princess from a tower, he has to go the whole way, defeating enemies. Otherwise, the story's too bland. So you just decided to play the hero rescuing the princess? Maya repeated, keeping her eyes on him. Alas, Alex said theatrically, spreading his hands. I have a weakness for princesses. Especially the ones in towers. I can't help myself. It's just my nature. Meanwhile, Angel watched the scene unfold. She didn't understand why Alex was so eager to save her. She saw no reason why he had to do it. Sometimes she even wondered if he needed her siren power, but he acted as if he didn't care about her at all. After all, he was strong enough to manage without such gifts. What struck Angel most was how Alex treated his daughters, with love and care, like a true father. She couldn't understand why her own fate had turned out differently. Why others had a family while she had a cage and endless pain. Every day, torrents of iridium coursed through her body, tearing her from within just to feed the vault key. She was tired. Tired of being a battery. Tired of the pain and the guilt for losing control of her powers and accidentally killing her mother. Since then, even her biological father had looked at her like a monster that needed to be locked away. He had once been a loving parent, but everything changed. Now he saw only a tool for his ambitions, a means for the purification of Pandora. Even when he visited, Angel saw not love in his eyes, but cold calculation. Watching Alex, she increasingly caught herself thinking, maybe he could give her the freedom she had dreamed of. Not just release from pain. True freedom, the kind she truly deserved. To be continued. Chapter 467, Chapter 467, Angel, you are free. Alex, Maya, Axton, Salvador, and Zero stood at the foot of a towering cliff looming over them like a grim monolith. It resembled a massive stone tower from fairy tales about princesses locked away at the top. But Alex knew the truth, the siren angel wasn't at the summit, she was kept deep beneath the rock. Only one path led to the tower, a narrow metal bridge. Raising his eyes to the very top, Alex thought about BNK-3R, the massive security drone that looked more like a giant flying saucer. On the one hand, it was a serious problem, on the other, it would make a perfect trophy to add to his collection. Are we going to stand here much longer? Maya interrupted his thoughts, giving him a light tap on the shoulder. Or are we finally going to save Angel? Ah, yeah. Sorry, just got lost in thought, Alex smirked and shook his head. Lighting a cigarette, he was the first to step onto the bridge. The others followed behind. At the massive iron gates, Alex tried to find some kind of control panel, a lock, a console, anything. But there was nothing. His patience was quickly running out. Almost ready to tear the gates apart by hand, he dug his fingers into the seam of the doors and began to force them open. And then something crashed down from above with a loud bang. Everyone instantly raised their weapons. On the ground beside them lay a small yellow metal box. Alex arched a brow and exchanged glances with the others. Who in their right mind thought it was a good idea to throw a crate from the very top? Alex muttered, staring at the fallen box. But before they could decide what to do, the box hissed and began to transform. Within seconds, it turned into a small loader robot, just over a meter tall. Its single eye lit up with a soft blue glow. I think he's cute, Maya noted, tilting her head. Agreed, Alex nodded. Though I wonder why they dropped him in the first place. He even considered taking the little bot with him and later giving it to one of his sisters. Valerie already had Peach the Wolverine, but Alice, Gal, and Nobukatsu didn't have pets yet. Suddenly, the robot's eye shifted from blue to red. Only then did Alex recall Hyperions, mini-loader rockets, insane variants of the regular drones. And this one was clearly one of them, two massive machine guns unfolded in its arms. Intruder detected. Eliminate. Eliminate. Eliminate, the robot screeched in a metallic voice. Alex and the others all turned their heads at once. He's not cute anymore, Alex grumbled, already lunging forward. Before the drone could fire, he kicked it square in the body. The impact sent the robot flying into the air, spinning like a ball. Intruders, it shrieked hysterically, vanishing over the horizon. A few minutes later, it crashed down like a meteor right in the middle of a local gang's base, still blazing its machine guns and screaming about intruders, turning the place into a bloody mess. Meanwhile, the group stood at the gates, still processing what had just happened. The moment Alex had launched the robot with a single kick, like a soccer ball, stuck with them most of all. That was very weird, Axton drawled, eyes still fixed on the sky. No kidding, Alex agreed, taking a drag. I thought I was the only one who could build crazy bots like that. But this little guy outdid mine. I really hope we don't run into more of those surprises, Maya sighed, gazing in the direction the drone had flown. After a moment of silence staring into the distance, the team collectively decided to head inside the bunker and pretend the mini-loader incident had never happened. Approaching the massive iron doors, Alex shoved his hands into the gap and forced the gates apart with ease. The heavy metal groaned and gave way, swinging open. Once on the other side, Alex looked around. Before them stretched a road carved into the inside of the cliff, winding upward. The path was clearly of natural origin rather than artificially created, which made the rock even more unique. Unfortunately, this was where handsome Jack had built the prison for his own daughter. Alex, however, thought that such a cliff would have been perfect for a beautiful retreat, not a cage for a child. Climbing higher and higher, he listened closely but sensed no living presence. That could only mean one thing: waiting for them above were no people, only Hyperion loader combat robots. And he couldn't forget the main guardian, BNK-3R, which would have to be destroyed to proceed. The closer they came to the top, the more noticeable became the steps and columns built to reinforce the structure. Soon, the group reached a platform that resembled a balcony. There, they were met with another set of gates, sealed by an energy shield. Beyond this shield lies the final door. The barrier will only deactivate once you destroy the bunker, Angel's voice echoed directly in Maya's mind. Angel says we need to destroy the bunker to get down. But aren't we already inside the bunker? Maya relayed her words aloud. She didn't mean literally a bunker, Alex explained, hands clasped behind his head. She meant the robot bunker that got the same name. Honestly, it's ridiculous, building a fortress that only opens after you destroy it. It's like making a cage with no entrance or exit. Fine, but if we destroy that robot, won't Jack notice? Axton frowned. Jack is still busy fending off the psycho raids on Hyperion bases. He hasn't even realized you're here, Angel's voice once again spoke through Maya. Angel says Jack hasn't noticed. He's too busy, Maya confirmed. Perfect. Let's go take a look at this robot, Alex said and strode upward with confidence. Maya, Axton, Salvador, and Zero followed him. Upon reaching the summit, they saw dozens of loader robots patrolling the area. The moment the group appeared, the machines swiveled their weapons toward them. Intruders, the mechanical voices screeched as the loaders opened fire. Maya, Axton, Salvador, and Zero instantly ducked behind columns and barriers. Alex, however, leaned lazily against a column, not even tensing. He waited calmly while the enemies burned through their ammunition. When the distinctive clicks of empty magazines rang out, Maya was the first to leap from cover. Extending her hand, she lifted the robots into the air with her phase lock and clenched her palm. In the next moment, the machines crumpled into heaps of scrap. Axton hurled his portable turret into the middle of the enemies and opened fire with his rifle. Zero activated his camouflage, vanishing from sight and sabotaging reinforcement stations. Salvador, as always, went in guns blazing, wielding 2 shotguns at once. Standing tall and shouting curses, he drenched the robots in lead without pause. Alex, meanwhile, stood just as lazily as before, smoking calmly. Are you really going to do nothing again? Maya called out, destroying another robot. I figured you were having fun without me. No need for me to interfere, Alex drawled. At that moment, a grenade rolled to his feet. Alex looked down calmly and simply kicked it aside. It detonated midair, spraying napalm. We could actually use your help here. These robots are tougher than the ones we fought before. Axton shouted, reloading behind cover. All right, fine, Alex said in an exaggeratedly reluctant tone. He crouched and touched the ground with his finger. In the same instant, arcs of electricity shot across the surface. When they reached the robots, they fried their inner circuitry. The loaders began to spasm, emitting distorted noises, then exploded one after another. With just a single movement, Alex had ended the entire fight. Stepping out from behind the column, Alex looked at the object in the center of the platform, a massive construct that looked like a saucer or a UFO. That was BNK-3R. Only it didn't activate. Where's this bunker? Or did we accidentally kill it without noticing? Salvador asked, looking around. That huge thing in the middle is the bunker, Alex said, poking the metal behemoth with a finger. But why isn't it attacking? Do we need to power it up? Maya frowned. How to put this? Alex made the most innocent face he could. I accidentally fried all the electronics on the platform. Turrets, stations, the robots, and BNK-3R itself, too. And apparently I also cut the power to the field that blocked our way down. In other words, we didn't have to climb up here and fight, you could have just shut everything off with one move. Maya asked coldly. Something like that. I told you, you didn't have to come with me. It's boring. Alex shrugged. Right, with you it's truly boring. I thought we'd shoot a big combat robot, maybe even a flying one, and you ruined it in a second. Salvador grumbled, poking him with a finger. Alex shrugged lazily. In truth, he hadn't intended to turn BNK-3R into useless scrap, his plan was different, to keep the robot intact. Burnt internal boards were a minor detail, they could always be replaced, unlike building a new BNK-3R from scratch. Without showing it or meeting the other's eyes, Alex stepped forward, hiding the fact that he planned to tuck the bulky robot into his inventory. Maya and the others followed, while Salvador grumbled, he still couldn't accept that Alex always spoiled the fun. As they descended, a huge funnel opened beneath BNK3R and sucked the machine into Alex's collection. He was already thinking he'd need to carve out some free time to repair the robot and maybe even turn it into BNK3RV2. After all, he already had reliable helpers, GIR, Mimi, and Stitch, who would happily fix and upgrade it with new weapons and functions. On the lower level they found a platform with an elevator leading straight to the cage where Angel was held. The door had earlier been sealed by an energy shield. Alex raised an eyebrow, remembering that, in theory, they should have faked Jack's voice, mimicked his appearance, and only then proceeded. But he was feeling lazy. So he simply kicked the door, the iron slabs crashed off their mounts and slammed inward. Beyond them opened a cave with a single elevator in the center. Approaching the platform, Alex pressed the button when everyone was ready. Knowing the descent would take a while, he briefly considered speeding things up by breaking the platform and plummeting down like a stone. Instead he began to sing. People are strange, when you're a stranger. Faces look ugly, when you're alone. Women seem wicked, when you're unwanted. Streets are uneven, when you're down. Alex's voice echoed through the shaft as the platform slowly descended into the rock. Maya, Axton, Salvador, and Zero listened silently. The song's words carried a raw honesty, an echo of loneliness and alienation, as if written by someone who'd never been accepted. Angel heard the voice too. Thanks to the siren's link and her partial control over the complex, she could observe them. Her body was exhausted from the endless flow of iridium poured in and immediately siphoned out, so she remained weak. But Alex's song pierced the fatigue and made her close her eyes for a moment. She thought that soon it would all be over. Whether she found freedom in death or in life didn't matter, the main thing was to leave the cage built by her own father. Angel had already made her peace with death. The platform finally reached the bottom. Alex fell silent, lit a cigarette, and was the first to step forward. Only one door remained. He took a deep breath and a wide grin spread across his face. Knock knock, Angel. I came to kidnap you. Open up, or I'll come in myself. Maya looked at his back in surprise. She hadn't expected such a statement. Alex wasn't talking about saving the girl, he was talking about kidnapping her. But he wasn't a hero. The Demon King always acted differently. Even Angel, hearing him, was taken aback. She had been expecting a savior, not a kidnapper. Without waiting for a response, Alex wearily kicked the door. The iron slabs tore loose and crashed into the spacious hall, hitting the energy shield. Bouncing off, they embedded themselves in the walls, leaving dents. Alex stepped inside with a wide smile. The hall was dark, with a high ceiling lined with massive pipes filled with murky purple liquid. It was liquid iridium. The flow constantly surged toward the cage, feeding Angel's powers and immediately channeling into the storage key. Alex jumped off the platform and quickly approached the energy shield. Placing his hand on the shimmering barrier, he lifted his gaze and finally saw the girl. Angel. Young, with delicate features that combined beauty and vulnerability. Her eyes sparkled like twin sapphires. She wore a futuristic outfit, an open top, tight pants made of light but durable material, and high-heeled shoes. Wavy locks fell softly over her shoulders. She appeared both strong and fragile, like light trapped in a cage. Alex studied Angel and noticed that she didn't look away. It had always been hard for her to see him clearly through the siren link or via the cameras she usually controlled. A man's face always appeared blurred, as if hidden behind a veil. But now, seeing him up close for the first time, Angel held her breath. She could never have imagined meeting someone like him, an almost angelic face, soft features, and a gaze, impossible to look away from. Even his words about kidnapping didn't feel like a threat but a promise of the freedom she longed for. She was especially captivated by Alex's eyes, calm, confident, yet irresistibly magnetic. At that moment, Maya, Axton, Salvador, and Zero caught up with him. They saw the girl for the first time, the one who had been guiding them all along to the storage. But the anger they had felt toward Angel, which had caused the protective shields in the sanctuary to fail, quickly faded. Before them was not a traitor, but a prisoner, walled into a cage built by her own father. Yes, the sense of betrayal remained, but they could no longer reproach her. Well, hello, Angel. I guess you've been waiting, Alex said with a wide smile. Time to get your freedom. Yes, she nodded quietly, not taking her eyes off him. Then hold on tight. It's going to get rough. And you all cover us, he added, turning to the team. Once I break the shield, the guards will probably show up. Maya and the others nodded, readying themselves for battle. Alex looked at Angel again. Their eyes met, and she, as if understanding him without words, nodded, showing she was ready for anything. Alex took a deep breath and focused on the energy flows running through the girl's body, one flowing in, the other out, feeding the storage key. She's part of the mechanism. If I don't sever the connection properly, it'll hurt her, Alex thought, noticing the principle behind the system. Alex summoned Yamato and took a fighting stance. With a single smooth motion, he drew the blade and made 2 precise swings, severing the energy streams. At that moment, the connection was cut, and Angel, freed from her chains, collapsed weakly to the ground. But she was fine. And yet, the security system kicked in. Combat loader robots began crawling out from the walls and doorways. Alex sheathed Yamato, stepped toward the energy shield, and thrust his hands into it. With a crunch and crack, he tore the barrier apart, releasing Angel to freedom. The released energy swept the robots in a wave, frying their internal circuits, and the system fell into chaos. Alex approached Angel and placed his hand on her back. The flow of his power passed through her body, fully healing her. Now it was obvious, all this time, her life had been sustained solely by an endless stream of iridium. "Now you're free," he said, helping her to her feet. But the silence was pierced by an unfamiliar male voice. "I wouldn't say that." A shot rang out. Alex didn't even turn. He simply raised Yamato and blocked the bullet with the scabbard. The metallic clang echoed through the hall. Maya, Axton, Salvador, and Zero immediately turned around. Alex, however, noticed a change in Angel's expression and understood who had arrived. In the doorway stood handsome Jack. In his hands was a pistol, and flanking him were 2 brutes in heavy armor, armed with massive machine guns and protected by energy shields. Squinting, Alex was slightly surprised that Jack hadn't come alone, but brought 2 heavily armored soldiers, each with enormous machine guns. Alex hadn't expected Jack to have personal guards, especially ones resembling super soldiers from some movie. Massive, muscular bodies, heavy armor painted in Hyperion's signature colors, enormous machine guns in hand, and massive energy shields. Handsome Jack was also staring at Alex. Anger flared in Jack's eyes, not only because Alex had freed Angel, ruining his plan, but also because he recognized Alex's voice. That irritating voice, the first time he'd heard it in his private office had caused an explosion, and the second time, his dream city, Opportunity, the city he'd pinned all his hopes on, had been reduced to ruins. "Angel, be a good daughter and return to your room. Once I finish with these trash, we'll talk, like father and daughter," Jack said coldly. Angel looked at him with hatred, making it clear, she would obey no longer. "Never." Jack's smile faltered. "Fine, very well, Angel. So, you've decided to disappoint your dear daddy. Well, once I finish here, we'll have a little obedience lesson." Alex gently moved Angel behind his back, continuing to watch Jack. Internally, he had already assessed the battlefield, no other soldiers or robots were nearby. That meant the others could leave. "Maya, get Angel to the surface. I'll have a little chat with Jack, like father to father," he said, keeping his gaze locked on the enemy. "She's not going anywhere." "Gah." Jack started, but his voice was cut off. Jack didn't get the chance to finish. In the next moment, Alex was already standing directly in front of him and delivered a powerful kick to his stomach. The strike was so strong that Jack, like a projectile from a catapult, flew backward and slammed his back against the wall, knocking the wind out of him. The super soldiers lunged forward, but Alex was faster. He intercepted the arm of one of the brutes and, with a sharp tug, tore it off along with the massive shield he was holding. He immediately kicked the second soldier away, turning a captured weapon in his hands. The shield whistled through the air and split the first brute in 2 with a savage yet precise strike. Without giving the second soldier a chance to react, Alex jumped from above, smashing the edge of the shield onto his head. The metal dented into the helmet with a dull clang, and a thin stream of blood seeped out. A few more strikes, and the armor gave way. Alex drove the shield deeper, then raised his fist and slammed it with full force against the edge. The shield pierced the soldier's head, split it, and lodged into the floor, pinning the body to the ground. Everything happened so fast that Maya, Angel, and even the guys didn't immediately realize what had occurred. A moment ago, Alex had been standing beside Angel, and the next, Jack was writhing on the floor, with Hyperion's 2 elite warriors lying dead. "What are you staring at?" Alex smirked, wiping blood from his face. "Head to the surface, and I'll have a chat with Jack." "Are you going to kill him?" Angel asked quietly, her eyes still locked on him. "No, of course not," Alex said, smiling warmly, almost kindly. "I said it's just a chat. We'll sit down, have some tea, talk, like father to father. Then I'll catch up with you." Hearing such a strange response, Angel could only nod, not realizing that in Alex's mind, a pleasant tea chat wasn't really a conversation. Maya, eyeing him suspiciously, nodded. "Just don't take too long." Alex waved his hand in response, smiling as if nothing serious were happening. Only when Maya, Angel, Axton, Salvador, and Zero left the hall and headed for the elevator did he light a cigarette. Inhaling, Alex hummed softly and approached the mechanism where the vault key jutted out. He pulled it from its mount. In his hand was a conical artifact, rough as if carved from ancient stone or cracked metal. At the top glowed a depression emitting a violet light. Lines shimmered along the sides, forming a pattern resembling the letter V, the symbol of the vault. Alex twirled the key and decided to examine it from a completely different angle, noticing hidden inscriptions, intricate symbols, like a coded message. He could decipher part of it, the path to one of the vaults. But the second half remained a mystery. Still, he had a feeling he'd seen this language somewhere before. Yet his mind stubbornly refused to give an answer. Well, the key is secured, he muttered, spinning the artifact on his finger. Now, a chat with Jack, then back to the sanctuary. Depending on my mood, the vault opens today or tomorrow. As he rotated the vault key on his finger, the thought crossed his mind that the Iridians might have purposely designed the key in this shape so it could be spun easily. But the silence was broken by a muffled groan. Alex turned. Jack, still unconscious, was trying to move. Alex crouched beside him and, without hesitation, ripped off his false face. Under the mask was a burnt V-shaped scar, a mark left by Lilith when she destroyed the vault symbol. Since then, Jack had to wear an artificial face, the very mask that gave him the nickname Handsome Jack. "Hey, Jack," Alex said quietly, patting him on the cheek. "Wake up, sleepyhead. It's morning. Time to work." Jack groaned. His eyelids twitched as he gradually regained consciousness. Grabbing his stomach, he felt a dull ache, as if he had been hit by a truck. And then he realized something else. His hand shot to his face, the mask was gone. "Looking for this?" Alex asked, waving the fake face in front of him. "Give me back my face. Give me back my beautiful face." Jack screamed, trying to snatch the mask from his hands. But before Jack could even reach out, a heavy object slammed into his face with a dull crunch. His nose cracked and blood poured out. With no other option, Alex struck him with the vault key he held. Jack's head snapped back and he crashed against the wall, losing consciousness. Alex grunted in annoyance. "Why are you so fragile?" he muttered, then tossed Jack's face mask aside. After a brief pause he grabbed one of the man's fingers and sharply bent it the wrong way. Jack's eyes flew open with a wild scream. "A." The scream cut off as a hand clapped over his mouth. Now, don't scream," Alex said softly, but ominously. "This is only the beginning. You see, as I said earlier, we'll talk like father to father." He leaned in, and cold mockery crept into his voice. "It's not Angel's fault she was born a siren. It's not her fault she was captured. It's not her fault her power went out of control. And it's not even her fault her mother died. It's all your fault, Jack. You failed to protect your family. You turned your daughter into a tool for your mad plans. So know this, as a father, you are worthless." Jack, barely containing his pain, rasped through the palm over his mouth. "You don't know anything. This was the only way I could keep Angel safe." "No," Alex snapped. "You could have built a world for her, not a cage. You could have given her a life, not made her a battery. But you know what, that's irrelevant now. I'm here for a different reason." He leaned closer, an unnaturally wide smile exposing sharp teeth. "You're probably asking yourself, why is he doing this? Why didn't he kill me while I was unconscious?" Alex's voice dropped lower, making his words even more terrifying. "It's simple. You dared to lay a hand on my daughters. You tried to make them part of your statue. That was your mistake, Jack. A huge mistake." Alex removed his hand from Jack's mouth and hissed. "For threatening my daughters. I'll take everything from you. I already took your daughter. I already took the vault key. I will destroy all Hyperion bases. I'll take Helios. I will strip you of everything you had. And do you know what will remain? A nothing called Jack, the one parents abandoned and the granny beat. You'll become what you always were. And then I'll come for you." His voice turned icy, every word driving into Jack's mind like a knife. "I'll show you a place filled only with pain, fear, and despair. There you will understand true horror. And know this, Jack, nothing in this universe will save you." Alex looked straight into his eyes, and Jack suddenly felt the world around him darken. From the darkness thousands of crimson eyes stared back, hungry, bestial, ready to tear him apart. In the center of that abyss shone Alex's iridescent eyes, unreal, inhuman, piercing the soul. Primal, all-consuming fear clenched Jack's heart. He realized that the figure before him was not a man but a monster, an existence beyond reason. The last words of that being faded into the roar of his thoughts until panic finally overwhelmed him. White foam formed at his lips, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. To be continued. Chapter 468, Why Angels Cry. Alex rose from his crouch and looked down at handsome Jack lying at his feet. White foam dripped from Jack's mouth. Alex felt no sympathy, only cold indifference. While Jack was unconscious, Alex had already taken a look inside his mind. What he saw confirmed it: Jack was never a man broken by tragedy. He had always been a monster, dressing up his evil with pretty words. Jack called the people of Pandora bandits who couldn't be redeemed, but in truth, he was the worst of them all. Alex shook his head and looked again at the body at his feet. He wasn't going to kill Jack now, death would only free him. No, Jack had to lose everything first and then taste the agony that would drive him insane. Lighting a cigarette, Alex opened a portal straight into handsome Jack's personal office on Helios. Grabbing him by the leg, Alex effortlessly dragged the body and tossed it through the portal like a sack of trash. Jack crashed onto his desk, shattering it into pieces. Alex closed the portal, exhaling smoke to the side with a smirk. He didn't even need to wonder what would happen next. Now, for Jack, he had become that monster in the closet you couldn't ignore. Alex knew that, in a fit of panicked madness, Jack might try to use a weapon capable of wiping Pandora from existence. But he also knew it was unlikely. Fear had sunk its roots into Jack's soul, turning him into a frightened child hiding under the blanket, hoping the monster wouldn't find him. Pushing aside thoughts best left for later, Alex exhaled smoke and glanced at the ceiling. Half a day had already been spent attacking Hyperion's bases to drive Jack insane. But leaving without destroying Angel's prison was not an option. Stepping into the center of the vast hall, to the very cell that had been her cage, Alex drew a deep breath. Then he crouched and launched himself off the ground with brutal force. Cracks split the floor beneath him, and his body pierced straight through the mountain rock, erupting into the open sky. At the peak, Alex clenched his fist and struck downward. The shockwave tore the clouds apart. Meanwhile, Maya, Angel, Axton, Salvador, and Zero waited at a safe distance. At the deafening roar, they turned to see a figure blast out of the mountain's summit. "Is that him?" Maya whispered. The sky itself trembled. Another thunderous boom echoed as the shockwave split the mountain apart. Massive boulders rained down, crushing Hyperion bases, flattening buildings, smashing machines and men alike. He just destroyed the entire mountain. Axton muttered in shock. A fracture in stone. Time wears. Rock will fall. Ash becomes earth, Zero intoned, as if closing a poem. Maya stared upward, her eyes locked on Alex's figure towering above the ruins. Now I understand why he said we didn't even need to come. With that kind of power, he could have done it all alone. Angel watched Alex, suspended in the sky, with a completely different gaze. Warmth spread through her heart, a warmth she hadn't felt in years. She thought, or perhaps wanted to believe, that he had destroyed the mountain for her. To erase forever the place where she had been imprisoned for so long. She didn't know why she clung to that thought, but she wanted it to be true. Yet another question gnawed at her now: what was next? Before, she had planned to use the Vault Hunters not only to stop Jack but also to finally end her own suffering. But the pain was gone. Even though it had been her constant companion, now her body felt light, free. Ever since Alex had touched her fate, she felt good for the first time in years. It was strange, even frightening. At that moment, Alex landed softly in front of the group, holding the vault key in his hand. For him, destroying the mountain meant nothing, just a trifle. "Why did you destroy it?" Maya asked in surprise, still keeping her eyes on him. "Just didn't like how it looked. So I knocked it down," Alex answered carelessly, waving his hand lazily. "And Jack?" Axton cut in. "When we left, he was still down there." "Did you kill him?" All eyes immediately turned to him. Especially Angel, she wanted to know what had become of her father. "Of course not, I didn't kill him," Alex shook his head. "Why?" Maya frowned. "Even I get that Jack's a real bastard, and leaving him alive only means more trouble for us." Sorry, Angel." She quickly realized Jack's daughter was standing right there. "It's all right, Maya," Angel said quietly. "I think my father's a complete bastard too." "Fine, bastard or not, we already know that," Salvador jumped in. "Just say it straight, did he croak or not?" "No," Alex repeated calmly, looking at them. They exchanged glances. They had been sure he either killed Jack down below or that Jack died buried under the mountain's rubble. But Alex clearly thought otherwise. "I thought you'd kill him," Angel whispered. Alex leaned toward her and gently brushed his hand through her hair. "Ah, my dear Angel. Death is just release. And for Jack, such a gift is far too generous." Her heart trembled. That warm touch felt like something she had long stopped dreaming of. She had almost forgotten what it meant to feel simple human care, gentle affection. Yet under Alex's hand, she felt that long-lost warmth again. "So you let him go?" Maya asked, raising an eyebrow. Let him go, Alex smirked. That's saying too much. And what did you do? Angel asked, meeting his gaze. Alex narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth curling into a predatory smile. I became his personal monster in the closet. When Jack wakes up, and that'll be very soon, he'll fear every shadow, every corner. He won't be able to sleep, eat, or even think. Every thought will be consumed by fear. And in the end, that fear will drive him insane. He'll either do something stupid, like try to off himself, or become a pitiful shadow, running and hiding. Ha! So you scared him so bad he pissed his pants. Salvador grinned, folding his arms. You got it. He literally shit himself from fear. Want to see? Alex said cheerfully, pulling out his phone. No thanks, Maya waved him off right away. I've had enough impressions for one day. The last thing I want is an image of a grown man crapping himself from terror stuck in my head. I'll pass too, Angel shook her head. Even if I hate him, that's a bit too much to see. Alex shrugged. Maya and Angel refused to watch the recording of Jack soiling himself in terror, but the guys clearly wanted to see it through. Smiling, Alex opened the right clip on his phone, frame by frame, Jack on the floor, white foam at his mouth, and ruined pants. Salvador burst into loud laughter, slapping his knees and doubling over. On Zero's mask, an XD emoji flickered. Axton just smirked, shaking his head. Who would have thought the greatest enemy of the Crimson Raiders would sink this low from fear? So, shall we head back to Sanctuary? Alex suggested, closing his phone. Let's rest. It's been a long day. Nobody objected. Alex summoned Yamato and opened a portal straight into the Crimson Raiders' headquarters. The portal appeared, and for a moment, everyone in the room, including Lilith, Brick, and Mordecai, turned their heads. Alex and Maya stepped out first, followed by Angel, slightly timid, but finally free. After them came Salvador, Axton, and Zero. Angel was a bit nervous about showing up, considering what she had done under Jack's orders. But Alex had reassured her that no one would harm her. I see you saved Angel. Did you get the key? Any problems? Lilith asked, arms crossed, staring at them intently. No problems. Everything went boring, Salvador pointed at Alex. No fun, no shootouts, no giant flying robot. Nothing at all. Told you it'd be boring, Alex smirked and, unable to resist, kicked Salvador in the rear. Ow. What the hell are you doing? Salvador yelled, waving his arms. If you want to fight, fight like a man, not sneak around like a coward. Alex sighed, placed his hand on Salvador's head to keep him at arm's length. After all, Salvador wasn't the tallest guy around. But the man only screamed louder, swearing at the top of his lungs. Alex then pulled a toy rubber hammer out of his inventory and tapped Salvador lightly on the head once or twice. The hammer let out a squeaky sound with each hit, and Salvador collapsed to the floor, immediately snoring and drooling. For a moment, the room went silent in dumbfounded pause, then everyone burst into laughter. Brick laughed so hard he fell off his chair, clutching his stomach. Lilith rubbed the bridge of her nose. This headache was inevitable. While this noisy non-dwarf snores on the floor, we can talk, Alex said, sitting down on the couch. Angel sat beside him. She felt safe with him, drawn to that sense of protection. Lilith noticed and threw Alex a sidelong, narrowed glance. He only smiled, and she rolled her eyes, looking away. She also wanted to be closer to him, but she kept the thought to herself. Before you tell me what happened in the bunker, Lilith began, fixing her gaze on Alex, I need to say something. Where are the 4 gremlins? Alex interrupted. Still raiding Hyperion bases, or have they started building a psycho kingdom already? That's what I was about to say. Lilith leaned on the table, frowning. One of your wives showed up and took all 4 of them. I don't know how or why. Which one? What did she say? Alex asked, surprised. Tall, white dress, huge black hat. Said something about etiquette lessons, then just dragged them home. She also said that since you plan to adopt Tina, she'd take her a little early. The woman's arrival had left Lilith with mixed feelings. It wasn't just that this wife of Alex was stunningly beautiful. What shocked her even more was the woman's sheer height, nearly 3 meters, and the cold, deadly look she gave Brick after one of his poorly timed jokes. Thankfully, the girls calmed their mother down just in time. Lilith didn't even want to imagine what would have happened otherwise. It was clear Brick would not have come out on top. Naturally, Tina hadn't wanted to go anywhere, but she was simply taken away, and that was the end of it. Ah, so Alcina dropped by. She's the one who gives the girls etiquette lessons, Alex nodded, instantly realizing who it was. Makes sense. The girls haven't been home in over a month, they were traveling with their grandfather. And about Tina, yeah, I did want to adopt her. She needs a home and a family. Somewhere far from this planet, where death and madness rule. Wait, etiquette lessons. Lilith raised a brow. Why? You mentioned that yesterday too. What, is your family aristocratic or something? You could say that, Alex chuckled. Alcina's a countess. She was raised that way since childhood. But that's a long story. By the way. He pulled the vault key from his inventory and set it on the table. So you have the key. Good. And now what? Care to tell me exactly what happened in the bunker? Lilith asked, her eyes drawn to the artifact. Alex nodded and calmly began to speak. He described everything that had happened while they were fighting their way inside. Hearing the details, Lilith, Mordecai, and Brick understood why Salvador had been so upset upon their return. Alex had done almost all the work on his own. Then he explained what had happened with Jack and why he hadn't killed him. Lilith frowned but didn't argue, this was his decision. In fact, the longer she thought about it, the more she realized, leaving Jack alive but breaking his mind was far more intricate, and perhaps even wiser, than simply killing him. At that moment, Tanis came up to the second floor. Spotting the key, she immediately tried to grab it, but Alex stopped her. Give me the key. I have to study it, she demanded, reaching out her hands. Without me, you'll never find the vault entrance. I'm the best at this. No need, Alex replied calmly. I've already deciphered the inscriptions and know where the entrance is. As much as I respect your ego as a great archaeologist, your help isn't required. So what? Tanis flared up. I still have to study it. This is the meaning of my entire life. So you've got two options, either you hand me the key, or I'll climb on top of you. I'd recommend the second. Once I show you my skills in bed, you'll hand it over yourself. She grabbed Alex's arm. Alex looked at her with an empty stare, stood up from the couch, and without a word, placed the key into her palms. Under the astonished gazes of the others, he turned Tanis around and began gently but firmly pushing her down the stairs. On the first floor, he led her to her workstation, sat her down on a chair, set a pack of candies beside her, and with the same impassive face, went back upstairs. Tanis sat there for several seconds, bewildered. She had been sure she'd finally convinced him to have some fun, but things had turned out far more mundane. Shrugging, she buried herself back into the key. When Alex returned, everyone stared at him in disbelief. That fast? Brick smirked. Don't tell me you're that quick. I didn't do anything with her. I just took her back, Alex replied flatly, sitting down on the couch again next to Angel. Lilith and Maya exchanged glances, surprised. They had expected Alex to give in to Tanis's persistence, but he seemed unshakable. Alex let out a heavy sigh. Dealing with overly straightforward women was exhausting. Not to interrupt your sighs, Lilith said, drawing his attention, but even with the key, we won't be able to open the vault. Why? Alex half opened his eyes. The key isn't charged yet, Angel explained. Without that, the entrance won't open. Ah, that. Alex waved it off. Don't worry. We'll handle it tomorrow. Today I'm definitely not going near Tanis, afraid I'll have to run. Well, you could have just agreed, Lilith remarked teasingly. Would have solved all the problems at once. No, Alex shook his head firmly. I don't sleep with women I don't feel anything for. I'm one of those men who value emotions. I need to know I'm truly loved. Alex's answer stunned the three sirens, Lilith, Maya, and Angel. They had never expected that a man like him, strong and confident, would be someone who valued emotions and love above all else. Lilith, in particular, had always assumed that since he had many wives, it must be due to insatiability or that he was difficult to satisfy in bed. But the reality was entirely different. Alex simply preferred love. And the longer Lilith thought about it, the more she realized that there was nothing surprising in it. Falling in love with Alex was natural. He wasn't just handsome and kind, but also incredibly strong and responsible, even if he hid it behind a mask of lazy indifference. Even she herself had begun to feel warm emotions toward him over the time she had known him. She liked the rare sense of security she felt next to him. On Pandora, she had never experienced that. But with Alex, it felt as if he himself was the home she could always return to. After discussing the plans for tomorrow, Alex agreed to postpone the opening of the vault. He didn't explain, however, how he planned to open it if the key wasn't fully charged yet. Glancing at the time, he thought it was about time for dinner, but first, he had one errand, a visit to Moxie at her bar. The moment he stepped inside, the patron's gazes instinctively turned toward him. The owner herself, noticing Alex, smiled flirtatiously and waved him over to the counter. As soon as he sat down, a glass of alcohol appeared in front of him. On the house, sweetie, Moxie purred, leaning on the counter. Thank you, I suppose, Alex replied in a soft tone, offering a slight smile. He took a small sip and looked around. The bar was shining clean once again. Tables and chairs had been repaired well enough to use. The shards and empty bottles were gone, and the place once again resembled the cozy bar Alex remembered from the previous evening. "How did you manage to get those guys to clean everything and fix it?" he asked, turning to Moxie. "Oh, sweetie," she purred lazily, "as if you don't know. I merely asked politely, and maybe treated them to a drink. That's all it took for them to do everything properly." "No wonder," Alex shook his head. "Who knows, sweetie," she replied with a sly smile. "But you didn't come here to ask me about the bar. Better tell me, how did your heroic rescue of the poor siren from the clutches of that vile villain go?" She traced a finger along his hand. "It's better seen than told," Alex replied with a mysterious smile. Intrigued, Moxie leaned closer. She knew perfectly well that if Alex wanted to show her something, it was bound to be thrilling. Connecting to Navi, Alex found the moment when handsome Jack appeared. The villain's face appeared on the screen, and Moxie instantly clenched her teeth, staring at the monitor. When Alex forcefully kicked Jack, sending him crashing into the wall, Moxie smiled with satisfaction, as if she had delivered the blow herself. She took particular pleasure in the scene where Alex brutally dealt with the two super soldiers, and then in his confrontation with Jack. Navi couldn't capture what the villain himself saw when he looked at Alex, but even without that, Moxie clearly noticed the fear etched on Jack's face. And Alex's words about taking everything from him until he became that pathetic little boy again, the one abandoned by his parents and beaten by his grandmother, filled her with genuine delight. Watching it, Moxie felt a heat spread through her body. Her gaze greedily roamed over Alex's face. She was a smart woman and knew when to strike a man. She didn't care that he had wives and children, if anything, it fueled her interest. She decided to act differently, without overt aggressiveness, but in a way that would make him notice her specifically. Before Alex could react, Moxie grabbed him by the collar and pressed her lips to his in a hungry kiss. It was fiery, her tongue boldly exploring his mouth. After a few moments, she pulled back, leaving the mark of her lipstick on his lips. Smiling, she traced a finger over his lips, wiping away the red stain. "Here's my payment for you, sweetie. Not every day you see a show like that," she whispered, lightly licking her lips. "You do realize I have wives and children, right?" Alex asked, surprised by her boldness. "Of course," Moxie replied softly. "But that makes you even more interesting. Not every man could hold so many women. And your lips, they taste just exquisite." Alex leaned slightly toward her ear, speaking in a quiet, low voice. "The choice is yours. But know this, I'm not the kind of man who lets go of a treasure that already belongs to him. Think carefully before you take this step. Because once you do, you can never turn back. Never." Alex's whisper right by her ear sounded to Moxie like the voice of the devil promising forbidden pleasure. A shiver ran down her spine, sweet and frightening at the same time, making her flinch involuntarily. She caught his gaze, deep, gripping, as if she already belonged to him completely. No one had ever looked at her like that. It wasn't the look of a man craving her body, but of someone who saw something far deeper. And suddenly, Moxie realized she wanted to become his treasure too. "And while you're thinking, here's another little gift from me," Alex said, lightly poking her in the nose with his finger. "Did you just turn into a child?" Moxie asked, a little embarrassed and confused by his unexpected gesture. "Better roll up your sleeves and see for yourself," he smirked, resting his cheek on his fist. Moxie raised a skeptical eyebrow but did as he said. At first, she expected nothing, her scars were old and familiar. But as she rolled up her sleeve, she froze, staring in stunned amazement at the smooth, flawless skin beneath. Not believing her eyes, she ran her fingers along her arm. No pain, no unevenness, no coarse scars, just soft, tender skin. She hurriedly rolled up the other sleeve. The same there. Her heart beat faster. Moxie lifted her top and exposed her stomach. There wasn't a trace of the old wounds. All her scars had vanished. Without a trace. "How did you do that?" she exhaled, looking at him as if she'd seen a miracle. "I had so many scars. They were everywhere, and now they're gone." "How?" Alex looked at her calmly. He knew perfectly well that Moxie always hid her pain behind a careless mask, pretending she didn't care about the old wounds. But he understood that deep down any woman dreams of a body without disfiguring marks. That's why he gave her a gift she hadn't even dared to dream of. "It's a family secret," he said softly. "But know this, I can do much more than just remove scars. Much more than you can imagine. Let that stay a secret for now. As I said, the choice is always yours. Violating someone's will would betray my father's tenets. Now I'm even more interested in your family." Moxie squinted, not taking her eyes off him. "Believe me, you're not the only one." Alex tapped her nose with a light smile. "And if you need a hint, my family is far more wondrous than you can imagine." "All right, we'll see." Moxie smiled slyly and poked his nose back. "So what now? You got the key. What are the plans? Now. Alex lifted a corner of his mouth. I want to have dinner. Want to join me? Absolutely, Moxie replied heatedly. What you cook is the most delicious thing I've ever tasted. And therefore. She turned to the room, everyone out. The bar is closed. But we haven't finished our drinks, protested one of the drunk men, and the rest backed him up immediately. Here's a keg of beer. Take it and drink somewhere else. The bar is closed, Alex said lazily, but his squint and tone left no doubt. Or should I throw you out myself? All the drunks flinched at Alex's words. None of them were eager to become his victim. Yesterday had served as a vivid reminder, you don't joke with this man. But seeing that he'd generously set a whole keg of beer out, the boozehounds found the only sensible solution, stretch their smiles to their ears, thank him politely, and haul the precious trophy away as fast as possible. Having made sure the problem was resolved, Alex gave Moxie a thumbs up and smiled broadly. Moxie just shook her head, but deep down, she liked it. Of course, she was an adult woman who could stand her ground. But there was something in the care emanating from Alex that made her heart beat a little warmer. Once Moxie had closed the bar, Alex gallantly offered her his arm, and they headed together to the Crimson Raiders' headquarters. Climbing to the second floor, he immediately met Lilith's dry gaze, the kind that could make anyone feel as if they'd done something wrong. Since nobody ran off, I guess it's time for dinner, Alex said, noticing that the whole group was present. If you're cooking, I'm all for it. And make it lots of meat, Brick jumped in first. And beer, lots of beer. We need a party. Salvador added, also springing to his feet. And what's the occasion for all this celebration? Angel asked, puzzled, looking at the animated seekers. Alex leaned toward her and gently ran his hand through her hair, a bright smile on his face. In honor of your rescue, my dear Angel. And the best way to celebrate it is with a barbecue. You probably haven't eaten anything like this in a long time. Today, I'll make sure your stomach and heart remember what delicious food and a warm atmosphere feel like. Angel stared at Alex, stunned. His kind words and radiant smile broke through the wall she had so long built around herself. Her eyes blurred, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Everyone went silent, unsure what to say, but each understood perfectly why she was crying. The girl had lived too long without warmth, without kindness, and now Alex's simple, sincere actions awakened emotions that had been buried deep inside. Why are you crying? Alex said softly, sitting beside her so their eyes were level. Haven't you heard that angels cry only when humanity can't contain its sorrow? Everything you've been through is behind you. Now you have a new life. Let this be the last time you shed tears over the past. Learn to smile instead of being sad. Believe me, life is far more beautiful than it seems. There are countless wonders in this world, and they're waiting for you to see them. The darkness is behind you, now look at the light and smile at it, just as you've always dreamed. Angel's tears flowed even more, but now they were different tears, cleansing ones. With trembling hands, she wrapped her arms around Alex's neck and pressed herself to him, sobbing on his shoulder. Alex simply smiled softly and stroked her back, letting her release all her pain. Even Brick turned away and hastily wiped a rare male tear from his face. The others also watched silently, shaken by the weight Angel had carried all this time. Alex understood perfectly that he could rewrite her past, he had enough power to go back and change everything. But he also knew that intervening in the past would bring far more harm than good. So the only thing he could do for her now was help her accept the past and step forward. To be continued. Chapter 469, Another Morning on Pandora. After some time, Alex finally managed to calm Angel, who couldn't stop crying. Now the girl fully realized she was free. The human warmth Alex had given her, something she hadn't felt in so long, became the reason why her tears just wouldn't end. Once she had calmed down, Alex decided to lift her spirits and cheer her up with delicious food, something Angel had likely never tasted before. He had a rough idea of how long she had been imprisoned in the cage Jack had built for her. Alex wasn't tactless enough to ask directly, but by his estimation, Angel had been trapped there for no less than 10 years. When her tears finally subsided, the whole group moved to the balcony of the Crimson Raiders' headquarters to have a barbecue and celebrate her rescue. On the balcony, Alex immediately started cleaning up. After the gathering the night before, no one had tidied up, and everything was left in complete disarray. Angel tried to help, but Alex gently stopped her with a gesture, not letting her strain herself. However, the others noticed her eagerness to be useful, and they too felt the urge to pitch in. Alex simply snapped his fingers, and all the trash turned to ash, which he then blew away with a light wave of his hand. Those abilities of yours really come in handy. Not only do you carry around a ton of stuff, but you're also a master cleaner. That's awesome, Brick said, giving him a thumbs up. Instead of praising me, you could have cleaned up yourselves, Alex replied dryly. I have to cook and clean at the same time. And besides, I'm a guest here. But it feels more like you're the guests in my house. Oh, so you finally remembered you're a guest here. I was starting to think this place had always belonged to you, Lilith said, not hiding her sarcasm. Especially after what your daughters pulled off in Sanctuary, and after the way you started giving orders the moment you walked in, like you'd come back home. Touché, my dear Lilith. You caught me, Alex said in a deliberately robotic tone and turned away. Lilith smirked in satisfaction, pleased with her small victory, and watched with interest as Alex started cooking. He only sighed, realizing he always ended up taking everything upon himself. A thought crossed his mind: he would talk to Lilith after finishing business in this universe. Alex planned to offer the Crimson Raiders a job. After Hyperion's fall, they'd have nothing left to do, and this way, they would have both purpose and shelter in a safe world. After delivering the groceries and marinating the meat, Alex set several bottles of alcohol from his inventory on the table. He didn't want to drink what was brewed on Pandora. The taste of the local booze reminded him of moonshine he once tried in Night City during one of his missions. The drinks at Moxie's bar were better, but still couldn't compare to what he had tasted in Valhalla. Once he finished the preparations, Alex leaned against the railing and lit a cigarette. Excellent flavor. Where did you get this alcohol? The taste is just unique, Lilith said, taking a sip from her glass. This drink is called Okaliho. It's a traditional beverage from a place I once visited with my wife. Made from sugarcane. It has a grassy taste with tropical notes, like sitting on a beach, basking under the sun, Alex said with a slight smile. I like this beer. Especially that strange woody aftertaste, Brick said, taking a gulp from his glass. That's not beer, it's ale. Yesterday you guys finished off an entire barrel of it. It's aged in oak casks, hence the flavor. Ale is usually drunk warm, but I prefer it cold, Alex explained. Where did you get it? I'd buy a couple of kegs, Brick asked, shrugging. I'm afraid that's not possible. It was a gift given to me when I left, Alex shook his head. Can you tell us what kind of place it was? Angel asked carefully. I've never been anywhere, so I'd like to hear stories like that. But if it's too hard for you, don't tell. I'd like to hear too, Maya added. Me as well. Maybe I can get such a gift someday, Brick grinned, hugging the ale barrel. All right, I'll tell you, Alex agreed. Back then I had a free week off work, so I decided to take my whole family on vacation. We went to a place called Middle-earth. Middle-earth? Is that some planet in the center of the galaxy? Moxie asked curiously. No. That world is called Arda, and Middle-earth is a continent inhabited by different races. There are elves, they live in forests and are considered immortal. Alex began to explain with a smile. Wait, immortal? You mean they can't be killed? Salvador asked in surprise. They can be killed, but they live for a very long time. According to legends, elves have existed since the creation of Arda. I even met the king of the woodland elves. Honestly, they're difficult conversation partners, either they speak in riddles or steer the talk away. But in battle they are masters, especially with bows and blades, Alex said, thoughtfully stroking his chin. And who else did you meet? Angel asked with vivid interest. We went there to see one of Arda's wonders, the mountain Erebor. It's not just a mountain, but an entire kingdom of the people who live there, Alex said and gently ruffled Angel's hair. And what people are those? Axton asked. Imagine an entire kingdom populated by Salvadors, Alex said with a slight cough. What are you implying? Salvador growled, baring his teeth. Exactly what I said. Same build, thick beards, love for booze, good food, and fighting anyone who dares challenge them, Alex replied dryly. Everyone involuntarily turned their gaze toward Salvador and tried to imagine a whole kingdom filled with people like him. A shiver ran down some of their spines at the thought. None of them could quite grasp how Alex and his family even managed to visit such a place. Realizing that his listeners had pictured something very different from what he meant, Alex went on to describe Erebor in detail, how the mountain looked, what surrounded it, and just how majestic the landscape appeared. His voice immediately caught everyone's attention. They all turned to him at once. After all, you don't hear stories like that every day. When Alex started talking about the peak hidden high in the clouds, many of them wanted to see that wonder with their own eyes. And of course, he couldn't resist showing photographs. Seeing Erebor in the pictures, everyone was genuinely amazed at the beauty of the place Alex and his family had visited. As he showed the photos, he continued telling how he met the king of the dwarves. And when the projection displayed an image of Alex standing beside short, bearded men, it became clear to everyone why he compared them to Salvador. Now I see why your girls called him a dwarf at first glance, Maya smiled, pointing at the photo and then at Salvador himself. He really does look like one. If he ended up there, they'd take him as one of their own. More like they'd think he's their long-lost relative, Brick laughed, giving Salvador a friendly pat on the shoulder. He was about to protest that he wasn't any kind of dwarf, but the words stuck in his throat as he saw the photo of those same bearded men standing next to Alex. Meanwhile, Alex showed pictures of a huge hall filled with gold and precious stones that the dwarves had mined for centuries. Everyone gasped involuntarily at the sight of real rivers of wealth. Then came the story of how he got acquainted with the dwarven king. When Alex mentioned that many years ago the kingdom had been taken over by a dragon, the questions started flying one after another. To explain, he projected an image of Smog. The moment they saw the beast, everyone instantly understood what kind of creature he meant, since Pandora had its own share of similar monsters. Next came the tale of how he helped the dwarves reclaim their lands, asking in return only a few precious gems for the family. Hearing this, the group stared at him in surprise, but Alex just shrugged and continued the story. While he was preparing dinner, the tale flowed into the description of the war for the dwarven lands. The orcs provoked mixed feelings among the listeners, even more questions and curiosity. Alex answered patiently, avoiding anything supernatural, especially about Zhangya's world, knowing that without proof, they wouldn't believe him anyway. Although he really did have proof. So caught up in his story, everyone forgot why they had gathered in the first place. Only when Alex set plates of meat and vegetables on the table did the group remember that this was supposed to be a celebration of Angel's freedom, not a campfire fairy tale. The sun had already slipped beyond the horizon, the lights of Sanctuary lit up, and they still sat on the balcony of the Crimson Raiders' headquarters, exchanging stories. Angel listened with particular interest, she too longed to experience such adventures. Seeing her gaze, Alex placed his hand on her head and nodded. Now she was free, and everything was in her hands. The girl smiled back sincerely. By the time it was Brick's turn, the alcohol had already done its work. He started waving his mug around, passionately telling stories about how he fought Pandora's monsters with his bare hands. Everyone struggled to hold back their smiles, while Mordecai nearly rolled his eyes. He knew his friend far too well. Alex just smiled, listening to those ridiculous but amusing exaggerations. Especially the one about how Brick supposedly defeated a giant stone skag with his bare hands. And then, in the middle of another epic story, Alex suddenly felt someone's foot sliding against his thigh. His first thought was, Moxie again. But when he looked at her, he realized it couldn't be, she was sitting on the other side. That left only two sirens, Lilith or Maya. Both acted as if nothing was happening. Alex barely held himself back from peeking under the table to find out who it was. Deep down, he suspected Lilith. After all, she had already promised him a special prize for saving Angel. Confirmation came quickly. Lilith, holding a glass in her hand, met Alex's gaze and shaped her lips into a blown kiss. At that very moment, the foot began moving more actively. There was no doubt left, it was her. Alex narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. He hadn't expected something like this from Lilith. He had always thought she was the type of woman who preferred to take matters into her own hands rather than act sneakily. When her foot reached dangerously close to the unsafe zone, he skillfully intercepted the movement, not letting her go any further. He didn't want anyone at the table to notice what was going on. Lilith, on the contrary, only smirked wider. Her eyes glimmered mischievously, and her gaze never left Alex, as if she were deliberately savoring his discomfort. Alex was already considering how to stop her when, in that instant, he felt another foot, on his other thigh. His eyes darted to Maya. She was sitting with her cheek resting on her hand, absent-mindedly holding her glass. She cast sidelong glances at him, pretending to be completely uninvolved. Alex exhaled helplessly, now he was caught in a double siege. And then he felt hot breath on his neck. Turning his head, he came face to face with Moxie's playful, overtly provocative gaze. She lazily traced a finger down his chest, leaning closer and exhaling heated air against his skin. Alex barely contained a nervous chuckle. Not because he didn't like it, but because Angel was sitting beside him, and the men nearby were still making noise. But when he turned his head, he saw that Angel had long since fallen asleep, her head resting on his shoulder. Too many emotions and too much exhaustion, and now she was finally out. The men, meanwhile, had moved off to the side, absorbed in their drinking, noticing nothing. The three women had no intention of stopping, and his attempts to resist were, to put it mildly, symbolic. Alex knew all too well how such things usually ended, with torn clothes and a very stormy night. As if on cue, the male company suddenly got up, Drunken Brick, Mordecai, Salvador, Axton, and even Zerzero. Stumbling, they muttered a few words about going to hunt the legendary skag that Mordecai claimed to have seen. Their unsteady walk and fiery eyes made it clear, they didn't care that they could barely stand. They were leaving with firm intent to catch the beast at any cost. Alex just shook his head, imagining the pack crashing straight into the skag's lair and waking up the entire den. When the noisy group disappeared, he was left alone with three women, all of whom were now looking at him with faint, knowing smiles. Alex cleared his throat, stood up, and carefully lifted Angel in his arms to carry her downstairs. There he laid her in bed and exhaled in relief, not noticing Tanis nearby. Not that he found her unattractive, she just wasn't his type. Standing by the bed, he hesitated. Any other man in his place would hardly refuse the chance to spend the night with three beautiful women. He felt conflicted. He had known Lilith, Maya, and Moxie for only a few days. But then he remembered Samantha and their short but meaningful night together, the night that confirmed their feelings for each other. Weighing it all, Alex decided, let things happen as they will. Climbing back up to the second floor, he barely had time to cross the threshold when the women pulled him inside, and the door slammed shut behind him. Once again, Alex was convinced, getting involved with drunk women was as good as signing his own death warrant. Especially if those women had special powers or stamina like Moxie. Morning greeted him with silence. Alex lay staring at the ceiling while three women peacefully slept pressed against him. To his surprise, his clothes were still intact. The reason was simple, Lilith had used her phase shift to remove them, from him and from herself. He hadn't even suspected she could apply her powers in such practical ways. Lowering his gaze from the ceiling, he saw blue-haired Maya resting against his chest. On his left was Lilith, partly covered with a light blanket. To his right, Moxie had nearly kicked the covers off entirely, her curves on full display. Alex's thoughts leapt far ahead, he imagined how easily these women could fit into his world. Moxie, alongside Freya and Gondel. Lilith, among bold girls like Rika or Revi. Maya, next to calmer, but no less cheerful, girls. It seemed to him that they could stay with him. A slight movement interrupted his thoughts. Maya's eyelids fluttered, and she opened her eyes. Rubbing her cheek against his chest, she met Alex's gaze. A shadow of a smile appeared on her lips. Temptation won out, Maya slowly leaned in and kissed him. Alex responded in kind, wrapping his arms around her. Feeling the pleasant sensation of the kiss, Maya hugged his neck to be even closer. The blanket covering her slipped down, revealing her curves, but she didn't care. Now I understand why you have so many wives, Lilith's dry voice came from the left. Looks like one night wasn't enough for you. Alex and Maya simultaneously turned their heads toward Lilith's voice and saw her sitting on the couch, lazily stretching. Of course, Alex had already seen everything last night, but that didn't stop him from lingering with his gaze again. Lilith noticed his attention and, seemingly on purpose, stretched more slowly, giving him the chance to enjoy the view. Maya settled on Alex's chest, her palms resting on his muscular body, and her fingers kept gliding across him. Alex leaned back slightly against the couch, and Maya smoothly shifted to sit on his lap, still savoring the touch of his chest. I have to say, sweetie, you really impressed me, Moxie purred, stretching luxuriously and feeling the pleasant aftertaste of a wild night. Even too much. I wouldn't mind doing it again. A few times, then a few more. And even better, somewhere else. Weren't you satisfied last night? Lilith smirked, glancing at Moxie as she pressed even closer to Alex. I'm an adult woman, and I also want a lot of love. A lot, whispered Moxie, hot breath brushing Alex's ear. You'd better get dressed already, woman. We have entirely different plans for today, said Lilith, looking tired. You may have plans, but I don't, Moxie smiled, wrapping her arms around Alex. I'd rather spend the day in strong, warm embraces. Don't you agree, sweetie? How about some cuddling first, then moving on to something more interesting? I wouldn't refuse, Alex smiled. But I'm afraid I still need to get to the vault. And what are you planning to find there? Besides the warrior Jack wanted to control to start a genocide on Pandora, asked Maya, resting her head on his chest. The thing is, there might be something there connected to my work, Alex replied, rubbing his chin. Yeah, Lilith interjected, you've mentioned your specific work and family business. But all we know is that you have to clean up after someone else's mess. Alex felt a pleasant warmth from three sides, Lilith and Moxie were leaning on his arms, and Maya lay on his chest. The softness slightly threw him off, and his thoughts drifted in a completely different direction, and Maya lifted a playful look to him, clearly understanding what he was thinking. What she felt beneath her only confirmed her suspicions. Alex cleared his throat awkwardly, trying to regain composure. Once again, he silently thanked Freya for her blessing of love. But this gift had a downside, his body reacted to the feelings others directed toward him. Freya had blessed him not only with love but with fertility. Alex could resist, of course, but he saw little point, the emotions directed at him were genuine. Anyway, he began, as I said before, my work is really very specific. I don't just clean up someone's mess. I have to neutralize things that could lead to consequences so severe it's hard even to imagine. And hide things that under no circumstances should fall into the hands of a living being. These things are so dangerous that it's better to keep them away, even from the world itself. He slowly traced his finger along Lilith's waist. And what kind of things are these? Maya asked, sitting on his lap. Something like the warrior? The warrior is just a golem, a vault guardian. Artificial life with a spark of intelligence to follow orders. Yes, it can be used as a weapon to wage wars and conquer worlds. But what I'm talking about, imagine a person carrying biological weapons in their pocket capable of destroying all life. And they don't even know it's there. So you collect dangerous weapons and hide them from everyone? Lilith asked, pressing herself closer to him. Yes and no, Alex replied. My task isn't just to hide the weapon but to eliminate the one who created it. Alright, to hell with explanations, it's easier to show than to try to find words that won't confuse you. But know this, once I do it, there's no turning back. None at all. And what exactly do you want to show us that leaves no way back? Moxie asked, curiosity in her voice. I'm going to show you what my family actually does. And what I do. Including what I am, Alex said calmly. Maybe you meant, who you are. Lilith raised an eyebrow. No, my dear Lilith, Alex looked straight into her yellow eyes. I said it correctly. I want to show you exactly what I am. Before Lilith, Maya, and Moxie could ask a single question, Alex touched their foreheads with his finger. At that instant, their eyes glazed over, a flood of information poured into their minds. Alex leaned back calmly on the couch and waited patiently. He knew it would take time to process everything. It had been similar with Samantha. It took her almost half an hour before she recovered and started asking questions. While the girls slowly processed what they had seen, Alex sank into his own thoughts. More and more, he was preoccupied with the question of what he would find in the vault. And most importantly, whether he should reach for the main vault, hidden at the very center of Pandora. He knew that a being called the Destroyer was sealed there. Suspicions about its true nature lingered. Too many things matched the stories about ancient races, about creatures better left unencountered. His father had only confirmed his doubts. He would have to look into the vaults to prevent a future catastrophe. Alex thought about the Iridians and the things they had created. The more he remembered, the stronger his sense of unease became. The resemblance of the Destroyer to creatures from other worlds left him restless. For a moment, he even entertained the thought that the Iridians might be connected to the Elder Things, but he quickly dismissed the idea as too daring. One thing was clear, the vaults would either provide answers or raise even more questions. And in the end, he would still have to open the main vault. I slept with the Demon King. Didn't expect that. Moxie broke the silence first, finally regaining herself. She ran her fingers through her hair with a smirk. Of course, I've slept with different men before, but this is a whole different level. And of all the things you learned, Lilith snorted, giving her a tired look, you decided to focus only on the fact that you slept with him. Didn't even mention that his family consists of goddesses, demigoddesses, and other beings. And Nyarko's mother, a cosmic ancient entity whose name is better left unspoken. And all you care about is the bed. As a woman, I know how to set priorities, Moxie shrugged. And if I become his wife, I'll have the right to do whatever I want. And not stress about it. Isn't that wonderful? You know, Maya interjected, nodding thoughtfully, even in Athena I was called a goddess. But I never imagined that there were real gods and goddesses. And whole worlds where they live alongside humans. It's all just too incredible. Listening to their conversation, Alex could only raise an eyebrow in surprise. Instead of discussing his work and the dangers he faced, the girls were talking about his family. He shrugged, questions about his work would come up later anyway. Then it hit him. He finally understood why sirens were so strongly drawn to him. It wasn't about appearance, but something else. Their powers themselves gravitated toward him, as if he were a source. He had told Lilith before that in some worlds sirens could be called demigoddesses. Now it seemed true, their power was not artificial, but carried a reflection of fundamental divine energy. Each siren had a unique ability, yet all of them were connected by a common thread, the phase shift of matter. Alex had encountered similar energy before, but couldn't remember where exactly. Shaking off his thoughts, he suggested having breakfast. The girls, of course, didn't refuse. After a long night, they wanted something tasty. Alex went down to the first floor and carefully woke Angel, who had slept through everything that had happened during the night. The girl, still not fully awake, started moving in a daze, but Alex gently took her by the shoulders and guided her upstairs. Angel was so exhausted that if he hadn't woken her, she could have slept for several more days straight. On the second floor, Alex seated her at the table, prepared a quick breakfast for the girls, and poured himself some coffee. The clock already showed noon, and the group of guys hadn't returned, as if they had vanished from the face of Pandora. So, today we open the vault, Lilith said, sipping her coffee. And then what? If I find what I need, great. But I'll still have to go to the main vault, Alex nodded. And where is it? Maya asked, raising her eyebrows. It's always been here. You just didn't know, he replied with a slight smile. Here? In what sense? Lilith frowned. Alex tapped his finger on the table. The main vault is Pandora itself. More precisely, its core. And where exactly are you planning to find the key to this vault, sweetie? Moxie asked, lightly touching his leg with her foot. Alex looked at them and calmly said, "There's no need to look for the key. You see it every day. You just have to lift your eyes to the sky." The girls followed Alex's finger and noticed that he was pointing at Ellipse, the moon orbiting Pandora. "Are you saying that Ellipse is the key to the main vault?" Lilith asked, averting her gaze from the moon. "Exactly. But I don't need this key. All I need is to get to the place where the gates to the vault are. After that, I can open the passage myself," Alex replied calmly, shrugging. "Oh yes, how could I forget that you're omnipotent? That you can go anywhere and open anything. How could that have slipped my mind?" "Ah, of course. I only just found out this morning who I slept with," Lilith waved her hand theatrically. "You enjoyed it, didn't you?" Alex noted with a slight smile. "I'm not saying I didn't enjoy it. I'd do it again. But later. Maybe after we open another vault. Then we could repeat what happened tonight, several times," Lilith added, squinting mischievously. At that moment, Alex covered Angel's ears with his hands, preventing her from hearing their conversation. Of course, he knew the girl was old enough to hear such things, but he preferred to think otherwise. After spending so many years locked away, Angel deserved a little innocent silence, at least for a while. She looked at him in surprise, wondering why he had done that and what they were talking about. "Are we bothering you?" Maya asked, glancing at Lilith. "If you don't like it, you don't have to join in," Lilith snapped, casting her a look. "I'm not talking about that. I mean, do we really have to wait?" Maya clarified, now looking directly at Alex. "Ahem. Girls. First, the vault," Alex said, clearing his throat slightly while still keeping Angel's ears covered. Meanwhile, Moxie calmly sipped her coffee, lost in her own thoughts. She didn't mind waiting, she would get what she wanted eventually. But she was far more interested in meeting some of the women she had learned about from Alex's information. Lilith and Maya exchanged glances, clearly thinking, the vault can wait a couple of hours. Alex just sighed wearily, looking at them, and realized the opening of the vault was apparently being postponed. And clearly not for just a few minutes. To be continued. Chapter 470, time to open the vault. After breakfast with 4 girls, Lilith, Maya, Angel, and Moxie, Alex firmly decided not to postpone opening the vault any longer. But, to his misfortune, the 3 women had completely different plans. Even though the time on Pandora had long past noon, that didn't stop them from dragging Alex into bed and demanding his attention. Before he was literally pulled away, Alex managed to hand Angel a tablet, so she could occupy herself for a couple of hours. The girl stayed out on the balcony, while Lilith, using her phase shift, stripped Alex of his clothes in one swift move and pushed him onto the bed, leaving him no chance to resist. Angel, meanwhile, made herself comfortable. Thanks to her ability to directly interact with electronic devices, it only took her a few seconds to figure out the tablet. Controlling it was effortless, the screen seemed to guide her where to press, and the right tabs opened almost on their own. Soon, Angel accidentally stumbled upon a folder with a collection of movies. One particular title caught her attention, especially since there were 8 films under that name. Curiosity got the better of her, and she played the first one. From the very first minutes, Angel was completely absorbed in the story of a boy living in the basement of his aunt's house. The world of the movie was something entirely new to her. There were no psychos screaming about guts, no corporations, no endless wars. Even the children didn't run through the streets carrying weapons. It was a calm, ordinary world, a story about a boy who didn't yet know who he really was. The further the film went, the deeper Angel sank into it. Especially when the boy found himself in a magical city, streets filled with people in robes, shops that looked like they could collapse at any moment, and owls delivering letters. It was all so unusual, so enchanting. The girl couldn't take her eyes off the screen. Although Angel was already 18, in that moment she felt a longing to be in that very school, to see every place that flashed across the screen. The movie became a true adventure for her, 2 hours long. And when the 3 children defeated the villain and the end credits rolled, Angel leaned back in her chair with a bright, genuine smile on her face. Interesting. I wonder what happens next, she whispered, and immediately started the second film. In the next part, a giant snake shows up, one that kills with just a look, came a man's voice from behind. Angel flinched, feeling a warm hand on her head. She turned around and saw Alex, towel in hand, slicking back his wet hair. He sat down beside her, and the girl suddenly realized she couldn't take her eyes off him. With his hair messy, he looked like a caring older brother. But now, neatly combed back, in her eyes he looked truly cool. Such a simple hairstyle changed his appearance so much that Angel couldn't help but blush. So, what did you think of the movie? Did it catch your interest? Alex asked with a smile. Ah, yes. Very much. Everything in it was so new to me, magic, wizards, a school where they teach spells. It was amazing, Angel answered, a little embarrassed as she looked away. I'm glad you liked it, Alex said, pulling out a cigarette. It's a good thing you didn't open another folder in my collection. I'm afraid you wouldn't have wanted to watch any movies after that. Huh? And what kind of collection is that? Adult films, came a familiar voice from behind. Both of them turned and saw Lilith standing in the doorway to the balcony. Her hair was still damp, and she had already changed clothes, though keeping her usual style. Behind her appeared Maya and Moxie, also with wet hair. A faint blush spread across Angel's cheeks as the thought that all three of them had just been in the shower together with Alex painted some very vivid images in her imagination. Sort of adult films, Alex chuckled, pulling Lilith onto his lap. But not the kind you're thinking of. Just a collection of horror movies. And here I was hoping for something spicy, Lilith smirked, leaning her back against his chest. Turns out all you've got are scary stories to frighten kids. Why horror movies in particular? Couldn't you have collected something else? Maya asked, raising a brow. They have a special meaning, Alex replied calmly, exhaling smoke upward. Such movies remind us of a simple truth: not every monster can be defeated. And sometimes, it's impossible to even tell if it truly exists, or if it only lives in your subconscious. In many worlds, there are legends of creatures dwelling in the dark. It's no coincidence that all living beings seek shelter when night falls. It's an instinct, passed down from generation to generation. The fear of darkness. The fear of a gaze hiding in the shadows, watching you while you turn away. All right, that's enough of that, Lilith interrupted him, covering his mouth with her hands. I've already had my fill this morning when monsters in the closet turned out to be real. I don't even want to think about it. Alex only shrugged. He fully understood Lilith's reaction. After all, he had shared with her and the others part of the truth about Janya. And now Lilith, Maya, and Moxie knew, in the shadow of them, and they shared a bed with lurked something else, a ghost ruling over an entire dimension resembling hell. A place inhabited not only by spirits, but also by creatures one should never encounter. Angel, however, was completely lost. She didn't understand what Lilith meant by monsters in the closet, or why she claimed such things existed. Alex, deciding to change the subject, asked why the group of guys who had gone hunting yesterday for the so-called legendary skag still hadn't returned. But neither Lilith nor Maya could answer. They had spent the night with him and had no idea where the drunk thrill-seekers had wandered off to. Hearing nothing useful, Alex decided to wait a bit longer. If they still didn't show up, he'd go look for them himself. And if laziness outweighed curiosity, he'd simply forget it and open the vault without them. Brewing himself fresh coffee, he sat down at the table and chatted with the girls about random nonsense as time went by. The smell of coffee soon drew Tanis. She climbed up to the second floor looking as if she'd just been pulled out from under a tank, disheveled, dark circles under her eyes, clutching the vault key like it was her favorite toy. Alex wasn't surprised at all. Knowing her as an archaeologist, a scientist, and a slightly unhinged woman, he had expected Tanis wouldn't close her eyes all night. Without saying a word, she slumped into a chair, grabbed the coffee pot, and poured herself a full mug. So, Tanis, did you manage to find out anything? Lilith asked, watching her sit there with closed eyes, savoring the aroma of the drink. After this sleepless night and the fragment of morning I could have spent in the arms of a hot guy who brews such wonderful coffee. Tanis began dreamily, I found out nothing. By the way, where is that hot guy? Did he leave? I'm right here, Alex replied lazily, peeking out from behind Lilith's shoulder. Tanis's eyes flew open when she spotted him, and she froze in shock. Wait a second, what did I miss? Why is our untouchable super siren, who usually keeps men at a kilometer's distance, sitting on his lap? And with this guy, no less, the kind I wouldn't mind, ahem. Doing a bit of archaeology with myself. Did you all have fun without me? Because I, for one, just came up with a brand new position for an experiment. Alex nearly slammed his forehead into the table, suppressing a groan of frustration. After just a few days of dealing with her, he already knew how unpredictable and chaotic Tanis could be. Lilith only raised a brow and gave her a very telling look. Then she slowly pointed at herself, Maya, and Moxie. Tanis froze, then let out a loud groan and slammed her forehead onto the table, mumbling that she had just experienced the greatest letdown of her life. Alex didn't see what exactly Lilith had shown her, but judging by the scientist's reaction, he figured it out. With a sigh, he gave Lilith's backside a light pinch to stop her provocations. The last thing he wanted was for Tanis to suddenly jump out at him from around the corner, demanding an experiment that involved stripping on the spot. Tanis, focus, Alex snapped his fingers. What did you manage to learn? Aside from the fact that I lost my chance at the best morning research of my life, she muttered, forehead still pressed to the table. Well, aside from that, Alex smirked. All right, listen, Tanis straightened up, speaking more coherently now, though still with her usual eccentricity. I managed to translate only part of the inscriptions on the key. One section points to the vault's location. Another, it's something like instructions for controlling, a warrior. Or whatever that thing is called. But the third part is weird. Really weird, even for me. Weird. How so? Maya asked, narrowing her eyes. How should I know? Tanis waved her hand irritably. It's just a jumble of words that can't be translated. Maybe a message. Maybe a note from whoever made the key. I have no idea. Were you able to make out anything at all? Lilith pressed, leaning her back more firmly against Alex's chest. A couple of words. Something about a higher world or other world. Damn if I know. Honestly, I'd love to break the hands of whoever wrote this in such terrible handwriting. Tanis cursed, rolling her eyes. Alex frowned, took the key, and examined it more closely. At a certain angle, faint symbols became visible. He recognized the first part of the inscriptions, the language of the Iridians. But the second, it was a completely different script. The symbols looked vaguely familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Yet no matter how hard he tried to recall, his memory stubbornly refused to give him an answer. Screw it, Alex finally decided. Instead of racking our brains and guessing, why don't we just open the vault and see for ourselves what's inside? I thought we were going to wait for the others, Maya remarked. To hell with them, Alex waved dismissively. If the guys still haven't shown up, they've either fallen into a skag nest or passed out under a fence. They're adults, they'll figure it out. No one saw any reason to argue with Alex, not even Tanis, whose eyes lit up with excitement at the mention of opening the vault. Once he made sure there were no objections, Alex only shrugged. A thought flashed through his mind, the guys had only themselves to blame for sleeping through the fun part. He gently lifted Lilith off his lap, stretched, and summoned Yamato. 2 swift swings of the blade were enough to tear open a portal before them. Naturally, Tanis couldn't resist and immediately rushed to study it, examining every twist of energy. Alex lit a cigarette, exhaled smoke, and, not wanting to listen to her endless stream of questions, simply shoved her into the portal. Tanis exploded into curses in response. Lilith burst out laughing, seeing how easily Alex cut short her scientific curiosity. Giving the girls a thumbs up, Alex waited for everyone to pass through before stepping in himself. The portal closed behind him in an instant. And just a few minutes later, Brick, Mordecai, Salvador, Axton, and Sir Zero finally returned to Sanctuary. They looked like they had just been dragged out of a septic pit. Entering the Crimson Raiders' headquarters and finding no one, they exchanged bewildered glances, racking their brains as to where everyone could have vanished, and why nobody had bothered to tell them. Meanwhile, Alex and the girls emerged right in front of massive iron gates decorated with Hyperion's emblem. Angel was already about to use her powers to open them, but Alex preferred another method. Stepping closer, he simply kicked the gate. The metal screeched pitifully and bent backward as if it were cardboard, not armor. Even the sliding doors swung open like ordinary ones. That's more like it, he grinned, walking inside. What surprised him even more was that there wasn't a single loader robot behind the gates. You'd expect heavy security. After a moment's thought, Alex concluded, Jack was panicking. He'd most likely pulled all his forces back to the Helios to hide and feel safe. Beyond the gates, long stone steps led up to the Hero's Gorge. The higher they climbed, the more equipment and machinery left by Hyperion to pave the way to the vault came into view. Tanis couldn't help herself and peppered him with questions. Where did Alex get such power and how skilled he was not only in combat but also in bed? Alex did his best to ignore her, but Moxie, deciding to have some fun, picked up the thread. Soon the 2 women were eagerly discussing his talents, not sparing any details. Alex exhaled cigarette smoke tiredly. Lilith and Maya just smirked and tossed jokes at him whenever they had the chance. In his mind, this should remain private, Lilith muttered, noticing Alex rolling his eyes. Now we know he's embarrassed not by himself, but by our chatter, Maya added with a grin. Angel, on the other hand, tried to catch every word, her adolescent curiosity was boundless. She thought she was listening unnoticed, but Moxie easily hooked her arm and drew her closer. When they reached the checkpoint set up by the loaders on Jack's orders, Alex touched the nearest energy shield. A surge of black energy ran through the system, and the equipment simply burned out, cutting power to all posts ahead. Handy abilities you have, Tanis drawled, arms crossed. Not only good in bed, but you can open doors too. I'll give you 4 stars. Why not 5? Lilith asked, surprised. I'll give the 5 when I check it myself, Tanis replied calmly. 4's enough for me, Alex grumbled. He quickened his pace, trying to get ahead. Tanis dangerously reminded him of Loki, the other one he'd once had to peel off his bed. Walking through the gorge, the women aloud wondered why the place was so empty. Not a single robot, not a single soldier. Alex shared his guess, Jack had simply chickened out and concentrated all his forces on the Helios. Tanis listened in silence, but hatred for Jack flashed through every look she gave. Alex knew exactly why. Jack had once taken her key by force, broken her arms and beaten her nearly to death. He reached out and gently patted her on the head. "Just wanted to show some support," he said calmly. Tanis beamed and immediately interpreted it in her own way. "Well, since you showed care, you must like me. And if you like me, it's time to try my new position." She jabbed a finger toward the nearest Hyperion living quarters. Alex rolled his eyes tiredly and bit back a curse. He opened his mouth to say something, then shut it. Tanis's logic was so absurd that arguing was pointless. To distract her, he pulled a candy from his pocket and placed it in the scientist's palm. She stared at the sweet like a child given a toy, and Lilith, Maya, and Moxie struggled to hold back laughter at the scene. With every phrase and antic, Alex's headache throbbed stronger. He felt like a guy being pursued by an overly persistent acquaintance. Deep down he already considered how to load her with tasks so she'd at least temporarily stop pestering him. The best option seemed to be sending her to the lab where Rekka, Red, and White worked. There Tanis would be genuinely useful, and, most importantly, would stop trying to drag him into bed. At last, he managed to calm the scientist down a little, and the group reached a massive cave with a narrow entrance. The first thing that caught Alex's eye was a huge drilling rig, stuck right into the rock. The whole, fortified structure didn't inspire much trust and looked downright unsafe. Stepping inside, they found themselves in a vast cavern, its walls studded with iridium crystals. The crystals pulsed softly with violet light, reflecting in the girl's eyes. Lamps and heavy drilling machines lined the perimeter. Alex's gaze lingered on strange stone slabs jutting out of the rock. They looked less like mining debris and more like artifacts from an ancient temple. Without hesitation, he grabbed one of the slabs and yanked it out of the cliff with effort. Its white stone surface was entwined with veins of iridium crystals, confirming his suspicions. The ore was anything but ordinary. After tearing off the crystals, Alex carefully examined the slab, or rather the tablet. The girls leaned over his shoulder, curiously studying the carved symbols and images. The stone depicted the Iridians. But what struck Alex most was a strange object in the rays of light descending from the heavens. It could be interpreted either as an artifact created by them, or as a gift from above. With his experience, Alex knew such images could be read in many ways, either as a great artifact made by the Iridians themselves, or as something given to them from elsewhere. As he studied the Iridians' figures, he couldn't shake the feeling that this race was artificially made, not born of natural evolution. And even if they had evolved, it felt more like guided evolution than anything natural. The Iridians appeared tall, with forms that combined humanoid and insectoid traits. They had 5-fingered hands, 2 arms and legs, a small rounded head. In short, Alex grew more and more convinced the Iridians were an engineered race. Whoever made them had tried to shape them into something familiar, but certainly not human. Nothing makes sense. The inscriptions are erased. All we can say is that the Iridians had some kind of artifact, Tanis muttered, leaning on his shoulders as Alex crouched down. Not quite, Alex rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's unclear whether they created it themselves or got it from somewhere else. And I think. And what do you think, Sugar? Moxie leaned forward with interest. It's more of a hunch than a conclusion. He narrowed his eyes at the carving. But I've got a strong feeling the Iridians were an artificial race. How should I put it? Civilizations usually fade away slowly. But ones like them, with knowledge, technology, and powers like that. Either they completed some kind of mission and disappeared, or someone simply got rid of them once they were no longer needed. Alex lit a cigarette, releasing a thin stream of smoke. You think they were artificially created? But by who, and for what? Lilith asked in surprise. How should I know? He shrugged. I know a lot, but not everything. It's a mystery to me too. If they really were created, the answers are probably hidden in the vaults. You said after Athena was captured, an Iridian came to you. Or at least a projection of one. Yeah, Lilith nodded. He said we had to be ready for what was coming, something like the end of the world. That everyone would be needed for the future battle. But he didn't explain anything else and just vanished. Tapping his finger against his chin, Alex mulled over his suspicion that the Iridians were artificially made. But the questions why, and for what purpose, wouldn't leave him alone. Dozens of thoughts swirled in his head, but one loomed above the rest, the Destroyer. That creature wasn't part of this world. It had come from another dimension, or someone had deliberately brought it here. But why? And for what goal? Alex was desperately missing the final piece of the puzzle to complete the picture. Frowning, he paced back and forth, as though movement might push his thoughts toward an answer. The girls watched with curiosity as he strode around, tapping his chin like a true thinker unable to find the solution. Finally, with a heavy sigh, he dismissed the fruitless speculation. Enough guessing, he muttered. It's time to open the vault and get answers directly. When they stepped out of the cave, a scorching heat hit them in the face, tongues of lava flowed down the cliffs. Alex and Lilith tolerated the temperature calmly, but the others were literally gasping in the fiery atmosphere. To ease their plight, Alex crouched and touched the ground with his finger. A wave of frost spread across the stone, and soon all the surrounding lava was covered with a thick layer of ice. The air instantly became cool. Much better. Tanis exhaled, pulling at the collar of her tank top and fanning her sweaty chest with her hand. If I had known it would be this hot, I'd never have come, Moxie muttered, fixing her makeup, smudged from the heat. Always a pleasure, Alex smirked. We need to get down to the platform over there. That's the entrance to the vault. Seeing the familiar gates, Lilith and Maya felt the tension shift into anticipation. Hyperion, under Jack's command, had already built an elevator and platforms at this spot. The group descended and soon reached a raised area, offering a breathtaking view of the stone platform right by the gates. Thanks to the frozen lava, the heat was gone, and everything around looked both alien and beautiful. Alex lingered, taking in the surroundings. It felt strange to realize he was standing in a place he had previously seen only in a game. Now, it was all real. He even took out a camera and snapped a few pictures for memory. They moved on and soon arrived at a circular platform. In the center was a small opening, perfectly suited for the vault key. But the key wasn't charged, and by vault rules, it could only be opened once every 200 years. That meant he would have to open it himself, literally with his hands. And how exactly do you plan to do that? Lilith asked, watching him with interest. You'll see. But don't come too close. The warrior might jump out. Danger and all that, Alex replied with a faint smile. Well, handsome, go ahead. I want to learn the truth about the Iridians too. And after. Lilith playfully smacked him on the butt. After all this, I'll tear your clothes off and we'll have some fun again. I don't mind, Alex smirked. But let's not rip the clothes. They've already been torn too many times. Even my boxers, I'd cry over them. We'll see. It all depends on how you perform, Maya drawled, lazily running a finger over his chest. Alex mentally said goodbye to his poor boxers and approached the gates. Up close, they looked even more majestic, ancient, weathered by time, yet still full of power. This was a portal, a gate to another dimension. He focused. His fingers ignited with pale, dark gray flames. Alex waved his hand through the air, and the space shimmered as if it were a stretched fabric. Finding the right layer, he thrust his hands into the very fabric of reality and tore it apart. The space ripped open, and the portal swung wide. The girls barely had time to comprehend what was happening when Alex appeared beside them. He had jumped back in advance, pulling them aside. Then, from the gate, the head of a monstrous creature emerged. It looked like a giant lizard made of molten rock and lava. This was the warrior, the vault's guardian. Standing at full height, it roared so loudly that the volcano walls trembled. To be continued. Chapter 471, The Revelation of the Iridian Race. When Alex opened the vault, he immediately felt something trying to break through the gate from the other side. Instinct worked faster than thought. In an instant, he leapt back, scooping Moxie, Lilith, Maya, Tanis, and Angel into his arms. With a powerful push off the ground, he jumped again, widening the distance between them and the portal. Setting the stunned women down, Alex gave them a quick glance. They were all in shock. Everything had happened too fast. Just moments ago, he had torn open the fabric of reality with his bare hands, revealing the vault, and now they were standing far away, struggling to comprehend what had just occurred. From the gaping portal emerged a colossal head, a being created by the Iridians themselves, the guardian of the vault. The ground trembled, the frozen crust over the lava cracked, and a deep rumble echoed from beneath. The creature was slowly rising from underground, as if the planet's very heart was forcing it upward. It was the warrior, a creation of the ancient civilization, forged not for protection, but for domination. It existed only to destroy. Its body, seemingly forged in a volcanic furnace, was made of black stone veined with streams of molten lava. Thick armor covered every inch, etched with old scars, remnants of countless battles. On its shoulders glowed runes written in a forgotten Iridian language, and from beneath its heavy armor oozed dense smoke that mingled with the fire bursting through its cracks. Its head resembled the skull of an ancient dragon, with long, curved horns dripping with lava. In the depths of its skull burned two blazing orbs, eyes without pupils, but filled with primal fury. From its maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, flowed torrents of molten rock, melting the ice Alex had created earlier. On its back unfolded two massive stone wings infused with violet energy, as if raw magic itself was keeping them aloft. When the warrior finally tore free, it roared so loudly that the air quaked. The ground split apart, and lava poured down the volcano's slopes. A little farther away, on a rocky ledge, stood Alex and the women. Tanis, with her usual mix of curiosity and madness, immediately realized that fighting something like this was not part of her plans. Studying it, yes, but only after it stopped trying to kill her. So she did the most logical thing she could, hid behind Alex, peeking cautiously from behind his back. Maybe you could do something before that thing notices us," she stammered, giving Alex a nervous shove. "You're the strongest, right? Go on, go on." Moxie, as usual, kept her cool, though she clearly had no desire to jump into a fight like this. Beating up a few idiots in a bar was one thing, facing a lava titan was something else entirely. She crossed her arms and gave Alex a knowing look, silently telling him that the floor was all his. The three sirens, Lilith, Maya, and Angel, stood side by side. Their tattoos began to glow. Lilith's blazed like fire ready to erupt. Maya's shimmered with a cold, starlit blue. Angel's pulsed with a soft, radiant white, like lightning flickering behind clouds. Alex didn't take his eyes off the warrior. A faint glimmer flickered in his irises, he activated his magic sight. What he saw made him frown. Inside that stone titan, more than one heart was beating. A swirling mass of souls churned within, hollow, faceless shells, artificially created and woven together into a single knot. It wasn't alive, it was a construct, a grotesque imitation of life. Interesting, Alex murmured, tilting his head slightly. Not even a golem, more like a vessel for multiple artificial souls. Clever, but soulless. He stepped forward, watching as the creature straightened to its full, towering height and let out another deafening roar. The ground cracked beneath them, and shards of rock flew upward from the heat and vibration. Of course, Alex could feel the persistent nudges against his back, but he didn't rush. He stood still, calmly observing the gigantic warrior that continued to roar and shake the earth. Inside his mind, two opposing thoughts battled, whether to add such a creature to his collection, or to dismantle it just to understand how it was made. The pushes in his back grew stronger, and Tanis's voice, more and more insistent. Alex exhaled heavily, shoved his hand into his pocket, and began feeling around for something important. After a few seconds, his fingers brushed against a smooth red and white sphere. "Ah, there you are," he said softly with a smile. Pulling out the poke ball, Alex took a throwing stance, as if about to toss a grenade, and with a powerful swing, hurled the sphere straight at the warrior. At that moment, the monster raised its head toward the sky and let out another deafening roar. The sirens, Lilith, Maya, and Angel, were just about to engage when a thunderous impact echoed through the air. Something moving at incredible speed slammed directly into the warrior's head. The blow was so powerful that the giant toppled backward, crashing into the ground and causing a small earthquake. A moment later, the red and white sphere landed beside the fallen titan. It snapped open, releasing a burst of blinding white light that enveloped the creature entirely. In the next instant, the light vanished, and only the poke ball remained on the ground. It twitched a few times before falling still with a short, confirming ping. Alex calmly walked over, picked it up, and turned it over in his hand with a satisfied smirk. Perfect. Caught myself a Pokemon. And a dragon type, no less. Might give it to someone as a gift. The women just stood there, dumbfounded. Lilith, Maya, and Moxie knew Alex was powerful, unbelievably so, but they'd expected some grand, destructive battle, fire, explosions, lightning. Instead, one throw, and it was over. Angel tilted her head, puzzled, trying to understand how such a massive creature could fit into a tiny sphere. Tanis, on the other hand, was staring at the poke ball with wide, sparkling eyes, not from fear, but from sheer excitement. Ideas were already swarming in her mind. What if I had one? I could catch rare creatures, or maybe even men. Lilith squinted, the poke ball looked suspiciously familiar. Then her memory clicked, that ridiculous Pokemon trainer tournament Anya, Jinx, Nyaruko, and Tina had organized one day. She'd brushed it off back then, assuming it was just another one of their crazy antics. But now, everything suddenly made sense. What's with those faces? Alex asked, slipping the poke ball back into his pocket. You're frozen like you've just seen a miracle for the first time. You're seriously asking that? Lilith shot back with a smirk. What? You wanted me to deal with the warrior, and I did, Alex shrugged. Or were you expecting some epic battle with lava and thunder in the background? Me standing on top of the monster, fist raised, shouting dramatically, victory is mine. Before he could finish, Tanis suddenly jumped forward, nearly shoving Lilith aside. Wait. What even is that thing? How does it work? How did you fit that massive creature in there? Can it catch people? Or just animals? Can I have one? And, purely theoretically, if I throw it at you, would it work? The endless stream of questions made Alex's eye twitch. Especially the part where Tanis asked if she could catch him with it. He nearly groaned as a headache began to build. Sure, he had created pokeballs capable of capturing any being, even gods, or entities that could swallow galaxies whole, but the way Tanis phrased her questions was enough to throw anyone off balance. No, he said firmly, rubbing the bridge of his nose. I'm not giving you a pokeball. No, you can't catch me. And no, you're still not getting even one. I can already see that look on your face, you were planning to test it. TCH, stingy, Tanis huffed, kicking a nearby rock. Hot, but stingy as hell. Moxie stepped closer, a faint smile tugging at her lips. So, are we still standing here, she purred, or are we finally going inside the vault? Of course, Alex nodded, his eyes fixed on the glowing portal. I need to find out why the sirens were created in the first place, and why their power alone can charge a vault key. Too many questions, and I'm hoping at least some of the answers are waiting for us in there. Lilith glanced at Alex, she hadn't expected him to still care about that mystery. Even Maya and Angel turned to him in surprise. They, too, had once wondered about their origins, but long ago, they'd given up searching for the truth. Lilith had long since accepted it, her power was simply a part of who she was, without explanation or reason. Maya, on the other hand, still held onto a quiet hope that one day she might learn the truth. But Angel never even had the chance to wonder about it. Most of her life had been spent locked away in a cage, where every day she asked herself only one question: why her? Why was she the one who became a siren? Why had fate been so cruel? She had cursed her own power, the very thing that painted a target on her back since childhood. The power that had caused her to accidentally kill her mother, and turned her father into a monster obsessed with creating a perfect world, through blood and destruction. When Alex mentioned that answers about the origin of the sirens might lie within the vault, Tanis instantly forgot everything else she'd been pestering him about. Her eyes lit up, and with a jump of excitement, she bolted straight toward the portal. She didn't get far. After only a couple of steps, Alex calmly grabbed her by the collar and effortlessly hauled her back. Hey! What the hell? Let me go. Tanis protested, flailing her legs wildly. You're supposed to be a smart woman, Alex said evenly, but sometimes you act like a child. Didn't it occur to you that there might be more inside the vault than just empty space? Maybe something a bit less welcoming. Oh, crap. Tanis slapped her forehead. Totally forgot about that. Well, fine, you go first, hero. You're strong, you'll be fine. I'll just, stay here and cheer you on. Go, moral support. Alex gave her a tired look, then gently set her back on the ground. The moment her feet touched it, she stepped back and gave him a thumbs up. He rolled his eyes, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and lit a cigarette. How did you even manage to bring her along? He asked, glancing at Lilith. She showed up on her own, Lilith replied with a shrug. Sighing, Alex stepped forward. He decided to enter first, to make sure it was safe inside and that no Iridian guardians were waiting to ambush them. Those constructs weren't just protectors, they had once been weapons of war. Crossing through the portal, Alex found himself on the other side, a massive chamber stretched out before him. A long stone bridge led deep into the hall, flanked by towering statues of Iridians. When he looked closer, he noticed something peculiar, their features resembled beings from other worlds. He brushed the thought aside, the multiverse was vast, and coincidences like that weren't rare. Once he confirmed that it was safe, Alex returned to the others. All clear. You can come in. Say no more. I'm going first. Tanis shouted joyfully and dashed into the portal without hesitation. Alex, Lilith, Maya, and Moxie exchanged knowing looks and shook their heads in unison. Lilith and Maya followed after her. Moxie walked up to Alex, took his hand, and gave his fingers a gentle squeeze. Her eyes shimmered with emotion, she still couldn't believe she was actually about to step into the vault, the stuff of countless legends. Just a few days ago, she never could have imagined that her life would change so drastically because of one man. At first, Alex had just seemed like a charming adventurer. But the more time she spent with him, the more she sensed that there was something deeper hidden behind that calm smile. And when she finally learned who he truly was, she knew she'd made the best gamble of her life. Now, beside her stood a man capable of giving her anything she desired, without ever taking away her freedom. That mattered to Moxie more than anything. All he asked of her was loyalty, and that, she thought, wasn't a difficult price to pay. Especially considering how well Alex could satisfy her, not only in bed, but in her darker, bloodier fantasies as well. Angel stood nearby, gazing at the portal with quiet uncertainty. She had never imagined she'd ever be here. But now, thanks to Alex, she finally had the chance to see the world with her own eyes, free. Together, Alex, Moxie, and Angel stepped through the portal. The moment they arrived on the other side, they were greeted by a rapid stream of words. Tanis was already there, babbling excitedly as she examined every inch of the chamber. Crossing the stone bridge to the central platform, Alex scanned the hall. Everywhere stood iridium chests, ancient repositories of technology that humanity could hardly comprehend. He smirked. Classic. What kind of vault would it be without secrets and artifacts? Meanwhile, Tanis was struggling with one of the chests. She braced her feet against its base, grabbed the lid with her hands, and pulled with all her might. Come on, open already, damn it. Just a little more, she shouted, trembling with effort. Lilith chuckled as she watched the scene. Need some help, Tanis? No. I'm almost there. I can feel it. Tanis replied stubbornly, refusing to stop fighting the chest. Everyone watched with interest as Tanis futilely tried to open the iridium chest, which contained artifacts of the ancient race. Alex wondered again, was Tanis really that crazy, or just a little naive? Even the most foolish person would have realized that brute force wouldn't open such a chest. Tanis's face had already turned red from the effort as she planted her feet firmly and pulled the lid upward, muttering under her breath something like, just a little more, almost there. But instead of triumph, there was a dull thud, her hand slipped, and Tanis face planted onto the chest. Everyone quickly turned away to stifle their laughter. Lifting her head, Tanis grimaced, a thin stream of blood trickled from her nose, and a fresh bump had formed on her forehead. Tears welled up from the pain, but the next moment, a soft click echoed nearby, and the lid of another chest opened on its own. Everyone turned to see Angel, who had simply touched the artifact. The pain and frustration vanished instantly from Tanis's face. She jumped toward Angel, grabbed her by the shoulders, and babbled. How did you do that? It opened because you're a siren. Why wasn't I born a siren? God, why me? You gave me beauty and brains, but couldn't give me a bit of power. She raised her arms to the ceiling and cried out dramatically, as if addressing the heavens. Angel stood there, stunned and slightly frightened. She hadn't expected anyone to be so emotionally envious of her gift, especially one that had been a curse for her entire life. Alex closed his eyes wearily, trying not to laugh, while Lilith, Maya, and Moxie barely restrained their smiles, watching Tanis's one-woman show. Sighing, Alex approached the open chest and pulled out an iridium artifact. It looked like a small stone, etched with ancient symbols. He traced his finger over the runes, and they glowed softly. He quickly understood how it worked. The artifact granted its owner resistance to the elements. In a world full of natural dangers, it was an incredibly useful device. Interesting combination, he muttered. Each rune alone means nothing, but together they form a pattern that generates energy. Clever. Maya stepped closer and quietly said. Looks like there's nothing else here. Just artifacts and empty walls. I guess we won't find out where the sirens came from, Alex. No, he shook his head, something's off. Everything's too simple. Don't you think? Lilith crossed her arms over her chest. Maybe the most valuable thing here is that warrior we already defeated. I wouldn't be upset if the answer remained a mystery. Alex scanned the hall. There's no way an ancient civilization would store just a handful of artifacts here. The hall is huge, the ceiling's high, it feels like something's hidden. He closed his eyes, activating his magical sight. When he opened them again, the space before him glowed with lines, like a network of thin streams of energy running across the walls, floor, and ceiling. Just as I thought, he muttered. The Iridians hid something. All these chests and the Guardian are just a distraction. The real treasure is meant for those not afraid to look further. He followed the lines with his gaze, all of them converged at a single point near the ceiling. There, among the patterns, was an almost imperceptible indentation, perfectly shaped to fit a key. Aha. There it is. Alex reached out to Tanis. Hand me the vault key. Did you find something? Lilith asked, noticing where he was looking. Yes. An indentation on the ceiling, exactly the size of a key. Looks like the entrance to the real vault has been right in front of us all along, Alex said, pointing upward. The girls looked up at the ceiling but saw nothing unusual, just a smooth stone surface. Not a hint of the indentation Alex had described. Lilith, Maya, and Moxie remembered that he saw the world differently. After Alex had shared part of his memories with them, they understood that if he wanted, he could peer into the very essence of the world, seeing what was hidden from ordinary eyes. Tanis, on the other hand, was ignited with curiosity. If she couldn't see anything, it must really be something significant. Without hesitation, she handed the vault key to Alex. Receiving the key, Alex easily pushed off the floor and leapt. In midair, he flipped and landed softly, on the ceiling, as if gravity didn't exist for him. Squatting, he inserted the key into the barely noticeable indentation. 1 second passed. Another. Nothing. Alex frowned, the key wasn't fully charged. He didn't want to use his own power to avoid triggering an unpredictable reaction, so he pulled a piece of iridium from his inventory. Clenching it in his hand, he transformed the mineral into pure energy and directed the flow into the key. Moments later, it blazed with a violet glow. Thin lines of the same light spread across the floor, walls, and ceiling, proof that Alex had been right. Jumping down, he calmly waited as the process completed. The space around them began to distort, as if the vault itself had been nothing but a mirage. The air trembled, the walls seemed to melt aside, and finally, the illusion vanished. In its place now rose massive white slabs reaching toward the ceiling. But Alex's expression immediately darkened. While the girls stared in awe at the walls covered in ancient writings, Alex stood motionless, staring at the central, largest slab. He slowly exhaled cigarette smoke, irritation clear in his gaze. At the center of the bas-relief, illuminated by soft rays, was a creature, majestic and terrifyingly beautiful. Its body was covered in smooth, polished plates of ivory. Between them ran thin crimson lines, pulsating like living veins through which energy flowed. The head was elegant and elongated, crowned with curved horn-like protrusions that gave it the appearance of a radiant halo. The face was featureless, yet it radiated eternal calm and ancient wisdom. Narrow slit-like eyes glowed with a soft inner light, and the forehead and cheeks were crossed with lines that resembled inscriptions. A bright yellow orb glimmered in the creature's chest, like a heart filled with sunlight. Its slender hands were folded before it in a gesture of prayer, and the lower part of its body resembled a flowing robe. Behind its back, two massive wings spread wide, giving the impression of a divine being descending from the heavens. In the light behind it floated other figures, faceless, cloaked, like shadows. Alex recognized the image immediately. It belonged to only one race. And one being. Khan Maker. He slowly exhaled a stream of smoke and muttered with a grim smile. What a bitch. The girls were examining the images carved into the slabs, strange symbols and unusual creatures, when they suddenly heard Alex's irritated voice. Turning around, they saw his furrowed face, unmistakably annoyed. Now Alex understood why part of the inscription on the vault key had seemed familiar. It was the language of the Maker, an ancient race created by Davith himself. But all Maker, including their high priestess Khan Maker, had been destroyed. He knew that Khan Maker had fallen at the hands of Slayer, and the remnants of her people had been wiped out by Davith after Slayer had destroyed the protective dome of Urdak, the world where the Maker lived. Having obtained the missing piece of the puzzle, Alex finally put the whole picture together and found answers to many questions. Now he was certain the Iridians had been artificially created, and the Maker, or more precisely Khan Maker herself, had played a hand in it. But why she had done this remained unanswered. Moreover, Alex began to suspect that Khan Maker was the one who had brought the Destroyer into this universe, since her people had the ability to travel between dimensions. Why she did it, however, remained a mystery. Gradually, everything began to form a coherent chain. Alex now understood why he had sensed traces of divine power in Lilith, Maya, and Angel. The power of the Sirens chose its bearer if the previous one died. That small portion of divine energy he felt in them was the same source as Slayer's power, the one who had once absorbed all of Davith's might after his death. Sweetie, did you figure something out? Moxie asked, noticing how grim he looked. Your face is so frowning, you could probably scare people with it. Yeah, Alex replied, rubbing the bridge of his nose. I got answers to half of my questions. First, this slab confirms that the Iridians were artificially created. Second, I understand why I sensed a familiar power from Lilith, Maya, and Angel. And most importantly, I know who was behind all of this. Care to share, Smarty? Lilith asked lazily, sitting on one of the Iridian chests. Not every day you find out who created the smartest race in the universe. And while you're at it, tell us what you were saying about our powers. In short, Alex began, lighting a cigarette, the Iridian race was created by the Maker. In different worlds, they were called by different names, angels, God's messengers, divine envoys. On the central slab is depicted Khan Maker, the leader of their people. But in reality, she was a real bitch. Good thing she's dead, along with her entire race. Dead? Wait, you said they were God's messengers. Which God? And why did they die? Maya asked, looking at him with interest. Ah, all right, Alex sighed. I'll have to start from the beginning. In an empty universe, amidst eternal darkness, a being was born. A god. It didn't know who it was or why it existed, but it began to explore the void, where there was nothing but silence. Over time, the god decided to create something new, and so its first world came into being, called Jekad. It created beings in its own image and likeness and for the first time was no longer alone. Living among its creations, it realized they were mortal, their lives short, their bodies aging and fading. And then the god felt fear for the first time, the fear of being alone. It feared that one day all its children would die, and it would be left in the void again. And it was this fear that gave birth to a mad idea. Mad? Tanis asked, pulling out her notebook and quickly scribbling notes. What kind of mad? That it would grant its creations immortality, Alex continued. But no matter how much it searched, it could not find a way. So it created a new race, the Maker, its messengers, to find the answer. Their leader was the Allfather, and Khan Maker was something like a divine priestess, born every 10,000 years. Davith, as the god was called, created a world for them, Urdak. He believed they would help him obtain the key to eternal life for the inhabitants of Jekad. Let me guess, Lilith interjected, crossing her arms. They found the key but decided not to share it. Exactly, Alex nodded. The Allfather found a way but betrayed his creator. The Maker imprisoned Davith in the Jekad dimension, taking from him the light portion of his essence and leaving only the darkness. Deprived of light, he became something else, his rage knew no bounds. A war broke out between Davith and the Maker, in which he was defeated. His body was destroyed, as was the Allfather's, and their essences were sealed in a temple. But even imprisoned, Davith continued to influence his creations, slowly corrupting Khan Maker, twisting her soul and mind. And what was the secret of immortality they discovered? Moxie asked, settling next to him. Argent energy, Alex replied, exhaling smoke. The source of their power. It was created from the souls of living beings. To harvest these souls, Khan Maker commanded invasions into different worlds, collecting victims. She enslaved demons born from Davith's wrath, not realizing he had allowed her to do so. Millions of lives were sacrificed. The souls were placed into specialized devices, torture machines. There, through suffering and torment, argent energy was produced from them. Lilith, Maya, Moxie, Angel, and Tanis stared at Alex, trying to process what they had just heard. Lilith, Maya, and Moxie knew only fragments of this story, the pieces of memories Alex had once shared with them. But the girls from Alex's family, who had been watching everything via the Navi ferry drone broadcast, were stunned. They had never expected to hear Davith's name again or even a mention of the Maker race. Davith had been destroyed by Slayer during the universe's survival battle, back when Alex himself fought the Minister of Monoliths. That was why none of them had anticipated encountering traces of Davith or his creations in other worlds. The multiverse was so vast that the chance of such an encounter was infinitesimal. It would have been easier to believe in a miracle than to find evidence of a long-dead god. Yet everyone, both those near Alex and those observing from afar, reached the same conclusion. This was precisely why the Creator had brought his granddaughters to this universe, to the planet called Pandora. So that Alex could deal with the remnants of Davith's influence and his children, the Maker. Alex himself found logic in all of this, except for a few details concerning the Maker race. He assumed that Khan Maker had conducted her own experiment in creating life, much like Davith had once created the Maker themselves and their dimension, Urdak, and likewise, the race that inhabited the Jekad dimension. But one question remained unanswered: why did Khan Maker bring the Destroyer into this universe? Alex, Lilith broke the silence first. You still haven't explained exactly how the Maker race perished. Did their creator break free from imprisonment and destroy them? Or was it something else? Alex took a deep breath, exhaling slowly as if gathering his thoughts. As I said, he began, Khan Maker sent demons to cleanse worlds and collect souls. And one day, an army of demons invaded another world. Or rather, the inhabitants of that world opened the way for them. The portal was opened on a planet called Mars. When the demons stormed the Martian research complex, among the defenders was a simple soldier, a former Marine. He fought like a man possessed and miraculously managed to close the portal. But the gateway to hell had already been opened, and soon a new portal appeared on Earth. Returning home, the Marine stood once more to defend humanity, and closed the gates again, but the cost was high. Years passed. He started a family, a wife, a son. But human greed knows no bounds. They opened the portal again, and this time, it was far worse. The Marine lost everything he loved. He lost the will to live. And so, having nothing left, he threw himself into the hellish portal and sealed it from the inside. There, he fought demons in the very heart of hell. Wounded, exhausted, but unbroken. One day, he found himself in a world called Argent Nur, where he was discovered. He was given a choice: fight to earn freedom, or die. He chose to fight. His rage fueled his body, refusing to let him die. He defeated everyone who stood in his way and eventually joined the order of warriors protecting Argent Nur. But the demons did not stop. They invaded Argent Nur, and the Marine fought tirelessly. His fury grew until it became an unquenchable flame. When the situation became hopeless, he agreed to undergo an ancient divine mechanism, a ritual that transformed him into a killing machine. From that day on, he was called Doomslayer. Demons feared nothing but the sound of his footsteps. But, as always, there were traitors among humans. When Doomslayer led the army to strike at hell, the gates behind him were sealed. 100 warriors were trapped in the abyss. And in the end, he was left alone. For thousands of years he fought, until the demons managed to trap him, because they could not kill him. Centuries later, his body was found by others, humans from another universe, who reopened the gates to hell. And the story repeated itself. A cycle of violence, rage, and revenge closed upon itself. Slayer once again turned his gaze upon the demon army and their creator, Davith. Alex exhaled heavily, smoke curling from his lips. "How do you know all this?" Tanis asked in astonishment. "You won't find this in any book. And it all happened across different worlds and universes." Alex smirked, though there was no joy in his eyes. "Because Doomslayer is my friend," he said quietly. "I know this story firsthand." In his vengeance, he reached Urdak itself and destroyed the barrier between worlds. Davith got revenge on his children, and Slayer on his creator. And that was the end. No happy ending. Just thousands of corpses, and a tale of revenge lasting millennia, and one broken soul that will never find peace. Alex fell silent. A heavy quiet hung in the room, broken only by the faint crackle of his cigarette. To be continued. A bit of lore, to recap some events. And I don't think anyone expected anything like this. Or maybe they did. Who knows? I just couldn't decide for a long time who should create the Iridians, and then I thought, why not? And so here's the plot. Chapter 472, Chapter 472, 2 Avengers, 1 Path. I don't think anyone expected a crossover like this. And no one has ever seen a crossover like this before. I'll be the first to do it. Hooray. I think you'll like it. Enjoy reading. In one distant, unknown universe, a massive stone fortress orbited a planet inhabited by humankind, a relic of the ancient Maker civilization. This stronghold belonged to only one being. A being that had once been human but after a series of fateful events, had become a demigod, and, eventually, a god. To his enemies, he was a monster, the embodiment of wrath, a merciless butcher who knew no pity. All who stood in the way of his vengeance were torn apart by his hands. His name was Doomslayer. Why was he on orbit, watching what seemed to be an ordinary planet? The answer was simple: he hated demons. But among them, there was one whom the Slayer now considered a friend. That demon had shown him that even demons were capable of love, of building families, of being something more than pure evil. But there were other reasons why the first of demons and the Slayer had become allies. The true reason for Doomslayer's presence in this universe was far more important: he had become the enforcer, the punishing hand of the Creator himself. His mission was simple: to destroy the demons that led worlds toward ruin. However, this world was not as simple as it seemed. The demons that inhabited it were not born here, they had invaded from another dimension. The world humans called the real existed at the boundary between realms, at the intersection of dimensions. Once in a great cycle, known as the eclipse, the real and astral worlds would overlap, allowing beings from the astral to enter the mortal realm. Among them were both demons and angels, though, in truth, they were one and the same, known by different names. To some, they were saviors, to others, bloodthirsty beasts. And in one fateful moment, everything changed. A mortal man did what no one should ever do. In desperation, he activated a forbidden artifact, and made a deal. A deal with an ancient, sinister being, in exchange for his life. The price was everything he held dear: his soul, the lives of his family, his friends, everyone he loved. Everything that once gave his life meaning was turned to ash. But along with that deal, something far more terrible entered the real world. The astral and real realms merged, creating a new one, Fantasia, a world where fantastical races, elves, fairies, spirits, coexisted with humans. But with them also came evil, armies of demons led by 5 beings known as the Hand of God. Yet this God was no merciful deity. His name was whispered in terror, the idea of evil. He was not a God who created humanity, he was a God created by humanity. Born from the collective subconscious, from the darkness that slumbers in every heart. The man who had made that fatal bargain became one of the idea's apostles. His human shell was gone, only his essence remained, the embodiment of pure malice. And with that transformation, a new monster was born, the incarnation of unending vengeance. A simple soul that once sought peace and love had been broken by betrayal, by the deaths of those he cherished, by the loss of his beloved. From a sea of blood rose a being whose rage knew no bounds. They called him many names, but most knew him as the Black Swordsman. But what would happen if 2 men who had endured the same inferno of suffering were to meet face to face? 2 souls twisted into monsters by fate, one, a hunter of demons, the other, a man who had lost everything. The answer was simple: 2 monsters would not stop until every demon was torn apart. And one of them was Doomslayer. The other, the Black Swordsman. He stood in his fortress, floating above the world of Fantasia. His armor, reforged after the battle with Davith, gleamed with a cold green light. The old suit had been restored and enhanced, now covered in razor spikes capable of shredding demonic flesh, and from his shoulders flowed a long black fur cloak. The Slayer was completing his final preparations before descending to the planet. On his workbench lay a modified chain shield, each blade engraved with runes he had carved himself. Beside it rested a heavy mace, scarred from countless battles yet still radiating lethal strength. "Sir, are you certain you won't take any firearms with you?" asked Vega, whose holographic projection flickered behind the Slayer. "Only the chain shield and the mace." The AI known as Vega was an artificial intelligence the Slayer had acquired after sealing the Hell portal that opened on Mars within the OAK Corporation research complex. The Slayer didn't answer Vega's question right away. He simply continued assembling his chain shield, ignoring the hologram hovering behind him. He grunted, barely nodding his head. "Then I won't insist, sir," replied Vega. "However, I must warn you, night will soon fall on the planet, and demonic activity will increase. Your new ally is already waiting for you." The Slayer responded again, his voice low and gravelly as he finished tightening the last component on his chain shield. "Beginning portal activation sequence," said Vega, his projection slowly fading into the air. The Slayer didn't turn his head. He secured the chain shield onto the magnetic lock built into his gauntlet, then took the heavy mace from the table and spun it a few times in his hand, feeling its familiar weight. Satisfied, he attached the weapon to the magnetic holder on his back. From beneath his long black fur cloak, only the massive handle protruded. His helmet remained on the table. The Slayer picked it up and put it on. The green light within the dark visor came to life once more. Even through the tinted glass, the fury and hatred burning in his eyes were impossible to hide. He left the armory and walked toward the fortress's main bridge. Standing before the enormous viewing window, he waited for Vega to open the portal. The metal beneath his boots echoed with each heavy step, and beyond the glass wall, in the depths of space, the planet Fantasia rotated, a world infested by demons. This wasn't his first time here. The last time he had descended, it was also night. He had found himself in a dense forest, where demons had lunged at him the moment they caught the scent of human flesh. After a brutal fight, he met a man, one very much like himself. A being driven by vengeance and hatred toward demons. At first, they didn't trust one another. But every battle, every fight against the creatures of the underworld, forged their mutual respect. Thus began their strange friendship. Now, they roamed the world of Fantasia together, exterminating demons and hunting the five beings known as the Hand of God. Occasionally, they stopped to rest, for unlike the Slayer, the Black Swordsman was still human and needed respite. The Slayer's gaze remained fixed on the portal when Vega spoke again. "Portal is ready for deployment, sir." Came the Slayer's deep response. He adjusted his shield, checked his weapon locks, and took a step forward. "Good hunting, Slayer," Vega's voice echoed one last time before the portal flared with blinding light. The Slayer tilted his head slightly, gave a curt nod, and stepped through. In the next moment, the vortex of energy closed behind him. The Slayer emerged in the middle of a dark, dense forest. Towering trees blocked out the sky, casting long, jagged shadows across the ground. The heavy air reeked of damp earth and smoke. Looking around, he noticed a faint glimmer ahead, a source of light. His heavy footsteps thudded through the silence as he moved toward the fire. Emerging from behind a tree, he saw a man sitting by the flames, clad in black armor, an eye patch covering one eye, and a metal prosthetic arm glinting in the firelight. Beside him, leaning against a tree, rested a massive sword wrapped in cloth, its black steel barely visible through the fabric. It was the Black Swordsman. His name, Guts. Hearing footsteps, Guts immediately drew a knife, but upon recognizing the figure in the heavy armor, he lowered his weapon. "Done," he rasped, never taking his eye off the Slayer. The Slayer confirmed with a short nod. "Good. We'll rest here and move at dawn. I caught a rabbit." "Want some?" said Guts, nodding toward the carcass beside the fire. The Slayer merely shook his head, refusing the food, and sat heavily on the log across from him. The campfire's glow reflected off his helmet, dancing in eerie green flashes, and for a brief moment, it seemed as though hell itself was watching them from the darkness of the forest. Guts simply nodded and didn't insist any further. He had long understood that the Slayer, though he looked human, wasn't one. That didn't bother him. In fact, it was the opposite. Guts felt that they were alike. Very alike. Even if neither ever spoke about their past, their eyes told the same story, the gaze of someone who had lost everything and found only hatred and rage in return. During the months Guts and the Slayer had traveled together, they spoke little, yet understood each other perfectly without words. They had become comrades with a single goal, to kill demons. Guts had long noticed that the Slayer wasn't the talkative type, and he himself was no chatterbox either. The Slayer detached his shield from the magnetic mechanism on his arm and set it down beside him. Then he removed his helmet and rested it on his knees. Guts busied himself with the cooking while the Slayer silently watched the flickering tongues of fire dance in the campfire. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise nearby, but sensing no demonic presence, he ignored it. A moment later, a tiny creature appeared from the darkness, a fairy no bigger than a hand, with blue hair and delicate wings on its back. This fairy had been following Guts ever since he had once saved its life. "There you are." "I've been looking all over for you," came a squeaky voice right by his ear. "When you help someone, you can't just abandon them afterward. You have to take responsibility." "My name's Puck, by the way," the fairy declared proudly. The Slayer merely averted his gaze from the annoying creature and stared back into the flames. Guts didn't pay it any attention either, he had saved it by chance, nothing more. His mind was occupied with food and gathering strength for the road ahead. Seeing that she was being ignored, Puck tried to make conversation with Guts. She peppered him with questions, about his sword, his travels, and why he was always so gloomy. When no answer came, Puck decided to tell her own story, how she'd been captured, caged, dunked into mugs of ale, and used as a living dart target. "Hey! Are you even listening?" she finally snapped. "I came to warn you. Those bandits might have friends nearby. You should be more careful." "Don't talk to me," Guts said coldly, stirring the stew. "You're annoying. If you don't shut up, I'll add you to the soup." "Fine," the fairy huffed, crossing her arms. "I was just trying to help." "Humph, suit yourself," Puck muttered, puffed up with indignation, and flew off. Neither Guts nor the Slayer paid her warning any mind. Besides demons, they often encountered bandits on their journey, men no better than monsters. Those filth, steeped in depravity and cruelty, attacked anyone for a handful of coins. To Guts and the Slayer, they were the same as demons, only wearing human faces. Any sense of pity for such creatures had long since died in them. After eating a simple stew of rabbit meat and potatoes, Guts sat down on the ground, slowly eating as he regained his strength. The Slayer lifted his gaze to the sky. The stars here were the same as in any world he had visited. But ever since he had gained the second half of Davitha's power, his perception had changed. He could feel the darkness slowly enveloping this world, as if the end of days was approaching. Soon, the gates would open. Blood would turn to seas, bodies would blanket the earth, and a being born of all the darkness within human hearts would rule over it all. The Slayer frowned, staring at the horizon where shadows were already thickening. But it didn't matter to him. He had a goal, and he would fulfill it. He would track down all the apostles. Even that being who embodied pure darkness. Meanwhile, Guts finished his stew and began packing his things into a cloth bag. Tossing a handful of sand into the fire, he extinguished the flames. The Slayer rose, and their eyes met. Without a word, they nodded to each other. It was time to move. The Slayer put on his helmet, moved his left hand slightly, and the shield instantly snapped back into place on the mechanism. Guts approached the tree against which his massive black sword leaned, lifted it with one hand, and slung it across his back. They moved forward, toward where new battles awaited. The two men walked deeper into the dark forest, ignoring the darkness that enveloped them from every side. Slayer and Guts continued on their path, their hunt, the search for the 5 beings who called themselves apostles. Their road led through the thick, impenetrable forest, where even moonlight could not reach. When they finally emerged onto a broken road, occasionally traveled by carriages, the sky quickly darkened with heavy clouds, obscuring the moonlight. Lightning split the sky, followed by the deep roll of thunder, and soon a downpour came crashing from above. But the heavy rain did not stop them. Walking along the muddy road under the streams of water, Guts and Slayer remained silent. Not even the thunder and the noise of the rain could drown out the sound of approaching wheels. Slowly, a carriage moved behind them. Without turning, they continued their path as the carriage drew level with them. An elderly man drove it, dressed like a merchant, while under the cargo canopy peeked a young girl, a teenage girl with long blonde hair. The elderly man glanced at the two travelers, armored and armed to the teeth. Thinking they might need help, he lightly pulled the reins, stopping the horses. But Guts and Slayer simply passed by, showing no interest whatsoever. "It must be hard to walk in such rain at night, and in armor no less," the old man said, leaning forward. "We're fine." "No need to trouble yourselves," Guts replied, not raising his head. "There's no reason to refuse," the merchant persisted. "My daughter wants to help too. You and your friend could use a moment to dry off." "We don't need that," Guts said grimly. "For your own good. You see, evil spirits are on our heels. If you decide to help, you'll only bring misfortune upon yourselves." "You're unlucky," the old man said with a faint smile. "But there's no need to worry. God is on my side, and he protects me from evil. Luck has never failed me. So climb in, don't waste any time." Suddenly, Puck appeared behind the girl, making faces at Guts. He merely glanced at the Slayer, waiting for a decision. The Slayer gave a slight nod, indicating that the help could be accepted. Guts responded the same. Seeing their consent, the elderly man smiled contentedly. Slayer and Guts approached the back of the carriage, preparing to climb inside. But Slayer suddenly turned his head toward the forest. His gaze lingered in the darkness. There, among the trees, someone was watching them. Guts, already stepping onto the footboard, noticed it and squinted in that direction as well. He could feel that the creatures of darkness were near. Slayer gave a slight shake of his head, indicating that there was no immediate threat. Guts silently nodded and extended his hand, helping his companion up. Slayer grabbed it and climbed inside. The carriage started moving. The elderly man clicked the reins, and the horses set off, leaving behind the dark forest and the drumming rain. The young girl pulled a dry towel from the bag and handed it to Guts. "Here, please. You should wipe your head." Guts gave a brief nod and accepted the towel. The girl wanted to hand another to Slayer, but he raised his hand, refusing. He removed his helmet and placed it beside him, remaining silent. Seeing his face, the girl froze. Guts and Slayer looked remarkably alike. Both had short black hair, faces scarred from battle, and equally stern expressions. Here, the girl handed Guts a large leather bag of wine. "We made this ourselves. It will help you warm up." "No, thank you," Guts replied, taking the bag but not opening it. "But..." the girl began, looking at him confused. "Night is too dangerous," he said calmly, returning the bag. "We have to be ready for whatever may happen." "Maybe at least you want to warm up," she asked softly, her kindness apparent. Slayer rasped, shaking his head in refusal. The young girl simply gave up, not understanding why Guts and Slayer were so stubborn. Guts did it because his mind had to remain cold and clear. If the spawn of darkness attacked, the slightest lapse could cost him his life. Slayer, however, simply had no need. He felt neither cold, nor fatigue, nor even hunger. But someone still decided to take advantage of the wine. The fairy pack buzzed around indignantly, scolding them both for wasting human kindness. In the end, he grabbed the wineskin himself, though it was twice his size and weight, and with a satisfied expression began to drink. Collet, unable to suppress a small smile, sat down nearby and looked at Guts and Slayer. Both remained silent, staring at the same spot. "These scars?" the girl asked quietly, shifting her gaze from one to the other. "Are these the marks of the battles you've been through?" "This one," Guts said, pointing to the metal prosthetic replacing his arm, "remains from when I was bitten by an evil spirit." "Oh, come on," the elderly man interjected, chuckling lightly to ease the tension. "Don't scare my daughter. Better tell me your name." "Guts," he replied briefly, without raising his head. "And your silent friend?" the man asked, nodding toward Slayer. "William," Slayer rasped, not taking his eyes off the road. "My name is Adolf, and this is my daughter, Collet," the man introduced himself. "By the way, that thing on your back, though, never mind. Actually, I saw you recently in the tavern. Of course, I don't condone violence, but it was noble of you to save that elven child. You two don't seem like bad people, even if your faces are stern. Are you mercenaries?" "You could say that," Guts replied calmly. "I can't say I approve of that line of work," Adolf began, a hint of sadness in his voice. "Killing people for money, even for noble causes, is wrong. That's why I don't like monks," Guts smirked, glancing at the back of the merchant. "You always see only one side and ignore the other. You think every soul can be saved with God's word. But for those I've met, your words are meaningless. They don't care about your God. All they want is blood and gold." "Don't speak like that," Adolf said quietly. "My nephew once said almost the same thing. He left home, determined to make a name for himself with the sword. And 5 years later, he died on the battlefield, just another nameless soldier. No one will remember his name. If he had taken another path, maybe he would have had a family, a wife, children." Adolf's voice faltered. "And what's wrong with that?" Guts rasped. "He died doing what he chose. Not everyone gets that chance. I'd say he was lucky, though when you're dead, it doesn't matter anymore. After death, there's nothing. Only emptiness. Sorry. I didn't mean." He lowered his head. Adolf and Collet exchanged glances. In Guts' words, the men heard not just fatigue, but a hidden truth. For him, death sounded like liberation. Not everyone could accept it, but for some, it was the only way out of a world where the light had long since turned away, and darkness stretched its claws ever tighter. Guts closed his eyes, drifting into a light sleep. Collet, noticing this, pulled a blanket from the carriage and gently draped it over his shoulders. He didn't refuse, only gave a slight nod, accepting her care. Slayer remained silent the entire time, staring into the distance, toward the dark forest that stretched ahead. He sensed the approach of something sinister. The demonic presence was growing stronger. And at that moment, as thunder roared above the carriage, something slipped through the stretched canvas. A flying creature, the size of a human head, spherical, with a single large eye and numerous tentacles, quietly crawled inside. Another appeared behind Guts. Slayer reacted instantly. He grabbed the creature with both hands and crushed it, tearing it in half. Purple blood poured onto the floor and splattered across his armor. Guts' eyes immediately widened. With one swift motion, he intercepted the second monster and, drawing a dagger, drove it straight into the demon's eye. The carriage screeched to a halt. Colette screamed and woke up, looking around in fear. "What's happening?" she cried in panic, clutching her father. Adolf immediately peered into the carriage and froze. Before him lay a strange creature. One had a knife protruding from its body, while the other had been reduced to a smear of flesh in Slayer's hands. The girl shrieked, and Adolf hugged her tightly, trying to calm her. Slayer, expressionless, tossed the demon's remains overboard, while Guts frowned at the dead body. He hadn't expected the spawn of darkness to catch up to them so quickly. The thought that this happened because of his dream pricked uncomfortably inside him. What were those creatures? Adolf asked, still holding Colette. Incubi, Guts replied, wiping his blade on the corpse. Evil spirits that cast nightmares and feed on human fears. Evil spirits. So what you said before, it's all true. Adolf breathed out in shock. You believe in God, but not in demons. Guts smirked, giving him a grim look. Pack, perched on Colette's head, frowned. Why is this creature here? He muttered. I told you it wasn't wise to help us, Guts said, touching the mark on his neck. These spirits always follow me. Slayer slowly put on his helmet, his voice sounding like a low metallic grind. They're close. Who's close? What's happening? Adolf asked anxiously, noticing both mercenaries tense up. Guts said nothing, he only gripped his massive sword. Slayer was the first to leap from the carriage, scanning the depths of the dark forest. Guts followed. The mark on his neck pulsed and began to bleed, a sure sign that the creatures of darkness were near. Stay inside and don't come out, Guts shouted without looking back. These beings are born from the bodies of the dead. And if they're here, it means there was once a battlefield nearby. And where the incubi are, there may be things far worse than you can imagine. The forest was swallowed by fog, dense, cold, like the breath of death. The horses, sensing danger, began to whinny and thrash in fury. Adolf tried to control the reins, and Colette jumped down to calm the animals. Colette, get back. Adolf shouted, but it was too late. The ground beneath her feet cracked, and a spear shot up from the fissure, aimed straight at her chest. A heavy boot crashed down on the skull of a skeleton emerging from the ground, pulverizing it into dust. The girl screamed, barely realizing that death had been just a step away. Slayer stood before her, silently. He grabbed her by the scruff and threw her toward her father. Stay in the carriage, he rasped, turning his back to them. Hundreds of bony hands began clawing their way out of the ground. Soon, before them stood an entire army of skeletons in rusted armor, gripping spears, maces, and swords in their bony fingers. Red fire blazed in their eye sockets, hungry, demonic. Guts swung the massive dragon Slayer sword off his shoulder. Slayer activated his chain shield, and a low hum emitted from the built-in saw. From behind, he drew a massive black mace. The skeletons howled and charged. The first one to approach Slayer was pulverized with a single blow. The mace arced wide, knocking down a dozen at once. Guts raised his prosthetic arm, the built-in crossbow unleashed a hail of bolts, piercing the skulls of the undead and scattering bone fragments across the ground. When the bolts ran out, he surged forward and swung his sword, cutting through the ranks of enemies like they were rotten trees. But for every one they killed, more rose, 20 appearing where 10 had fallen. Then the air cracked with a crushing sound, as if ancient trees were breaking. Both fighters turned and saw the nightmare, a massive tree emerging from the fog, its branches studded with hundreds of yellow eyes and lined with mouths whispering in an unknown tongue. The roots surged toward them. Slayer reacted instantly, grabbing one and tearing it out with flesh still clinging, but dozens of roots wrapped around Guts, pulling him in all directions. Slayer hurled his chain shield, it whistled through the air, slicing through the bindings. Free, Guts grabbed his sword and with a roar severed the remaining roots. The shield, almost alive, returned to Slayer's hand. Before them, the fog swirled and writhed, as a new wave of terror advanced. The demonic tree roared, and its branches lunged forward like hundreds of spears, slicing through the air. Guts lifted the dragon Slayer to block, while Slayer raised his shield to absorb part of the assault. The blades of the branches rang as they clashed with metal. Guts threw a quick glance at Slayer and barely nodded. Slayer understood without words. With a sudden motion, he destroyed the nearest branches, swung, and flung his chain shield toward Guts. At that same instant, Guts swung the dragon Slayer, cutting through the demonic tree and deflecting the flying shield. The impact sent the chain shield hurtling through the trunk, nearly bisecting the monstrous tree. Slayer activated the magnetic mechanism, pulling his weapon back, but Guts struck it again with his sword, driving it straight into the heart of the creature. With each ricochet, the shield tore new holes in the tree's body, slicing branches, smashing roots, and burrowing into the black rot. Finally, a cracking sound echoed, the demonic tree shuddered and collapsed into dust. Dark liquid oozed from its wounds, and within seconds the giant began to rot rapidly. The fog that had enveloped the forest started to lift, as if carried away by the wind. The clouds in the sky parted, letting through the first rays of dawn. Another night of nightmares had ended. All the while, Adolf and Khaled had been hiding inside the carriage. The girl trembled, holding Pack close, who futilely tried to peek outside. When silence finally settled, Adolf mustered what courage remained and carefully lifted the edge of the canvas. What he saw made his heart skip a beat. Around them lay piles of shattered bones, fragments of rusted weapons, and traces of a fierce slaughter. A little further on stood Guts and Slayer, both covered in mud, blood, and ash, yet unyielding. Khaled stepped closer and realized it was truly over. "Thank you for helping us," Adolf exhaled as the men approached. "No thanks are needed," Guts said grimly, hanging the sword on his back. "I told you not to get involved with us. Now just go your way. It's far more dangerous near us than anywhere else in the world." Adolf merely sighed. He understood the burden these two carried. Khaled wanted to say something, but her father gently took her hand and shook his head. Before departing, he gave a short nod, silently expressing his gratitude. The carriage moved. Khaled, turning back, watched as the silhouettes of Guts and Slayer gradually disappeared into the fog. Pack, as usual, stayed with them. The two warriors exchanged a brief glance, nodded, and pressed onward. Their path was singular, the path of blood, darkness, and the eternal hunt. But the calm did not last long. After passing through another section of the forest, they found themselves surrounded. Soldiers in silver armor emerged from between the trees, spears and swords pointed at Guts and Slayer. At the front stood a young woman with a cold, aristocratic face and gray eyes. Her pale hair gleamed in the morning sunlight. She was clad in knightly armor, the commander of the Holy Order of the Iron Chain, Farnese de Vandemayan. The daughter of a great aristocrat, she had never seen real combat, but her pride and faith gave her confidence. "We have finally found you," she said, pointing her sword. "The Black Swordsman and Slayer." The soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, but fear hung thick in the air. The mere presence of these two made their blood run cold. Even Farnese, despite her outward composure, felt her heart pounding wildly in her chest. "We come by the will of the Lord," she declared loudly, trying to shout down her own fear. "Lay down your arms, and you will be brought to trial. Refuse, and you will both stand before God in chains." Guts lifted his gaze, showing neither fear nor respect. "I don't recall us doing anything that deserves judgment." "How dare you?" Farnese exploded. "Wherever you go, corpses remain. And you have the audacity to claim it's not by your hands." "Step aside," Guts said calmly. "Or you'll regret it." "That's enough." Farnese shouted, raising her sword. "It is God's will to stop you. Soldiers, seize these killers." Slayer tilted his neck slightly, and the air filled with the crunch of his joints. The knights, despite their orders, could not hide their fear. Yet one of them mustered courage and lunged forward. He didn't even get close. Slayer's kick landed with a dull crash against the man's chest. The armor crumpled inward, the ribcage cracked, and the knight's body flew into the air, passing Farnese, and slammed into a tree. Farnese only managed to recoil. When she looked at the knight, blood streamed from beneath his helmet, and his chest armor was caved in like paper. True fear gripped her. One strike. Just one, and a man was dead. To be continued. Chapter 473, Chapter 473, The Whole Truth About the Iridian Race. While Slayer traveled in the company of the mortal known as the Black Swordsman, Alex was busy exploring the warrior's vault on Pandora. Unfortunately for him, he had no idea that Slayer had ended up in a grim world, one that Alex would have gladly burned to the ground. If Alex had known that Slayer and Guts had joined forces to hunt down 5 members of the God Hand and were now tracking apostles, he would have surely wanted to join them. Yet even without Alex's help, Slayer could easily have torn all 5 apart on his own. Meanwhile, Alex continued studying the vault, translating inscriptions on ancient tablets written in the language of the MYKR. Throughout his work, he felt an unsettling sense of unease, as though he was missing something truly important and thrilling. But suppressing that feeling, he focused on the main goal, understanding why the MYKR race had created the Iridians. When he finished translating all the inscriptions, the answers turned out incomplete. Inside the warrior's vault, Alex had found only half the truth, the other half still eluded him. Still, even the revelation that the MYKR were the creators of the Iridians was an invaluable discovery. Unable to find the answers he sought, Alex decided to head to the very vault once opened by Lilith, Roland, Brick, and Mordecai. The women who had accompanied him in the warrior's vault didn't object, especially Tanis, who suspected that another vault might be hidden within, holding even greater secrets. The realization that someone had created the Iridians shocked her deeply. Tanis had spent years studying ancient artifacts and vaults, and now her curiosity burned brighter than ever. The 3 sirens, Lilith, Maya, and Angel, were also eager to uncover the truth. They hoped that, by staying close to Alex, they would finally learn who had created the sirens and why. As for Moxie, she simply enjoyed the adventure. Lilith still remembered the exact location of the first vault they had once opened on Pandora. Using her memories, Alex opened a portal directly to that place. When they arrived at the entrance, Alex suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed so loudly that Lilith, Maya, Moxie, Angel, and Tanis exchanged puzzled looks, wondering if he'd lost his mind. The cause of his amusement was the false key slot. Wiping tears of laughter from his eyes, Alex finally explained the situation. Lilith raised an eyebrow when she heard that what they had found wasn't actually the vault's entrance but a feeding chamber for the creature imprisoned at Pandora's core. She hadn't expected that the Iridians would build such a trap to feed the monster they themselves had sealed deep within the planet. Alex added that the destroyer, the one Lilith, Roland, Mordecai, and Brick had once fought, was merely a small fragment of the true destroyer. Its purpose was to deliver food into the jaws of the real monster. If this is just a feeding chamber, Maya said thoughtfully, does that mean there's a real vault somewhere nearby? Alex smiled and, without saying a word, pointed to another key slot. When he inserted the key, the true vault revealed itself before their eyes. As I said before, Alex explained, the Iridians built other vaults within their vaults. The first ones served as bait for the greedy, while the true ones were meant for those who sought knowledge. Even so, this vault did not contain the answers he sought. Looks empty again, Maya sighed, leaning against the wall as Alex translated the inscriptions on another tablet. Not exactly, he replied. Here, for example, it describes the entire process of creating Iridian artifacts. Though without a special machine, it's impossible to replicate. What process? What machine? Tanis demanded, practically pressing her face to Alex's. First, step back, Alex said, gently pushing her away. Ever heard of personal space? Personal what? Can it be touched? Tanis asked with genuine curiosity. Tanis, stop getting in the way, Lilith intervened, grabbing her by the collar and pulling her back. With your antics, we'll never learn anything. In short, Alex continued, iridium is a unique material. It served not only as a power source but also as the foundation for artifacts. Using a special machine, iridium was converted into energy, which was then used to inscribe runes onto objects. That's how an artifact gained its special properties, resistance to fire, cold, strength, and so on. Without the machine, the process is impossible. Maybe one of these tablets describes how to build such a machine. Angel asked thoughtfully, tilting her head to the side. Possibly, Alex replied. I've only translated about half so far. But it's already clear that the MYKR granted the Iridians their knowledge, and the Iridians revered them as angels and divine messengers. Their leader was Khan Maker, the wisest and, as they wrote, majestic. But some of the texts make me suspicious. What kind of texts, Sugar? Moxie asked, leaning casually against a pillar and crossing her arms. For example, Alex pointed at one of the tablets. Here it says multiple times, the answer lies where you least expect it. And also, everything was predetermined from the very beginning. I know Khan Maker. She's a real piece of work. So it's quite possible that the Iridians were created for a specific purpose. And Lilith's words about meeting an Iridian only confirm it. Khan Maker clearly had grand plans for this universe, though what kind, I still don't know. He lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke and calming himself a little. Can't you just open the main vault where that destroyer is kept? Tanis suddenly asked. Everyone turned to stare at her in stunned silence. Even Alex was momentarily speechless. He could have done it, but he wasn't sure he'd find any answers inside. After all, no sane being would leave a message on the walls of a prison meant to contain a monster capable of devouring entire worlds. He exhaled irritably and lightly tapped Tanis on the forehead. She covered her head with her hands, looking at him like he was the worst villain imaginable. Fine, Alex said. We'll visit one more vault, on Elpis. He turned to Lilith. You don't have to come if you don't want to. Lilith took a step forward and smiled faintly. It's fine. I've already made peace with what happened there. But thanks, handsome, for worrying about my feelings. Alex gave her a light smile as he prepared to open the next portal. Lilith hadn't expected Alex to be so attentive to her emotions. After he had shared his memories with her, she realized he truly cared about those he considered family or close friends. That sense of warmth and care, something she had almost forgotten, filled her heart again. Overcome by a sudden impulse, she grabbed Alex by the collar and pulled him sharply toward her. Their lips met in a passionate kiss. Alex didn't pull away, instead, his arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her even closer. Everything else ceased to exist. In that moment, they forgot about everything, the mission, the vaults, and even time itself. Maya, Angel, Moxie, and Tanis, hearing strange sounds, turned their heads simultaneously, and froze. Alex and Lilith were kissing as if no one else in the world existed. Angel blushed furiously and turned away, pretending not to see anything. Tanis clicked her tongue in annoyance, not because she was embarrassed, but because she wanted to know what it felt like to kiss Alex herself. Maya just sighed and shook her head, while Moxie smirked in amusement, thinking Lilith had simply picked the perfect moment. "We're not interrupting, are we?" Maya asked dryly. "Just a little. So give us a few more minutes, or a few hours. We'll catch up," Lilith murmured without breaking the kiss. "How about no, sugar? Or are you planning to keep him all to yourself?" "Sharing is caring, you know," Moxie teased, narrowing her eyes. Lilith just smirked, crossing her arms and standing protectively in front of Alex, giving Moxie and Maya a bold, teasing look. Before the banter could escalate, Alex cleared his throat and said calmly, "Let's head to Elpis. Maybe in the Guardian's vault, we'll finally find some answers." Hearing no objections, Alex drew Yamato and opened a portal straight to the Guardian's vault, the place known as Elazar. The vault was located just a yard beneath the surface of Elpis's moon and stood as a grand, awe-inspiring structure surrounded by a holographic projection of outer space. 3 massive energy rings rotated around it. The vault was divided into 3 levels, the lowest and widest consisted of corridors and floating platforms surrounding a colossal crystal. The central zone was split into 4 sectors that held the crystal in place, while the upper level served as a teleportation point for the Guardians. Once inside, Alex immediately looked at Lilith. He wanted to see how she would react, knowing that this was the place where memories of Roland's death might resurface. But Lilith, noticing his gaze, simply smiled and gently squeezed his hand. After examining the internal mechanisms, Alex came to a conclusion. Elazar was the core of the system that controlled the key capable of opening the main vault. The Guardian who had fallen here long ago had once been the final defense, protecting the key from the corruption of the Destroyer. Alex quickly figured out how to activate the mechanism that could begin the unlocking process, but one thought wouldn't leave him alone: why even create a key to the prison of such a dangerous being in the first place? Wouldn't it have been easier to make a cage without a lock, he thought. At least that way, no idiot would ever try to open it. While he was lost in thought, Maya called out to him. The girls had been thoroughly searching the area, and judging by her tone, she had actually found something. Alex walked over and saw a floating tablet. On it were depicted 6 figures, 6 beings marked with siren tattoos. Above their raised hands hovered 6 keys. Raising an eyebrow, Alex studied the inscriptions carefully. Soon the others, Lilith, Angel, Moxie, and Tanis, joined him. The more he translated, the more astonished he became. "Huh, now this is interesting," Alex murmured when he finished reading. "So what does it say?" Maya asked, pointing at the image. "It's connected to our powers, isn't it?" "More than connected," Alex said, taking a drag on his cigarette. "It explains why the sirens were created in the first place, and why all of you are drawn to Pandora." "And why is that?" Angel asked curiously. Alex traced his finger along the engraving. "Take a close look. 6 sirens, each holding a key above her. That's not by accident. The Iridians created 6 vaults, all linked to one another. Each siren is the guardian of her respective key. Your powers were given to you specifically to protect those keys. And why would we need to protect them? And what does Pandora have to do with it?" Lilith asked, raising an eyebrow. "The 6 keys aren't just keys to the vaults. Together, they activate a 7th, the one that opens the Destroyer's prison. 4 are needed to seal it, 6 to release it. Your powers are a built-in program, designed to defend the keys. That's why you can sense where they are. Why Maya was born on Athena's, where one of the keys rested. Why Angel appeared on Pandora. Why both you and Maya ended up here. Everything is connected: 6 vaults, 6 keys, 6 sirens." Lilith, Maya, and Angel hadn't expected to learn that the power they were born with was originally created to guard the keys to the vaults built by the ancient Iridians. Alex continued translating the ancient inscription so the women could understand where the siren's power truly came from and what its real nature was. He also explained why this power chose its hosts. According to him, the power of the sirens originated from a fragment of a divine soul, a shard the Iridians had received from Khan Maker herself. The first sirens had existed long before the Destroyer appeared in the universe. At the beginning, they weren't guardians at all, they were weapons, living demigods created for war. Their power could pass from one host to another when the previous one died or could no longer fight. Over time, the sirens stopped being just weapons and became something akin to guardians. After the war ended, they took on a new role, to protect the keys to the vaults. But when the Destroyer invaded their universe, the sirens became more than mere keepers, they became the last barrier preventing its release. "I thought the origin of the sirens would turn out to be a lot more mysterious," muttered Tanis, sounding disappointed. "And in the end, they were just weapons of war that were later told to guard keys." "I'm more interested in something else," Lilith cut in, staring intently at the slab depicting the 6 sirens. "Why were the Iridians even fighting each other? If they were created by those, what were they called again, the Maker? Shouldn't they have obeyed their masters?" Alex rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I have a theory. On all the tablets, there were mentions of the turned away or the forsaken, hard to say which translation fits better. But the meaning is clear, some of the Iridians didn't want to stay on a leash under the Maker's control and started rebelling. So they fought for their freedom. Angel asked softly, tugging gently on Alex's sleeve. Possibly, he nodded. Most likely, they realized they were doomed to one inevitable fate, to fulfill their purpose and then be destroyed. Maker doesn't see her creations as individuals, only as tools. All she cares about is the outcome. She followed a simple pattern, help some, annihilate others. And she did it rather elegantly. First, she'd send demons to destroy a world, then save it with her forces. That way, she gained not only Argent energy but also devoted servants. Yeah, we already figured out your Maker's quite the bitch, Lilith grumbled, patting Alex on the shoulder. But what about the destroyer? I don't like the thought that there's some creature under our feet that could devour everything alive. I don't know, Alex sighed, stretching. But I think it's time to head back. It's already evening, and I'm starving. We've gone through 3 vaults without a break, I'd say we've earned some rest. No one objected. Everyone felt exhausted and hungry. Summoning Yamato, Alex opened a portal back to Sanctuary, more precisely, to the Crimson Raiders' headquarters. And the moment they arrived, they were greeted by quite a strange sight. A group of guys were playing a board game, the very one Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tiny Tina usually played. And, surprisingly, even Mordecai, who always refused to join in, was sitting at the table, rolling dice. Oh, you're back. Where the hell have you been? Brick asked, sitting at the table wearing a pair of pink bunny ears. Visited 3 vaults, found out why the sirens were created. You know, just another normal day on Pandora, Lilith replied lazily, shrugging. At her words, Mordecai's hand twitched, and the dice rolled wrong. The whole group, Brick, Mordecai, Axton, Salvador, and Zero, turned toward Alex and the girls, waiting for an explanation. Alex briefly summarized what they'd learned, that inside each Iridian vault was another inner chamber that contained the history of their civilization. The guys immediately grew excited, but Alex left the task of decoding it to Tanis. He had other things on his mind. He was going to cook dinner and think everything over calmly. He had found answers to many questions, but some still lingered in his thoughts. Why did Maker bring the destroyer into this universe? Why did she create the Iridians? And why did one of their projections speak of the end of the world? After dinner, Alex made himself a cup of coffee and stayed at the table, resting his forehead against the surface. The others watched with mild amusement as he sat motionless for nearly an hour, occasionally letting out a heavy sigh. Maybe you should stop torturing yourself and just let it go. Maya asked, resting her head beside his. Alex suddenly lifted his head, exhaling in frustration. To hell with it. I know who'll give me the answers. I'm done waiting. He had been sitting for an hour, racking his brain over the puzzle, but it was all in vain. And now he understood, there was only one left who could know the truth, besides his father. An artificial intelligence with access to the information he needed. And who do you think that is? Lilith asked with a smirk, leaning on his shoulder. All the Maker are dead, the Iridians too. There's no one alive who could answer. Alex lifted his head, a dangerous smile spreading across his face. Hey, someone did survive. You'll see for yourself soon. And when I get all the answers, the destroyer will pay in full. When Alex smiled, it was that same mad, predatory grin, and everyone nearby unexpectedly felt pity. Pity, not for him, but for the destroyer. Especially the girls watching through the broadcast, they recognized that look. The look Alex got when he had spent too long without answers and began descending into the abyss of his own extremes. Yet despite the unease, they were curious about who exactly he meant, the one capable of answering his questions. Their first thought was the same name, the creator, Alex's father. If anyone knew the truth, it would be him. Alex pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and stopped at the correct number. Within seconds, the screen displayed the name, Vega, the very artificial intelligence now serving as Doombringer Slayer's assistant, guiding him on missions and giving advice. Dialing the number, Alex placed the phone on the table, activating the holographic projection. Before them appeared a glowing blue orb, Vega incarnate. Everyone present examined the hologram with curiosity, then shot suspicious glances at Alex, who seemed to seriously believe this orb could answer questions about the origin of the universe. How may I assist you, Sir Demon King? Vega's calm, mechanical voice intoned. Hello, Vega. Am I interrupting? Alex asked with a slight smile. Sir, I am an artificial intelligence. The concept of being interrupted is foreign to me. I operate continuously. Even now, Vega replied emotionlessly. And what are you doing at the moment? Alex asked with interest. At this moment, sir, I am monitoring Slayer's journey in the company of the Black Swordsman, Vega reported in the same calm tone. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Black Swordsman. Guts, you mean? What is William doing in that cursed world? Correct, sir, Vega confirmed. Slayer is carrying out a mission to eliminate the God's Hand and their apostles. His task is to cleanse this world of demonic corruption. A strange expression appeared on Alex's face, a mix of astonishment and delight. A moment later, he simply exhaled softly and shook his head. Poor demons. He muttered, covering his mouth with his hand to hide the bloodthirsty grin. But he couldn't hide it. Fire flared in Alex's eyes, a gleam of mad ecstasy. He imagined Griffith, that self-satisfied godlike man, feeling real fear for the first time when he faced Slayer. Hey, if only you knew the spectacle I'm missing, Alex whispered, unable to resist laughing. I'd give a lot to see Griffith's face when he realizes who he's up against. It'll be glorious, ha ha ha. That God's Hand quintet, always looking down on everyone, they'll find out who's the hunter and who's the prey. Even the idea of evil itself won't save them from Slayer. Lilith, Maya, Moxie, and Angel, who were sitting closest, saw his smile twist into something unnatural. His lips stretched back, revealing sharp, almost bestial teeth. There was more than just excitement in his voice, it was a predatory thirst. Even Moxie, who thought she'd seen everything, was taken aback. A dangerous, primal energy radiated from Alex, a mixture of exhilaration and madness. Meanwhile, the girls watching the stream started looking up information about the world Alex had mentioned. When they found data about the world of Berserk, it became clear why he was so thrilled. This was not a story about heroes and hope, it was unrelenting darkness, a place without light, only suffering, death and eternal struggle. A world where salvation is impossible. Vega, for its part, patiently waited while Alex literally dropped drool over the prospect of the upcoming bloodbath. Alex cleared his throat and slapped his cheeks, trying to regain composure. Sorry, Vega. I got carried away, he rasped. Anyway, I have a couple of ideas about how to deal with the problem in that world. I am listening, sir. I need to collect data for analysis, Vega replied. Let's start with the basics. The world Slayer is in now is physical. But it touches the astral, where the God's Hand dwells. Getting there requires a special ritual, Alex explained. What ritual exactly? Vega asked. To begin with, you need to find an apostle who possesses a beherit, a stone with an eye and a mouth. You drive him to despair and then smear the beherit with his blood. The artifact activates and opens a passage to the rift, the place where the physical and astral worlds intersect. But each apostle has their own beherit, and not all of them keep it. So you have to rely on luck, Alex explained calmly. Are there any additional recommendations, sir? Vega asked, logging the data. Alex was silent for a second, then, utterly emotionless, said. Even if you destroy all the apostles and the God's Hand, that won't change anything. You have to kill the idea of evil itself, the entity born from the darkness in human hearts. And the simplest way to do that is to erase all life in that world. Total extermination. No people, no fear, no evil. Over time the idea will simply die. What? Lilith sprang from her chair. Alex, have you gone mad? What the hell, genocide of an entire world? All the girls looked at Alex with strange, even stunned expressions, especially Lilith, Maya, Moxie, and Angel. Angel was probably the most shocked, she couldn't imagine Alex not just thinking such a thing but voicing it aloud. Seeing their faces, Alex only sighed heavily. He understood that neither the girls nor even the guys grasped why he had said what he said. So he decided to explain what had led him to propose such a brutal, at first glance, option. But before getting to the point, Alex wondered, do the others even need to know who I really am? In short, he decided to tell those who didn't know a bit about himself, who he was, and then spent a full hour explaining in detail what the world of Berserk was like and why wiping out all life there seemed the most rational solution. He described that world as a bottomless pit, soaked in darkness and suffering. A world where mere existence was torture, and human souls were fundamentally broken. A world where its inhabitants had created the idea of evil to justify their own sins and suffering. Alex repeated several times, the world of Berserk is not Pandora. It's worse. Much worse. Pandora is just a slightly crazy planet. That world, it's plunged into eternal darkness. People there live without ever seeing the light. To make his point undeniable, he asked Vega to show the recordings from Slayer's helmet. That was enough for everyone to understand why Alex had chosen such a radical path. Scenes flashed across the screen that even the strongest paled at: endless wars, monstrous apostles devouring humans, betrayal, and agony. Angel couldn't bear it and turned away, clenching her hands. Even Moxie, who had seen plenty of bloody spectacles, couldn't watch calmly. After a long silence, Maya was the first to speak, frowning. Maybe, there's another option. No matter how horrible this world is. Alex thoughtfully ran a finger along his chin. There is, he replied after a brief pause. As I said, you have to reach the rift, destroy the god's hand, and descend into the depths of the astral world. Or, wait for one event. And what event is that, sir? Vega asked, showing interest. Alex sighed, curling his lips into a smirk. Well, that idiot Griffith hasn't given up on his dream of becoming king. He will materialize in the physical world, and during a single battle, he'll destroy the barrier between the astral and physical worlds. This will trigger a collision of worlds. Astral beings will start living among humans. Casualties will be inevitable, but that will be the moment you can reach the very abyss, down to its bottom, where the idea of evil resides. He tapped the table with his finger and continued, so advise Slayer to follow the first plan, with adjustments. If he doesn't make it in time, activate the third. The second, well, you know how to reach me. Understood, sir, Vega replied, softly glowing. But perhaps you could explain the reason for your call. Ah, yes, I almost forgot, Alex chuckled, slapping his forehead. Do you still have access to the Maker archives? All data is preserved in my database, sir. Do you want the full archive or something specific? Specific. I found traces of the Maker in this universe. Especially Khan Maker. I need all information related to the Iridians, Pandora, the Destroyer, and the Sirens. Including Khan Maker's personal records. Send everything to my phone. Executing, sir. Data transfer complete. Vega responded calmly, and the connection ended. Alex's phone immediately chimed. He rose from his chair, walked to the big screen and connected the device. A flood of data poured in. Alex exhaled heavily. The volume was colossal, but unsurprising. The Maker had been observing this universe for whole epochs. He launched a filtering program, sat back down and began tapping his finger on the table as thousands of lines scrolled across the screen. Time dragged. When the needed information finally appeared, Alex frowned. The material showed that the Iridians had been created not merely as an experiment but as preparation for this universe. Within their race there had been an opposition, those who refused to submit to the will of their creators, the Maker. And Khan Maker, she had gone even further. The Destroyer had been her personal experiment, an attempt to create her own icon of sin. But the experiment had spun out of control. The Destroyer devoured everything in its path, leaving only emptiness behind. Judging it a failure, Khan Maker simply left, abandoning the Iridians to their fate. The Iridians were forced to deal with a Destroyer they could not kill, only seal. And in the process of sealing the Destroyer, the Iridian race met its end, leaving behind their legacy. That apocalypse the Iridian projection had warned Lilith and the others about was the harvest Khan Maker had intended to begin. In the archives Alex saw that Khan Maker still had plans for this universe, especially after life in it had spread across many planets. As for the others sitting nearby, they were, to put it mildly, in total shock at what they had seen. Nobody could have imagined that, barring fortunate circumstances, only one end awaited them. Alex stretched slightly and lit a cigarette. They stayed up until morning, and none of them seemed inclined to sleep after everything they'd witnessed. Alex was even a little surprised that his identity as the Demon King was less shocking than the realization that this universe might be destined for a rather grim fate. Smoking, he thought that all that remained was to kill the Destroyer, take Helios, and then matters in this universe would be settled and he could return to his primary work. To be continued. Chapter 474, Chapter 474, Battle Against the Defective Icon of Sin. After a long, sleepless night spent analyzing an enormous amount of material, Alex finally began to piece together the full picture, the connection between Khan Maker, her race, and the mysterious link between the Makers, the Iridians, and Pandora itself. The first thing he understood was that Khan Maker had conducted a grand experiment, the scale of which was almost impossible to grasp. She hadn't created the Iridians merely to fulfill a mission and then destroy them, as originally believed. No. The goal was far more ambitious. From her personal records stored in the archives, Alex learned that Khan Maker had followed the path of the Creator himself. After Davith fell and was sealed away, and the All-Father vanished, she became the sole ruler, the sovereign of the Makers. The heavens belonged to her, and soon she even subjugated hell. But power intoxicated her. It wasn't enough. She craved more, dominion over all existence. Thus began her experiments in creating new races and beings capable of embodying absolute power. The Iridians were merely one link in that chain, neither the first nor the last. And the Destroyer was only a prototype of the icon of sin, which Khan Maker desperately tried to recreate. Creating a new race was easy. But creating an icon of sin, that was something else entirely. The icon was the very essence of Davitha's rage, pain, and torment when, sealed in Jekad, he realized his own creations had betrayed him. Consumed by wrath, Davith gave birth to the icons of sin, beings that brought ruin to everything he had once created. Alex remembered, there were 3 such beings. The first icon of sin was nearly destroyed in Davitha's war against the Makers. Only its head remained, and that was later finished off by the Doomslayer, back when he was still known as Doomguy. The second icon was captured by the Makers after the war. Khan Maker used it to erase worlds from existence, sending demons to harvest souls. That icon too was destroyed by the Doomslayer. The third, the most powerful one, containing nearly all of Davitha's fury, was defeated later. Alex and the Slayer destroyed it together. And yet, Alex now understood, Khan Maker had wanted to create more icons of sin. The reason was simple: greed. Only one icon could exist in a universe at a time, and even that one couldn't be fully controlled. So Khan Maker developed a ritual of domination. It required a soul that had endured unbearable suffering. Even then, control was temporary. After the destruction of a world, the icon would be put back to sleep until the next awakening. If Khan Maker could have fully controlled even a single icon of sin, she wouldn't have needed to send armies of demons. One icon alone could erase an entire universe. But since control was unstable, she only used it for the final blow, when a world was already on the brink of ruin. Thus began countless experiments. Khan Maker created new races, like the Iridians, to assist her in producing the icons. Alex found records of dozens of such attempts. 10 universes. 10 races. 10 failures. 10 uncontrollable icons of sin that devoured all life. After each failure, Khan Maker simply abandoned the universe, leaving it to die. Each universe in her records was marked only by a digital code, no names, no symbols, no history. Only the other makers who assisted her bothered to give those races names. But the more Alex read, the stronger his sense of conspiracy grew. It couldn't be a coincidence that 10 out of 10 icons of sin had gone rogue. Once, maybe. Twice, coincidence. But 10 times. That was a pattern. Someone had interfered. Alex paused for a moment, thinking, Samur. The most loyal servant of the Allfather. After the Allfather's fall, he hid his life sphere in hell, next to Davitha's essence, and vanished. That was what allowed Khan Maker to seize power. Samur appeared again only when the Slayer emerged, a candidate for carrying part of Davitha's essence, his complete opposite. Alex tapped his finger against the table, deep in thought. If 10 experiments had all ended the same way, then someone wanted them to. Can you stop tapping? A sleepy voice muttered. I just fell asleep. Alex looked down. Maya, curled up on his lap, had pressed herself against him, her nose buried in his neck. Sorry, he said softly with a faint smile, running his fingers through her blue hair. Force of habit. Alex quietly looked around, a rare silence hung in the air, something almost unheard of for their group. Brick, Mordecai, Salvador, Axton, and Sir Zero were scattered around the room, each asleep where they had dropped, some on the floor, others sitting up with their backs against the wall. Lilith had sprawled across an armchair, her legs dangling over the armrest. Moxie, of course, had claimed the only couch, lounging on it like the queen of the room. Angel had fallen asleep with her head resting on the table, and beside her, Tanis had dozed off face first into an open notebook. Maya, naturally, had taken the most comfortable spot, asleep on Alex's lap. After making sure everyone was sound asleep, Alex sat back, lost in thought. It surprised him slightly that no one seemed particularly troubled by the revelation that their entire universe had been part of a massive experiment. Their logic was simple enough, since both the Iridians and the Makers were creations of the same hand, and all of them were now dead, what was there to worry about? But Alex couldn't sleep. Something kept gnawing at him, the feeling that he was missing a crucial piece. He recalled an ancient phrase carved into one of the vault tablets, the answer lies where you least expect it. Those words wouldn't leave his mind. Davith, he wasn't just a monster. He was a being capable of calculating universes, playing them like a chess match. That was how he orchestrated his own resurrection, moving pieces across the board long before anyone realized it. He had influenced Khan Maker, pushing her toward specific decisions, like a director guiding his actors. The reason? Davith was searching for a being with the potential of a destroyer. When he found one, in Doomguy, the next phase of the game began. The Slayer's arrival in Argent Nur, the demonic invasion, Samur's ritual, all of it was part of a perfectly calculated sequence, the ultimate goal being Davitha's awakening. And yet even he had miscalculated, the Slayer's potential was far greater than anyone had imagined. But one question wouldn't let Alex rest: why had Davith interfered with the creation of the icons of sin that Khan Maker had been working on? You're still staring at those damn writings, came Lilith's lazy voice from behind him. You've been looking for a catch all night where there isn't one. How the hell can a dead bitch do anything? Alex turned his head. Lilith stretched, opening her eyes, and gave him a tired look. I'm not thinking about Khan Maker, he said calmly. I couldn't care less about that wretch. What bothers me is the one who created her. Wasn't the one who made that bitch dead? Tanis lifted her head, yawning and stretching. You said your friend killed that, what's his name? Dachert. Dakok. Dabak. Dahaka. Davith, Alex corrected dryly. And he wasn't just a god. He was the creator. He made an entire universe. And I don't like that I'm still finding traces of the bastard in 10 others. Most of all, I don't understand why. Who cares, Brick muttered, pushing himself up from the floor and stretching. Dead means done. Doesn't matter what kind of god he was. Everything he made died with him. So chill out and relax. No apocalypse coming, the guy who wanted one's already rotting in hell. Though honestly, that's a shame. I wouldn't mind smashing a few demons. You'd fight anything that moves, Lilith snorted. But you're right about one thing, thinking about the past is a waste of time. Take me, for example, my new boyfriend's the Demon King, married to goddesses. So yeah, life's full of surprises. She walked up to Alex, wrapped her arms around his neck, and softly kissed his cheek. Don't forget he's not only yours, Maya murmured sleepily, cracking one eye open to look at Lilith. Lilith just waved her off, rolled her eyes, and sat down beside Alex. The noise stirred the others. Moxie was the first to wake, followed by Angel, and then the rest of the group. Yawning and blinking, they all stretched in turn, trying to shake off sleep. Seeing everyone slowly waking up, Alex decided to brew some coffee. Soon, the rich aroma of fresh coffee filled the room, and it was as if everyone suddenly found new energy. The chatter died down, each of them savoring the simple, rare peace of the moment. Alex also silently took a sip and decided not to think about anything for now. Sometimes it's good to just let your mind rest. Still, somewhere deep in his thoughts lingered one idea: to send all the data he'd gathered, including his theories about Davith's interference, to Vega. Let Doomslayer handle it. After all, Davith was his personal enemy. Let William deal with this himself, Alex thought, rubbing his chin. Let him hunt down and destroy the defective icons of sin. I've got enough problems of my own. He was already planning his next steps. First, deal with the destroyer, and then head to Helios to settle things with Jack. It had been 2 days since he'd promised Jack to show him hell. And judging by the fact that all Hyperion forces had been withdrawn from Pandora, handsome Jack's fear of Alex's promised retribution outweighed his common sense. When are you planning to deal with that destroyer? Lilith asked, yawning and tossing her legs across Alex's lap. First coffee, then the destroyer, he replied lazily. Even if you don't touch the cage, it won't break for at least 1,000 years, maybe more. And honestly, I'm too lazy to come back in a couple thousand years. You're serious right now? Maya raised an eyebrow. You actually plan to wait a few thousand years? What's wrong with that? Alex smirked. Time's a weird thing. Somewhere 1,000 years, somewhere a month, somewhere a year, it flows differently everywhere. And that includes you too. Yeah, sure, Lilith muttered. In 1,000 years, there won't be anything left of me. I'd argue that, Alex said with a faint smile. What do you mean? Angel asked, watching him intently. If you haven't figured it out yet, Alex smirked and looked around at them. Sirens are semi-divine beings. If you're not killed and don't pass on your power, you'll live a very long time. Long enough to call it a kind of immortality. You mean to say that Lilith, Maya, and Angel are immortal? Tanis practically shoved her nose into Alex's face, her eyes burning with curiosity. That's exactly what I'm saying, he replied calmly, pushing her head back. Sirens carry a divine spark. If left alone, you stop aging after a certain point. Your soul feeds off that spark, keeping your mind from deteriorating or crumbling like normal longlivers. Basically, you're lucky. Oh, this is too much, Brick groaned, covering his face with his hands. Immortality, gods, demigods, can't we talk about something simpler this early in the morning? Like who we're gonna punch today? Alex stifled a smile, watching Brick struggle with the flood of information. It looked like the man's brain might start smoking from overload any moment. Yesterday, he'd offered everyone a job, and of course, no one refused. The pay was more than generous, and the missions were well within the team's capabilities. Brick and Salvador were thrilled. The chance to fight and get paid for it sounded perfect. Zero agreed for the challenge and the training. Axton, because he was a mercenary, and as long as the money flowed, he'd work. Mordecai didn't even hesitate. As soon as Alex mentioned that the contract included the opportunity to sample rare types of alcohol he'd never even heard of, the decision was instant. As for Tanis, Alex invited her to the Guild's research center, where she could conduct the craziest experiments imaginable, including dissections of creatures unknown even to Iridian scientists. Moxie, of course, asked for help opening a bar in Alex's world, and he agreed without hesitation. After helping Irina, Alice, and Hisako open a restaurant near the Guild, Moxie's bar would be the perfect place for everyone to unwind after a mission. Angel was planning to go on a journey. Alex didn't object. Lilith and Maya were already discussing which girls' group they'd join to explore other worlds. There were plenty of plans. and everyone had their own reason to move forward. After sitting a little longer, Alex planned to go after the destroyer. Finishing his coffee, he stretched and was about to leave to kill the creature. Naturally, Brick and Salvador did not want to miss such an opportunity to fight such a dangerous, legendary beast. No matter how many times Alex repeated that the destroyer was built to destroy worlds, Brick and Salvador only kept repeating the same thing: it bleeds, so it can be killed, and that's enough. So Alex had to resort to a secret weapon. Before Brick and Salvador could properly arm themselves, Alex pulled a child's rubber hammer out of his inventory and gave each of the two reckless bruisers a light whack on the head so they'd stop getting underfoot. Alex really didn't want Brick and Salvador to suddenly tumble down from the sky into the middle of the fight, shouting, cursing, and with machine guns blazing. While the two of them snored on the floor, cuddled up and drooling, Alex summoned Yamato and opened a portal to the Destroyer's Gorge, the place that leads straight to the entrance of the monster's cage. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say, if the guys wanted, they could connect to the stream. He'd already handed phones to Lilith, Maya, Moxie, and Angel so they could join the family chat and hang out with everyone. Stepping through the portal, which snapped shut behind him, Alex found himself above a chasm dropping straight down to the destroyer's vault. He stepped forward and fell into the deep abyss. Walking slowly along a narrow path, Alex lit a cigarette and looked around until he reached a huge arch. Two statues of sirens holding vault keys stood at the entrance. Entering, Alex found himself in a spacious ancient chamber built by the Iridians. At the far end of the hall a passage led to the doors of the destroyer's cage. Getting closer, Alex peered down, where the descent began. Without hesitation he stepped forward and landed on a stone platform. There was nothing here but a single socket, for the one key capable of opening the destroyer's vault. Alex looked up to the sky, to the moon ellipse. He already knew that when the mechanism was activated, a beam of energy would strike the center of the platform, and the destroyer would gain freedom. He walked to the edge and considered where to fight, let the monster come out, or meet it right inside the cage. Taking another drag on his cigarette, Alex couldn't find a clear answer. If he fought inside the cage, the shockwave could rip Pandora's core apart, hardly a good idea. But a battle on the surface carried its own risks. Tapping his chin with a finger, Alex made up his mind: he would pull the destroyer to the surface. And if things went too badly, he'd launch the beast into space and finish it off on an uninhabited planet. He took one more drag, a familiar spark of excitement lit his eyes. Dias, Alex said, activating the spell. The spell let him split the ground and dig tunnels. But now he used it differently, to tear the earth apart, to literally break the destroyer's cage. From the platform where Alex stood, a deep fissure ran to the horizon, plunging toward Pandora's core. When the rift reached it, a bright purple light shot up from the depths, and the planet trembled. Alex smirked. Symbolically, the world was named after the girl who opened the box from which all of humanity's troubles emerged. And now, Pandora itself seemed like that very box, with disaster sleeping inside, waiting for someone to lift the lid. When the light faded and the trembling subsided, Alex expected to see a slimy tentacled monster. But what emerged from the fissure made him raise an eyebrow. A creature burst forth, partially resembling an icon of sin, with bat-like wings and bony protrusions along its back. Alex even chuckled, a pathetic Cthulhu knockoff. But this was the destroyer, or rather, a defective version of an icon of sin. The creature rose into the sky, ignoring Alex. He clicked his tongue, extended his hand, and clenched his fist. Instantly, the destroyer froze in midair, unable to move. Alex pulled his hand toward himself, and the beast, like a meteor, crashed down onto the platform with a thunderous impact. The ground cracked with giant fissures, triggering another earthquake. Dust rose in a thick column, but Alex swept it away with a flick of his hand. Tentacles shot out from the destroyer's back, piercing only the residual image of Alex. Meanwhile, he was already above his opponent's head. Alex clenched his fist and struck. His blow hit the destroyer's head with such force that the ground trembled again, and the cracks spread even further. Landing, Alex smoothly turned, dodging the attacking tentacles, twisting his body or stepping back to avoid the strikes. Meanwhile, the destroyer rose to its full height, not a scratch on it. Unsurprising, considering it was born from the divine spark of the All-Father, destined to become a new icon of sin, a bringer of destruction to worlds. The destroyer vanished from its place and reappeared right next to Alex. A massive fist shot forward, but Alex intercepted it at the last moment and, using its momentum, flipped the creature over himself. Its enormous body slammed into a cliff, shaking the surrounding area. Alex studied his opponent closely. He was amazed by the sheer speed of such a behemoth. If he hadn't known who he was fighting, he would have thought it was a Mahoraga, only a far more dangerous version. The destroyer climbed out of the cliff and disappeared again from its spot. In the next instant, it appeared beside Alex, this time with an even stronger strike. It raised its hand overhead and brought it down like a chopping blade. Alex lifted his arm to block the blow. At the point of impact, a roar echoed, the ground cracked beneath their feet, and fissures spread further. After blocking the first strike, the destroyer almost immediately launched a second. Alex managed to intercept it, but the shockwave from the collision caused even more destruction to the surroundings. Grabbing the destroyer's hands with a firm grip, Alex leapt and kicked the creature in the chest with both legs. The strike was so powerful that the destroyer's hands remained in Alex's grasp, while the creature itself flew away, breaking through sound barriers one after another. Shockwave explosions thundered across the area until the destroyer smashed into another cliff, shattering it into pieces. Alex remained standing on the platform, holding the charred remains of the creature's hands. They disintegrated into ash instantly. Interesting. I didn't even do anything, and its limbs turned to ash as soon as they separated from the body, Alex said, watching the wind carry the ashes away. A rumble echoed from a distance. Alex turned his head. The cliff into which the destroyer had crashed had shattered into pieces. He smirked, and in that same instant vanished from his spot with such a jerk that the platform beneath him crumbled completely, and the entire canyon collapsed along with it. At tremendous speed, Alex shot toward the destroyer, controlling his power carefully so as not to obliterate the planet with a single strike. The destroyer sensed Alex's approach and, bracing itself against the cliff with hands and feet, pushed off, charging toward him. Seeing the creature flying at him, Alex grinned, twisted in midair, and delivered a kick. The destroyer countered with a powerful punch. Their attacks collided in the center, generating an explosive shockwave that split the valley in two, forming a deep chasm. Alex instantly twisted in midair. Chi-Yu. Halberd mode, White Crescent Tiger, he said, delivering a sharp kick. His leg traced an arc through the air, leaving a deep slash across the destroyer's chest. In response, it unleashed a crushing punch. Alex blocked it, then struck the beast's chest with a kick. The impact sent both of them flying in opposite directions. Twisting midair, Alex managed to slow himself before crashing into a cliff. Meanwhile, the destroyer plowed through another mountain with its body. As soon as Alex looked up, he saw the destroyer had already pushed off the destroyed cliff and was barreling toward him at insane speed. Pushing off the stone surface with his hands, Alex dodged the destroyer as it flew like a meteor and slammed into another cliff. The ground shook. Before he could catch his breath, Alex felt the surface beneath his feet tremble. A massive chunk of rock he was standing on lifted into the air. The destroyer ripped the boulder from the ground and hurled it skyward, with Alex still on it. Standing on the flying boulder, watching the destroyer below, Alex smirked. He stopped the boulder in midair, crouched, and looked down. Interesting move. So you're not just a beast. Of course, the destroyer couldn't hear him from that distance. In the next instant, it vanished again and appeared right on the flying boulder. Clasping its hands like a massive club, it brought them down, aiming to smash the platform along with Alex. Alex stepped aside, dodging the blow. The boulder cracked, and both began to fall. In midair, Alex struck the destroyer's head with a kick. It managed to raise its hand to block, but the force was so immense that the creature's arm was obliterated. The destroyer's chest inflated sharply, and it let out a deafening roar. The shockwave sent Alex flying backward. Rebounding, Alex twisted in midair and drove his fingers into space itself, slowing his descent. He hadn't expected the destroyer to be this strong. Squinting slightly, he noticed a chunk of rock flying past him. Alex caught it with one hand and squeezed. Under his fingers, the stone compressed until it transformed into pure diamond. He hurled the diamond, and as it gained speed, it ignited the air around it. Piercing through space, the diamond struck the destroyer with tremendous force. The creature barely withstood the blow but managed to halt the projectile, though with visible effort. Either the destroyer is getting stronger at an alarming rate, or it's just adapting incredibly fast, Alex said, lighting a cigarette without taking his eyes off the opponent. Alex pushed off from the very fabric of space, vanishing from the spot where he had stood, and in the next instant reappeared in front of the destroyer. His fist rose, trailing a streak of superheated air. The strike hit the creature's chest, a flash of flame illuminating the valley. The second fist, to the face, even faster, even harder. With each blow, the air rang, the ground cracked, and rocks turned to dust from the shock waves. Over and over, Alex tore into the enemy's defenses, unleashing a relentless barrage. After a dozen crushing hits, the destroyer counterattacked, their fists collided, sending blinding flashes across the valley. Alex didn't rush to unleash his full power. He could feel the destroyer adapting with each passing second, becoming faster, sharper, stronger. Damn, what exactly are you, creature created by Khan Maker? Flashed through his mind. The destroyer's behavior reminded him of one ancient being, Mahoraga. Perhaps that bitch Khan Maker really had tried to recreate it, and failed. Alex slightly increased the force of his strikes, and his suspicion was confirmed. The destroyer wasn't just adapting, it was mimicking. Repeating movements as if learning to fight. At that moment, Alex squinted, catching the enemy's hand. 8 trigrams. Vacuum palm, he said calmly. The palm strike tore through the air. A trail of energy pierced through the destroyer's back, flesh split, revealing bones and organs. Blood spurted from its mouth and eyes, but Alex only smirked. Haven't fought seriously in a while, he whispered, straightening his fingers. Let's continue. He crouched. Hurricane leaf. A sharp pivot, and his foot smashed the support from under the destroyer. It collapsed, breaking the ground beneath it. Alex instantly braced himself with his palms on the earth, tucking his legs. Ascending lotus. A lightning-fast surge upward, and 2 strikes to the chest launched the destroyer into the sky like a cannonball. The air roared, breaking the sound barrier. Alex followed, overtaking it in midair. He pulled a ribbon from his pocket and wrapped it around the enemy's body. Reverse lotus. He sharply yanked the ribbon toward him, and kicked the destroyer in the chest. The crunch of bones echoed through the air. Blood burst from the monster's back, the ribcage cracked, and the spine bent at an unnatural angle. The destroyer roared so fiercely that clouds scattered in the sky as if from an explosion. But Alex didn't stop. The destroyer tried to push him away with a sonic pulse. Alex dodged, instantly appearing behind it, locking the enemy in iron clamps. Forward lotus. Full power, he said with a wide grin. The world shook. The air flared with blinding light, and Alex's strike slammed down with the force of a hurricane, tearing through space and turning the valley into a crater. Alex spun with the destroyer, rotating so fast that the air around them ignited. The whirlwind of flames grew, forming a massive tornado, ripping rocks and sand from the ground. On the final turn, Alex leaped away, releasing his opponent, and the destroyer plummeted like a meteor, its body slammed into the ground with a roar, sending a massive wave of dust and stones skyward. Hovering in the air, directly above the impact site, Alex formed his hand in front of him, shaping it into the face of a tiger. Noon tiger, he said calmly, but there was power in his voice. The air before him compressed, then tore downward, forming a massive tiger woven entirely from pure shockwave. The creature of air slammed into the destroyer with monstrous force. The ground shook, the sky flared with white light, and everything around erupted in a roar of destruction. When the smoke cleared, a massive crater yawned in the center of the valley. At its heart lay only the mangled body of the destroyer, a twisted torso, protruding bones, and the remnants of a head from which thick purple blood oozed. Everything else had been reduced to ash. Alex landed softly nearby, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it. Taking the first drag, he exhaled the smoke into the sky with a grin. Mike Guy would probably be proud of me, he said with a smirk, taking another drag. Meanwhile, the girls from his family, watching the broadcast, were thrilled. Finally, instead of the usual chaos and endless search for answers, Alex had put on a true spectacle. Even they were surprised at how long the enemy had withstood his attacks. Lilith, Maya, Moxie, Angel, Tanis, and the others watched the battle, unable to look away, unable to believe their eyes. The scale of the fight was unimaginable. The rocky valley had been turned into a scorched wasteland, only fragments of the mountains remained, the ground was riddled with cracks, and the place where Alex and the destroyer had clashed had become a deep ravine, as if the planet itself had trembled at their power. Such a sight was not something you saw every day. And while the spectators were filled with awe, Lilith, on the other hand, clenched her fists in worry. She feared that Alex, carried away, might go too far, and destroy Pandora along with the destroyer. Similar thoughts crossed the minds of the other girls who knew Alex too well. Whenever he found an interesting opponent, the fight inevitably turned into a catastrophe. To be continued. Actually, I still have plans for the destroyer. But you'll find out about that in the next chapter. But I've left some hints in this chapter so you can guess what I've planned for the destroyer. Whoever guesses correctly will get a hug. Chapter 475, Chapter 475, The God Who Was Simply Afraid of Being Alone. I was just thinking. Why not show a different side to this character? Everyone already knows he's a villain. But he wasn't always a villain. So here's a chapter. On the planet Pandora, there was a breathtakingly beautiful place known only to a few. Where sharp mountains pierced the heavens and endless green plains stretched beyond the horizon, nature's majesty reigned in serene harmony. Yet even this idyllic paradise hid a secret known only to a handful. Beneath the ground, beneath layers of stone and the roots of ancient trees, lay the entrance to a prison that held a creature born to destroy worlds. Now, that beauty was gone. The mountains had been reduced to piles of rubble, and across the valley ran massive cracks, as if the planet itself were trying to tear apart from within. All of it was the result of one battle, the clash between Alex and the being known as the Destroyer. In the middle of a colossal crater left after the fight stood Alex. A cigarette slowly burned between his fingers, releasing a thin trail of smoke. He gazed calmly at what remained of his opponent. The Destroyer's body was mangled beyond recognition, bones jutted from torn flesh, and thick violet blood seeped into the ground. Its limbs were completely destroyed, and its head, or what was left of it, fared little better. Alex waited in silence. He wanted to see the Destroyer rise again, to continue the fight. Despite having the strength to kill any enemy with a single strike, he never rushed the finale. He enjoyed drawing out the battle, especially when he found an opponent who could withstand more than one hit. Minutes passed. The cigarette burned down. The destroyer didn't move. Alex frowned, then raised an eyebrow and sighed before stepping closer. Crouching down, he pulled a thin wooden stick from his inventory. At first glance, it looked ordinary, but it was actually a branch from the sacred tree of the High Elves forest. Alex had once bought it from a street vendor in Orario for a few coins. The seller simply hadn't known its true worth. Alex poked the mangled corpse with the stick a couple of times. No reaction. He tapped again. Still nothing. Come on, is he really dead? What a disappointment, Alex muttered irritably, glaring at the remains. Annoyance stirred within him. He had expected more. Con Maker, who had tried to recreate the icon of sin, clearly hadn't managed to make anything truly formidable. The destroyer had been one of her prototypes, a failure, yes, but still crafted from the flesh of something capable of surviving the death of worlds. Alex had been sure it would last at least 1 or 2 more phases of combat. But once again, reality turned out dull. He concluded that perhaps the cause was the long imprisonment. The destroyer had spent too much time under the influence of the iridium from which its prison was made. That material didn't just restrain, it drained. Upon being freed, the creature had tried to recover but never regained its former strength, the power that had once consumed entire planets and brought about the extinction of the Iridian race who sealed it within Pandora's core. Alex clicked his tongue. Ah well, dead is dead. A good warm-up anyway. Time to head back. Dryad. He pointed a finger at the destroyer's body. A burst of black flame appeared at the tip, pulsing with an eerie glow. The heat warped the air, melting stone, and even before the flame touched the corpse, it had already begun to smoke. When the black mass finally reached the remains, the destroyer's body ignited, flooding the crater with a sinister light. Alex gave the burning remains a brief glance, shook his head, and sighed. Broken toy, he thought. He pushed off the ground lightly, leaping out of the crater. Stretching his arms, he was about to leave when he froze. A deep, heavy sound echoed through the air, a heartbeat. Once. Then again. The echo rolled across the shattered valley, bouncing off the cliffs. Alex snapped his head toward the crater. His eyes narrowed. A mechanism of con makers. A trap. Or. A second later, thump-thump. The sound grew louder, stronger. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble. Alex barely managed to take a step when a blinding pillar of red energy burst out of the crater. It pierced the sky, painting the clouds a blood-red hue. The air trembled with the sheer rage and destruction emanating from that source. Alex instantly recognized that resonance, that vibration filled with malice. He had felt it before. This is getting much more interesting. He whispered. A wave of crimson energy exploded outward, spreading in every direction. Alex stood motionless, allowing the blast to pass through him. His gaze was cold, yet in the depths of his eyes burned a spark, anticipation. He had just received what he wanted, confirmation of his suspicions. While Alex remained in the Destroyer's Valley, strange and unprecedented changes began to sweep across all of Pandora. The sky turned a deep, ominous shade of blood. The clouds pulsed with crimson light, and along with it, something spread across the planet, a force so overwhelming that Pandora itself seemed to tremble. The changes did not go unnoticed. Lilith, Maya, Moxie, Angel, Tanis, and the rest of the group all lifted their heads toward the heavens. Stepping onto the balcony, they silently watched as a bloody glow spread across the world. None of them understood what was happening. No one had an explanation. The only one who could answer was now standing at the epicenter of that nightmare. The residents of Sanctuary poured out of their homes one by one. Panic spread as they gazed at the sky, whispering to each other about the end of the world. The air grew heavy, pressing down, as if the planet itself had turned into hell, unleashing all its horrors and pain. People could feel fear, rage, and anguish, all at once, as though their souls had been filled with a foreign darkness. I don't like what's happening right now, said Tanis, staring at the bloody sky. This is far too insane, even for me. Only for you, replied Lilith, not taking her eyes off the crimson glow. Where else can you see something like this? The skies turn to blood, and I don't know what it means, but it's definitely nothing good. Maybe we should ask Alex's family, suggested Moxie, glancing at the others. They might know what's going on. With no better option, Lilith, Maya, Moxie, and Angel pulled out the phones Alex had given them and sent a message in the family chat. But even there, no one could provide an answer. Those who had been watching the live broadcast of the fight saw only a blinding explosion and a surge of red energy that engulfed Alex. After that, nothing was visible. However, some of the girls soon began to remember. They had seen something like this before. And the first to realize it were those who came from a world that had endured a zombie apocalypse, one that had escalated into a demonic invasion. Saya quickly typed into the chat, the sky looked like this where demons gathered. The air was filled with their hatred. But even that theory didn't explain what was happening. All the demons were long gone, their creator dead. Which meant the reason behind the crimson sky had to be something entirely different. Lilith exhaled heavily and turned her eyes toward the large screen where the live feed still flickered. The camera shook, the image breaking up with static. At the center of the blast, the crimson energy still burned, obscuring Alex's figure. After the explosion completely engulfed him, Alex hadn't moved an inch. When the light finally faded, he stood in absolute silence. Everything around him had been obliterated. The entire valley of the destroyer was now a massive crater. Only one small patch of land remained intact, the one beneath Alex's feet. In the middle of the crater pulsed a massive cocoon of red energy. Alex watched it intently, studying the waves rippling across its surface. Dozens of thoughts raced through his mind. Perhaps a hidden mechanism within the destroyer's body had activated, something installed by Khan Maker, transforming it into the icon of sin. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Maybe the Gryad spell Alex had used to burn the remains had acted as a catalyst, awakening something unexpected, something beyond what had been intended. Two possibilities spun in his mind. First, that the destroyer truly was reborn into its ultimate form, the icon of sin. Second, that it wasn't him inside the cocoon at all. Someone else was. The energy column radiated not just fury, it was concentrated hatred, raw malice, something that didn't belong to a being born from the spark of the Allfather, the one who symbolized light and wisdom. Alex frowned. What had Khan Maker done to twist a fragment of divine power into a source of pure madness? How had she managed to corrupt the very essence of light itself, to the point where the air of an entire planet became saturated with rage and fear? He knew what would happen next. That wave of hatred had already begun to infect all living things. Pandora, a world where insanity was already the norm, now groaned under the weight of a new darkness. Alex had no doubt, the bandits and psychos, whose minds were always on the edge, had already started killing each other in blind fury, unaware that they had become pawns in someone else's game. Alex exhaled slowly, staring at the pulsing cocoon. So, it's begun. He murmured quietly. The pillar of red energy stopped rising into the sky and began to shrink, but the heavens remained blood-red, thick, negative energy condensed above the valley. Crimson clouds gathered over the crater, as if welcoming the being that was about to emerge from the cocoon. Alex felt something fall onto his cheek. He wiped it with his finger, a crimson drop stained his skin. The metallic scent spread through the air. Looking up, he saw blood begin to rain from the clouds. He had seen something like this before, when Janya lost control of her influence, her dark emotions had warped reality so severely that blood literally rained from the sky. The drop struck the transparent barrier that had formed around Alex. He tore his gaze from the crimson clouds and focused on the cocoon. Cracks had begun to spread across its surface. A second later, it burst apart, unleashing another shockwave of scarlet energy that scattered the clouds. Dust and debris filled the air. Alex waved his hand, clearing the haze before him. In the center of the crater stood a man clad in crimson armor that looked as though it had been forged from flesh itself. Alex's eyes widened for a brief moment. He knew this man, and he knew that he was supposed to be dead. The man's upper body was bare, his legs encased in blood-red plate armor, his torso covered in lines of ancient script. But his face drew the most attention, eyes glowing with bloodlust and an expression twisted by eternal rage. It was Davith, the one believed to be destroyed, the one whose power was supposed to have been consumed by the Slayer. Davith stood motionless in the crater, studying his hands, clenching and unclenching his fists as though growing accustomed to his new body. Once he was satisfied, he tilted his head back toward the blood-red sky and let out a booming, deranged laugh, one filled with hatred toward all his creations and all life itself. After Maker's betrayal and the revenge he had taken, Davith still hadn't abandoned his original goal, to find the key to immortality for his people. But from the darker side of his soul, a new desire had been born, to bring suffering to countless universes. When the laughter faded, Davith lowered his bloodshot eyes and caught sight of a figure standing nearby. Narrowing his gaze, he recognized the men he had seen once before. "I didn't expect you to still be alive, false savior," Davith said with an arrogant smile. The monolith wasn't as strong as he believed himself to be. A pity, he was a useful ally. Alex pulled out a cigarette and replied evenly, "I didn't expect to see you alive either, Davith. Your body was supposed to be destroyed, and whatever remained of your power merged with William. So how the hell did your dead ass come back?" Davith smirked. "Who knows? And where's the Slayer? Didn't you two join forces to kill me and the monolith? Or has he lost his purpose now that his crusade is over? My army burned his world to ashes, then the next one that took him in, and even the third, the one he swore to protect. No matter how hard he tried, I took everything from him. The Slayer wiped the floor with you, to start with. Argent Nur is recovering, the demons are dead. You're back, but for how long? Also, tell me, how exactly did you return? I like answers that come after breaking someone's face. You ready?" Alex spat toward Davith. The drop landed at Davith's feet. He looked down and remembered exactly who stood before him. False savior, that was what they called Alex. He wasn't a savior in the traditional sense, he was another kind of monster, much like the Slayer himself. If the Slayer butchered his enemies without mercy, Alex first humiliated them, and then finished them off. Davith's expression darkened, the fire of hatred igniting in his crimson eyes. Suddenly, Davith clenched his fists, and in his right hand, a sword of red energy materialized, ancient runes flowing along its blade. Even in his partial resurrection from a fragment of the All-Father's essence, the creator of the universe still remembered how to forge weapons for battle. I will not let you humiliate me, Davith declared, pointing the blade at Alex. Not someone like you. Alex replied with an almost calm smile. I just spat, and you're already mad. The monolith had it worse, he got slapped in the face a couple of times with a purple dildo. You're lucky so far, you've avoided that fate. The air tensed, another battle was about to begin. Only a second of silence remained before the clash, and then the darkness and blood-red sky over Pandora reminded everyone, this was more than just the return of an old enemy. But before Alex could move, Davith vanished and reappeared right beside him, sword already raised for a strike. Alex summoned Yamato at the last moment, the blade flared into existence in his hand, and he managed to bring the sheath up in time to block. The crimson energy blade crashed against the steel, and the collision of their powers sent a devastating shockwave across the plane. Davith narrowed his eyes, increasing the pressure, but Alex, holding Yamato in one hand, endured the onslaught without faltering. He knew that the being before him wasn't just a god with destructive power, he was a warrior. Ruthless, cold-blooded, and willing to use any dirty trick necessary. And Alex was right. Davith suddenly raised his leg and kicked toward his chest, but Alex twisted the sheath slightly, deflecting the blow. Sparks flew as their strength clashed again. He could feel it clearly, Davith was weaker than before. The first time, he had resurrected himself through his own life sphere. This time, it was through barely a tenth of the All-Father's power. And yet, his strength still seemed excessive. Why? The answer was obvious, he had been reborn within the body of the Destroyer, the being destined to become the icon of sin. Alex knew what that meant. The Destroyer could adapt, not just to attacks, like Mehoraga, but to the opponent himself, his style, his strength, even his thoughts. It was like Mehoraga on steroids, endlessly evolving until it surpassed its enemy. Not a bad body you got there, Alex remarked, deflecting another blow. Khanmaker probably had no idea you could resurrect this way. She could never have known. Davith roared, striking again. I created Khanmaker and all the others. They are my creations. How could they ever know what went on in my mind? They won only because I trusted them. I trusted my children, born to aid me. But they betrayed me. They betrayed everything I built. For what? Greed. Eternal life. Or just because they didn't want to obey. He pressed harder with every word, his sword whistling through the air, cutting through space itself. Or perhaps they betrayed me because I neglected them. Just as I neglected the first world I created. Tell me, false savior. Why did they betray me? I wouldn't say I don't understand you, Davith, Alex replied calmly, parrying each attack with flawless precision. When you're alone for eternity, and then someone comes along, and you fear losing them again, that fear takes root in your heart. Even a being like you can fear loneliness. You were afraid of losing those you created. That fear became the seed that grew into betrayal. Khanmaker didn't just betray you, she inherited your fear. What were they afraid of? Davith roared, swinging his sword with furious intensity. I was their father. Their creator. I loved them, as I loved the people of Jekad. I gave them Urdak so they could live in peace. So why were they afraid of me? Each of his blows was accompanied by an explosion of force. The earth trembled, the air cracked, and the sky seemed to darken from the rage pouring out of him. Alex could see it, emotions long buried were awakening inside Davith, pain, resentment, betrayal. Everything he had once tried to forget. Davith once again felt himself as he had been, a god betrayed by his own creations. Before his eyes rose that day when Khanmaker and the All-Father had turned against him, when he felt the knife in his back and lost his light side, trapped in his own world, Jekad, corrupted by his darkness. His children had become monsters, his paradise had turned into hell. And now, with every strike, those memories seared his mind. Alex watched him closely. He expected to see a soulless god, devoid of compassion, but instead he saw a suffering being, a warrior unable to bear his own pain. And then Alex understood, Davith's current resurrection did not come from his dark essence, but from his light, the very part that belonged to the All-Father. Now two sides fought within him, and feelings long forgotten returned with renewed strength. Every strike Davith delivered was accompanied by flashes of memory. Alex saw them, as if peering into the very depths of his soul. He saw Jekad, a world shining with light, beautiful and alive. Streets paved with white stone, majestic buildings in the style of ancient Greece, laughing children, and people greeting their creator not as a god, but as a neighbor. The young Davith, dressed in white robes, walked along the street with a warm smile. One child tripped and collided with him. Davith lifted the boy, smiled gently, and brushed off his shoulder. In the reflection of the nearest window, Alex saw his face, not filled with rage, but with kindness and warmth. Then Alex realized, before him stood not just an evil god. Before him stood a fallen father, one who still could not forgive himself for the loss of his light. Davith continued his path, leaving the city's borders. Beyond the walls stretched endless fields reaching the horizon, where simple people worked tending the crops. Everyone who saw Davith greeted him with a warm smile, and he returned it in kind. But over time, everything began to change. He watched his creations age and die, watched as their families mourned their loss. That was when the seed of fear took root in his heart. Davith increasingly dwelled on the thought that his greatest creation, the people who gave him purpose, would one day vanish, leaving him alone once more. On one such day, after yet another funeral, he sat on the balcony of his palace, gazing at the snow-white city bathed in the soft glow of lanterns. Children's laughter, joyful cries, the smiles of passers-by, none of it brought him comfort anymore. He knew that one day, it would all disappear. And the longer he dwelled on it, the stronger the fear grew, the fear of being alone again. He did not want to create a new race to fill the void. No, he wanted the people of Jekad to remain with him forever, so that no one would ever leave. Thus, a mad plan took root in his mind, to make everyone immortal like himself, so that no one would know the pain of loss. But no matter how hard Davith tried, immortality slipped through his hands. He created, destroyed, searched, all in vain. Then he created Maker, a new race, endowed with wisdom and power, capable of helping him realize his vision. However, he hadn't noticed how the fear nesting in his heart had passed on to his creations. Just as Davith had feared losing the people of Jekad, so too had the Maker feared losing him. They worried that once their mission was complete, their creator would turn away, leaving them as the world had once been left. And that fear became the cause of their betrayal. The All-Father knew, the moment Davith discovered the secret of immortality, his gaze would return to Jekad, forgetting the Maker. That was when the treachery occurred. Watching these memories, Alex felt only sorrow and pity. Everything had been destroyed in an instant. Previously, Alex had seen only a merciless evil god, but now before him stood a very different Davith, one who had once been kind and merciful, who had wanted only happiness for his children. Meanwhile, the battle did not stop. Davith, consumed by rage, attacked tirelessly. His eyes burned with a bloody light, each strike heavier than the last. The valley of the destroyer had become a scorched wasteland. The earth was split by deep cracks, the rocks turned to ash, and every new blow generated thunderous noise and bursts of energy. Alex didn't know what to feel. On one hand, he faced a ruthless god who had destroyed worlds and caused the birth of the soulless warrior known as the Doomslayer. But on the other, he faced a being who had once simply feared being alone. "You know, Davith," Alex said, parrying another strike and kicking him in the chest, "the reason the Maker feared you is much simpler than you think." Davith staggered, stepping back a few paces, feeling his ribs crack. His breathing became heavy. He understood, now he was weak, and his emotions tore at him from within. Everything he had once buried resurfaced, tormenting his mind. He lifted his gaze. Anger blazed in his eyes. But Alex, standing opposite him, no longer radiated arrogance. No trace of mockery, no familiar cold sarcasm, only calm and sorrow. They stood facing each other in the ruined valley, and only the clang of metal broke the silence. "And what do you think is the reason for their fear, false savior?" Davith asked, clutching his chest and struggling to hold his sword. "You know, Davith." Alex exhaled smoke from his cigarette and looked him directly in the eyes. "I only ever saw a monster in you. A being who didn't care about life. After your return, you destroyed countless worlds. How many universes did you burn? 10. Hundreds. How many souls did Khan make erase under your influence? You became a symbol of destruction, an embodiment of darkness. But now I see only a father in you, one who feared losing his children." He paused. Ash from his cigarette fell onto the cracked ground. "I saw Jekad. It was beautiful. But now, it's dead. Urdak is gone. Everything you ever created has vanished into nothingness. Only fragments of the All-Father, scattered across the universe, remain to remind anyone of you. And all of it was caused by your fear. When you created the Maker, the shadow of loneliness already lived in your heart. And that fear passed on to them. You feared losing your children, they feared that you would abandon them. That fear became the cause of their betrayal. Otherwise, how do you explain Samar hiding the All-Father's life sphere next to you? The All-Father wanted to be near you. Even after death. What are you talking about, false savior? Davith roared, his voice a mixture of pain and anger. I would never abandon my children. I shared my wisdom with them, cared for them. I would never turn away from my creations. Maybe you didn't intend to, Alex replied calmly, looking at him through the curling smoke, but fear is stronger than logic. They didn't believe. They thought that once they fulfilled their purpose, you would simply erase them, deeming them unnecessary. That you would just stop loving them. The Allfather never craved the throne, Davith. He was simply afraid of you. Afraid of becoming an unnecessary child, created for a purpose, not for life. Davith stared at Alex, and after a few moments, he erupted into a loud, almost hysterical laugh. But there was no joy in that laughter, only an abyss of pain and sorrow. It was the laugh of a being that had finally heard the truth but could not accept it. Blood-red tears streamed from Davith's eyes, leaving dark streaks across his face. Alex watched silently, and a phrase spoken long ago by a mortal flashed in his mind. Do not cry, demon. What fears trouble you? Do not cry for them, demon. Wasn't it for this reason that you became a monster, so that you would not cry anymore? For when a person's tears run dry, he becomes a monster. Those words perfectly described Davith's current state. Once a kind god, a creator and protector of life, he had become a monster consumed by hatred for his own creations. The blood-red tears streaming down his cheeks were the last reminder of his former self. Alex wondered, did Davith know that his resurrection through the light side would only bring another tragedy? Did he understand that this would bring not redemption, but just another drop of sorrow into the endless ocean of loneliness? He lifted his gaze to the crimson sky and exhaled smoke from his cigarette upward, watching it dissolve into the air. Interesting, Alex thought, what did the father feel when Lucifer betrayed him? Did his heart ache when the two brothers raised their weapons against each other? Meanwhile, somewhere in the silence between worlds, the creator sat in his workshop. He settled comfortably in a white armchair, a small table beside him with tea steaming gently. On the table was a photograph, the creator himself surrounded by Nairuko, Jinx, and Anya. All four wore Mickey Mouse ear headbands, and behind them towered huge roller coasters. They laughed, radiating pure, genuine happiness. The creator looked at the photograph, a faint, almost melancholic smile appearing on his face. He ran his fingers across the glass, as if wishing to touch that moment. He knew, he had seen everything happening now. He knew what Lucifer was doing, what Michael was occupied with, and, of course, he understood that Alex had encountered Davith once again. He heard his son's thoughts and sighed. Such is the price of freedom, he thought. Without it, Lucifer would never have become what he was meant to be. Alex still stood under the crimson sky, calmly watching as Davith's hysterical laughter faded, turning into quiet, muffled sobs. He felt no anger toward him, only pity. Inside Davith, chaos reigned, his light and dark sides, long separated, could no longer coexist. Their collision was tearing his soul apart. Alex saw the storm raging within him. Once an all-powerful god who had created an entire universe, he was now only a shadow of himself. His power had waned, only a tiny spark remained of his former might. Most of his darkness had been absorbed by the Slayer, the rest had been used by Khan Maker for experiments to create the icon of sin. From his once limitless power, only 1/100th remained, yet even that was enough to destroy an entire planet. Alex knew that Davith could regain strength if he began consuming the souls of living beings. So that's how it is, Davith rasped, lowering his head. My children betrayed me, because they feared I would abandon them. What a pathetic reason. How utterly pathetic they are. Alex sighed. He felt that the light side of Davith's soul had lost. Darkness had completely consumed the remnants of light. It was inevitable. Darkness had become an inseparable part of his being. So, you've truly become yourself again, Davith, Alex said quietly, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Sad. As they say, it's easier to hate than to love. Or maybe you just can't accept the truth. Davith lifted his gaze. Does it matter? Everything I created is already destroyed. What's the point of remembering what's already dead? His voice carried exhaustion mixed with mockery. You're right, Alex nodded. There's no point. So it's time to end this. I had hoped that, with the return of your light, you would become the god you once were. But alas, the darkness in your heart is far deeper than any light. Now it doesn't matter. Davith laughed, madness ringing through it. Ha ha ha. Come on, show me what you're capable of, false savior. Or will you try to save me again? Alex shook his head. No. Saving one who cannot control their own darkness is pointless. So, farewell, Davith. Your story is remarkable, though with a sorrowful ending. But I will remember you not as the Dark Lord, but as the merciful god you once were. Davith only smirked. But suddenly, deep within him, a faint spark of light, long dormant in his essence, flared one last time. For a moment, it pushed back all the darkness, and Davith felt himself as he once had been, the creator of Jekkad, a kind and wise god. He saw Alex draw his blade. Everything froze. Davith understood, this was the end. But instead of fear, he felt something else, peace. Faces of Jekkad's inhabitants flashed before his eyes, the smiles of children, streets bathed in sunlight. He remembered what he had lived for. And when the blade pierced his chest, Davith smiled, for the first time in eternity. The light in his eyes faded, but in that final moment, he knew, this was not the end. He would return. But would he return with light, or only darkness again? No one knew, not Alex, and not even Davith himself. To be continued. Chapter 476, Chapter 476, Time to collect payment for overtime. Alex unsheathed the Yamato blade, its edge gleamed under the crimson sky. In an instant, his figure vanished, dissolving into the air. He wanted to end this meaningless battle, one without thrill or satisfaction, only sorrow and bitterness. Alex appeared right before Davith. The Yamato blade tore through the air, aiming straight for the fallen god's heart. But in that brief moment, before steel met flesh, Alex noticed, Davith was smiling. It was a quiet, weary smile of relief. And what Alex saw in his eyes made him smile faintly in return. In the final seconds of his life, Davith's essence flared with a brilliant, gentle light, so pure and soft that it felt as if the world itself paused for a moment. It was as though Davith had once again become the kind and wise god he used to be. But the blade did not stop. Yamato pierced Davith's heart, placing a full stop on his life, one more in a long cycle, though perhaps not the last. Davith didn't scream, didn't resist. He simply accepted his death, as if he had been waiting for it all along. Alex pulled the blade free, and Davith's body sank to the ground. His gaze turned toward Pandora's sky, which was slowly clearing of darkness, regaining its blue hue. Before his eyes closed, the whites of his eyes turned pure again, and his face softened with lost warmth. He died with a peaceful smile, and his body began to crumble into ash, carried away by a gentle breeze. Alex stood silently, watching, and sighed heavily. He knew there were still 9 fragments of the Allfather's essence scattered across existence, from which Davith could one day be reborn. But would that rebirth bring back the same Davith consumed by darkness? Or the god who once held light within him? There was no answer. A bitter, sour taste lingered in his mouth. Everything Alex knew about Davith once came from a video game. But now, standing here, he realized, this wasn't a fictional character. This was the real Davith. And for the first time, looking into his eyes, Alex understood, before him stood not a monster, but a broken soul, one that had grown weary of its own existence. He sank to the shattered ground beside the spot where Davith's body had lain moments ago. Pulling out a cigarette, he held it between his teeth but didn't light it. He felt exhausted, not physically, but with the kind of fatigue that weighs on the heart when you realize even monsters were once human. By reading Davith's memories, Alex had lived through them alongside him. He saw through his eyes, felt his pain and despair. That was both the gift and curse of reading minds, to not just witness someone's past, but to experience it as your own. That was why Alex felt pity for Davith, not hatred. He sat quietly, staring at the sky, lost in thought. Perhaps Davith's fate had been sealed from the very beginning. Perhaps his fall was necessary so that someone could one day stop him. Alex sighed, lit his cigarette, and took a deep drag. The bitterness of the smoke dulled his thoughts, if only a little. Sometimes, it was the only thing that helped him accept that not everyone could be saved. He exhaled, pulled his knees close, and buried his face in them. He just wanted to rest, for a few minutes, at least. He knew more enemies like Davith would come, those who became monsters not out of malice, but because fate left them no choice. Quietly, almost in a whisper, Alex began to sing. I couldn't wait for you to come and clear the cupboards. But now you're gone and leaving nothing but a sign. Another evening I'll be sitting reading in between your lines. Because I miss you all the time. So, get away. Another way to feel what you didn't want yourself to know. And let yourself go. You know you didn't lose your self-control. There's no end of the rainbow. Turn away. Another way to be where you didn't want yourself to go. And let yourself go. Is that a compromise? His voice was low and rough, carrying a blend of pain and exhaustion. At that moment, the women from Alex's family, who were watching the live broadcast, saw everything unfold. Brunhild and Gondel, connected to him through their spiritual bond, felt what he felt. They sensed his sorrow, the heavy weight pressing on his heart. To them, this wasn't a victory, it was a tragedy. Some of them, especially those whose worlds had once been destroyed by Davith's armies, didn't know how to react. In their hearts, anger and pity intertwined. They hated Davith, yet they couldn't deny that he hadn't become a monster overnight. Brunhild explained to the others what Alex was feeling, and everyone fell silent. Before them wasn't a hero celebrating triumph, it was a man weary of endless struggle. Alex sat with his head bowed, looking truly tired, for the first time. The girls were about to teleport to him to offer comfort, when suddenly flames burst to life behind Alex. From the fire stepped Lilith, her silhouette sharp against the shimmering air. Seeing this, the others stopped. Brunhild spoke softly. Let her go. She's closer to him right now. We don't need to interfere. Everyone agreed. After all, Lilith was now part of their family. And if anyone could pull Alex out of his melancholy, it was her. Lilith appeared in a flash of flame, teleporting to the center of the ruined valley using her siren powers. Her eyes immediately found Alex. Not that it was hard, the valley had become a massive crater carved by deep fractures. The only one left there was Alex, sitting with his face buried in his hands, a cigarette smoldering faintly between his fingers as the wind carried away thin wisps of smoke. Lilith quietly walked over and sat beside him without a sound, resting her head on his shoulder. She already knew what was happening. The rest of the girls were far away, scattered across other universes, and though they could appear at any moment, Lilith chose to come first. For a while, they sat in silence. Alex kept humming a somber tune under his breath, pouring out everything that had built up inside him. Lilith didn't interrupt. She simply stayed beside him, and that was enough. Of course, Alex felt her presence. He could sense her emotions, the gentle warmth radiating from her. It helped ease the weight of Davitha's memories still echoing in his mind. The cigarette in his hand burned out and went cold. He took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. How are you? Lilith asked softly, taking his hand. Still trying to deal with the aftermath of reading Davitha's memories, Alex replied with a strained smile. And what does that mean? What kind of aftermath? She asked gently, trying to draw him away from his dark thoughts. Reading minds isn't just observing, Alex began. It's like living someone else's life alongside them. Feeling what they felt. Seeing through their eyes. And when the owner of those memories is as powerful as Davith, you feel everything: joy, pain, betrayal, rage. It all overlaps. And when he regained part of his light, those emotions came crashing down even harder. Now it's like there are 1,000 voices in my head, all screaming at once. But he was a villain, Lilith said softly, running her hand along his arm. You told me yourself, he destroyed countless worlds. He was, Alex nodded. But not at first. He became that way because of what happened to him. I'm not justifying him, but I can't hate him anymore either. Let William handle that. Their fates are intertwined anyway. So, you're feeling better then? Lilith squinted playfully. Because your depressed face was starting to freak me out. Yeah. My face is back to normal, Alex chuckled. Thanks for your love, Lilith. I could really feel it, all the way through me. You're welcome, she smirked. You were sitting here like some teenager after a breakup, singing sad songs and brooding. Where's that slightly insane idiot who accidentally inspired a cult in my name? The same one who blew himself up on a mountain of flaming garbage. Ouch, that hurts, Alex groaned theatrically. I'd love to see your face after you lived through thousands of years of a god's memories, a god who turned into the Dark Lord. Then we'd see how chipper you look. Oh, my apologies, Lilith said with exaggerated regret. I must have forgotten to mention that I can't read minds. What a shame. How will I ever go on without that skill? Alex looked at her with an empty gaze. Lilith responded with a teasing one, and a tense but warm silence hung between them. Then Alex chuckled, suddenly pushed her to the ground, and began tickling her. Ah. Alex. You idiot. That tickles. Lilith laughed, trying to fight him off but failing. A moment later, she flipped him over, ending up on top. Her golden eyes gleamed, and her lips curved into a triumphant smile. Alex raised an eyebrow, looking at her, and she looked right back at him. So, you caught me, huh? He smirked. Yup, Lilith grinned, leaning in closer. Her palms rested on his cheeks. Just as their lips were about to meet, she suddenly bit him on the cheek. Ow. Alex tried to push her away, but Lilith, pleased with her revenge, wrapped her arms around his neck, refusing to let go. Then her gaze softened, and without hesitation, she pressed her lips to his. Their kiss was long, warm, and real. Everything else ceased to exist. Until a loud, persistent cough echoed inside Alex's head. He opened his eyes and saw Navi, the drone fairy, nervously hovering behind Lilith. How do I put this? Alex muttered, gently catching Lilith's hands before she could pull off her shirt. What is it, handsome? Lilith raised an eyebrow, giving him a sideways look. We might have gotten a bit carried away. And I think we forgot we have an audience, he said, nodding toward the hovering fairy. At first, Lilith just waved it off, so what if someone was watching? After all, only the girls from Alex's family could see. But then, a sudden realization hit her. In Sanctuary, at the Crimson Raiders headquarters, the live feed was being broadcast on a massive screen. Which meant that Brick, Mordecai, Axton, Salvador, and Zero were probably watching too. Just perfect. Lilith muttered irritably, clicking her tongue. She shot the drone fairy a death glare, as if blaming every male member of the team for ruining her moment. Navi, sensing the danger, twitched and slowly drifted away to a safer distance. Alex couldn't help but smile. He wrapped his arm around Lilith's waist, pulled her closer, and kissed her gently, trying to ease her irritation. After the kiss, he whispered softly in her ear. "We can continue, whenever you want." Lilith smirked wickedly. "Oh, I'll tear your clothes off." Literally, this time. Alex just shook his head and sighed. "What has my poor wardrobe ever done to any of you?" Getting to his feet, he and Lilith cast a teleportation spell, and their bodies vanished in a bright flash of light. Upon returning to Sanctuary, the first thing Alex saw was Brick's wide grin as he gave a very enthusiastic thumbs up. Alex exhaled tiredly and simply pointed at Lilith. She slowly turned toward Brick, narrowing her golden eyes as her tattoos began to glow. Brick instantly lowered his hand and pretended he hadn't been there at all. Alex burst out laughing. Then he walked over to the table, brewed himself some coffee, and took a satisfying sip. "Now that's life," he murmured, letting the steam rise from his cup. He gazed dreamily at the ceiling, or maybe straight into space, and smirked. Soon, he would have his own space station, Helios. The thought of someone like Uranus in Orario noticing the sudden appearance of a massive orbital platform made him quietly laugh to himself. In Orario, Uranus acted as a sort of leader of all the gods who descended into the mortal world, and Alex knew that this god would definitely get another headache when an entire massive space station appeared above the planet. Alex hadn't yet figured out what to use Helios for, but that didn't change the fact that he was going to have an entire space station. The girls looked at Alex, who was giggling like a child on Christmas Eve before finding the cherished present under the tree. "Alex," Mordecai called, "when do we start working in your guild?" After the briefing, Alex replied, setting down his mug. "They'll explain everything. Work in the guild isn't just barging in on bandits with guns. You need to eliminate the cause. For example?" Axton asked, leaning on the table. "Take Handsome Jack, for instance," Alex began. "Imagine that in every universe there's a Jack. And each of them is a villain driving their world into the abyss. Our job is to stop the destruction. You find the villain, you kill him, and you watch how the world changes. But sometimes it turns out he was just a pawn. Then you need to figure out who's behind him and remove the root of the problem." Simple, Alex shrugged. "A fairy drone like Navi will follow each team. It will show whether the timeline has stabilized. Usually everything returns to normal after the villain's death, but sometimes it turns out he was only a tool. For example, a god trying to increase their influence through war, fanaticism, or genocide. And then we have to intervene." "Wait," Lilith frowned. "You mean we'll have to fight gods? Are they even killable?" "I know you can do it, but what about us?" Alex smirked and slowly exhaled smoke from his cigarette. "These gods are pathetic parasites. The guild has weapons capable of killing them. They're stronger than humans, yes. But essentially, insignificant. Hurt them and they immediately start screaming, cursing everyone, shouting that they're gods. A pathetic sight. Most of them didn't even create their worlds, they just showed up and latched on, feeding on faith so they wouldn't disappear. When they realize a mortal can kill them, they run like rats." Silence fell in the room. Only Navi chirped faintly in the background, recording everything Alex said. After Alex's words, it was hard to argue. Seeing doubt still lingering on some faces, he decided to show them a concrete example, one of the archive recordings from drones that had accompanied teams during missions in other worlds. Every operation was carefully recorded and stored in the archive, not only for reports but as training material. Alex chose one of the most illustrative missions, a video recorded by a drone that followed Simon Ghost Riley, who preferred to operate alone when eliminating targets. When interest appeared on the listeners' faces, Alex stood up from the table, cup of coffee in hand, and hooked up to the big screen. "Now I'll show you what a perfectly executed mission looks like," he said, activating the video and switching to commentary mode. The screen came to life. The first shots showed Ghost arriving in a fantasy world. Alex pulled up the mission brief: eliminate a group of so-called heroes. In this mission it says you need to kill a group of heroes. Who are they exactly? Warriors. Tanis asked, raising her hand like a model student. It depends on the specific world, Alex explained calmly. Sometimes a hero is born there, sometimes a god summons one from another world. In this case, a goddess named Lisanaya summoned 5 youths she deemed worthy of the title heroes. Here's their dossier. Faces of the 5 summoned youths appeared on the screen. They were teenagers, essentially, but their eyes already reflected cruelty. Alex briefly described each of them, from the self-absorbed leader to the sadistic assassin. These so-called heroes were typical scum, he continued. Murders, torture, rape. They did whatever they wanted, hiding behind divine blessing. Ghost's first target was Akira Tenchi, the self-proclaimed leader of the group. When he decided to play with yet another victim, Ghost was already waiting. No unnecessary talk, 1 bullet to the head, 2 to the heart. The story was over. Next was Sayori Kagami, the hero assassin who enjoyed tormenting people for pleasure. While he whistled a tune, wiping blood from his daggers, a shadow appeared behind him. A metallic string, drawn with icy precision, and that was it. In the morning, he was found with bulging eyes and a bluish face. Third on the list was Keiji Yami, a mage who tested his spells on the innocent. When he was training again, Ghost entered his laboratory and plunged a knife into his back. Startled, a spell misfired and destroyed the entire hall. Only a charred shadow remained of Yami. Fourth was Miyuki Sasori, a local heartbreaker hunting married women, including the queen. That night he was heading toward yet another victim, but instead of passion, he found death in a dark alley. Ghost slit his throat and vanished into the darkness. Finally, the last one, Ruji Kurohana, a tank, uncontrollably furious. Screaming for revenge, he went into the forest to train, but stepped on a magical mine. Losing his legs, he tried to crawl away until he saw a skull mask and a gun barrel in front of him. One shot, and silence. In 5 days, Ghost eliminated all 5. Each died in fear, realizing that no divine power could save them from death. But the mission didn't end there. The goddess Lisanaya, having lost her heroes, descended to the mortal world to investigate personally. She materialized in a church built in her honor, and at that same moment received a bullet to the head. A sniper shot. 1 instant, and the goddess was gone forever. Until the end of their days, no one, neither her followers, nor the guards, nor the kingdom, ever learned who had killed their heroes and the goddess. Damn, where did you find this guy? I mean, I love throwing punches, Brick exhaled, slapping the table. But this is a masterpiece. No noise, no fuss. No one even realized what happened. The moonlight fades. The sword kisses the throat quietly. The pulse stops, Zero said, as if quoting a haiku, nodding approvingly. Incredible, Maya added, staring at the screen. He just watched for a few days, then acted, and eliminated them all. Even the goddess. It's simple, Alex said, turning off the screen. These 5 were ordinary teenagers given power. They believed they were invincible and stopped being cautious. Ghost, he's a professional. If he's targeting you and you don't see him, don't blink. Otherwise, as they say, you'll blink through your whole life. You can't even argue with that, Moxie drawled, resting her elbow on the table. No heroes there. Just a bunch of spoiled idiots. And what did you expect? Alex smirked. When idiots get power, they become even bigger idiots. They only think with their lower half. And, unfortunately, there are too many of them. No one contradicted Alex. After seeing it with their own eyes, arguing was pointless. Each present had witnessed how that very group of hero scum acted. Given power, they achieved nothing worthy, only drowned in their own depravity and cruelty. Alex finished the last of his coffee, set down the cup, sighed, and headed toward the exit. His gaze lifted to the ceiling, and for a moment his eyes glowed with a soft bluish light. His magical vision pierced obstacles, shooting through the sky, straight to the orbital station Helios. Alex's gaze found his target. Handsome Jack. He looked horrifying. His artificial face had never been restored, and now he showed everyone his true one, mutilated, with the scorched mark of the archive burned into his cheek. Jack had locked himself in his office, surrounded by unnaturally bright light, not a single shadow, as if he feared Alex would emerge from the darkness at any moment. In just 2 days, Jack had wasted away, thinning to the point of looking like a living skeleton. Dark bags hung under his eyes, his gaze empty and hunted. There was nothing left of the confident genius, only a trembling shell clinging to the illusion of control. Alex smirked, deactivated his magical vision, and returned his attention to reality. Before leaving, he instructed Lilith to talk to the residents of the sanctuary about a possible relocation to another world. He told Moxie the same, to discuss it with Scooter and Ellie. When she asked why they needed to move, Alex just smiled. I'll get them into the guild. Ellie and Scooter could use a new job, we have plenty of tech, and the transport needs maintenance. Besides. He smirked lightly. I don't want you to be separated from your children, even if they're already grown. Moxie responded with a seductive smile, clearly appreciating the concern. Alex merely nodded, opened a portal, and stepped through it before Brick and Salvador could rush after him. After all, storming an orbital station wasn't an everyday opportunity. Exiting the portal, Alex found himself in Helios cargo bay. The cold metallic air, the hum of life support systems, and the steady steps of maintenance drones, all combined to create an atmosphere of mechanical soullessness. He cast the Ignore Me spell on himself and headed toward the nearest terminal. His path went through corridors where cargo robots of all sizes moved along rails. Alex briefly thought that these machines could be useful in the future, cheap labor that required no food or sleep. Finding a suitable terminal, he pulled out his phone, connected to the station's central network, and deployed a virus. A few seconds later, control of Helios was his. Alex began methodically disabling everything that could offer the slightest chance of escape: resurrection stations, teleport platforms, emergency airlocks. He paused for a moment, considering whether to leave any of Hyperion's staff alive. But he quickly dismissed the thought. They had already caused too much harm on Pandora under Jack. Only the cargo robots, already under his command, would remain. Once all security systems were offline, Alex activated the station's internal comms. 1, 2, testing comms, his voice echoed through all levels of Helios. Excellent. Yahoo. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that this is an invasion. Usually in such cases, they say, surrender, and you will live. Horror flickered across the faces of Hyperion's employees. Automatic doors slammed shut with a crash, emergency isolation protocols activated. Every passage, every staircase, blocked. In his office, Jack flinched as Alex's voice blared through the speakers. His hands trembled, he dropped to his knees, and hid under the desk, pressing his head to his chest. He tried to convince himself that this was just another nightmare, but no, this was reality. Alex had truly arrived. But, unfortunately for you, my dear Hyperion employees, Alex continued, his voice growing colder with each word, I don't take hostages. You can resist, since that's what you were trained to do. But, will it help? The choice is yours, hide, or die with a weapon in your hands. Either way, nobody leaves Helios. Nobody. A pause. Then his voice lowered to a whisper, yet it sent chills down every spine. Oh yes, Jack. Alex said with the faintest trace of a smile. I promised I'd come. Well, I'm already here. Wait for me. I'll take everything you have left. Helios is your last toy. Even your life now belongs to me. At that moment, the speakers crackled, his voice distorted, hollow and otherworldly. Lights flickered in some sections, and a palpable sense of fear seemed to ripple through the station itself. Alex cut the broadcast and almost immediately felt fear and panic spreading across Helios. He sensed it clearly, a shiver permeating the air. Most sharply, he felt Jack's terror, barricaded in his office. Alex paused for a moment, wondering, had he become a villain? But he quickly dismissed the thought. No, he wasn't a villain. Nor a hero. Those who worked for corporations like Hyperion always hid behind the same excuses: it's just a job, we're just following orders. All those words were nothing more than attempts to absolve themselves of responsibility for their deeds. Darling, release your new pets. It's time to feed them, Alex said with a bloodthirsty smile. From the shadows at his feet, a pale, slender hand with long black nails slid out. On the ring finger glittered a ring with a crimson stone. Following it came she, Zhangya. Her long, almost alive black hair flowed smoothly, and her dress, the color of dried blood, gleamed with a wet sheen, as if freshly soaked. Each step she took left crimson footprints in her wake. She wrapped Alex in cold arms and pressed against him. Their eyes met, pools of abyssal black, shining in the darkness with longing and tenderness. Alex pulled Zhangya close by the waist. Between them, no words were needed, only a silent union, filled with the warmth and love she had sought her entire life, and even after death. As they stood, immersed in their dark, rose-tinted moment, the blood pooling under Zhangya's feet began to boil, as if coming to life. From the scarlet liquid, the outlines of thin, broken figures rose. Their long limbs stretched toward the ceiling, their skin veined with crimson, and their eyes burned with insatiable hunger. These were the Wendigos from Blackwood Mountain, creatures Zhangya had once taken to her Red City. Now they had become her pets. Without their bodies, they had gained a new essence, the embodiment of a true curse of endless hunger. 10 Wendigos emerged from the bloody pool. They let out a soul-shattering shriek that made the station's metallic walls tremble. Alex, keeping his gaze fixed on his spectral wife, merely waved his hand slightly, and that was the signal to hunt. In the next second, the Wendigos lunged, vanishing into the corridors of Helios. Their screams echoed throughout the station, foreshadowing the imminent and excruciating death of anyone daring to remain alive. To be continued. Anyway, the next chapter is the purge of Helios, the death of Handsome Jack, and then the transfer of an entire orbital station to the fantasy world, where everyone's going to freak out. I think I'll go get something to eat. Chapter 477, Chapter 477, Horror on Helios. After the activation of the emergency isolation system, the orbital station Helios turned into a steel labyrinth. All doors, corridors, and elevators, everything was locked. No one could escape. The reason for this was Alex, who had taken full control of the station. The Helios workers found themselves cut off from each other in small groups, some in technical rooms, others in their quarters, and some trapped inside elevators. His words, broadcast through the speakers, "No one will leave Helios alive," kept echoing in their minds, crushing their sanity. Some, barely holding back panic, cursed Handsome Jack. After all, he was the one responsible for their predicament. Now they felt like fish on a cutting board, waiting for the butcher to raise his knife. But the Hyperion soldiers weren't about to surrender. They gritted their teeth, tightened their grip on their weapons, and prepared for battle, convinced the enemy was just a group of well-armed raiders who had somehow infiltrated the station. None of them had any idea what they were truly about to face. Combat and cargo robots suddenly froze, as if time itself had stopped for them. Security systems stopped responding. But the soldiers hadn't realized it yet. One group, trapped in a long metal corridor, formed a circular defense. The red flashing alarm light illuminated their tense faces. The silence was unnatural, so thick that everyone could hear not only their own breathing but also that of the person next to them. In that silence, where even a step echoed through the walls, fear began to take root in their minds. It felt as if the darkness itself whispered in their ears, "You will die here, every one of you." Finally, with a hiss, one of the doors began to slide open. Metal screeched. The soldiers instantly raised their weapons, aiming into the gap. Behind the door lay another corridor, dark as the abyss. "Frank, go check it out," ordered the commander, keeping his eyes fixed on the opening. "Commander, maybe Ramirez should go. Last time you sent me, a skag almost gutted me," grumbled Frank, casting an irritated look at the officer. "That's an order, Frank. Ramirez is busy trying to restore comms. Move it." Frank exhaled loudly and glanced at the technician still fiddling with the control panel, pulling out wires from a metal box. With a resigned sigh, he raised his rifle and slowly moved along the wall, gripping it so tightly his knuckles turned white. Something about all this felt wrong. Since when did Pandora's bandits get smart enough to hack Helios systems? He thought, creeping closer to the door. The commander motioned for him to scout the corridor. Frank turned on his flashlight, pointing the beam at the wall. The light cut through the darkness, revealing only rusty pipes and swirling dust. He quickly stepped through the doorway, pressed against the opposite wall, and scanned the area again. Clear. He muttered under his breath and took another cautious step forward. "Report, Frank," came the commander's voice from behind. "Looks clear, sir." Frank began, but then froze. Something flickered in the depths of the corridor, a swift, barely visible shadow, as if the darkness itself had moved. Frank snapped his rifle up, staring into the void. His heart pounded in his chest. The beam of the flashlight trembled in his shaking hands. "Frank, come in." "What's happening?" the commander demanded, his tone tight with unease. But Frank didn't answer. He heard something behind him, a faint, wet sound, like bare feet moving across metal. Slowly, he turned his head, and saw it. A creature straight out of a nightmare, a thin, elongated body, skin crisscrossed with pulsating crimson veins, deranged eyes, and a mouth full of needle-like teeth. It stood inches away, breathing directly into his face. Frank wanted to scream, but he couldn't. The air froze in his lungs. A trickle of dark, metallic-tasting blood dripped from his mouth. From the outside, he seemed fine, only his head twitched slightly. "Frank, don't tell me you got scared of your own shadow," shouted one of the soldiers, Flint, with a mocking grin. "Flint, shut it," barked the commander, frowning. "Frank, report. What the hell is going on out there?" But Frank no longer answered. But Frank never answered, and that started to irritate the commander. Before he could shout a single word, the soldiers saw blood gush from Frank's mouth. He twitched violently, fell to his knees, and in the next moment, his head rolled across the floor with a dull thud. The commander's face froze in sheer horror. Frank had died so fast that no one even realized what had happened. His decapitated body collapsed right after, and within seconds, a wave of panic swept through the 10-man squad. From the dark corridor, a thin, withered hand covered in dark veins slowly reached out. It grabbed Frank's leg and yanked his corpse into the darkness. A moment later came the sickening, wet sound of flesh being torn, like someone devouring raw meat with ravenous hunger. When the grotesque chewing finally stopped, the lights in the corridor began to flicker unnaturally. The red emergency lamps, the only source of light, flared and dimmed erratically, as if the station itself was losing its mind. Then, in the next instant, everything was swallowed by absolute darkness. A chilling cold swept through the air. Frosty vapor poured from the soldiers' mouths. "Turn on the flashlights." "Now," the commander ordered, his voice firm but low. The clicks of switches sounded almost in unison. Beams of light cut through the darkness and focused on the open doorway, and then everyone froze. On the floor, walls, and even the ceiling, hung creatures. Their bodies were twisted and emaciated, their skin marked with red, pulsating veins. Shreds of clothing clung to them, a haunting reminder that they had once been human. Their faces, if those could still be called faces, were elongated, eyeless, and filled with only one thing, an unending hunger. "See, Commander, who are they?" "I don't like how they're looking at us," one of the soldiers whispered, his weapon trembling in his hands. "It doesn't matter who they are," the commander barked. "They killed one of us. Fire. Kill these monsters." The first shot rang out, and in that instant, the creatures pounced. They moved with inhuman speed. The soldiers barely had time to react before the shadows descended upon them with shrieks and howls. The commander was the first to fall, ripped apart in seconds. Blood sprayed across the men behind him. Panic erupted. Gunfire, screams, cries of agony, then silence. When the lights flickered back on, the corridor had turned into a slaughterhouse. Blood coated the walls, floor, and ceiling. Mutilated remains were scattered everywhere. Of the entire team, only one survived, Technician Ramirez. He had been lucky. In the chaos, someone shoved him, he hit his head against the wall, and blacked out. The Wendigos, hunting only moving prey, simply ignored him. When Ramirez woke, the metallic stench of blood filled his nostrils. He slowly opened his eyes, everything was blurry, his ears rang. As he tried to move, his hand brushed against something warm and sticky. He turned his head, and realized his palm was resting on the commander's half-eaten head, its eyes empty and staring. Terror surged through him. His heart pounded wildly. His vision cleared, and he saw everything. Torn bodies, chunks of flesh, blood dripping from the walls. He gagged and vomited. But before he could catch his breath, footsteps echoed behind him. Slow. Heavy. And then, a faint melody. A calm, almost casual whistling, horribly out of place amid this carnage. Ramirez turned his head. A man was walking down the corridor, dressed in a black coat, jeans, and a dark shirt. He whistled softly as he moved, his gaze cold and detached, as if he were just taking a stroll through the park. "Oh." The man drawled with a faint smirk, noticing the lone survivor. "Looks like someone got lucky tonight." Their eyes met. Ramirez trembled, gasping, his hand frantically searching for his weapon. Panic clouded his mind. It took him a few moments to realize why that voice sounded so familiar. He had heard it not long ago, echoing across Helios itself, announcing that the station had been taken, and that everyone on board was doomed. Ramirez's fingers found the grip of his pistol. He yanked the weapon out, aimed at the approaching men, and fired. The roar of gunfire drowned out his own heartbeat. But not a single bullet hit its target. A faint, almost mocking smile appeared on the man's face. When the magazine emptied and the pistol clicked dry, the stranger took a step forward. Then another. Slow, deliberate, as if he had all the time in the world. Trembling, Ramirez began to crawl backward until his back hit the cold metal wall. There was nowhere to run. The men crouched down directly in front of him. Ramirez shut his eyes, bracing for death. But nothing happened. Driven by desperate curiosity, he cautiously opened his eyes, and met the gaze of the strange man. His irises were unreal, impossibly bright, almost alive, gleaming in the dim light. Ramirez's heart pounded so violently he feared it would burst from his chest. "WWW, who are you?" he stammered, unable to look away. "I'm Alex," the man replied calmly, a slight smile tugging at his lips. The same voice that announced, "Helios is under control. No one will escape." "And you, who are you?" I'm Ramirez. Just a technician. Please, let me go. I don't want to die." He mumbled, gasping for breath. Alex let out a quiet sigh, resting his cheek on his hand and wearing the most innocuous expression he could muster. "Ramirez, do you know the difference between killers, serial killers, and me?" No, he whispered, shaking his head frantically. "You see, killers take 1 or 2 lives. Serial killers, 10, maybe 15, until they get caught. But I..." Alex tilted his head slightly, his smile widening. "I kill in batches. Entire crowds." His face remained calm, even genial. But his eyes reflected an abyss. One look at him and Ramirez began trembling uncontrollably. Please, have mercy," he rasped, feeling his chest tighten. "Sorry, Ramirez," Alex said softly, rising to his feet. "But as I said, after Helios was taken, no one survived." He stepped aside. "And, don't look back. That's my last piece of advice to you. Maybe then it won't hurt as much." Ramirez froze, his body unwilling to obey. But humans are simple creatures. Tell them not to look, and they inevitably will. He slowly turned his head. At first, he saw only his shadow. Relief washed over him, but it didn't last. Dozens of red eyes opened across the shadow. They stared directly at him, hungrily, furiously, ravenously. No. Ramirez whispered, but it was too late. Thin, pale hands covered in red veins shot out from the darkness. They grabbed him, clawing into his body, and before he could scream, dragged him down into the blackness. Ramirez's scream echoed down the corridor, and then ceased. The last thing he saw before being swallowed by darkness was Alex's back, slowly dissolving into the dim light. And then all was black. Alex didn't even turn around, he knew Ramirez would look back anyway, to see what awaited him. From the thick shadow trailing behind, Janya emerged. Her cold hand slipped into his, and they walked side by side, not saying a single word. Every step Janya took on the metallic floor of the corridor left a bloody trail, a crimson streak stretching behind her like a sinister train. As they passed through the many sections of Helios, Alex was glad he had disabled Navi's ferry drone broadcast in advance. This spectacle was the last thing the girls and his family ever needed to see. Everywhere lay the mutilated bodies of soldiers and Hyperion staff. The air was thick with the stench of blood and ozone, and the walls seemed to have absorbed the screams, still echoing in their ears. And as if 10 Wendigos weren't enough, Janya unleashed other creatures from the Red City. They turned the orbital station into a true carnival of death. It looked like a scene from the movie The Cabin in the Woods, where all the monsters break free from their underground cages, only here it was not underground but in the depths of space. From every corridor and hall came screams of fear, gunfire, and choking cries. A soldier ran out of one of the laboratories, firing wildly behind him, not paying attention to where he was going. But he hadn't even taken a few steps when long, black tentacles, like the branches of a dead tree, shot out from the darkness behind him. They wrapped around his body and yanked him back into the room. Passing by, Alex caught a glimpse of Slender Man, a tall, mutilated figure whose branches pierced the soldier's body. The tentacles entered through his eyes, mouth, ears, and chest, controlling him like a lifeless puppet. Slender Man lifted his faceless head and, noticing Alex and Janya, slightly bowed in respect to his queen and king. Alex paused for a moment, wondering if Bison would get jealous. After all, his tormentor had found a new victim, and Bison's jealousy might not tolerate competition with this new prey, whom Slender Man was torturing with particular enthusiasm. The thought struck Alex as slightly amusing, and he quietly smirked. They reached the elevator leading to the upper levels, where Handsome Jack's office was located. When the elevator finally arrived, Alex grimaced. A flood of blood poured from the open cabin, mixed with body parts and entrails. But it wasn't the blood itself that made him uneasy. It was who was standing inside. Before them stood a figure straight out of a nightmarish circus, forgotten by time. A clown. Its appearance blended comedy and horror in equal measure, a caricature of a human whose very existence was a blasphemy against common sense. A massive body, wrapped in a garish uniform, seemed to carry the marks of centuries of debauchery and madness. The face, pale as chalk, with cracked corners at the lips, looked like a death mask. Bright red painted lips stretched into an insane grin, revealing crooked, yellowed teeth. Around the eyes and mouth, smeared streaks of paint darkened, as if the ink had absorbed blood and tears. Wild, spiky hair, dyed poisonous green with streaks of gray, gave it the appearance of a being long stripped of humanity. A tattered fragment of a hat dangled on its head, and ears, as if melted in hell, protruded unnaturally to the sides. The clown's outfit was the embodiment of a tailor's schizophrenia, a purple tailcoat with golden buttons stretched over a bloated stomach, the fabric, soaked in blood in places, splitting at the seams. On the chest glittered a massive sunflower brooch, bright, like a mockery of the carnage around it. Its striped, tattered pantaloons hung on thick legs, revealing gray skin beneath. He stood motionless, looking at Alex and Janya, then tilted his head to the side and stretched his lips even wider. The elevator filled again with the sound of a low, muffled laugh, as if coming from the depths of some other mind. Watching the clown, known as Kenneth Jeffrey Hawk Chase, Alex felt a nervous twitch in his eye. Especially when the clown pressed his red nose again, producing a nasty, high-pitched squeak. He held a bloodied knife in the other hand, and the whole display looked damn irritating. Even with the power to destroy literally everything, Alex still hated clowns. Knowing that one lived in his wife's private world only intensified the contradiction inside him. Kenneth stared at Alex and Janya, then awkwardly pulled a pair of balloons from his pocket. With a few practiced movements honed over years, he twisted them into a flower and with a bow presented it to Janya. She accepted the gift with an untroubled expression, and the clown, satisfied, pressed his nose again. You know, Alex said dryly, looking at him, since you gave my wife a balloon, I won't beat you. But I'm not taking an elevator with you. Kenneth made a sad little honk with his nose and looked at Alex with an offended, almost puppy-like expression. The sight made Alex's eye twitch even more. A man in a filthy clown suit, belly and face smeared with paint and blood, looked at him as if he'd taken away his favorite toy. Alex sighed inwardly. This clown wasn't just some creature, he was a ghost from the Red City, subservient to Janya. Not wanting to waste a second, he pressed the panel button and sent the elevator back down. The doors closed on the sad gaze of the old dead man with the red nose. When the elevator left, Alex massaged the bridge of his nose and looked at Janya. She stood with an impassive face, still holding the balloon flower in her hand. I don't even want to ask, Alex muttered wearily. Of course, there was no answer. He called another elevator and stole a glance at the balloon. In some other situation it might have been cute, if the balloon hadn't been smeared with blood. The new elevator finally arrived. Alex turned his head, and his eye twitched again. Another clown stood inside. His face was white as tombstone marble, as if carved from death itself. A crazed, ink-black smile stretched ear to ear, revealing blackened teeth. Strips of congealed blood stuck out from under the long, hooked nose. His bald, shiny head glinted under the lamps, and a battered black top hat sat absurdly atop it. His suit, black and white like a chessboard from hell, hung on him as if borrowed from a corpse. A white shirt and bow tie were stained with other people's sins. In his hands he held a bag heavy with horrific contents, rusted blades, saws and hooks. Alex recognized him immediately, a clown named Art. One of the most brutal creatures ever to step across worlds. And, apparently, now another resident of the Red City. Noticing them, Art raised his hand with a klaxon and squeezed. The squeal echoed down the corridor. Alex exhaled sharply. Just what we needed, he said flatly. Try making that sound again and I'll shove that thing where the sun don't shine. Art froze, grinning at Alex. Then he slowly reached his fingers toward the klaxon but stopped when Janya looked at him. One glance, and the demon in human skin immediately raised his hands, feigning submission. Alex shook his head wearily, stepped forward, grabbed Art by the scruff of his neck, and yanked him out of the elevator. Go do something useful, he said coldly. Kill someone, scare them, get on their nerves, I don't care. Just don't get in the way. And if you even think about running, I'll make sure you never leave the Red City again. Art grinned broadly, slung his black bag over his shoulder, and hopping along, cheerfully bounded down the corridor. Alex flinched, meeting two clowns in a row was already too much. Especially since both lived in the Red City, which he used as his personal hell. Before the elevator doors closed, Art suddenly turned and pressed the klaxon. The shrill, grating squeal tore through the corridor, making Alex grit his teeth. He was about to jump out and kick the clown in the back, but Art, rattling the metal objects in his bag, disappeared down the hall. The elevator doors shut, and Alex exhaled heavily. My love, he said, turning to Janya. I've asked this before, but still, how many creatures did you absorb before we met? I don't know, she replied softly, barely audible. Of course, muttered Alex. But why the hell clowns? Couldn't you scare people with something else? No, it has to be clowns. Who even thought of dressing up like this, killing people, and then becoming a ghost? Definitely not something worth preserving after death. He spoke louder and more irritably, and Janya merely tilted her head quietly, not interrupting. She knew Alex hated clowns, not just disliked, but genuinely despised them. And she couldn't say how many creatures lived in her Red City. Her memories before meeting Alex were like a dense fog. As Alex was nearing the end of his rant, Janya gently took his hand. He still muttered, but gradually calmed down as the elevator reached the upper levels of Helios, the very floors where Handsome Jack's personal office was located. Like on the other floors, the corpses of Hyperion employees littered the area. Alex stepped calmly over the bodies and moved toward the massive door. His eyes glimmered slightly, and through the wall, he could see Jack's office. Jack was hiding under his desk, trembling like a child having a nightmare. Maintaining his composure, Alex knocked on the door. Jack, open up. I know you're there. Don't hide under the desk. Face your fate like a man. He saw Jack's body tremble even more. Jack covered his ears, as if trying to block Alex's words, and now looked not like Handsome Jack, but like the little boy once abandoned by his parents and left in the care of a cruel grandmother. Jack had truly suffered as a child, but the suffering hadn't made him better. It had only created a monster. He had once been an ordinary programmer, smart, but cowardly. He hid his cruelty behind a mask of harmlessness, enduring, waiting to gain power. And when he became director of Hyperion, he finally revealed his true face, a man ready to kill anyone for profit. Alex sighed tiredly. Jack continued to tremble under the desk like a pathetic little animal. He took Janya's hand, extended his palm to the wall, and she passed silently through the metal. Alex followed immediately. They arrived in Handsome Jack's lavish office. Everything here screamed narcissism: golden statues, gilded panels, crystal chandeliers, even a small pool with a fountain shaped like Jack himself, water spilling from his hand. Alex whistled. If narcissism could be measured in carats, this guy would already be a legend, he smirked. He scanned the hall, feeling rot hiding beneath the showy luxury. For a moment an ancient myth flashed into his mind, the man in love with his own reflection. Looks like someone decided to perfect that legend, he said softly, looking at the desk under which Jack still trembled. Alex walked slowly to the desk where handsome Jack was hiding and, unhurriedly, threw his legs up onto the tabletop. When his boots thudded on the metal, Jack flinched, clamped his hands over his ears and began to shake even harder, repeating the same words like a mantra. "This is a dream, just a dream, it'll be over soon. I'll wake up. I'll be director of Hyperion again. Angel is by my side, the vault is mine, the warrior is under control. I'll cleanse Pandora." He mumbled it over and over as if trying to convince himself that what was happening wasn't real. "No, Jack," Alex said lazily, lighting a cigarette, "this isn't a nightmare. This is reality. Get out. You're not real." Jack squealed, without raising his head. "Oh, believe me, I'm more than real," Alex replied calmly, letting a stream of smoke out. "Everyone on Helios right now is facing incarnations of their worst nightmares. And you, Jack, you met the worst of them." But Jack didn't listen. His mind, choking on fear, clung to the illusion of a dream. He mumbled faster and pressed his palms harder to his ears, as if trying to drown out Alex's voice, which sounded to him like the whisper of a devil. Alex sighed and glanced at Zhangya. She understood him without words. Her hair came to life, long black strands stirred and reached toward Jack, writhing like living snakes. Within a second they had reached him, coiled around his body, and despite his desperate screams, wrapped him head to toe, turning him into a dense black cocoon. A moment later the bound Jack was seated in a chair. When he saw Alex before him, he squeezed his eyes shut, like a child trying to hide in the dark. Alex sighed heavily, and Zhangya's hair moved again, two strands, like fingers, grabbed Jack's eyelids and forced him to open his eyes. "That's better," Alex said calmly, taking a drag. "Hello, Jack. I told you we'd meet again." He paused, snorted. "To be honest, I overestimated you. I thought you'd go for some insane plan, start bombing Pandora just to get rid of me. Though, of course, that wouldn't have helped you. Still, hiding under a desk. For the director of a corporation that controls dozens of worlds, that's a bit petty, wouldn't you say?" Jack mumbled something through the strands that wrapped his mouth. Yes, I understand, you're scared," Alex said, flicking ash. "Fear of what you can't comprehend, typical. That's human nature." He looked away for a second and added more quietly. "Well, I think you should know how your daughter is. Angel is fine. Very soon she'll go on her own adventure, no cages, no chains, no your control. She'll have friends, a new life. Paradoxical, isn't it? You were supposed to give her freedom, and in the end I did." Alex leaned forward, his eyes flashed with an icy light. "So I'll give you a choice, Jack. The same one I give to everyone." He took out an old revolver, slowly spun the cylinder, removed all the bullets except one, and placed the weapon on the table in front of Jack. A few seconds later, to Jack's right, a crimson door rose from a pool of blood. From underneath it, pulsating veins crept across the floor like living tendrils. The air thickened, the room filled with a sinister hum. "So," Alex said calmly. "It's simple. In front of you is a revolver. One bullet. You can end it all right here, with a single shot. And to your right is a door leading to a place where beings dwell that a human can see only in their nightmares. Somewhere in there, there's another red door. Find it, and you'll get out. Fail to find it, and you'll stay there forever." He leaned back in his chair, exhaling a thin stream of smoke. "The choice is yours, Jack. Die quickly, or walk through fear, pain, and despair for a chance at freedom. I give you my word, if you make it out of the Red City, I'll let you go. Everything depends on you. And whether you have the will to survive your own hell." The black hair that had been binding Jack slowly released him, slithering down like thick shadows. He sat there trembling, breathing heavily, his dilated eyes darting between Alex and the revolver on the table. Then, as if drawn by some unseen force, his gaze shifted to the crimson door. From it, pulsating scarlet veins spread across the floor, as though the door itself were alive. The moment Jack looked into that ominous threshold, his heart pounded so hard it felt ready to burst from his chest. Distant screams echoed in his ears, horrifying cries filled with agony, despair, and madness. He understood then, beyond that door was real hell. And he didn't want to know what waited inside. There was only one way out left, the revolver. With a trembling hand, Jack reached for the weapon, gripped it, and slowly raised it. The steel was colder than ice. He pressed the barrel to his temple, his finger tightening around the trigger. His breath faltered, his body shook like that of a cornered animal. He looked at Alex. In Alex's eyes, there was no anger, no pity, only calm and exhaustion. At that moment, Jack understood, the being before him wasn't human. Not a killer, not a hunter, but something far beyond either. Something ancient and unfathomable. A demon, a devil in human form, whose faint smile hid an endless abyss. "Go ahead, Jack," Alex said evenly, almost gently. Pull the trigger, and it'll all be over. Your path ends here, and I'll never chase you again. Or, you can prove you're capable of more, and try to escape me. The room fell silent. Only the hum of the red door and Jack's uneven breathing remained. Then he made his choice. His finger squeezed the trigger. A shot rang out. Blood and brain matter splattered across the table and floor. His body jerked once, his head slammed against the wood with a dull thud, and the revolver slipped from his limp hand. Silence. Jack was gone, on his own terms. He had chosen death over the hell that called to him. Alex stared quietly at the corpse. Then he smirked lazily, pulled out a cigarette, and flicked his lighter. Huh. He muttered with a faint grin. And here I thought he'd try to shoot me. Guess he decided to run instead. Not bad, for a coward. He took a deep drag, exhaling smoke toward the ceiling, where the faint shimmer of the Red City shadow had already begun to appear. To be continued. That's the end of the mini-arc. Jack left on his own terms, and that's how he escaped the Red City. Next comes the journey to Orario, followed by a return to the Twilight World. And then, he.